This is Chicago, the land of crooks, liars, thieves, and murderers. The home of those who hope, in spite of no hope. Where children become gangsters, and gangsters are cloaked in blue. The capital of fuck you. A place of beauty, a place of despair. The land of the unholy. Yes, this is Chicago, a kingdom most bloody. J.J. McAvoy.
Prologue. I feel like myself, strong and weak, at once. Veronica Roth. Melody. The moment my feet touched the marble flooring at the entrance of our house, I felt my whole body relax. The coolness of the floor eased my aching feet as our butler reached for my coat.
"Welcome home, ma'am. Would you like anything?"
He nodded and folded my coat over his arm. "Are the children in bed?" I questioned as I leaned over to pick up my black Dolce & Gabbana heels from the ground.
"Yes, ma'am. And the master is in his study."
The master? I'm sure Liam enjoyed that one. Without another word to him, I headed up the stairs. Once again, because of the goddamn teachers' union, I was coming home late. Knowing Ethan, he was still probably trying to stay awake. He never went to bed without seeing me first, and I looked forward to it more than anything in the world. He, of all my children, made my heart ache in the best possible way. I didn't understand it. I barely recognized myself with him. I was at peace. It felt odd. I'd never felt peace in all of my life. Since I was a child, my father beat it into me that I was a Giovanni. I needed to be strong, be ruthless. As a teenager, I watched as he slowly died in front of me, his legacy fading along with him. I gave my life to the Italian family. As an adult, I fought my mother and my grandfather. The world felt like it was going to crumble around me. And yet I made it to the other side, and every time I looked into my children's faces, I saw that victory. My life had changed drastically over the years, and it still felt like a dream. "Knock, knock," I whispered softly. I poked my head inside Ethan's room and saw him shift immediately. Smiling to myself, I dropped my heels by the corner of the door before running toward his bed and jumping in next to him to tickle his sides. "Mommy!" He laughed outright, his body twisting and turning away from me, which only made me tickle him more. "Someone is up past their bedtime," I said as I sat up and ran my hands through his messy brown hair. "You promised to come home early," he said with a frown. "Blame the teachers," I said, cupping his face. He coughed before he could finish his statement. But it wasn't just one cough. He grabbed onto his chest, his whole body leaning forward. "Ethan? Sweetheart?" I grabbed onto him, his face slowly turning purple. "Ethan!" I yelled. "Mama!" He gasped, blood coming from his nose. "Ethan! Ethan! Liam! Help me!" Picking him up, I ran toward the door, when... Bang! 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 The gunshots never ending. All of them coming from... "Wyatt! Donna!" "Mom, we're under attack!" Fidel yelled as he rushed into the room. "Attack? Who?" "Fuck, none of that mattered. Take him! Take care of him now!" I threw Ethan into his arms. "Mom, it's not safe. Save my son!" I screamed. Spit flying from my lips as I ripped the family photo off the wall beside Ethan's desk. Behind it, I'd stashed my assault rifle and Glock along with 3 magazine clips. Strapping them, I didn't even hesitate before kicking in the door to Wyatt and Donna's room. Blood. On the walls. The floor. But worst of all over them, a sound that didn't even seem human came from my lips, my eyes on fire as I stared at my children. My babies. No. 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 It was the only word I knew as I ran to them. Wyatt's body over Donna's. Both of them slumped over the bed. "Wyatt? Sweetheart?" I whispered, petting his head. "Come on, this isn't funny. Get off your sister. Donna, baby, push your brother off, okay?" They didn't move. They didn't breathe. They just lay there, like dead things. No. No. Lying on top of them, I hugged tightly. I didn't understand. What happened? What was happening? Bang! 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 Again the shots rang out. I didn't even bother to pick up the guns that I'd dropped. But even opening the door felt impossible. My body felt as if I was going numb. I wasn't sure if I was fainting or crying, but my vision blurred.
"Mel! Run!"
It was only because it was him. Liam. His voice made everything clear again, and I wished it hadn't. I didn't want to see him like that. On his knees, a gun pointed to his head. His green eyes wide with fear. But for himself, not me.
"Mel! Go! Go!"
He screamed before the man smacked him across the side of the face with the butt of his gun. His lip ripped open. Blood dripping down to the Persian carpet I had been forced to buy at one of those damned charity drives with Evelyn.
"Mel!"
He never looked away from me, even as he took another hit. "Stop!" I thought. "Stop!" I whispered. "Please stop!" I finally yelled.
"Please? What have I told you about saying please, Mallory?"
The man turned around, and when he did, all the air in my lungs evaporated. "Dad?"
"Am I? Because the daughter I trained, the daughter I raised, she is in this week. Melody Nietzsche Giovanni, the daughter of Iron Hands, Bloody Mallory. That is who you are. What? You thought just because you defeated the Russians, your mother and your grandfather, that it was over? That you just ride off into the sunset with your Irish family? There is no sun for you, Mallory. There is no place you can hide. There will always be someone after you. How many goddamn times do I have to teach you this lesson?"
This isn't real. I shook my head and backed away. I'm going to wake up now.
If this isn't real, then you wouldn't mind?
He questioned once again. This time with the gun pressed into Liam's head, and I knew this wasn't real. I knew it. But I couldn't stop my heart from racing.
Look at you. I never should have let you into this family. They've made you weak. You are a boss, Mallory. You belong to the Mafia, not the Brady Bunch. Get your head out of the fucking clouds and act like who you are.
Bang! His body fell over sideways, blood pooling out in front of me, his eyes never looking away. Liam! My eyes opened as I snapped up from bed. Gun in hand, my heart still pounding against my chest, my whole body coated in sweat.
Mel, what is it?
Liam sat up on his elbow, his eyes still half shut. "Nothing. Sorry. Go back to bed," I whispered, lifting the sheets up and sliding my feet out to the side. I could still feel his eyes on me as I walked to the bathroom. Closing the door behind me, I dropped the gun by the sink before reaching over and turning on the faucet. "Breathe. Just breathe," I whispered to my reflection as I tried to shake the images from my mind. Liam dead. Ethan dead. Wyatt dead. Donna dead. Just me. Always just me. The thought scared me. Me, who had spent almost all of my life being alone, was scared of being alone. Just when I was feeling like a Callahan. Of course my father would pop up into my mind to remind me I was a Giovanni before everything else. Damn, Orlando, you've really fucked me up. I smiled, even though it wasn't at all funny. After washing my face, I stepped back out, expecting to see Liam in bed. Instead, he leaned against the wall to the bathroom, his eyes shut and his arms crossed over his bare chest. Lazily, he opened his eyes and looked over to me, the corners of his mouth turned up.
"You okay?"
he asked. This was the reason why I was afraid to be alone. Since we got married, since I came into his house, he never looked away from me. He never let me be alone. He always had my back, and so I leaned on him. I was weak for him.
"Mel?"
Yeah. I took his hand. "Let's go to bed. We've got so much to do tomorrow." He groaned and followed me towards our bed before jumping on top of me, forcing us both to fall.
"Love you."
He snickered when I tried to wiggle out of his arms, but he held me tighter. Sighing, I gave up. "Love you too." Like always, he fell asleep with ease. I, on the other hand, just lay there brushing my hands through his hair, wide awake and remembering the number one rule my father had always cautioned me to. "Never get comfortable, because I will only know peace the day I die."
1. I am an American, Chicago-born. Chicago, that somber city. First to knock, first admitted. Sometimes an innocent knock. Sometimes a not-so-innocent. Saul Bellow. Liam. He was somewhere in the crossroads of being scared fucking shitless and desperately anxious. I'd seen a lot throughout my life, and I say that knowing damn well I was only 36 years old. But 36 mafia years had to be the equivalent to at least 60 years for normal people, give or take a year. Nevertheless, glancing at my son, sitting quietly behind me, his hands reaching up to fix the tie around his neck every few minutes, was still strange as fuck. Ethan. I didn't bother facing him, scrolling through the email Declan had sent me, but I heard as his whole body shifted toward me.
"Yes, Dad?"
"Is something wrong with your bow tie?" He paused before speaking.
I don't think so."
"You don't think so?" I glanced over to him and he quickly answered.
"No, there is nothing wrong with my bow tie."
"Then stop fidgeting."
"Yes, sir."
I wasn't sure which part confused me more, The fact that I was the father of a 9.5-year-old, or the fact that I was the father of a 9.5-year-old who looked completely identical to me. The same unruly brown hair, sharp green eyes, even my damn nose and ears. Ethan had 'em all. My mother sometimes would call him my name by accident. Even Neil and Declan had started to call him Liam Jr. Each time they did, he stayed a little prouder, and in return that made me proud. However, if I wanted him to be named after me, he would have been fucking named after me. There was only one Liam Callahan, now and forever. I did not think this out of jealousy or pride. I earned my name. My melody earned her name. So he would have to do the same. Starting now. Sarah. Fidel nodded to me as I stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. Fidel had changed over the years. The death of Monty had really gotten to him. His black hair was cut in a buzz. His olive skin tone had gotten only a little lighter in all the years he'd been here. But that was nothing in comparison to his behaviour now. He took no chances with anyone. He hardly spoke unless necessary, and there was a darkness in his eyes I was familiar with. Where I went, he went. He was now my right-hand man. Italian, Irish. It didn't matter anymore. We were beyond that.
Glass Emperor Hotel.
Ethan read when he stepped out beside me. He craned his neck up and stared at the silver skyscraper in front of us. Without a word, I walked ahead with Fidel and 3 other bodyguards surrounding us. No one spoke to us as we entered, not the hostess or the valets. They only offered a short nod before moving on to whatever they did for a living. Those in the marble lobby were confused, but moved out of our way as if they were water and I was Moses. Out. Fidel told the elevator attendant, staring wide-eyed at him.
I can't leave my post,
she foolishly said. Before Fidel could move, an older man with grey-black hair, George, his name tag read with the words manager underneath, stepped forward. Carrie, it's time for your break. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything and stepped out. As she did, the rest of us stepped on. George, find another post for her, I said. Her mouth dropped open as the doors closed on her face, and we shot up towards the penthouse suite. Why did I do that? I asked Ethan. He thought for a second.
Because she didn't listen.
Worse. She didn't know who I was. Now, she'll never forget. If she simply didn't listen, I would say she was brave. Stupid, but brave.
Presidential suite.
The automated voice spoke as the doors opened again. The cream-coloured marble floors right outside the suite were so polished I could see my reflection in them. Not yet, I said when I saw Fidel reach in his jacket. A smile crossed my lips as I walked towards the music. One of my men walked towards the door, already pulling out the master card to get in. Knock first, I said. Fidel's eyebrows bunched together as he moved to stand in front of both Ethan and I. Though, just like I thought, no one bothered to answer. They clearly couldn't hear over the music. The guards glanced back to me. No one can say I didn't try. The moment the door opened, it felt like I was hit with a wall of sound. The music was so loud it hurt. Inside, women of every race were dancing on couches, the pool tables, dressed in G-strings and bras or nothing at all. All around them were fancy new toys, watches and motorcycles. They even had the audacity to dance on the money just laying around. My money. Ladies, I called out when Fidel cut the music. I'm giving you 1 minute to find some fucking clothes, grab as much money as you can and get the hell out.
Who the fuck are you? How do you just walk in here?
Some half-drunk Asian man shouted as he came out from behind the bar. He had shoulder-length black hair, a scar under his left eye, and on each arm were 2 more women. One by one his bodyguards came forward, some with the Taiyang tattoo on their faces, others on their necks and arms. In my defence, I did knock, I said as my bodyguards tried to clear the room. However, these women were either too stupid or too scared to move, which proved they either knew who I was, or knew whose party they were at, and what would most likely be the outcome of this. "Your minute is up. Get out," Fidel snapped.
"I asked you, who the fuck are you people? And how the fuck did you get into my building?"
"Your building?" I smirked at that. "You are a child. How can you own anything?" He threw his glass and grabbed the gun from his bodyguard to point it right at me. Finally, the females in the room screamed, running like naked rats out of the room.
"Ni zema kei! How dare you come into my house and motherfucking speak? Do you have any idea who I am? How powerful I am? Me, Taiyang Ro Zhang!"
Before he could finish, he reached up to grab his neck, and the gun dropped from his hands. He fell to his knees no less than 6 steps from me, his face slowly turning blue. He glanced back at his guards to, from what I could only assume, order to kill me, but one by one they fell to their knees. "How dare I?" I whispered and crouched down in front of him. He reached out to touch me, but Fidel caught his hand. His eyes watered with each deep breath he tried to take. "You come to my city, put bad drugs on my streets, fuck in my hotel, and ask who am I?" Grabbing his neck, I held him tighter. "You should be careful of the questions you ask, Taiyan, Ro, Zhan, because you will not like my answers."
"My father!"
"You're on your knees. That means you're at my feet. Does that seem like a position from which you can threaten me?" I wanted to rip his goddamn head from his shoulders for making me do this on today of all bloody days. "I warned your father. I made sure he got my message. Keep your fucking drugs out of my city, and yet what do I find? Your drugs in my city. Now, what am I supposed to do about this? Taiyang, Ro, Zhen. If I don't kill you, it looks like I'm a bitch. And as you can see, my son is here, so I can't have that. If I kill you, I'm going to have to kill a lot more people later. Personally, I do not mind, but you see, my wife is the governor, and her platform is safer schools, safer streets, and all that.
"Please?"
I released him, and he fell back, his body starting to shake. I rose to my feet and nodded to Fidel, who bent down and opened the idiot's mouth to pour the antidote down. "Ethan."
"Yes, Dad?"
he asked softly, stepping up beside me. I handed him my gun, and he took it, without question, pointing it at the man my guards were now holding up. The bravado the man had shown only minutes ago was fading, replaced now with tears.
Please, no! Anything you want! I'll give you anything you want!"
he said as he sobbed, spit coming from his lips.
"Forgive me! Yonang Wo!
"Ethan." When I called his name, he fired, but his hands were shaking so badly he missed completely. "Congrats! You killed a lamp." Snatching the gun from him, I fired not once, but twice, both bullets towards his crotch, his body cringing before he buckled forward as he screamed out for his father. Paying him no mind, I turned to my son, looking him dead in the eye. "People like him." I nodded to the fool behind me. are the reason you should never be proud to be called Liam Jr. You can only stand behind me for so long before you have to stand up for yourself. It is better you learn this now before you end up like him, bleeding on someone else's hotel floor, crying out for someone else to save his pathetic life. Do you understand me? His nose flared a little. His eyes hardened, his fist clenched. But he nodded.
I will never be like him.
I saw it. The same thing my father saw in me. I now saw in him, and I could not help but feel pride at that. Taeyang Rojan. When your father asks who did this to you, tell him I, Liam Callahan. Accept his apology in advance. Tell him if I have to deal with the Taeyang family again, I will show no mercy and you will lose your other head. I said as I watched the blood pour from him. He sobbed and curled into a ball on my floor. Sir, it's almost time, Fidel reminded me. Sighing, I nodded, already heading toward the doors with Ethan beside me. He peeked back at him once. A frown turned his lips downward, but said nothing until we were in the hall once again.
Uncle Declan!
Ethan said with a grin. He ran up to the man who was dressed in a fitted dark suit, short and black tie. His dark brown hair was cut shorter on the sides and longer on the top, styled by who I could guess was Caroline. There was no way in hell he'd put the effort into coming here if our family didn't have to.
Uncle, why aren't you in a bow tie?
Because apparently him and the Grim Reaper share a closet, I answered for him. He laughed and messed up Ethan's hair. Unfortunately, not all of us can pull off the James Bond look as well as your father, Ethan. The corner of my lips turned up. Well, at least you know. He rolled his eyes, the smile on his face fading when he focused on the door behind me. Everything good? I didn't reply and got on the elevator as it arrived. When Ethan moved to get in, I held my hand out and shook my head. Your job now is to go with your uncle and fill him in before dinner starts. I can count on you, can I?
Yes.
He stood straighter and nodded so seriously I wanted to laugh. A grin spread across Declan's lips and his eyes met mine. I knew exactly what was going through his mind, and I was sure he knew what was on mine as well. The ride to the penthouse suite was short. The two men already standing at the entrance did not say a word, only opening the suite room for me. I didn't give a shit about how nice the room looked or how good the view was. The moment I saw her, dressed in a sinfully tight long cream gown that hugged each one of her curves and hung off her shoulders, exposing the top of her back, nothing else mattered. She stood on the terrace, staring out at the city. Before I even realized it, I was behind her, brushing her hair over to the side with one hand and gripping her waist with the other, kissing the nape of her neck.
Careful,
she said.
My husband will be here soon.
Kissing up her neck, I bit the top of her ear and whispered, Don't push me, Melody. I'm not above hiking this dress up and fucking you in front of all of Chicago.
Oh.
She moaned when I grabbed her breasts, both of us frustrated over the amount of fabric between my palm and her skin. I was already hard for her, and the way she pressed into me, I'm sure she knew.
Liam, we can't now.
God fucking damn it. Taking a deep breath, I let go of her and she grabbed onto the rail in front and tilted her head back.
14 days, 3 hours, 20-something minutes. I think we've broken our record.
She turned to face me, leaning against the rail, a growing smile on her face. Not having time to have sex is not a record I want to break. I frowned and placed my hands on either side of her. 2 weeks. 2 God-forsaken weeks. That was how long it had been since I'd had sex, and I was starting to lose my fucking mind. Between both of our jobs and our kids, we didn't have the time. Before, we always made time. Didn't matter what was going on. Acting like an adult and being reasonable is doing nothing but giving me blue balls. I'm far too sexy to be suffering from blue balls. She laughed, freely and openly. A laugh reserved for our children and me.
I wouldn't say nothing. From what I hear, the Mad Hatter is as terrifying as ever. Meanwhile, Bloody Melody is stuck in bureaucracy and slowly losing her goddamn mind.
Honestly, babe, I really don't give a fuck right now, I said, and her eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Because all I want to hear is our bed slamming up against the wall, you moaning underneath me, and my heart racing as I slam my cock into you over and over again. Her brown eyes filled with lust.
Someone is confident in his abilities.
Well, you keep coming back for more, so how can I not be?
Then, tonight, it better go down exactly as you describe, Mr. Callahan.
Cupping the side of her cheek, I couldn't look away from her lips. Or you'll do what, Mrs. Callahan? You want me as badly as I want you. I bet you're getting wet right now. She glared, but she didn't deny it. Instead, she brushed my hand off her face and changed the subject.
What happened to our guest in the presidential suite?
He was treated in a very unpresidential manner, but lives, I said, and I could not stop myself from glancing down the length of her body. 20 minutes. All we needed was a good.
And?
She grabbed my chin and lifted my head back up to meet hers.
What did he say?
He cried out for his father like a bitch. I'm guessing he came here to prove to his father and the rest of the triad that he had balls. I took them away.
Everything in me says to kill him, Liam. To kill them all now, before this escalates.
She said and crossed her arms over her chest, pushing her breasts up, obviously to torture me. God. After all of these years, I was still addicted to her.
We have spent a long time slowly building a balance, Liam. We can never...
I know, I said seriously. I kissed her forehead before resting mine on hers. And if anything comes against us, we will do what we have always done.
Fight.
Win.
2. We still think of a powerful man as a born leader, and a powerful woman as an anomaly. Margaret Atwood. Melody. At 18, I became the first ever female boss of the Italian mafia. And to this day, I can still remember the shock, the horror, the disgust on their faces. How dare a woman try to lead them? It was not possible. It was not plausible, and in their eyes, it was a sin. I did not know my place. So, one by one, they sent men after me, or brought men to replace me, and one by one I tore them down. I spared no one. No mercy, no fear. Just death. Not just to them or the ones that sent them, but their families, their neighbors, and even their mailmen. I didn't just kill them. I wiped them off the face of the goddamn earth as a lesson to the next motherfucker who thought he could stand against me. It was a lesson learned very quickly. By 24, I was married to the next boss, the Cana Canarta, of the Irish mob, Liam Alec Callahan. The Italians and the Irish were like water and oil. Our families had been at war with each other since their grumpy asses came off the boat in the 1850s. To say our first meeting was anything but love at first sight would be an understatement. I shot him. I've shot him a couple times in our marriage, to be honest. I've bruised ribs, broken fingers, and spit blood from my lips in my battles with him. He was just like the rest of them. He saw my breasts, and for some reason thought that meant I wasn't capable. But he, too, learned. Now, at 33, I stand as the most powerful woman in the goddamn state.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming my personal friend and our governor, Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan.
The mayor spoke into the microphone. His body turned towards me as the rest of the guests clapped. Liam rose, as I did, kissing my cheek quickly before I moved to the podium in the center of the stage. I don't have friends, Benjamin. You should remember that. I whispered into the ear of the old man as he congratulated me, gripping tighter on his hand. He smiled for the cameras, but in his blue eyes, I saw a mixture of fear and hate, something I was not only used to, but also proud of. Benjamin Weston, the 57-year-old, lanky, white-haired snake, who tried to move heaven and earth to make sure I didn't get reelected. Standing behind the podium, I couldn't get past the irony. Our enemies, the police, were being fed by our own hands now. Meanwhile, Liam and I were the ones who drove them to the brick to begin with. It seems they have learned their lesson as well. 5 years ago, I spoke into the microphone, the people of this great state elected me as their governor in the hope that a better and safer state would be in their future. Today, with the help of community organizers, congressmen of both parties, the mayor's office and staff, along with the Chicago Police Department, we are finally seeing that future. From the beginning, I understood the key to a better society has always been the safety of its people. This safety could only be brought about by the support of our brothers and sisters in uniform, who put their lives at risk every day, not only in Chicago, but all across Illinois. This is why I passed the Roman Bill, which not only increased the pay for police officers, but all other civil servants. On top of that, we have provided better health care benefits for them and their families. In doing so, the number of civil servants has doubled in the last 5 years. But, best of all, the crime rate across Illinois has dropped by 60%. It is a great honor that I welcome representatives from police forces all across the state here tonight in celebration. Thank you all for your service. Stepping back, I applauded along with everyone else, before moving to take photos with Mayor Weston, his wife, and various police commissioners from across the state. Like always, Liam stood beside me, but I could tell he couldn't wait to leave.
Your biggest fan is trying to get your attention,
he whispered in my ear. I didn't understand. Who? A small smile spread across his face as he nodded over to the family table. And sure enough, there was my Ethan, dressed in a bow tie and a Ralph Lauren satin lapel suit jacket. He smiled brightly at me, giving me thumbs up. I gave him a quick wink and faced back to the cameras as more people came up beside us. You brought him with you to see Taiyang? I quietly questioned Liam through a smile.
Yes,
he said sternly, giving my waist a soft squeeze.
And he did well. Better than...
You should have told me.
I just did.
At that, I didn't turn to face him. However, he didn't return my gaze. He just smiled for the cameras, saying,
Smile, sweetheart. They'll think we're arguing.
Looks like we were going to fight tonight. I nodded to Mina, who was dressed in a long lavender and gray floral gown. She stood up and said, "Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The governor and our family truly hope you enjoy your evening.
Has the governor—"
Tonight is to celebrate the united efforts of our men and women in uniform, and nothing else. Thank you again." She smiled and nodded back to me. Peeling Liam's hand off me, much to his annoyance, I walked over to Ethan, who stood between Declan and Neil. He and Neil both laughed over something. The height difference between them was hilarious. But even more amusing was how much more mature Ethan tried to be in front of his uncles. "Mio bel leoncino," I called out to him, my hands outstretched. "Mom!" He groaned with a frown on his face at my nickname for him, but I walked over to give him a hug anyway. "Don't mom me," I said, cupping his cheeks and forcing him to look at me, "because I can think of something much more embarrassing." His green eyes widened. "Leoncino is good." "I thought so. Now, what were you and your uncles laughing about?" Ethan and Neil both shared a look before saying, "Guy stuff." I felt my eyebrow rise at their alliance, then turned to see Declan putting his phone back into his lapel pocket.
"They were laughing at Ethan's imitation of our guest earlier,"
Declan confessed, causing Ethan's mouth to drop open. "Uncle!" Declan struggled to keep a smug look off his face.
"What? My boss asked for an answer. I answered."
He crossed his arms, frowning. "Dad's the boss."
"Ethan."
Liam stepped up, towering over him, and once again Ethan stood straighter. Two emotions rushed through my veins the moment he spoke those three little words. Rage and pain. It wasn't a lot, but it was there. Smiling, I just petted his hair. "Right. Dad's the boss," I said, and I saw them all, Liam, Declan, and Neil, share a glance in response. "Come on. It's way past your bedtime. Fidel?" He stepped up.
"The car is already up front."
"We should get going. Cora and Evelyn must be exhausted dealing with all of the kids," I told them before reaching for Ethan's hand. He stared wide-eyed, trying to tell me not to. Fine. Forcing another goddamn smile I did not mean, I turned away from them as Mina made her way back to us, her eyebrows furrowing as she tried to read my facial expression. Shaking my head at her, I took my clutch from her hand along with my phone. "Mel? Bathroom. I'll meet you at the car," I said, not bothering to look back, knowing full well my security detail was already following discreetly. It was a much longer walk from our table to the bathroom than it needed to be. Every other step, people kept popping up in front of my face, pushing my restraint to the maximum capacity. I thought I had finally escaped them, pushing the wooden door and stepping on the marble tiles of the bathroom. But right there, at the sink, dressed in her hotel uniform, was some blonde in tears. For the love of fuck. Sighing, I ignored her and put my purse on the counter, pulling off my rings in order to wash my hands. "Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Do not even fucking think of talking to me." "Sorry for all the crying." "Fuck me. It's all right. Don't care either way," I stated and grabbed my lipstick. "This city," she inhaled sharply, her fist clenching at her sides until she finally smacked the black counters. "Why is everyone here so cold? I don't get it. I've been here a month and everyone is just horrible and miserable. It's like the most negative people on the planet decided to move to Chicago and live." "Then leave," I said calmly, finally facing her. "What?" Pack your shit, get on the next bus to Nowhere I Don't Give a Fuckville, and stay there instead of bitching to people who do not know you nor would like to in five-star hotel bathrooms," I replied. I put my rings back on, dropped my lipstick into my clutch, and turned to leave before she further ruined my mood. I made my way back to the door before remembering something. If the most negative people on the planet have moved to Chicago, what does that say about yourself? If you can't make it here, that is no one else's fault but your own. She stood there like a statue, frozen in her own hypocrisy.
"Ma'am?"
Houston Murphy, my head of security, stepped up to my side, glancing back over my shoulder at the door.
"We heard shouting."
"I'm fine. What did I tell you, Murphy? I'm not like past governors. You don't need to hover, especially in one-on-one situations," I said. It was times like this that I wished I still had Fidel and Monty beside me. Since becoming governor, everyone on my staff needed to be squeaky clean to the point of annoyance. Like all-American boy Houston Murphy, 31, a decorated Marine and recipient of the Medal of Honor, born and raised in Chicago, black hair, blue eyes, and 6'1". He was also voted most popular in high school. Cue eye roll. No arrests, no tickets, just a few unpaid student loans. When his file came across my desk 2 months ago, I wanted to shred it. Anyone with that clean of a record had some secret. I didn't trust him with my shoes, let alone my life. However, Mina insisted.
"Ma'am, your family is heading to the cars,"
he said to me. Ma'am. The more he said it, the more I heard Ethan's voice in my head saying, "Dad's the boss." I spent 12 hours pushing his hairy head out, and he goes and stabs me in the fucking heart.
"Ma'am?"
"Governor. Just call me Governor."
"Liam." When she left, both Neil and Declan cringed at the prospect of what would only be one hell of a fight tonight. I was partially excited, but then I remembered the look in her eye as Ethan spoke. Grabbing him by the bow tie, I crouched down right in front of him.
"Dad?"
"Hold your ears," I said seriously, and I waited. Frowning, he did what I asked. "To everyone you meet, I am the boss, the King of Canarsa, Don. There is only one person alive who is an exception to this, and it is your mother. The reason being is that she is the boss, the King of Canarsa, Don. Everything I am, she is. Saying anything less than that is an insult. Are we clear?" I could see he looked hurt and confused, but nodded. His head dropped down. I stood back up and put my hand on his head, rubbing the back of it when he dropped his hands.
"Ethan, will you walk with me and wait for your mom?"
Mina asked with a smile. He nodded and stepped over to her left, and as always Neil stepped up just a little bit in front of her, like he was going to guard her with his body. He'd been doing it for so long that I don't even think he realised it. "If only Mel was around to hear that little speech," Declan said beside me. "Not even that would help me. She needs to get a few hits in at me first." Once Ethan had said it, there was no going back. Plus, on top of taking him on the job, tonight was not going at all as planned. I could feel it. God fucking damn it. "Look on the bright side," he said when we got on the elevator. "What's on the bright side but sunburn?" He snickered and leaned against the panelling. "After all these years, she's running out of places to not lethally shoot you." Neil laughed out loud, causing Mina to elbow him in the ribs, but it didn't stop him. "Fuck you both," I muttered under my breath. The doors opened again and we were in the cream and gold hotel lobby. Across from us, another pair of elevators opened, and even though I knew she was pissed off at me, I couldn't stop the small smirk from forming on my lips as she stepped out, an army of black suits behind her. She was so stunning. No one could look away from her, their eyes filled with lust, jealousy, respect, and fear. She walked into a room and commanded all of it with one glance. Her place was at my side, but instead of coming to me, she walked over and placed her arms on the shoulders of our son, not even sparing me a glance. "Looks like we're gonna fight tonight," I muttered to myself, my jaw tensing up. The two clowns beside me just grinned. "So, don't make me hurt you," I said to Declan. Strolling right up to her side, I wrapped my arm around her waist. Her brown eyes focused on me, eyebrow raised. We'd been married for so long I could tell what she was thinking. "You're really gonna touch me when you know I'm pissed off at you?" I smiled and winked at her. Her nose flared, because she knew what I meant. "Yes, I know what I'm doing. Get over it, sweetheart."
"You're not tired?"
She ignored me and focused on Ethan as we walked to the car. "Nope." He yawned and leaned in closer to her. "Okay, big kid," I replied.
"I'm really not tired." "I believe you,"
she said, shivering at the instant change in temperature. It was only March, and yet it felt like November tonight. "Boss." Fidel nodded to her and opened the door for us. Ethan stepped in first, followed by Mel and then me. The moment the doors closed, Ethan rested his head on her side.
"I'm not tired,"
he muttered softly.
"I believe you,"
she said softly, again kissing his forehead as his eyes closed.
"Mio bel leoncino, significhi tutto per me."
"And his father?" I asked her. "If he means everything to you, what happens to me?"
"Are you jealous of your son?"
she asked, not bothering to look at me, her eyes only on him. "Yes." Her head snapped to me like she wasn't expecting me to admit it. Reaching up, I brushed her hair behind her ear, leaning in close to whisper. "I love seeing you as a mother. You are stunning. But sei il grande amore della mia vita. Il mio cuore è solo tuo. Senza di te la vita non ha più senso. You are the love of my life. My heart is yours. Without you, life has no meaning. So never look away from me for too long." I kissed her cheek. She glared at me, but said nothing and leaned back in the seat. I closed my eyes and tried to relax, but only seconds later the car came to a stop and we were at the gates of the mansion. Over the years, we had expanded it to make room for the newest members of our family. Rule 5. One family, one roof. Yes, even though we basically lived in a palace now, it still felt crowded some days. "I got him," I told her. I got out of the car and came around to the other side to lift him out of the seat. His arms snaked around my neck. "I can't believe how big he is getting." "Good evening, sir. Ma'am," our butler said to us when we stepped inside. "Madam Caroline has already put Wyatt and Donatella to bed, but they wanted to wait up for you."
"I'll go to them now,"
Melody said and kissed Ethan's cheek before walking up the steps. "Oh, Phelan, anything worth noting happen in our absence?" I questioned. "No, sir. Between your mother and Madam Caroline, it was a casual evening. They baked cupcakes, Spent some time outside before watching a movie in the theatre with popcorn. Most of them fell asleep after that. Good work. That's all for tonight. Of course, sir. Good night. Ethan's room was only 2 doors down from ours in the west wing, with a door that connected to his siblings' room. It was massive, as per Melody's orders. The floor covered in soft cream carpets, cherry wood panelling on the walls, and the best view of the backyard with the Chicago skyline in the distance. His bed was much bigger than it needed to be, and when I laid him down, he rolled into the middle. I pulled off his tie and shoes, and he stirred as I sat him up and took off his jacket and pants. "Ethan, you need to change," I told him when his eyes cracked open. He made a face before lifting up the comforter and crawling underneath in only his boxer briefs. He fell right back asleep. "Because of you, my night is ruined, and yet you sleep like a baby," I muttered as I kissed his head. "Sleep well." Moving to the door that connected to Wyatt and Donatella's room, I turned off the light to his room, leaving the door only partially closed.
"Daddy?"
Donatella sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Shh," I whispered, and walked over to her pink bed. Her brown hair was a complete mess around her sweet face. "What are you doing up, princess?" She didn't answer. She just wrapped her tiny hands around me when I was close enough. Closing my eyes for a second, I hugged her back and patted her hair down. "Come on, bed," I whispered to her. "Beautiful girls need sleep to stay beautiful."
"Love ya much,"
she said with a yawn. "Love you more," I said and kissed the space between her eyebrows. "Sleep well." I moved over to Wyatt, who was snoring softly and kicking off his blanket when he shifted over. Of all my kids, he was always the most expressive when he slept, making faces. He even talked in his sleep sometimes. If Donna ever heard him, she would tease him the next day. He hated when she did, but he never asked for his own room, and neither did she. "Sleep well," I said to him, and kissed the top of his head. When I opened the door that connected to our bedroom, I prepared myself, locking the door to their side. Our rooms were all beyond soundproof. We'd never hear him if we didn't open the door.
"Zipper."
Mel said and turned her back to me. She seemed relatively calm. Is this good or bad? Was she over it? Or did she not want to ruin her dress? I couldn't help but wonder as I pulled the zipper down, exposing her beautiful olive skin back. She allowed it to fall to the ground and stepped out of it, revealing a black lacy bra and... that's it. Fuck me. My eyes travelled the length of her body. Over the years, I had watched it change. She was as fit as ever, and had gotten most of the stretch marks on her body removed except for a few on the left side of her stomach. She said it was because giving me my children was the one battle she wanted to have scars from.
"What's wrong with you?"
She paused in the centre of the room as she took her earrings off. My eyebrow rose at that. No guns. No cursing. Not even a glare. Everything was wrong. "Nothing," I replied and pulled off my tie. When she went into her closet, I moved over to her side table and quickly took the bullets out of her gun. Then I moved to the one under her pillow, and the one strapped to the headboard, and the one behind the dresser, and the one under the bed.
"Tomorrow, are you going to be with us for the food drive after church?"
she called from the bathroom. Throwing the pistol back under the bed, I stood up straighter. "Yeah, Why wouldn't I? No answer. What was she doing in there? God damn it. This was more stressful than her actually being straight and fighting me. Fuck it. Kicking off my shoes, I moved to my closet. I stripped down and changed into a pair of black pajama bottoms, running my hand through my hair as I joined her in the bathroom. Her eyes met mine in the bathroom mirror, a toothbrush in her hand and a silk robe now covering her. No guns tonight? I asked her as I grabbed the toothpaste. Rinsing her mouth out, she shook her head.
We have a busy day tomorrow, and my husband can't show up with a black eye. Besides, I think you know how pissed I am. That's good enough.
Look at you being all mature. I smirked as I brushed my teeth.
Don't push me.
She snapped and stomped out. Leaning back, I watched her ass as she left. What about our other plans for the night?
I put lotion by your sink. Have fun.
I looked down, and sure enough, there it was with a box of tissues. After I rinsed my mouth out with her mouthwash, I followed her. When I stepped back into the room, she was already in bed. Mel, we don't go to bed angry with each other, I reminded her as I moved over to my side of the bed. She didn't reply. Fine. I'll wait, I said. I fluffed the pillow behind me and sat up against the headboard. Again, she said nothing and turned off the lights. Now the only source of light was the greyish-blue moonlight streaming in from the window. This was ridiculous. I took him today because he was ready. He wasn't in danger, nor would I... I froze when I felt the heat in my neck. Reaching up, I touched my skin as a drop of sweat rolled down my face. She didn't. Ah! I hissed at the burning. When I looked at her, she was staring right at me, resting her head on her hand with an evil smile playing on her lips.
You should know better than to cross me by now, sweetheart.
You fucking bitch! 3. There's nothing that makes you more insane than family, or more happy, or more exasperated, or more secure. Jim Butcher. Declan. You did what? She turned her back to me as she casually said,
Melody asked me to poison Liam's mouthwash before you all came home. What did he do?
My mouth dropped open, and for some reason my mind could not process this. Wait, you helped Melody poison my brother and ask what he did wrong?
You and I both know Melody loves Liam more than she loves anything in this world. She's torturing him a little bit because, again, he must have fucked up. So, what did he do?
She came over to me and pushed me onto the edge of the bed as she pulled off my tie. I held on to her waist. She was right, but still. She's never been the poisoning type. I expected her to take a bat to his ribs or something.
Yes, because that's more civil.
She giggled as she unbuttoned my shirt. I loved it when she giggled. Her nose bunched up and her brown eyes sparkled. Pulling her closer to me, I rolled us both over onto the bed. I missed you tonight. Everyone had their wives beside him, and meanwhile I was surrounded by bitch-ass cops and Ethan, who is so much like Liam, it's kind of scary, I said, and she reached up to brush my hair.
Someone has to hold the fort down. And besides, you survived it, didn't you?
I rolled my eyes. You're supposed to say you missed me too, Cora.
Am I? Honestly, I was so busy with everyone,
Grabbing her wrist, I rolled on top of her and pinned her hands down. Her dark brown hair fell in waves cropped at her shoulders. Gravity pushed her breasts up higher, and I kissed the top of them both. "Declan? Say you missed me," I said above her. "Make me, baby." "Gladly." We both paused when we heard the baby monitor go off. Damn it. Sighing, I got off her, helped her up, and she kissed my lips softly. "I'll be right back." She moved around me and toward Darcy's nursery. He was only 2 years old, and yet he was an expert at cock-blocking me. Taking out the cotton pajamas she'd brought me, I changed and put my phone and wallet on the nightstand before following her into the nursery. Darcy was wide awake. The grin on his face and the way his hazel greens were staring at his mother were contagious. Moving to him, I reached out for him, and he stared at me before trying to grab at my nose, as he always did. I kissed his light brown fingertips. "You and I are gonna have to work on your timing. Daddy was about to..." "Oh!" Cora punched my side. "He can't understand me."
"You don't know that."
She crossed her arms.
"For all we know, Ethan is so much like Liam because you all kept talking about your work in front of him as a baby."
"He's like Liam because he's like Liam. He could have been born deaf and still been the same way. He went on the job with Liam today."
"He what? Does Melody know?"
"She does now."
"That explains the poison,"
she muttered, running her hands through Darcy's thick, curly hair. When he was first born, his hair looked almost blonde. Even his skin was very light. But with each passing day, he got just a little more colour to him. He was just as gorgeous as his mother, and had her smile too. Helen, our daughter, even though she was adopted, took after me. She was always breaking things and tearing them apart just to see how they worked. "I heard Helen took apart your laptop," I asked softly, trying not to smile. She sighed as if she couldn't even find the words to say. "Baby, you look exhausted. Go lie down. I got him."
"But..."
"Father-son bonding time. Darcy, say night-night to Mummy." I held him with one arm and pushed her towards the door with the other.
I'm going.
She laughed, kissing us both before leaving. When I sat down on the rocking chair with him on my chest, I couldn't help but shake my head. What had happened to all of us? The big bad Callahans, all at the mercy of their children. It was madness. "Excuse you," I said when he burped. It was perfection. However, I was nervous. The longer our peace lasted, the harder it would be if something happened. And something was always happening with this family. Neil. I was married to the most beautiful workaholic in the world. After peeking in on our kids, she all but ran back to her room and plopped down on the couch, her dress puffing up around her. She typed away on her laptop with 3 different smartphones beside her. Over the years, I noticed she had a few habits. The first was her pink lips. Whenever she was excited or nervous, but trying to calm herself down, she would bite down on the corner of them. The second was her black hair, which she always tucked behind her ears when she wasn't sure what to do or say. The third was when she played with her engagement ring. Whenever she rolled the oval-shaped diamond around her ring finger, she was trying to make herself confident. Like somehow that ring gave her the power to make it through everything. Contrary to popular belief, Mina was a lot gentler than she seemed. It was easy to forget sometimes when she stood next to Melody, because of how tall she stood, especially at 5'6". She directed and pushed Melody all of the time. Not at all like Olivia. Olivia did it out of jealousy. She wanted to be Melody. Instead, Mina wanted something as close to perfection out of everyone around her. I did my best not to compare Mina and Olivia. They were like the sun and the moon. If someone asked me to make a list of their differences, it would take hours for me to explain. The most obvious difference was that Olivia was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Irish girl, and Mina was of Korean descent. Even the sides of the beds they slept on were different. But the most important difference, the only one that mattered, was how happy I was now. When I was with Olivia, I thought I was happy. I thought our marriage was fine. It was only after meeting Mina that I realised that being fine was as good as being comatose. You're alive, but there's no way it can be seen as living. Liam and Melody, Declan and Caroline, neither of their marriages was ever fine. They loved each other with a passion that was sometimes so intense I had to look away. Nothing else in the world mattered to them more than each other. Declan was ready to give up on our family. He begged my father just so he could be with her. When she got cancer, I'd never seen a man so ready to be devastated. He stayed at her side and picked her off the ground every time she fell with a smile on his face, because he was happy she was alive to at least fall. Liam, he was so wrapped around Mel's finger I was sure he was permanently bent. He was the living, breathing definition of the term crazy in love. He had to be crazy. What other kind of man would allow his wife to make a habit of shooting him and still comfortably hold on to her? He went to and stayed in jail in the hopes that she would come back for him. He went to war for her. Now I was the one completely taken over. If she were sick, I too would fight for her. If Mina stabbed me in the heart right now, I too would still hold on to her. I moved over to the couch and she still didn't notice until I shut the laptop down. Her eyes snapped up at me. Her dark brown eyes on mine when a pout formed on her lips.
5 more minutes,
she begged. Nope, I said, offering her my hand. She sighed and I pulled her up and spun her into my arms.
Hello,
she smiled. Oh, now you notice me. I've been staring at you for at least 10 minutes.
What? You should have said something.
I'm saying something now, I replied, my hand slowly pulling down the zipper of her dress. When it dropped to the ground and she stood before me in only a lacy baby blue bra set that had bows on the mounds of her breasts, she blushed. When we first made love, she was so shy. Over the years, she'd gotten bolder. But I still loved how she turned pink for me.
We have to get up early in the morning,
she reminded me. Or we could just never go to bed, I said. I lifted her off her feet and threw her over my shoulder.
Neil!
Smacking her ass, I laughed and took her to the bed. Yes? I asked when I dropped her in the middle. She sat up on her elbows.
If I fall asleep in church in front of all you clansmen, the amount of rumours.
Leaning over, I kissed her quickly on the lips. Let 'em talk. No matter what they say, it doesn't change the fact that you are at my side. You, Mina, are a Callahan. when I kissed her again, there was nothing quick or innocent about it.
4. The true man wants two things: danger and play. For that reason, he wants a woman as the most dangerous plaything. Friedrich Nietzsche. Melody. We had a plan, Liam, I said slowly as I made myself comfortable on his lap, reaching up to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. His shaking hand grabbed onto my wrist tightly, and his nose flared with rage, but that didn't stop me from simply using my other hand to cup his warm cheek. According to our plan, Liam, our son would spend the first 11 years of his life just learning how to become the next Cana Canerta at home. When he turned 12, he would visit both our families as the future boss. At 13, he would go to work with us. You're 3 years early, so what happened, sweetheart? He inhaled deeply through his nose, and his jaw tensed as he managed to say,
Poison! Not fair! Scared to fight me now.
Liam, I snapped, grabbing his hair and pulling his head back. He had no idea how badly I wanted to hurt him. Not fair. You go around my back. You make our son see you as a fucking god, and that makes me what, a burden? An embarrassment? And now you have the nerve to talk to me about being fair? The only reason I didn't take a bat to your head when you walked in was because...
Melody, enough!
Annoyed, I reached into the pocket of my robe, dropping the antidote next to him before getting up. My hands were shaking as I opened the door to the balcony. I shivered as the wind blew through me. Gripping the rail, I breathed in slowly. Calm down, Mel. Calm down. Oh, fuck! I yelled angrily.
Mel, breathe.
Don't touch me! I snapped, feeling him behind me. Sighing, he moved to stand to my right, leaning over the railing.
What is going on with you, Mel?
What?
What is going on?
He repeated himself, this time turning to face me. I'm sorry, did you miss the fact that you went behind my back and took my son to see one of the sons of the Triad without my knowledge or consent?
I'm supposed to get your consent before I take my son out.
Don't do that. Don't make it sound like I am in the wrong. He's almost 10, Liam. 10! He needs to be stronger first. All of our shit will find him eventually. The world is going to try to tear him down. Every fucking moment I can, I spend pushing him to be stronger while trying to keep him safe. My whole life I've spent proving that I am Melody Giovanni. I've gone through hell as Melody Callahan, and now my son looks at me like I'm a housewife, and my husband no longer thinks he should clue me in on our family business. Meanwhile, I'm running a damn state. What's wrong? You! You are not talking to me. You are hiding things.
For the love of fucking Christ, Melody! You make it seem like I betrayed you. When did you become so emotional about shit like this? Did you ever stop to think about why I took him? He's young, and he figured it out. He came to me. He wanted to see, and I looked into his eyes, and I saw that he was ready. It was not planned, and I did not intend on going behind your back. I took him, he learned, he came home safe. How can I talk to you when you aren't listening?
He was an idiot. When it came to everything else, he was a genius. When it came to me, he had no idea how to fucking approach. How long have we been married? All these years, and still. Brushing my hair over to the side, I simply crossed my arms. Ethan came to me and asked me if he could go out with you. I told him no. I told him you and I had a plan, and he should be patient. Then he goes and asks you, and you argue as if my words have no meaning. I laughed bitterly at that. Oh, and let's not forget all the talking coming from our families. Melody is no longer focused on the family, but the rest of the world. Melody's family is the one who almost destroyed our way of life. Melody is now second. No need to speak to Melody. Go straight to the boss. And because of that, the last few weeks you've been meeting privately with heads of Italian families without so much as a word to me. He didn't say anything, but I could tell he was somewhat shocked, I knew. That, I pointed to his eye. That small twinge of shock in your eye, that is what pisses me off. I've never given a flying fuck what people had to say. Their words meant nothing to me, but the fact that you think you can keep secrets from me and I would not find out as if I'm some airhead blow-up doll.
Never.
He grabbed onto me, pinning me between the railing and his body. His green eyes focused on me, hurt, frustrated, and confused.
Yes, I've been keeping secrets. Yes, I've been meeting with Italians. But never say I think less of you or that you've become anything less than my absolute partner in everything.
So why didn't you tell me? I'm not a patient person, and I've waited over and over for you to speak up. He frowned.
Because I know their words mean nothing to you. You are a mother. You are the head of a state. You plan to be the head of a country. Why the fuck should you be concerned about?
These are my people, Liam. My people. The choice of what I am concerned with and what I am not is up to me. You do not make those choices for me. I share control with you. I never left it all in your hands. He shook his head at me, cupping the side of my face just like I had done to him earlier.
You want to take care of our family, our children, me, all of Chicago, and our people every day. I just want to take care of you. I know you hate it. I know you're going to fight me tooth and nail to the very end. But you cannot do it all, Mel, and you don't have to because you have me. You always have me. And I would sooner put a bullet in my brain than ever betray you. Do you know what the Italians call me?
I nodded. The Mad Hatter. He snickered.
Sometimes. But for the most part, I'm Il Cane del Padrone.
I laughed. Damn it. I wanted to be serious, but the look on his face as he said it was hilarious. The master's dog?
We have 3 children. I finally mastered Italian. I've personally overseen charities here and in Italy for all of them, and still I'm the dog. However, it does not bother me in the least. Because you are the master of me. My mind, my body, my heart. Mel, you control all of it, all the time. I can sit with them 1,000 times, but at the end of the day, they still see you as their queen. Bloody Melody!
He lifted my chin up to look him in the eye.
As for Ethan, you're right, I should have told you before. I apologise, but I cannot and will not apologise for changing our plan. He's much stronger than even I was at his age. We wanted to wait so he could enjoy being a kid, but he doesn't see the world like a normal kid. He's got his mother's heart. What can I do?
I glared. I felt like he was wearing me down with his words, and I still wanted to be pissed at him. He hadn't just mastered Italian, but the art of sweet-talking me, too. Worst of all, he knew it, which made it all the more irritating. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what? This is how I always look at you.
Fuck me. I give up, I give in. Happy? I'm not pissed anymore. Stop pouring butter all over me. I groaned, resting my head on his bare chest.
Does my love for you embarrass you?
He laughed, wrapping me up in his arms. You shut up, I muttered, kissing the center of his chest. You're making me soft.
Says the woman who poisoned me 5 minutes ago.
He said as he undid my silk robe and pushed my nightgown off my shoulders.
The night is almost over, and I still haven't kept my promise to you.
My lips parted slightly at the touch of his cold hand grasping my bare breast. his thumb brushing my nipple softly before pinching tightly, a shiver going up my spine. His left hand grabbed my ass to bring me so close to him I touched his chest. I wasn't sure if it was his skin or mine that was on fire, or if we both were burning. All I knew was that I wanted him. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, all my anger and frustration were replaced with lust. He controlled me that much. And I wanted more. He leaned in, his lips hovering over my ear, softly demanding,
"Get on the bed, Melody."
Swallowing slowly, I backed away, moving around him and into our bedroom. Without a word, I kneeled in the center of our bed, my heart racing with excitement. I couldn't help the small smirk on my lips as I felt the lust radiate off his body in waves. His green eyes looked almost black in the dim light of our room. His face was only that stern when he was trying to think of either what he wanted to do to me or where he wanted to start. I took in each one of his chiseled abs until my eyes reached his pajama bottoms, which hung low off his hips. He came toward me silently, pushed me onto my back, and grabbed my wrist while reaching for the restraints under the bed to tie me down. Both of my wrists, spreading my legs. I pulled on them once, and it only got tighter. There's my former Boy Scout. Again he was quiet, turning me on more as he went into his closet, returning with one of his ties and a whip. From my closet he got out my vibrator. I could still remember when he first found it. The man nearly killed me. I hadn't needed it, but every woman should have at least one. Instead of getting rid of it, he now used it to torture me. Liam? Damn it. I was getting so excited I couldn't even speak normally anymore. In a second he tied his tie around my eyes, once again whispering into my ear.
"I had planned to make love to you tonight. Since the moment I saw you in that dress, I could think of nothing else but slowly peeling it off you and thrusting into your pussy. Your breasts pushed up against my chest as I held on to you and you me. Our moans like music, drowning out everything else. Slowly, passionately, anguishedly."
He kissed my cheek, my ear and shoulder making me wet for him.
"I was going to make love to you, the way a husband does a wife. But then you went and poisoned me, sweetheart. Me, the man who thinks of no one but you, the man who aches only for you."
Liam?
Save your breath, sweetheart. You're gonna need it. Because apparently you haven't learned yet. You fuck with your husband, and he'll fuck right back.
I grinned at that. Maybe I have learned, and I just enjoy being fucked with. Ah! I hissed when the tail of his whip connected with my breast.
Then let's play.
The whip glided across my bare skin, going farther down and down, until he rubbed it against my pussy. Whip! Ah! I cried, wanting to close my legs from the sheer pleasure going through me like electricity. Whip! My chest rose and fell with each breath as I felt his whip on my thighs. Whip! Each and every part of me was stimulated by his touch. I could have gotten off by him touching my feet. I was torn between wanting more and wanting him inside me immediately.
You are trembling, baby,
he said right before two of his fingers slid into me alongside his tongue. My body reacted by thrusting forward, stretching my legs wide to feel him taste me. He licked my clit over and over again as his hand sped up, and just when I was about to come, he stopped, pulling away. "No!" I cried out. "Fuck!" All of me froze when I heard the soft hum of my vibrator. "Liam?"
Having fun?
I could feel the smugness on his lips as he pressed it onto my clit and started rubbing circles, pressing hard. All I could do was moan out like a bitch in heat.
Because I am.
Without any warning, he slid into me, my body arching up off the bed. Fuck! Dear God, don't let him stop.
Liam. A thin layer of sweat coated her whole body. Her breathing was staggered as she gripped onto the ties around her wrist. Her pink lips parted and her toes curled as I whipped the top of her dripping wet pussy. The only sound was our breath and the vibrator currently set to low inside her. Her whole body trembled, and with each moan of pleasure, pain and frustration, my cock got harder and harder and twitched with the desire to have her. No one would ever see her like this but me. No one would ever know this melody but me. The more I thought about it, the harder it was to focus.
Please.
She gasped out when I bit her nipple and let my tongue roll over it, enjoying the feeling of her under me. I slowly left kisses in the space between her breasts before taking the other one in my mouth.
Liam?
She begged, and I ignored her.
Please.
The toy isn't good enough for you, I asked softly.
It's been years. Let's go.
She cried out, pulling against the restraints. I'm far too petty for that. I grinned. Reaching between her thighs, I grabbed onto it, slowly pulling it out of her and then slamming it back in. Her ass rose off the bed.
Fuck! Fucking fuck!
She hissed out as I repeated the action over and over again, not caring how wet my hand was, not caring how badly my cock throbbed. I wanted her to come for me like this. I was so focused on her, my senses clouded. I didn't realize she had managed to get out of her wrist restraints until her hands were ripping my face from her breast to her lips. I moaned as her tongue entered my mouth, rolling over mine and allowing me to taste her more. Fuck me! She demanded when we broke away. She was breathing just as heavily as I was.
Screw the vibrator! I want you in me!
Shit. Mel?
We can play later. I need you now.
She took my cock into her hand, gripping on tightly before gliding her hand down.
Look how hard you are, baby. Fuck me.
I saw the desire and lust in her eyes that no doubt matched my own. Undoing the ties at her ankles, I pushed her against the headboard. Spreading her legs, I pulled the wet vibrator from her and threw it to the side somewhere, then kneeled right in front of her. She stared back at me, excited, wild, passionate. Everything I loved about her in one single glance. This is what a real fuck feels like. I kissed her, and it was dirty, wet, sexual, our tongues playfully bashing against each other. I thrust forward, hard, a wicked grin spreading across my lips at how her body responded by arching closer to me. There were no words that could express more than our moans. Each time I slammed myself into her pussy, I could feel myself losing all control. I wanted more. I wanted to fill every inch of her, and then some. I wanted her to wake up in the morning and not be able to walk straight. As I'd fucking promised, the headboard hammered against the wall like it was cheering us on. With each thrust, her pussy tightened more and more around my cock. My ears rang with the sound of her pleasure and our skin smacking together as her legs wrapped around me.
"Oh, fuck! Yes!"
she cried out as she reached back to grab onto the headboard with one hand, the other cupping her own breast, squeezing her nipples. Flipping us both over, bringing her to all fours, I pulled out, much to her dismay, before burying myself into her ass.
"Jesus!"
I wanted to come right then and there at how tight she was.
"Harder!"
she demanded, gripping the sheets as I gripped her breast, my body hovering over hers like a lion and a lioness. Sweat rolled off my chin and down her back. We were so close.
So, Liam!
She cried out as she came, grabbing a fistful of her hair I couldn't take anymore. Kissing her jaw, I pounded in faster and faster, my whole body so hot. My vision blurred so much it seemed like I had died and somehow made it to heaven in her. Jesus fucking fuck, Melody, I hissed, freezing as I came in her. Releasing her hair, we both all but collapsed in the centre of our bed. Me still inside her. Both of us just breathing.
"You're one hell of a screw, Liam Callahan,"
she managed to say. Grinning, I pulled out of her and laid on my back. It's a gift, really. God, I felt so much better.
"So fucking cocky,"
she muttered. Rolling over to me, she rested her head on my chest. Our legs intertwined. Give me 7 minutes and I can be a lot cockier. She smacked my chest.
"We have to be up in 2 hours.
I glanced down at the clock. It was already 5 a.m. Sighing, I brushed her hair back gently. How about we skip Mass today?
Your mother will kill you."
You'd protect me. I smiled and she huffed at that. What's that supposed to mean?
"Now that I have 3 children, I'd never make the mistake of getting between a mother and her son."
So, I'm on my own.
"You've always got Jesus. If you go to church, that is."
She yawned. Sitting up slowly, I cradled her in my arms and lifted her over to her side of the bed and pulled the blanket over her. Good night, wife.
"It's no longer night. So good morning, husband,"
she muttered as she drifted off. Must you fight me on everything? I kissed her forehead, lying down beside her. As I was falling asleep, I heard her say,
"Yes, because fighting is the best foreplay."
I could never win against her. But losing came with its own advantages.
5. I think I have a pattern of being nice and lovely, and then dark and twisted. Ryan Murphy. Melody. Damn him. It was the only thought that repeated over and over again in my mind as I stared at myself in the mirror. All across my skin were the red marks that had been left from his whip. My chest was covered in so many purple-red bruises it looked like I'd made love to a fucking vampire. And it wasn't just there. There were bruises on my arms, my neck. Fuck.
If you don't pick something to wear, we're going to be late for Mass.
He had the motherfucking audacity to say that to me, leaning on the doorframe of my closet, smugger than the devil, dressed in a fitted navy suit, his red tie still untied around his neck. "Tell me, Liam, what am I supposed to wear when I look like I was—"
"Fucked until the sun came up,"
he interrupted, his eyes roaming over his handiwork proudly. "Liam, it's March. I can't go into church with a turtleneck to cover this shit up," I snapped.
Don't cover it up, then.
Damn him. Taking a deep breath, I fought the urge to smack him, instead grabbing a long cream blouse, a scarf, and a blue pleated skirt. I could feel his eyes on me as I got dressed and tried my best to ignore him. But because he couldn't go an hour without trying to tempt me, he came up right behind me and pulled the scarf from around my neck.
I said don't cover it up.
Someone is getting a little too comfortable with bossing me around. He didn't reply, simply kissing the back of my head. His eyes met mine in the mirror as I relaxed against his chest for a second, taking a deep breath before I reached for my heels. Mommy! A chill went down my spine as I dropped the heels in my hands and pushed Liam off of me. I ran, my heart pounding in my chest as I ripped open the door to their room. Wyatt! I called out, only to find him standing in front of Donna. She hid behind him, her brown hair covering her face as Wyatt glared at the maid in front of him. She hurt Donna! He yelled, never looking away from the woman frozen in sheer terror. She glanced up at me, wide-eyed. I felt Liam rush past me, moving to Donna and softly brushing her hair back. Her face was puffy and her green eyes were fighting back tears. But the worst of it was the painful red burn at the top of her ear. I stared in shock as she winced in pain. My shock turned to rage. You hurt my daughter? I glanced back to the woman, who looked no older than myself. Her brown hair pulled into a bun on the top of her head. Ma'am, it was a mistake. I was trying to curl her hair, and the miss wouldn't stop. Liar! Wyatt snapped angrily. She keeps getting mad at us, and we didn't do anything. She hurt Donna on purpose. She shook her head repeatedly as I walked over to her. Ma'am, I swear. Grabbing her by her skinny neck, I threw her up against the wall, her hands clawing at my wrist. I slammed her body into the wall repeatedly with so much force the picture frames fell shattering to the ground. Her head connected each time, leaving a stain of blood on the wallpaper as her eyes rolled back into her skull. My daughter is crying. Her ear is burnt, and my son is upset, and you have the nerve to tell me it's a mistake, that it's their fault. Ma'am, please. No one harms my children. No fucking one. You must have lost your goddamn mind, but don't worry, I'm about to help you find it. Liam, who now held Donna in his arms, his face void of any emotion, opened the door for me as I threw her ass out. Fidel! I yelled, knowing he'd only be around the corner somewhere. Instantly he appeared, dressed in black, with 2 other guards behind him. His eyes glanced at the woman, sobbing at my feet. Then to me.
Should I remove her, boss?
He asked, already moving to grab her. Ma'am, please. It was an accident. I swear. Ma'am! Don't remove her, but make her an example for anyone who harms my children. My hands shook with rage. I wanted to strangle the life out of her. Now! Get her away from me! He nodded to one of the men behind him, and they seized her arms before dragging her, kicking and screaming, down the hall. Breathe. Breathe.
Fidel, get me the first aid kit.
Liam said, his voice still stern and unwavering. He shifted Donna in his arms, moving back into the bedroom with her. Wyatt grabbed onto my skirt. Bending down, I picked him up as well, and he wrapped his arms around me. She lied! She was mean! He frowned, and it broke my heart. I know. I believe you, sweetheart. I'm proud of you. Always protect your siblings. Okay? I whispered, brushing his hair down. It was darker than Ethan's, more black, but in the sun you could still see the shades of brown in it. Yes, Mommy. He muttered, trying to wriggle out of my arms when he saw Ethan come into the room. Evelyn was beside him, dressed in a dark green cocktail dress. She glanced at me and then back to Donna, wide-eyed and confused. "What in the heavens happened?" "Melina hurt Donna," Wyatt told her, and if I hadn't been so upset, I would have laughed. He sounded like the town crier. He would make sure the whole house knew and not stop until everyone was just as angry as he was. "Il mio prezioso agnello," I said to her, moving to sit beside her on the bed, taking her hands and kissing them. "Mommy?" She pouted, and I lifted her onto my lap, resting her head on my chest. "I miss old Lady Hildy." "So do I whispered as Liam took the first aid kit from Fidel. Old Lady Hildy had been the maid in charge of taking care of Ethan, Wyatt, and Donna ever since they were born. Evelyn was always there to help, but neither Liam or I wanted her to stress over them. I rarely, well, never, cared for anyone outside of the family. But I truly did miss her after she'd passed away a few months before, though Donna and Wyatt had taken it the hardest. "Ouch!" Donna cried, squeezing onto me.
"Sorry, Princess, but I have to."
Liam frowned, rubbing the cream on her ear as I held her hair back. Afterward, he took a small piece of gauze and wrapped it around her ear the best he could.
"There. Done."
"No touching." I held her hand back down. "Now, let's fix this hair of yours." "No curls!" she demanded, on the verge of tears again. Liam's fist clenched, his jaw tight at the sight of her. "No curls, I promise. Come on. Nana will give you the most beautiful Celtic braid." Evelyn outstretched her hand. Jumping down, she grabbed her arm and walked over to the dresser. With Ethan and Wyatt beside her, they were all giggling in seconds. "Breathe. She's fine," I whispered to Liam, placing my hand on his chest.
"I never want to see that woman in my house, Mel. I don't care how it happens. I want her gone."
"Then she's gone." Nodding, he walked over to Donna. Standing right behind our sons, all of their attention focused on their princess. I watched them for a second as they all tried to make her laugh before stepping outside the room. Closing the large wooden door behind me, Fidel stood waiting.
"She's locked up for now, boss. Unless you wish her to be punished right away."
"She can wait until after Mass." "The cars?"
"They're all out front. The rest of the kids are eating breakfast."
Before I could speak, I heard laughter come from behind the door. Crossing my arms, I felt relieved to know she was fine. But I couldn't shake my anxiety. "Do you ever remember hearing that when I was young?" I nodded to the door behind me.
"Boss?"
"The laughter," I replied. "Do you ever remember innocent laughter in my house when I was young?" He shook his head.
"No, I don't believe I ever heard it."
Laughter is a good thing, isn't it? My daughter is more loved than I ever was, and that is a good thing. But she is soft, Fidel. It bothers me because in the back of my mind I know she cannot remain innocent for the rest of her life. She cannot stand behind her father and brothers forever. I don't want her to be a damsel in distress. She cuts her hand or burns herself and the world stops in this house. It can't always be so, but I don't know how to make her a fighter without breaking her first.
"She's still young, boss."
Exactly. Everything that happens now molds her. Pinching the bridge of my nose, a habit I'd picked up from Liam, I tried to get the image of me as a child. begging for my father to give me a break or crying for help and never receiving it, out of my mind. My father had put me through hell, and I'd hated him for a long time for it. But now, as an adult and parent, I understood why more clearly than ever before. If I didn't take care of me, no one else would. How much did it hurt him to mold me into a fighter?
Boss?
She's going to hate me. I inhaled, standing a little bit straighter. But I can't. I won't let her be weak.
She will grow to thank you for it, just as you have with Orlando.
She wasn't the only person I was worried about. Liam was going to be. The door behind me swung open and Donna ran to me, turning so I could see the intricate knot in her hair.
Mommy, look what Nana did.
Well, isn't Nana talented? Your hair is beautiful, sweetheart. But come on, we have to get going. Is everyone ready?
Yeah, Mom, but you don't have shoes.
Ethan pointed to my feet. I glanced down, staring at my painted toes.
Mommy came rushing in to see what happened and forgot to finish getting dressed.
Liam picked Donna up, leaning over to kiss the side of my head.
Let's go get food and let her finish.
I want waffles.
Wyatt grinned, already running down the hall.
Uncle Neil will eat them all again.
Ethan panicked, running after him.
Wait for me!
Donna yelled, wiggling out of Liam's arms and running as well.
What is this obsession they have with waffles? Even when you were pregnant, you were inhaling them by the truckload.
Liam tried not to smile, but I could see the corner of his lips turning up.
You're one to talk. I ate so much Jell-O while pregnant with you, your father nearly bought stock in the company.
Evelyn smiled. It didn't matter, the conversation. She could always manage to bring Cedric into it. She still wore her ring, and I didn't think she would ever get rid of it. She made us all feel as though he had never left. I was grateful because it kept Liam grounded, but most importantly, confident. I knew he had dinner with her every Sunday night just so he could hear her thoughts. Evelyn meant more to him now than ever before, and I thought that was what gave her strength to smile, even though I knew she was broken on the inside. No amount of grandchildren or attention from her family could ever fix that.
Mel, are you all right there?
She put her hand on my shoulder.
I will personally look into finding a new nanny for the kids.
Thank you, Evelyn. Excuse me, I replied. Liam gave me a glance, but I nodded for him to follow our kids, then walked back into our bedroom. In my closet, I saw my forgotten pair of tan Gucci heels on the ground. Grabbing them, I sat down on the couch and leaned against the pillows. I loved my family. Liam, my children, Evelyn, everyone. But Sundays were still the hardest for me. The bubble of cheerfulness that made part of me want to roll my goddamn eyes. What was wrong with me that I couldn't adapt? Even after all these years, it was like I was staring at the Brady Bunch. It was too much sugar and sweetness. It was making me sick.
Melody, it's me.
Mina knocked on the closet door. Come in, I said, buckling the straps on my shoes.
We have a small problem.
She waltzed in, dressed in a butterfly print A-line sleeveless white dress. Define small. I stood, reaching for my jewelry. She held out her phone for me, and there was a photo of Liam and me on the penthouse roof of the Glass Emperor Hotel, making out. the picture clearly showing him gripping my breast and ass. Tightly. The caption read, "The Governor. Play before work." They could have done a much better job with the title, I said, clasping my earrings on. Why is this a problem? Are they going to call me a whore for kissing my husband? I told you already. Image is important, Melody. We are a few months away from announcing your bid for the presidency. We cannot let images become topics of debate. You know reporters will be at the church and they will hurl questions at you. Disrespectful ingrates, I muttered. But this is hardly a problem. If anyone attacks me for it, I'll just say I don't see any men having to comment on their sex life. Normally that would work. But last night there was a shooting in Bella Vista. A black boy was shot by gang members when he used his body as a shield to protect his two little sisters. This morning the cops still have no leads. They're going to come at you for not only having a dinner party for the police, but having time to have play time with your husband while violence is creeping back up again. I cleaned up the South Bend, and now fucking Bella Vista wants to erupt, I muttered to myself. Did you talk to Fidel? I sent him the information, but I don't cross that line, Melody. My job is to keep you out of the mud, not get into it. I snickered at that. Mina, I was born in the mud, raised in the mud, and married into the mud. All I know is the mud. You can dress me up like a saint, but in the end I'm just a sinner. I thought you knew that. I thought you were at least faking not to be. She challenged. I heard Bella Vista has gotten a new gang. I wasn't sure, but apparently it's true. As governor, I think I should welcome them. Don't you? Melody? Ignoring her, I patted her shoulder on the way out. I was excited. There was nothing like a good old-fashioned Chicago welcome to get the taste of sugar out of my mouth.
Liam. Someone was gonna die or was already dying. I could tell the moment we got to the church. She was eerily quiet and smiled a little too much at the cameras. But the most frightening was the fact that she sang. My wife sang in church. The last time she'd sung in church was when we'd first gotten married and she'd ended up beating the shit out of my ex Natasha in the ladies' room. The icing on the cake was when we went to the soup kitchen, as we always did after church. We had built the Orlando Cedric, known simply as the OS Centre, only a block down the road from the church in order to provide for the community. It was also a way for the Irish and Italians to peacefully get together, although the centre was open to everyone. Melody personally carried out trays of water, while Donna shadowed her and handed everyone napkins. The smile plastered on her face didn't look as fake as usual, but it wasn't real either. She was on autopilot again. Either someone was dead, or someone was dying.
Chocolate.
A small blonde-haired girl stared, mesmerized by the cakes in front of her, and before I could reach for it, her eyes shifted to another one.
Or maybe lemon? No, cream bunt. There are so many.
You're really picky. Ethan made a face at her beside me. She glanced up, finally noticing us behind the counter. When her blue eyes fell on Ethan, she stuck her tongue out.
Maybe you're not picky enough, Shorty.
I tried my best not to laugh, biting inside my cheek when I saw the look on Ethan's face. He apparently had gotten used to everyone being respectful toward him. I'm not short, he snapped at her.
To me you are.
She held her head high.
So I'd rather be picky than a shorty.
Well, son, what's your comeback? I waited, glancing between them. Ethan just stood there, not sure what to say. And so again she stuck her tongue out at him and focused on me, smiling from ear to ear.
Can I get a cream bunt? All that cream is gonna make you fat.
Ethan shouted so loudly, even Caroline, who stood at the far end of the table, turned her head toward him.
So what?
She said to him, her hand outstretched for the cake.
Huh?
He questioned, confused.
So what if I get fat? I have cake.
She shrugged, and happily walked off. That did it. I laughed outright. I couldn't help it. Not only did she seem so proud of herself, but Ethan was so thoroughly confused and upset his ears were turning red.
She's a weirdo!
He yelled up at me.
But she's a weirdo with cake.
Wyatt finally spoke up, and I was dying at that point. Oh, God! Ethan scowled at his brother, but Wyatt didn't seem to mind, stepping on his tiptoes to hand the next person their piece. For the rest of the afternoon, Ethan stewed in rage, every once in a while shooting glares at the girl sitting with her family by the windows.
What was up with all the laughing?
Mel came over as I pulled my gloves off.
Ethan lost a fight to a girl about cake.
Wyatt ratted him out in a flash, causing Ethan to take one of the towels and throw it right at his head.
What? It's true. Which girl?
Donna frowned, peeking around the corner of the table. Ethan ignored her.
You are a blabbermouth. I don't tell Mom everything about you. I don't have any secrets,
he said proudly. Ethan's eyebrows rose just like Mel's did when she went in for the kill.
Really? Is that why you can't say a word around
Wyatt rushed him and put his hand over his mouth, then looked over his shoulder at us, smiling brightly.
Wyatt, Ethan, is this how we behave in public?
Mel questioned him. Wyatt let go of his brother's mouth, both of them standing straighter.
Sorry.
They both grumbled. You guys go play with your cousins. Or, Ethan, you can go offer that girl another piece of cake. I teased him.
Why would I do that?
He grabbed his sibling's arms, pulling him toward my mother's table. She sat with a bunch of the older women, all of them playing cards and drinking iced tea. I was sure was spiked.
Who's the girl?
Melody's eyes narrowed, looking over every girl in the center. Why? Are you jealous? I pitied the girl either of our sons ever dared to bring home. Sorry, but you'll have to get Wyatt to spill the beans.
Fine. I will. But later. I need to go into work for a little bit.
Work, huh? She never lied to me, but she wasn't being forthcoming. Governor work or boss work? I asked, wiping my hand.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Melody?
Liam.
She kissed my cheek, then whispered in my ear.
I'm not asking. I'm telling my husband I'm going to work.
This was starting to work on my nerve. Are you taking Fidel?
He's your guy now, remember?
There are your guys and my guys now. I thought we shared everything, sweetheart. She grinned.
Good answer. Fidel knows everything. I told him to fill you in.
Be safe, I said before kissing her again and watching as Mina left with her. Neil's eyes met mine. Nodding my head toward one of the free tables, I called Fidel over. I took an apple and a knife. Declan kissed both Caroline and his daughter's heads before walking over. What's going on, Liam? Neil questioned when we stood in the farthest corner of the room. Good question. Fidel? I waited, peeling the apple in my hands. There is a new gang growing in Bella Vista. All of the gang leaders in the city know to keep their presence to a minimum. We let them know the consequence of not doing so years ago. Bella Vista is managed by the Royals, and I personally let them know. Declan stated. The man you dealt with is dead, and the rest of the gang apparently has short memories because it is getting worse. The new leader is trying to build a name for himself. He wants to be feared, and his followers are loyal. Not to mention he's starting to get much bolder. From what I can tell, he's simply ignorant of the way things work around here. Why are we just hearing about this now? Neil shouted at him. Calm down, I muttered, sliding a slice into my mouth. I was already informed about what's happening in Bella Vista. And you let it go? My eyes narrowed on Neil. Do I look like the let-it-go type of person to you, brother? Sorry, he grumbled. We have peace, Liam. Real peace. Please, I don't. I understand that, which is why I've been waiting to see how far this new idiot would go. If he had settled himself and followed the rules, I wouldn't have to step in. But apparently something happened in the last 24 hours I was not aware of. Yes, sir, Fidel answered. Last night there were multiple drive-bys, but the most notable one that is gaining media attention was a 17-year-old football player and honor student that died shielding his younger sisters, one 9, the other 12. The shooter hasn't been caught. So Mel went to bring order herself, with no men? Declan pressed, as if I would tell him more. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell him. But it bothered me that I didn't know. Does she have an inside man? Not that I'm aware of, Fidel replied. Neil shook his head. I thought your setup was to keep her looking clean for when she ran for president. If anyone sees her. Has my wife ever been careless? I asked, sliding another piece of apple in my mouth. No, but what about your wife? I finished for him. I'm happy Mina brings you so much joy, Neil, and I understand your need to protect her. But remember, she came into this family eyes wide open. She chose to work for my wife. She is loyal. Mel protects those who are loyal to her. You shouldn't be worried. I say that knowing full well you won't listen, but it needs to be said. The Callahan women are not just fashion icons and charity heads. They get their hands just as dirty as we do. If that's all, you can both go. Neither of them said anything before going back to their tables. I could tell Neil was annoyed, but he was just going to have to get the fuck over it. Fidel, when did she tell you she was leaving? This morning before Mass. And you didn't fill me in then because... She directed me to wait. Mallory, God damn it, women. Must you drive me to grey hair before I even turn 40? Boss. What? He moved to stand in front of me. I would never dare pretend I know the boss more than you. But I could feel it coming. But as you remember, she did not grow up like you did. You had a family. No matter what you all went through as a family, you were a family. The boss was alone for most of her life, and when she was with her father, he was doing everything in his power to make her into a bloody soldier. The boss, Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan, is a soldier. And like all soldiers, she is at her best when she is fighting. She doesn't understand peace. She tries to for the sake of you and your children. But at the end of the day, she will always feel the need to fight. It has nothing to do with you or anyone else. It is her own personal curse. I didn't reply. Instead, I kept eating, watching my children as they tried to learn poker from my mother. He hadn't told me anything about my wife I didn't already realize myself. She'd been playing the role of Governor Callahan for so long. Bloody Melody was losing her mind. If she needed to smash a few skulls to get focused again, I'd happily serve them up to her. That was the twisted way we loved each other.
Melody. It must have been some person's idea of a sick joke to call this place Bella Vista. Over the years, I had put in a lot of time trying to repair the ghettos. However, South Bend and Bella Vista were still holding out against all my efforts. The crime rates had dropped, but it was hard to rebuild a community the rest of the state didn't want to invest in. It was even harder when those in that same community tried to do everything in their power to get in my way.
Governor, are you sure about this?
Murphy said to me when I stepped out in front of the old diner. He was going to learn to never ask me that question.
Please make this quick.
Mina said behind me as one other guard walked in front. The place smelled like stale coffee, pancakes, and beef. Every booth was filled with members of the Royals. They all snapped their head back to me, their eyes wandering down my face to my heels.
Lady, you lost or something?
It was always easy to spot the leader in a group. He was always the one who sat at the table farthest from the door, his back to the wall. His table always had at least one female and a cigarette or drink in his hand. In this case, it was 2 light-skinned women and a cigar. Walking over to his table, I saw them all tense up. "You're in my seat," I said to the man sitting across from him. He looked to his boss, grinning like a fool as he blew smoke from his lips.
Let the good old white lady sit down.
They laughed when he moved. I put my purse down beside me, crossing my legs when I sat. "First off, I'm not white. You got skin like a white woman, eyes like a white woman, and your nose so far up you gotta be a white woman." The girl on his right laughed. The girl on his left replied, "Now, maybe she thinks she's black like that lady. What's her name again?" "Rachel Dolezal," I answered. "Yeah, that her." They laughed. "Where you from, homegirl? 'Cause you looking hello white to me right now." "I'm Italian, which means I've got a whole different certification to beat your ass. Now, get back to the pole or street corner. He and I have business to discuss." She reached for her glass of orange juice. "Do it. I just came from church, and I swear to God I will end you." She hesitated, her eyes going to Murphy, who stood beside me. The next instant she made up her mind and flung the glass of orange juice at me. I didn't even move. Murphy's body hovered over mine, the glass connecting with his shoulder and the juice splashing back on the table. He didn't say anything, only stood straighter beside me. Reaching for a few napkins, I cleaned off the table. "Are you going to keep them beside you, or are you going to speak?" I asked him.
Y'all go. This'll only take a second.
"I'm still here, bitch. When my ending at?" She sneered at me, swinging her waist as she left. Ignoring her, I focused on cleaning.
So, you're the governor.
"So you do know who I am," I said, not bothering to look up at him. This table is fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Everybody knows the famous Melody Callahan. Plus, I saw your picture in the paper. Your husband looks like he has one hell of a time with you. I wonder how it feels to grope one of them.
He nodded at my breasts. "It feels like 238 special bullets in the spine," I smiled. "Or at least that's what my husband would say, but I know you wouldn't even make it close enough in your dreams, so you shouldn't bother asking."
You're a spicy one, Governor. It must be that Italian.
I'm tired of wasting words with you, so I'm going to cut to the chase. The drive-bys and the shootouts, those end today. You will also give me the person responsible for the drive-by on 42nd. Then you will crawl back to whatever hole you came out of and stay there until my husband or I say otherwise."
Can you believe this bitch?
He laughed outright along with the rest of his crew.
Come into my diner and you gonna boss me around, sweetheart? Go back to your ivory fuckhole and fuck yourself. Ain't no fucking way me, Big John Matty, gonna be listening to any Italian bitch governor or no.
Grabbing the fork on the table, I rammed it down into his hand. The scream that came from his lips was so pathetic I almost laughed. Almost. "You must be new around here," I said, taking the knife and once again stabbing through his skin. "Which is why I'm taking the time to educate you nicely."
Kill her!
They all got up with their guns, but before they could pull the trigger, their phones started ringing one by one. If I was you all, I would answer that. God only knows when you'll hear from your mom, your brother, your daughter, or your son or girl again. Hell, a few of you have even got guys waiting on the other end for you. I mean, 1 minute they're right there, and the next, boom. The government should have done something about those faulty wires sooner, huh? I said calmly, reaching for a spoon.
Ma, what's going on? What happened? Willow? Zoe? What?
One by one, they all answered their phones. I smiled, spinning the spoon around in my fingers as Big John stared in confusion. "Like I said, you must be new around here. Now, you could kill me, but that's going to get messy. My husband will burn Bella Vista to the ground, kill all of you one by one, and you will all turn on each other because, well, that's what weak bitches like you do, and then it's just one bloody fucking mess. Meanwhile, I asked you nicely. Would you like me to repeat my demands?"
His name is Tyrone Williams. He did the hit on 42nd.
"And you ordered it?" He swallowed and nodded. "Big mistake." I rose from the table. I better hear nothing out of Bella Vista. So much as a broken window without my family's approval, and today will seem like a good day for you. As I grabbed my purse, they all parted from me, as if I had the plague. I paused. "Also, about your girl." Turning to face the window, I saw her laughing outside the diner, right up until a black Ford Escape accelerated into her. Her body flew up like a doll being thrown by a child before crashing back to the ground and rolling off the hood onto the ground. "You're going to need another one." The whole diner went quiet. One by one, they pressed up against the window. Murphy held the door open for me and Mina, keeping silent like always during times like these. In the car, I waited for Murphy to put his seatbelt on. "Well, soldier, are you with me or are you against me, and how I run things?" His blue eyes met mine in the mirror.
I'm in, Governor.
"Brilliant. What happened to your Sunday rule?" Mina questioned beside me. "No killing on Sundays." Shit, I forgot. Pulling out my phone, I dialed, and it only rang once before he answered.
Boss.
"Don't forget to call an ambulance," I told him before hanging up and facing her again. "Happy?" "Just looking out for you." She smiled. The women of this family are crazy, and I'm the one that made them that way. So, what does that make me?
Sex. Everything depends on upbringing. Leo Tolstoy. Liam. Now back to the developing story in Bella Vista, where last night gang members carried out multiple drive-by shootings, one of which killed 17-year-old Kendrick White, who used his body as a shield to protect his two younger sisters. Kendrick was a star athlete and honor roll student who was looking to go to Notre Dame after graduation. The Chicago PD has said not only do they have a suspect in custody, but they will also be increasing police presence in Bella Vista as well. In other news, the scandalous photo released by the Chicago Daily Chronicle of sitting Governor Melody Callahan and her husband Liam Callahan is apparently not so scandalous, according to the governor. In a statement released mere moments ago, she said, "I am unsure as to why people find this photo fascinating or shocking. My husband and I are in a loving relationship. Water is wet, the city is windy. The Cubs are the best team in the country. What I am shocked about is the lack of reporting done by the Chicago Daily Chronicle. On a night when they could have focused on the men and women of valor being honored for their bravery, they thought it was a better idea to highlight the fact that a husband and wife kissed in public as if that is newsworthy. I truly hope we as a community learn to expect more from our journalists. Muting the television, I kicked my feet back onto the desk and leaned back in my chair. Our wives have been busy. I'm starting to wonder who rules this family, us or our wives. Declan snickered, handed me a glass of brandy before taking a seat across from me. What did Father used to say? A man who thinks he rules his wife either doesn't know his wife or is a fool. Neil replied. To the old man, for knowing warning us would do no fucking good. I raised my glass with him. Cheers, they both said before knocking back the brandy along with me. I stared at my glass and then back at Declan. What is this piss? Apparently it was a gift from the mayor. He made a face. Or some sick joke. Annoyed, I sat back up before walking over to the bar for a real fucking drink. Now that Mel has taken care of our Bella Vista problem, have you come to a decision with the new drugs? Why are people these days always obsessed with what's new? Huh? What happened to the classics? Meth, heroin, crystal. We got half-cocked wannabe scientists mixing shit they know nothing about and handing it out to people with a shiny sticker that says new for idiots to gobble that shit up. I hated stupid people who thought they were smart. There was no reasoning with them. Idiots or not, they're still buying bliffine by the handful. All the dealers are asking for it, and if they don't get it from us, they're going to get it from somewhere else. Declan added when I sat down. No loyalty either, I muttered before taking a drink. Neil shook his head. You want loyalty from junkies, gangbangers and dealers? A man can dream, can he? You don't see McDonald's having to make new shit up to keep people in line. Everyone wants a classic Big Mac. It doesn't matter if some new startup has some super deluxe shit. At the end of the day, the Big Mac is home. Are you drunk already? Declan laughed along with me. What did Mel say? I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose. Don't even get me started with that woman again. I don't tell her shit and she tries to kill me. I fill her in and she tells me to do whatever I think is best. Either she wants to drive me insane or she's lost her mind. Maybe both. So, what you're saying is you're even crazier about her than you were when you first met? Declan teased, a smug grin on his face. Do you hear that, Neil? I leaned forward with a finger on my ear. Caroline broke a nail. Shouldn't you be running off to buy her a goddamn spa to add to your collection? There's already the Caroline restaurant on Main. And the Caroline flower shop on 37th and Stonewall. Neil jumped in. The little Caroline boutique on Madison and Richard. Both of you shut the fuck up. He grumbled, a little bit embarrassed. Oh, brother, you're blushing. Neil, don't even fucking come after me after buying Mina a star. He snapped at him, and I almost died. No, really, I couldn't stop laughing. I'd completely forgotten about that. She's into romantic shit like that. A fucking star? At least my wife can visit the places I bought for her. Declan added. Meanwhile, I tried to calm myself down. Oh, laugh your ass off at us, but at least our women allow us to buy them gifts, Neil stated. I shrugged. She has the best gift of all. Me. Just look at this face. They both groaned. What? I'm like Christmas, the gift that keeps on giving. Besides, my Mel doesn't want stars or boutiques. She wants power. And I gave it to her. She's the ruler of the state, and next she'll be president. What tops that?
Was it you who gave her all of those things?
The door opened as my mother entered, now dressed in casual black pants and a button-down shirt. She always wore black unless we were going out. She'd never stop mourning our father. Her brownish copper hair was now highlighted with grey hairs.
I'm pretty sure Mel would argue it was a team effort.
Ma, you eavesdropping on us now, I said, putting the drink down to go to her.
It's hardly eavesdropping when you all are so loud. I never thought I'd see the day where all my boys would be sitting around drinking and talking about women.
She kissed both of my cheeks. Correction, we were drinking before we started our conversation. Kinda. Neil smiled, hugging her as well, along with Declan.
Don't stop on my account. I just wanted to let you know I'll be screening new nannies for the children tomorrow, along with Caroline.
Remember in the morning made me tense again. She patted my arm.
Don't worry. No one will harm my grandbabies.
Thank you, Ma. Nodding, she moved back to the door.
Oh, and as good as all your gifts are, they will never top your father's, even if Mel becomes president.
We all stood there for a moment, letting our words sink in before I turned to face him. What did Father give her that we don't know about? Maybe she's bluffing, Neil said, and I rolled my eyes. Maybe she's just being as cocky as Liam here and means we're the best gift she ever got, Declan said. It was plausible, but I wasn't sure. Damn it. Now I really wanted to know. Anyway, I sighed, sitting on the edge of my desk. We'll not be selling bliffing. Our father, his father, our great-grandfather, all our family has stuck to the classics. I won't be the one to diverge from the path. Declan ran his fingers through his hair. You do know this means the triad'll have a hold here, and once that happens, they'll try and fight us out. If they're dumb. I don't give a damn how popular their shit is. It took us decades to get to this point, and there's no way in hell they can tear us down so easily. Empires weren't built in a day. I was not ignorant to what this meant. I just wasn't going to lower myself to sit with dogs. When the Taiyang family starts to walk on 2 legs instead of 4, we'll kill him. All right, Neil started to say when there was a knock at the door. Enter! O'Phelan stepped inside. Sir, your wife requests you meet her in the basement. She is with Madame Caroline. I glanced over to Declan, who shook his head tiredly. Mina? Neil questioned. With the kids, sir. Then I will join her. Neil finished off his brandy before putting the glass on the table. You two have fun with that. He meant watching our wives most likely sparring in the ring. It wasn't hard for me to watch. Melody always won. But Declan, he hated to see Caroline take a hit. Even after all these years, he refused to get in the ring with her, which only pissed Caroline off. But there was no change in his mind. Well, let's go, I said, already walking toward the door. It won't be that bad. He snorted. Last time she had to get stitches, Liam. Mel felt bad. It was wrong to smile, but I couldn't help it. It was thrilling to watch her fight. You don't understand, he muttered when he got on the elevator. In truth, I didn't. Caroline wasn't complaining and she had become a great fighter. It wasn't like she never got Mel back. It was just that Mel was better. My wife was better.
Melody. Her fists were fast. Her eyes were focused, clear, like a tiger. Her movements were solid, not wasting even a single motion. Caroline had come a long way. She wasn't a good fighter, she was a great one. She was someone I actually enjoyed being in the ring with because no matter how badly she got knocked down, she got back up and pushed harder. The harder she pushed, the better I became also. It almost made me feel sorry. Almost. She swung her arm and I twisted to the side, my fist colliding with the side of her jaw, her whole body falling back onto the floor. Cora!" I paused for a second to see Declan staring wide-eyed at us, and in that 1 second, Cora sideswiped my legs, sending me to the ground. I tried to roll away, but she was already on top of me. Bringing my fists up to my face, all I could do was defend myself until she slowed. Opening my arms, I took a punch to the face in order to grab both her arms, twisting us over onto the mat and pinning her down. "Damn it!" she hissed when she tapped out and I let her go, wiping the blood from my nose. "You took the hit to lock me in place." "What's one hit when you win the battle?" I smiled, pinching the bridge of my nose. "One of these days, I swear I am going to beat you in at least one round. That punch doesn't even count because someone interrupted." She made a face as she rolled over to look at Declan, who only threw a towel at her before offering his hand.
"It counts."
Liam grinned, grabbing onto the ropes.
"Mel got distracted and she paid the price for it, just like she would have in real life."
"Are you lecturing me on my fighting skills now?" I replied, standing back up even though my legs were sore. We'd only been at it for a little under an hour, but Cora had been aggressive since we'd gotten into the ring.
"Are you done hitting my wife now?"
Declan called up to me, which caused Caroline to roll her eyes. I pointed to my nose. It was a two-way street. "Hear that?" Caroline smiled, elbowing him. "Your wife is a badass." He poked her side, and she winced in pain.
"I'm in awe of your badassery, sweetheart. Now, let's get ice."
"I'm not a child, Declan. I'm fine." He ignored her, wrapping his arm around her and leading her toward the sauna. Cora glanced over at me, shaking her head, but let him be the overprotective husband he was. Even so, I knew she secretly enjoyed how much he doted on her.
"We could be like that if you were—"
His voice trailed off when I glared at him. Moving to the corner of the ring, I grabbed my water bottle and towel.
"Well, Mel, I'm down here. Are we fighting too?"
He questioned, already pulling off his tie. I shook my head. "I asked you here to talk to you."
"Talk to me? In a ring?"
His eyebrows rose.
"All right."
"As of tomorrow, Donna and I will start training. Seriously. 5, 4, 3, 2...
"Define seriously."
He frowned, arms crossed as he stared at me, with no hint of humor in his tone or eyes. "As serious as my father was with me."
"No."
"Excuse me."
"No."
He said again, moving to get out of the ring as if that was all and I was supposed to just bow down to his orders. "Liam Callahan, don't you dare move."
"Melody Callahan, I have nothing else to say about this. My daughter is not going to be put through hell. No, end of discussion."
This motherfucker has lost his mind. "Your daughter," I repeated. He didn't even look at me, just shook his head. "Our daughter. She was in me. I gave birth to her. I can still remember how she felt on my chest the day she was born. I remember how many hairs were on her head. Don't you dare bark at me as if I'm insane or as if I will willingly harm our daughter just for the hell of it."
"Then why are you doing this? She is protected."
"By who? You? Me? Her brothers? You have already taken Ethan under your wing and Wyatt's already target practicing. I know you love Donna to the moon and back around the earth 10 times, but putting her in a bubble isn't enough. My father loved me enough to train me."
"Your father knew you would be alone. Alone, Melody. You thought your mother was dead. Your father was dying. The rest of your family was gone. All you had was yourself. Your father made you into a weapon because it was the only thing he could do for you. I understand, but I also understand how it destroyed you. You've been fighting for so long you don't know when to stop. When we first met, you didn't even know how to love. Even now you can't move 5 feet without exerting your dominance. You never feel safe. You struggle with being a wife, a mother, and everything else. You are constantly struggling. And I love you for all that effort you make. I love you for all your scars, but I love Donna too much to let her struggle like that.
I felt like he had punched me under the belt. I couldn't figure out what hurt more. The fact that he thought I was more broken than he was, or the fact that he really didn't see the world as I did. We had always been on the same page. Now I wasn't sure. But I could hit below the belt, too. You talk about my family like I don't know yours.
What?
Maybe you've forgotten, but you're the prince who inherited the keys to the kingdom from your father. Do you know what it was like for your family before your father became Cana Canersa? Probably not, because Cedric did his best to keep you all in a bubble. Your father had 2 sisters. One was raped and beheaded, and the other was trapped in her house when it went up in flames. Declan isn't your brother, he is your cousin. His father and mother were gunned down, 87 bullets between them. After losing his precious sons, Seamus, your grandfather, abandoned America and returned to Ireland. Your father was nearly killed to save the Callahan name. The war between the Irish and the Italians was bloodier than ever. The Callahan family army? Where was it when your mother was attacked, when she almost lost you and actually lost your twin sister? I look over my shoulder because I'm never safe. Not because my father made me into a warrior, but because I was born into the mafia. The moment you get comfortable, the moment you think you're safe is the moment you get arrogant and someone puts a bullet in your brain.
You were just pissed at me for taking Ethan out. Make up your damn mind, woman. Do you want him to be just kids, or do you want him to be kid soldiers?
Showing our son how to murder someone is different than teaching him how to protect himself. Donna can learn to be a fighter and still be a kid.
And you would know this how? Were you ever a kid, Melody?
Donna and I are different. She'll adapt differently. He pinched the bridge of his nose, inhaling deeply.
I don't understand you. You know Donna is soft. She likes to make crowns out of dandelions. She loves birds but won't keep them as pets because she feels like she's kidnapping them. She won't even eat meat because she loves animals too much. This is the girl you want to mould. One of 2 things will happen. Either she won't be the same Donna anymore, or she will make the choice never to fight. There is no middle ground with her.
Then you and I are going to have to learn to love the new Donna, because our daughter will always fight. If she hates me, so be it. You can be the fun parent. I'll be happy knowing she can protect herself if need be. I said, lifting the rope and stepping out. He didn't say a word or follow me, and once I turned my back to him, I didn't bother checking on him. Instead, I got on the elevator and unwrapped the tape from my hands. Fucking idiot, I muttered to myself. But I wasn't sure if I meant him or myself. By the time I got to my room, I was so exhausted, I took a quick shower before changing into a silk nightshirt and peeking into Donna and Wyatt's room. Of course, Ethan slept next to Donna, both of them curled into a ball. And because Wyatt hated to be left out, he forced himself to the edge of the bed. He kicked Ethan, who opened his eyes, prepared to kick him back when he saw me. "Oh!" he groaned when Wyatt kicked him again. "He's so annoying." "You are in his room," I said when he crawled away from them, his brown hair sticking up and out in every direction. Walking over to him, I patted his hair down. "You want me to tuck you in?" "Mom!" He made a face at me, rubbing his eyes. "I'm almost 10. I don't need to be tucked in." "Fine. Then will you tuck me in?" He thought about it for a moment before nodding. Taking my hand, we walked back into the bedroom. Sitting on my side, I laid back on the pillows. "Did you brush your teeth?" he asked me, seriously. I did my best not to laugh. "Yep," I nodded. "What about your clothes for school? I mean, work?" "You're killing me, kid." "Out and ironed." "Did you hug Nana goodnight?" "No hug, but I said goodnight." He crossed his arms at me. "I'll hug her tomorrow." He nodded and paused, frowning as he tried to remember what else to ask. Did you say goodnight to Dad?" he asked me. This kid, man. Even when he wasn't trying to be, he was still on his dad's side. "Not yet, but I will." "Don't forget," he said seriously, pulling my comforter up to my neck. He even petted my hair. "I love you, Mom." "Love you too, mio bel leoncino." I leaned up and kissed his cheek. "Night." He waved, running back to the door. I pretended to snore and heard him softly open the door. "Night, Mommy," he whispered before shutting the door behind him. When he was gone, I sat back up, unable to stop grinning. I leaned back and waited. And waited. And fucking waited. No matter how many times we fought or how pissed off we were at each other, we always shared a bed. Always, it was a personal rule between us. And yet it had been almost 3 hours since I'd left him in the basement, and he still hadn't come to bed. The clock beside me read 3:47 a.m., and I swore if another minute went by, I was going to hurl it at the door. I couldn't sleep. He better not be sleeping with someone else, either. Oh, my God, I whispered to myself. When had I become this person? The wife waiting up for her husband. What is wrong with me? I groaned, grabbing a pillow and placing it over my face. I was Melody Callahan, Bloody Melody, head of the Italian Mafia, the governor of Illinois. Grown men had shit themselves in front of me. The women couldn't even make eye contact. I was a fucking boss. So why the hell am I completely losing my cool over a man? So what if I love him? So what if he's the father of my children? I'm the cool and collected one. I'm the one who is right. He's the one trying to make our daughter some fairy tale damsel in distress. If anyone shouldn't be coming to bed, it is me. Mel! My eyes opened when the pillow was ripped off my face. He stared down wide-eyed, sweat dripping down the sides of his face and nose. What the bloody fuck are you doing? He yelled at me as I sat up. What? I yelled back, but he didn't answer. He took a breath, shaking his head as he sat down on the edge of the bed beside me. He had changed into a pair of black running shorts and a sleeveless black shirt, the back of which was drenched in sweat. Don't do that again, he muttered, taking off his sweaty ankle brace and throwing it onto the ground. What? I came in here ready to finish our discussion only to find you not responding with a pillow over your face. I grinned. You really think that's how I'm going to meet my end? A pillow. I don't think about how you're going to die, Mel. Thoughts like that. He didn't say anything, just rose from the bed and grabbed his brace before walking into our bathroom. I thought about joining him for a moment, but just stayed still. He didn't take long. The shower was on 1 second, then off the next, and he came out drying his hair with a towel, dressed in only dark green satin pajama bottoms. His hard chest, each one of his abs defined, was completely exposed to me. The bed shifted as he lifted the comforter up and sat down beside me. He smelled like fresh spices. Silence. The only sound was our breath. What are you doing? I caved in first when he shifted over to the side to sleep. I'm tired, Melody. We do not go to sleep angry, so either we work it out or we don't sleep. He groaned before turning over to me. Are you trying to drive me insane? Is that it? You want me to just lose it? I kissed him softly before putting my forehead on his. I came on aggressive, but you should know that is who I am. Nevertheless, I'm not doing this because I want to upset you, Liam. This time he kissed me, his hands going to my neck before he flipped me onto my back and laid on top of me.
It's annoying when someone interrupts you when you're speaking, isn't it?
He smirked, and I rolled my eyes, trying to push him off, but he pinned me under him.
I know you, Mel. Better than anyone else in this world, I know you are overwhelmed with the amount of love you have for our kids. Which is why I know you also don't want to be the one to push Donna. But you have to. I get it. I hate it, but I get it. I'm not pissed at you. I'm pissed that I'm so torn between being a parent and being a boss. I like being the fun parent.
I took a deep breath. We were on the same page again. So, we stopped babying them.
Yeah.
He muttered, resting his head on my chest. Running my hand through his hair, I knew he wouldn't let go of me. So I made myself comfortable in his arms. He was right. No one knew me like he did. No one understood me better than him. 7. I'm a cold-hearted bastard. I'm insular. I'm jaded, a workaholic. I'm ruthless, and I'm self-serving. Ali Blake. Mina. I grew up poor. Poorer than typical poor. My parents weren't struggling between jobs. We didn't live in trailer parks or the backs of cars. No, poor in Chinatown was a completely different type of poor. My father committed suicide when I was 9, leaving my mother, who would have traded her hands for a bottle of soju, to take care of 4 kids by herself. Safe to say, she failed. My sister froze to death one winter night as we slept under the bridge. My mother told me to take her jacket, and when I didn't, she took it for herself. My brother, he ran away, but not before stealing $1.89 worth of change I had collected. It was just my mother and me until my mother sold me into a prostitution ring. I didn't even fight. They told me I would be fed and warm. Food. Not rats. Not leftover garbage, but actual food. The first time I remember eating sticky rice, I stood no more than 10 feet from a man fucking someone up the ass. I was 10, and I sat there eating rice and just listening. Yes, for a brief moment I wondered if that would be me. But it was a very brief moment, because I had rice, and I was warm. I was there for 2 days before someone bought me. He was a relatively young man in his mid to late 20s. He never touched me, just wanted me to undress, dance, and then dress again. He paid so much that no one else would touch me. When I was 12, he brought me home to be the playmate of his own daughter. I noticed that we looked alike, his daughter and I. He even had me call him father. He made sure I went to school with his daughter, made sure I dressed well. To everyone on the outside, it must have looked like I was fortunate, like I had been adopted by a kind and generous family. I never spoke a word of the things that went on in his home. He waited until I was 15 before he touched me. When I was 17, they brought home another young girl. His wife quietly sent me away with hush money. It was then that I realized it wasn't that she didn't know. It was that she pretended not to. I knew what that girl's life would be like. I told her before leaving, and all she asked me was if there was any rice. It was funny in a sick, twisted, horrible way. I understood her. And looking back, I wasn't sure what else would have happened to me. Would I have frozen to death? Would I have been raped on the street? Would I have starved before being raped? Frozen before starving? It didn't matter because I was free. I had money, and I was free. It was scary how normal my life after that was. I got a job at a chicken shop and lived in the basement. I went to one of the best colleges in the country by getting loans. I fell in love once, had a daughter, and realized he, like everyone else, didn't give a shit. He disappeared, but not before labeling me a slut. It was funny. And when I say funny, I mean cruel. The way women are treated all over the world. If they are silent, they are walked all over. If they speak, they are attacked from every direction. It was only when I had a daughter that I realized I wanted to speak. Not just for me, but for her. Because at least I could fight back. I had never fought before. I had never had the power to. Once I did. I realized I had scars on top of scars from the life I'd lived. I wasn't a good person. I was quiet, but never good. Screw being good. Mina. I faced Mel as she spun back in her chair to look me over. I'm sorry, what? Our newly appointed deputy commissioner is going to be here momentarily. I'm going to need you a little bit more focused. Of course. I nodded, and there was a knock at the door before they let him in.
Governor Callahan!
He grinned as he walked in, dressed in his navy blue uniform with his hat under his arm. His eyes shot to me for a quick second before focusing back on her. She clasped her hands. Commissioner Chung, thank you for taking the time to meet me. Mel motioned for him to sit. He pulled his leg up and rested it on the back of the chair. He had jet-black hair and a small cut above his lip.
I could think of no greater honor,
he said, his eyes glancing toward me again for the briefest of seconds. I didn't pay attention to their conversation. I tried, truly I did. But I just stood there. It wasn't out of fear. I didn't think I had ever truly felt afraid. I was silent for the time being, but I would speak soon. And when I did, he would never forget what I had to say. The meeting felt too long. It took all of my composure to just stand there. Mina will show you out. Mel again pulled me out of my train of thought, and I didn't argue. I just put the file beside her before walking around the desk. He laughed beside me as we made our way into the lobby.
How far you've come, Mina.
Thank you, Father. I smiled at him as he froze for a second, then shook it off, placing his hand on my shoulder.
Enough of that. The past is in the past. I'm so pleased you've made something of yourself.
I couldn't have done it without you, I said automatically, to his pleasure. He leaned in, closer.
Never forget that. Should the governor ever need someone, make sure you remember who brought you up.
Of course. Nodding, he placed his hat on his head. He stood up straighter as he walked outside. I followed, enjoying the breeze. As he got into his car, a black Mercedes pulled up. Neil unbuttoned the top button of his suit as he got out, a large smile spreading across his face. It was the type of smile that always made me smile. just not that day.
Ready for lunch?
He asked, kissing the top of my head. I patted down the top of his coat. Neil, I need something from you.
Anything?
The deputy commissioner just stopped by to see Melody.
Everything all right?
He frowned, glancing back over at the car, now long gone. Yeah. I smiled. I just need you to kill his daughter.
What?
He half laughed. Standing straighter, I repeated myself. Deputy Commissioner Chung has a daughter. I want her dead. He also has a wife. I want her dead. I want him to see them before you kill him.
Mina.
Can you do that for me?
Yes.
He nodded, brushing the side of my face.
But, Mel...
I have a feeling she knows. I'm not going to talk to her about it. You can. She'll say yes. I'm sure she'll be annoyed that I don't want to do it myself, but I'm not like her. I can't be changed like Cora, but that doesn't mean I don't want blood either.
Then there will be blood.
This was how I fucking spoke. With action. This was the power I had now. To point to someone and order their death and have it done. That was what Mel offered me. It was worth more than gold. One by one, everyone who had ever made me suffer, I would come for them. And one by one they would all drown in their own blood. Mina Sung was gone. Mina Callahan was going to have a bloodletting. But before you meet the commissioner, what do you want to have for lunch? I'm really feeling Thai. I grinned up at him, taking his hand.
But I was actually hoping to get Indian.
He spun me into his arms. Take out? From both? He nodded, leading me to the car. Melody.
Miss my voice already?
Liam said on the other end of the line as I stood by the window. You really love yourself, don't you? He snickered.
Now that you mention it.
We will be losing another deputy commissioner soon, I said, cutting him off before he got further off topic.
Mina.
How did you know?
Neil just messaged me. It's taken her long enough. She's been part of this family for how many years now?
I smiled, seeing my own reflection in the glass. Some people are bloody animals, Liam, and others are poisonous plants. I told you she was different from Olivia. I could see it. She let him climb his way up so she could kick him down. She was the silent killer, the one you never saw coming until it was too late.
Something could be said about the women of this family.
He sighed to himself.
How will this affect you? The last thing we want is bad press.
Don't you know I shine the most in chaos?
Enjoy, wife. I'll keep bringing home the bacon.
I will pass. Apparently it gives you cancer. He groaned.
Everything gives you fucking cancer.
Goodbye, husband, I said quickly, hanging up before he could get another word in. Walking back to my desk, I sat back in the black leather seat, both the American and state flags standing behind me. I was reaching for the file Mina had left when there was a knock at the door. Enter.
Madam Governor.
Bruce, my secretary, poked his blond head inside as he pushed the black frame of his glasses up his crooked nose. What is it?
Mayor Weston is here demanding to see you.
Demanding? Interesting choice of words.
Yes, Governor.
Well, don't let him wait then. I leaned back in my chair, crossing my legs. Bruce barely turned around before my least favorite mayor came barging in. "Benjamin, what can I do for you?"
"What can you do? What can you do?"
He tried to contain himself, taking a deep breath.
"Do you know why the governor's office has always been in Springfield and not Chicago?"
"Insignificant planning," I replied, almost bored.
"So there wouldn't be internal strife between the chief executive of the third largest city in the country and the governor's office. This state is still reeling from severe financial problems stemming largely from unfunded pensions for workers, something you can't possibly understand because, 1, this is the first job you've ever had, and 2, because you've got more money than you can even dream of."
"Are you going to keep barking at me, or are you going to give me an example?"
"I proposed a new budget plan. The Chicago City Council all stood behind it, and it should have been green-lighted today, but instead, I hear that you made a few calls. No budget, no green light. This is not a game, Mrs. Callahan."
"I can see you're upset." I smiled. It was always amusing to watch a rat run into a trap. "And I could also spend some time explaining to you my reasoning, but I do not like your tone. When my children throw temper tantrums, I usually send them to their rooms. How about you go to your office, and when you—"
"I am the goddamn mayor of Chicago. You will speak to me with respect."
"No," I said, casually throwing the file Mina had given me onto the ground in front of him. "Do you know why the people elected me, knowing this was my first job and that I had more money than I knew what to do with?" Slowly, he bent down to pick up the papers. "It's a simple reason, really. 4 out of the previous 7 Illinois governors went to prison. Along with 2 U.S. representatives, the former Secretary of State and Attorney General, in total 79 elected officials have gone to prison for depravity since 1972. Illinois has a long legacy of public corruption, all of them from men who look just like you, pretending to give a shit when you honestly don't. Men like you who grew up taking it up the ass from everyone else and now want to fuck over anyone in sight. This city, this state, is tired of men like you, which is why my pretty ass is sitting so comfortably in this chair. What is money to someone who is rich? What is power to someone who is already powerful? If you wanted to take me out, you should have at least kept your nose clean, Benjamin. Prostitutes and bribery. You weren't even original." He clasped his hand over his mouth, just staring at the papers. I had to give him credit. If Mina hadn't known where to look, he would have been able to keep it a secret. "Oh, no." I shook a finger at him when he tried to take a seat across from me. "We aren't going to have a civilized conversation now. You kept whipping your dick out to show me how much of a man you are. Go ahead. Prove to me why you are the chief executive of the 3rd largest city in the country. I'll wait." He stood there, staring back at me for a moment before slowly getting onto his knees. It was a sorry sight. His fists clenched, his jaw locked.
What do you want?"
"A lot of things, none of which you can give me, Ben."
"My wife, my kids, if you do this—"
"I care as much about your wife and kids as you did while fucking that pretty 19-year-old with the perky breasts."
"Governor."
"Get the fuck out of my office, Benjamin." Rising to his feet, he spat in front of my desk.
"One day, all the shit you ram down people's throats, all the bloody deals you make'll come back to you tenfold. Then it'll be you, on your knees. I won't be there to see it, but I'm going to breathe easy knowing justice has been done."
"Benjamin, even if the world was on fire and my skin was melting off my body, I would never be on my knees. Don't mistake me for a bitch like you." When the door slammed as he exited, Bruce poked his head back in. When he saw my face, he said nothing, just closed the door. "Justice," he said. What he didn't realize was the Callahan family was justice personified.
8. In business, ruthlessness is righteousness. Justin K. McFarlane Bow. Liam. He sat across from me, his face expressionless as I poured a shot of Green Spot Irish whiskey into my coffee. Sir. The moment I held my hand up, he stopped speaking, allowing me to enjoy my afternoon coffee in silence. Like always, I dipped my pinky finger in it, stirring it around before sucking the coffee off my finger. Inhaling the scent as I brought the cup to my lips, it tasted like liquid fire going down my throat. And yet I couldn't stop until I'd finished every last drop. Licking my lips, I sat the cup to the side, next to the salt and pepper shakers on the diner table, relaxed back into the booth and focused back on the man in front of me. You're gonna need to repeat what you just said one more time. He swallowed, licking his lips. We got jacked, sir. About £10 worth of product on 10 large. But you know who did it, right, Flannery? They're nothing but a bunch of boneheaded kids. Fiona's boys. Right after leaving here, I was gonna see. Once again, I threw my hand up, and once again, he shut up. Scratching the side of my neck, I glanced out the window. The clouds above were slowly turning from white to grey, and from grey to black. So, what you're telling me is, not only did I get robbed, but I got robbed by a bunch of kids. Is that right? Sir, is that right? He nodded, adjusting the brown cabbie cap on his head. Okay. I laughed, standing up. Okay. You said you were going to see these kids, so let's go. It's only 2 blocks up the road, right? I reached into my jacket and pulled out a $100 bill, turning back to my favourite old waitress behind the bar and sliding it across the counter to her.
How many times do I have to tell you the coffee is only 20?
She grinned. How many times do I have to tell you that doesn't even cover seeing your beautiful face? I replied. She tried to make a face at me, but she couldn't stop the grin forming on her cheeks, the wrinkles on her face more prominent now than ever.
Ever the charmer. How does your wife put up with that mouth of yours?
I could tell you, but you'd get me in trouble now, Beatrice. I winked at her, grabbing a toothpick before walking toward the door. Beatrice had worked at Eastside Diner for almost 30 years now. I'd come every Monday with Declan at first, and now Neil, and always ordered the same thing. She knew it, but she still asked anyway. 5 years ago, I bought her the diner so the poor woman could finally retire, but she was so damn enthusiastic to be the owner she now came every bloody day, working harder than she had before. Stepping out into the cold, I saw Fidel make a move to the car, but I shook my head, walking toward Flannery. He said nothing, just stuck his large, scarred hands into the pocket of his trousers and put his head down, obviously thinking far too hard.
Hi, Mr. Callahan.
2 young girls, maybe 3 or 4 years older than Donna, waved to me once we got closer to the neighborhood. Ladies. I nodded to him, moving to give him space on the sidewalk. They giggled, whispering to each other as they walked by, hand in hand. Mr. Callahan! A set of teenagers, this time 4 boys, rushed across the street. Fidel tensed, but there was nothing to worry about. My pops said if I wanted a job to ask you, the first said, his front tooth chipped. As if, Bertie! If anybody's working for the Callahans, it'd be me. The second and shortest of the 4 puffed out his chest. They all just laughed at him. In your dreams, Ernan? Gentlemen, I said, and they all shut up, looking back at me as if they'd forgotten I was there for a second. If you want to work with my family, you've got to be smart. Ask me again in 10 years. Walking around him, we continued on. The 2 blocks felt like 2 miles because of all the people who stopped me just to say hello. The East Side had always been home to the Irish, and if they were Irish, they knew who I was, and if they knew who I was, they had to show respect. It was basically an unspoken commandment. "This is it," Flannery said when we stopped at a run-down townhouse with what had once been a green door. Most of the paint was now chipped away, and instead it looked brown. Flannery glanced back at me, motionless. "Are you expecting me to fucking knock?" Skipping the stairs 2 at a time, he walked up to the door and pounded on it.
I'm coming!
A second later, the door swung open, and a short, pale woman with her black hair in a loose ponytail and dirt all over stepped forward.
Flannery, what are you?
Her green eyes slowly panned over to me. Smiling at her, I took the toothpick out of my mouth and stepped up. "Miss Feidhelm, are your boys in?" Quickly she looked at Flannery, and whatever look he had on his face made her eyes widen. I didn't think it was possible, but it looked like she got paler. "Miss Feidhelm," I called out to her, drawing her attention back to me. "Your boys."
Yeah.
Her voice shook as she stepped back, opening the door to her house.
They're just upstairs.
"You mind calling them down? I'd like to speak to him." I dusted the bottom of my feet on the mat before entering her home. Flannery followed behind me, along with Fidel, who silently stood closest to the door.
Brian, Robert, get down here now."
I glanced up at the floorboards, and dust fell from them as they scurried about.
"Would you like something to drink, Mr. Callahan?"
she offered, already walking to the kitchen. "Thank you, ma'am, but I'm fine. No need to trouble yourself," I said. She nodded, moving back to the bottom of the stairs, her hands shaking. She looked to me one more time before yelling,
"Brian! Robert! You got 2 seconds!"
"Come in!" they yelled, rushing down the stairs dressed in faded jeans and dark blue sweaters, with small balls of fuzz on them. The minute they saw me, they stopped halfway down the stairs. They were twins, 13 years old, with bright red hair.
"Mr. Callahan wanted to talk to you two,"
the mother said to them. "I'm guessing by the expressions on your faces you know who I am," I said to them when they finally came down and stood beside their mother. "Yes, sir," they said together. It was creepy as fuck. "So, can you explain why you thought it was a good idea to steal from me?" I asked, and the moment I did, their mother looked between them, fear now coating all of her body as she shook.
"Whatever they took, Mr. Callahan, I'll repay. I swear to God, I will repay it,"
she sobbed. "I'm sure you'd try, but that doesn't matter if they don't understand the gravity of their choice. Besides, unless they've already spent my 10 grand, I'm not sure why you would need to pay me back. You haven't spent my money, have you?" They swallowed, one of them stepping forward. "We did." He was lying. I could tell he was lying from how shocked his brother looked to see him speak up.
"Brian!"
his mother yelled, sobbing harder as she smacked him on the shoulders.
"What have you two done? How can you be so dumb?"
Fidel helped Miss Feidhelm into the kitchen. She immediately dropped to her knees in front of me, grabbing my trousers.
Please don't hurt them. They're kids, stupid fucking kids. I'll punish them, I swear, and we will repay you with interest, Mr. Callahan."
I nodded to Fidel, and he took her away as she struggled in his arms, still begging and pleading as she disappeared around the corner of the hallway. "You know it's a sin to make your mother cry, right?" Neither spoke. I stepped forward, and they both stepped back. "Lying to me is an even worse sin. You did not spend my money because I would know if a bunch of gingers were blowing 10 grand on the East Side. We didn't do it on the east side. Brian, apparently the smart mouth of the two, argued. He was scared shitless, but he couldn't stop himself. Grabbing him by the neck, I lifted him off his feet. Little boy, you are working on my last goddamn nerve. We didn't spend it! The other one, Robert, yelled as I let go of his brother. Shut up, Rob! This was a dumb idea from the start! He yelled back, then faced me. We didn't spend it, it's all upstairs! How did you know when and how to steal from me? Uncle Flannery. We followed him. I glanced back to Flannery, and the little bitch couldn't look me in the eye. It isn't his fault. We could have taken more, but didn't want him to get in trouble. We just need to get out of the east side before it's too late. Too late? Brian finally spoke up again, rubbing his neck. Our dad, he's a fucktard. He hits Ma and he drinks all the money away, or worse, makes bad bets. Some sharks came here saying we gotta pay. Ma works 3 jobs already. How are we gonna get 10 grand? You don't get it. You've got more money than God. What's a few thousand to you? Whether it's 10 cents, $10, $10,000, or 10 fucking million, it matters to me because it's mine. It's my hustle, my sweat, my blood. You think you're the only kids on the east side with a fucked up father. Why aren't they stealing from me? Because they don't have the balls! Brian yelled. Reaching over to the stairs, I pulled one of the legs off the rail, breaking the wood clean off. What the fuck, man? This is what your balls have gotten you! I snapped, using it as a bat when I turned to hit Flannery right across the jaw. He fell to the ground, and yet I didn't even stop as they screamed. Smashing the wooden post over his face and arms, blood sprayed up into my face each time it connected until the damn thing broke, splinters flying off and falling all over him. The end of the post was covered in his blood as I pointed it back at them, both of them standing in horror. Get me my money or you'll end up like Uncle Flannery. They didn't move. No! They ran, tripping over themselves as they went back up the stairs. I watched him go before bending down next to Flannery, his face beaten so badly that if it hadn't been for his loud gasps for air, I would have thought he was dead. You were tailed by 2 kids. Those 2 kids stole from me. You tried to keep it quiet to protect them. If I hadn't found out, you would have covered it up. Those were your mistakes, Flannery. The only people you protect are me and my family. In return, we protect you and yours. That is the deal. That is how we all live in fucking peace. That is how I don't beat your no-good fucking ass with a goddamn stairwell post. I heard him rush back down and they handed me a duffel bag. Fidel! In a flash, he was back. Their mother running toward him, only to stop when she saw Flannery on her floor. Thanks for inviting us in, ma'am. You should warn your sons. Back in the old days, they used to cut the hands off thieves. Fidel held the door open and my car was already waiting for me. Without another word, I got into the back, pulling off my blood-stained tie and suit jacket. Find the sharks, pay off their debt. I sighed, leaning back into the leather of the seat. Then find their father and let him know he owes me 10 grand. If he hurts his wife or sons again, it'll be an extra 10 for each of them. And make sure he gets the message clearly. Of course, sir. Before I could get comfortable, my phone rang. Callahan. I answered, not recognizing the number on the caller ID. Mr. Callahan, this is Principal Lounsborough at... What's going on? Are my kids all right? I interrupted, sitting up and tapping on my driver's shoulder. There was a shooting. 9. Here once the embattled farmer stood, and fired the shot heard round the world. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Liam. By the time we got to the school, it was absolute chaos. Ambulances, police, reporters, sobbing parents swarmed around the gates of the Pennington Academy. The car didn't even get a chance to stop before I rushed out the door. Pushing my way past the other parents around me, I made my way up to the yellow police tape where 3 officers were standing guard.
"Oh, my God!"
A middle-aged woman screamed no more than a foot from my ears. Following her eyes, I watched as tiny body after tiny body was hastily pushed into ambulances, blood coating their small jackets, their hands. But that sight was better than the ones who were covered up. 9 dead. Looking away, I moved up the gates toward a fresh-faced officer who stood head up, chin out, solemn and serious. The moment his brown eyes met mine, he put his hands out as if he could really stop me with only a pair of hands. "Sir, you need to stand back until—" "Move." My voice was low and hard, ready to add to the death count if need be. Every second I was out there was a second I was away from my children. My heart pounded painfully against my chest just at the thought of it. "Sir, until—" "Let him through." It was none other than Chief Detective Bo Brooks, a.k.a. Melody's favorite police dog. "But, sir—" The baby officer faced him, forcing a glare from the dog. No other words were needed for him to step aside. Waiting for no one, I moved through the side door with Brooks 2 steps behind me. The first thing I noticed when I stepped into the hall lined with deep blue short lockers was the lunch boxes. Dozens of them all across the tile floor. Sandwiches all smashed from tiny footprints, a half-eaten apple tucked into the corner. All the doors to the classrooms were closed, and the glass panels that allowed you to look in were covered with some sort of grey sheet. "Mr. Callahan?" "Where are my kids?" I asked him, unable to rip my eyes away. "The principal separated them from the rest of the kids when they were brought back in. They're waiting in the office with guards and 2 of my officers. They were in the yard when the shots started. I'm sure they watched a few of their friends go down. We haven't caught the sniper yet." He talked as we walked up the stairs. I would have run, but I needed a second to compose myself before I saw them. The rage flooding my veins made my hands twitch. Whoever my kids were was off limits. Whoever had done this, I wouldn't just kill. I'd fucking skin them alive. "This is it." I stared at the door, taking a deep breath before he opened it for me.
"Daddy!"
A ball of black hair brushed my legs, wrapping her hands around my ankles. "Donna!" I said with the same excitement, reaching down to pick her up and throwing her into the air before hugging her to my chest. Like a monkey, she wrapped her arms and legs around me, burying her face into my neck as I brushed the back of her hair. She sniffled and I swallowed, trying to ignore the warm tears dripping onto me. "It's okay, Princess." Wyatt and Ethan stood on opposite sides of the office. Wyatt by the window and Ethan by the bookshelf. Neither of them even looking at each other. The one thing about Wyatt was that he clearly wore his anger on his face. He was so angry his tiny hand was balled into a fist and his face was red. Ethan, on the other hand, ignored him and came up to me. "Hi, Dad." He gave me a small smile. Up close I noticed the cut above his eyebrow and the scratches on his hands. Petting the top of his head, I put Donna back down and moved over to face Wyatt. He wiped his face quickly when I kneeled in front of him. His upper lip was cut, dry blood now staining his face.
"Hi, Dad."
He hiccuped, taking a deep breath. "Hi, Wyatt," I said in return, looking him over to see if he was hurt anywhere. I couldn't see anything. "Are you hurt?" He shook his head, trying to force a smile. "So why does your face look like that?"
"Because he's a baby."
Ethan snapped behind me.
"I'm not. Shut up!"
He yelled back over my shoulder. "Hey!" I hollered at both of them. "Ethan, I was speaking to your brother, not you. Go sit down." He crossed his arms, moving to sit on the principal's couch as I focused my attention back to Wyatt. Placing my hands on the sides of his head, I turned him toward me and stared into his big brown eyes that had flecks of green within them. "Wyatt, tell me what happened." He swallowed, taking a quick, deep breath.
"We were in the yard."
"We?"
"Me and Abby."
He shouted, his hands moving as he spoke, just like his mother.
"Bang, bang, the bullets hit everything. I saw Ethan get Donna, and I tried to get Abby, but then Ethan came and pulled me towards the doors. Abby, she broke her foot last month and can't run, and I tried to take her with me, but Ethan came too fast. He wouldn't let me go, and I told him we had to help her, but he wouldn't listen. She was crying and crying. I tried to go back, but Ethan wouldn't let go. He hit me and pushed me behind the tables. He wouldn't let go. I tried to fight, then the bullet hit. She was looking at me. She died, right?"
He started to shake as tears fell from his eyes again.
"She died. I could have saved her, but Ethan stopped me."
I stared at him. I couldn't look away, and for the first time in all my life I felt truly torn. Like I was seeing the Liam the Mad Hatter and Liam the father standing at odds inside myself. The boss in me, the monster in me, wanted to smack my own son. Tell him to grow up, that Ethan had done the right thing. You protect your family first. Fuck Abby. Fuck anyone who wasn't a Callahan. The father in me, though. The person I would be if I wasn't a boss. If we were normal. That part would have been proud of him. Proud that he was willing to sacrifice everything to save his friends. That he had that kind of bravery. But like always, the monster in me won out. "Wyatt," I said, my face emotionless. "You are my son. My blood. So I will let you wipe your face. I will forgive you this one time because I know this is hard and you are still young. But if you ever put yourself or your siblings in danger trying to save someone who is not family, you will no longer be my son. Do you understand me? The family is all that matters. Now, tomorrow, and forever." He stared at me, stunned. As I stood up straighter, I reached into my jacket pocket for my phone and saw 27 missed calls from Mel. Shit. She's going to... No sooner had I thought of her than my phone rang once more. "Ethan, your mother," I answered, handing the phone off. But before he could speak, Donna grabbed the phone, grinning widely.
"Mama, where are you? Ethan is crying."
She giggled.
"Donna, stop lying!"
Ethan tried to grab the phone and she ran away from him. Wyatt didn't say anything. Moved to sit on the couch quietly.
"We need to stop babying them."
Mel's voice rang in my mind. The thing was, Wyatt wasn't being a baby. He was developing a moral compass. "Boss." Fidel walked inside, a simple file in his hand, the look in his eyes unsettling me. "What now?" I snapped, snatching the file from him. Inside were 2 pictures and a 1-sentence note. "Before you harm another man's child, remember you have 3 of your own. For the sake of peace, let this be the last time our guns cross. Taiyang Zhu Long." I flipped through the photos. Donna screaming from behind the blue table, her hands gripping so hard they looked white. Wyatt reaching for some girl in a purple coat in the far-off edge of the frame, while Ethan dragged him over to where Donna was. Whoever had taken them had done so from close. "For the sake of peace," he says. I hissed through my teeth. His son broke my rules. He takes shots at my children, and now he wants fucking peace. They also sent it to the governor's office, sir. I have people looking through all the street camera.
Daddy!
Donna skipped right back to me, handed me the phone.
Mommy says she wants to talk to you.
Thank you, Princess. I smiled. Taking the phone as she ran back to Wyatt and wrapped her arms around his neck. He was annoyed, but couldn't help but laugh when she said something. Mel?
The Taiyang family has declared war on us, Liam.
And they, like every other motherfucker, will learn that the goddamn price of war is blood.
Ethan, why ain't Mommy here yet? Donna made a face, tugging on the ears of her stuffed elephant, Mr. Missmore. Dad had named it for her because she couldn't decide. The maid combed her hair softly, not speaking to us. They never spoke to us unless we asked first. Not ain't, Donna, isn't. Why isn't Mommy here yet? I said, leaning on her dressing table. Really? She stuck her bottom lip out. But some of the kids at school always say ain't. It's because they're stupid, I replied, flicking the nose of Mr. Missmore. And you are just so smart. In the mirror, I saw Wyatt crawling onto his bed, not looking at me. If you're going to say something, say it to my face. I didn't want to yell, but he kept getting on my nerves. Fine. He jumped off the bed and marched right in front of me before yelling, And you are just so smart, right? Why are you so mad? I saved you. Shut up! He stomped his foot. You only saved me to prove to Dad you're great. No. Yes. No, I didn't, Wyatt. Whatever. You should just leave me alone. He frowned and started to turn around when I grabbed his arm. Let go. Wyatt, I don't care. Let go. I hate you. When he said it, I let go of his hand. I didn't know why, but my chest hurt, like it really hurt. It felt like it was on fire. I didn't know what to do or what to say, so I lied. I hate you too. I hate you more. Ow! Ouch! We both looked at Donna, who had smacked both of us with Mr. Missmore as hard as she could. I hate you, Ethan, and I hate you, Wyatt. What? Why? Wyatt and I said at the same time. Stop copying me! Wyatt yelled. I'm older than you are. You're copying me. Ouch! I jumped when she hit us again, this time with her hands, dropping Mr. Missmore on the ground. Stop that! I snapped at her. I hate you, Ethan, and I hate you, Wyatt. She stuck her bottom lip out and crossed her arms. Donna? Wyatt frowned, trying to touch her when she smacked his hand away. If you guys hate each other, then I have to hate both of you. You guys are being stupid. Stupid! S-T-U-E-D! She yelled so loudly we had to break away. Donna! I tried not to laugh. Stupid is spelled S-T-U-P-I-D. She raised her hand to hit me again, and I backed away. Oh, because you are so smart, she said, dropping her hand and moving back to the maid. If you guys hate each other, I hate you, and if I hate you, I won't talk to you guys anymore because you are S-T-U-E-D. Not fair, Donna! Wyatt called after her, but she didn't say anything back. She just turned to face her mirror. Why are you nice to everyone but your brothers? I asked her, and she stuck her fingers in her ears, humming to herself. This is your fault, Wyatt muttered, frowning. He hated it more than anyone when Donna was mad at him. Everything is my fault, right? He didn't answer me, just went back to bed. Fine. Good night, Donna. She hummed even louder as I walked into my room. The second I closed the door behind me, I remembered the look on Wyatt's face when he said, I hate you. It did not feel like Donna's I hate you. Oof! I messed up my hair, stomping my feet. My head hurt. It had been hours since we'd come home, and Nana and Aunt Cora had stayed with us for a while. I loved Aunt Cora. She always told the best stories, getting up and making sounds and running around. It was fun. Nana painted pictures. Donna and Wyatt thought it was boring, but I liked it. I knew they only wanted to keep us from remembering, but I didn't really care because I was tired. Knock. Come in. I moved to the door when Cedric, Helen, and Nari all poked their heads in.
We wanted to check if you were okay.
Nari spoke up since she was 13 and the oldest. She was Uncle Neil and Aunt Mina's daughter, but she didn't look anything like Uncle. She was short like Aunt Mina, but her hair was super long. It used to touch the ground before she cut it, and now it stopped at her butt. Her skin was so pale she could never stay in the sun for too long, and her eyes were so black. It was like staring at the sky with no moon or stars. It was dangerous to say she was different. Once on a Sunday when we were passing out bread at the soup kitchen, someone called her a Chinkerbell. Uncle Neil lost it, even though Nari and I didn't know what a Chinkerbell was. Nobody told us either. He almost killed the guy, but Auntie Mina stopped him. Cedric, on the other hand, looked just like Uncle Neil, except his eyes were brown. He was only 6, but he was already the same height as Wyatt. He loved football more than anything, so Uncle Neil took him out every weekend. I thought that was why he always beat us at arm wrestling contests.
Earth to Ethan?
Helen grinned, waving her hand right in front of me. Her hair was pulled up into 2 big brown curly puffs on her head, kind of like Mickey Mouse ears. She was the exact same brown as Auntie Cora. Well, duh, she was Auntie Cora's daughter. She was also a computer geek. She and Uncle Declan spent all their time working on computers.
Nari, I think you should tell Uncle.
Helen grabbed the sides of my face.
Ethan doesn't look so good.
I'm fine, Helen. I smiled back. She mushed my cheeks.
You sure?
I'm sure. Can you let go of my face now?
He's back.
She cheered, lifting her hands off my cheeks and into the air as she spun around.
Told you he was okay.
We have to check.
You sure, Ethan?
All the parents are freaking out. Nari replied as Cedric came over to me. Freaking out? My parents didn't freak out.
Yup.
Helen hopped, walking in circles and pushing her glasses up her nose.
Everyone is really sad about what happened. I was in class when it happened. Then the vice principal took us all into her office.
It was boring. Cedric ran to my bed and jumped up and down. But I hate class, so I was happy.
Cedric, you can't say that. People got hurt. And stop jumping on the bed.
Nari rushed to him, but he jumped to the other side.
Nah!
He stuck his tongue out at her, running in circles.
Fine, hurt yourself, see if I care.
She threw her hands up. It was kind of funny because Uncle Neil did that too.
Ethan!
Helen came over to me. Seeing her serious was weird. She and Donna were the same age, but Helen always felt older even when she joked around. What?
Nothing. I just wanted to say your name seriously like my mom did to my dad.
She joked. Helen, you scared me.
Ethan, you get scared?
Cedric stopped dead in his tracks, and Nari caught him. Shit. No, I mean, it's an expression, Cedric. An expression. He frowned, not getting it.
I'll explain later. Come on, we have to get back before Mom comes.
Nari took his hand and hooked hands with Helen, dragging them to the door.
Night, Ethan.
I want to stay. Cedric whined. Helen dragged her feet.
Me too.
Nope. She pulled harder and out the door.
Night, Ethan.
Good night, I called out after them, and when they were gone, I felt even more tired. Pulling off all my clothes, I crawled into bed and wrapped the sheets around me 2 times. As I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but remember the screams. All the screaming and the booms. I couldn't help but see Donna and Wyatt. I didn't care what happened or who else got hit. Just not them. Mommy would cry if it hit them. I'd only seen Mom cry once, and that was when I was a baby and Wyatt was sick. I never wanted to see it again. Rule 56. Never let Mom cry. Melody. Citizens of Chicago, I stand before you not only as your governor but as a mother of 3 children at Pennington Academy. I understand the fear. I understand your anger, and most importantly, I understand your desire for justice, which can never cover the pain. We lost 9 innocent children at the one place where they should be the safest. I want to assure all of you that none of us will rest until the shooter is found. The FBI is already in contact with the Chicago PD. As for the families of the victims, we've already met, only briefly, as I know they need time as a family to mourn. I can give no further information as this is an ongoing investigation. Governor! Governor! Governor, what is going on in this city? Just this morning, Mayor Weston was forced to resign in light of allegations of prostitution and bribery. Then, later, Deputy Commissioner Chung was found to be part of a child slavery and prostitution ring. Now this shooting. It feels like, despite all your best efforts, Chicago is reverting back to its former infamy. Do you have any comments? Yes. First, what is your name? Phoebe Salinger with NKB News. Okay. Second, you're a fucking idiot, Phoebe Salinger with NKB News. Madam Governor, would you like to explain... Would I like to explain why you're a fucking idiot? No problem. I'm not sure you have enough brain cells left to figure it out for yourself. 9 kids died today. 9. At the school my children attend. I've spent the last few hours speaking with the FBI, local police, and the families of the victims, meaning I was unable to go home and see my own children. It is the mayor's duty to speak out during times like these, but this city no longer has a mayor, so I stepped up. Instead of focusing on the tragedy at hand, you want me to take the time to comment about 2 men and their sexual exploits. If you want to be a news reporter, Ms. Salinger, report the news. If you want to make shocking headlines, start a blog and get the hell out.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Governor Callahan's verbal ass-whipping of a reporter from...
That's enough radio, thank you. Mina nodded up to the driver while I leaned back into the leather seat, unable to look away from the tablet in my hands. Ethan, Wyatt, and Donna. They all slept perfectly. I had even heard Donna snoring softly. My mind was reeling with so much rage I didn't know what to do with myself. I wasn't sure what to even say. I wanted to kill them. I was going to burn the Taiyang family to the ground. If you keep gripping it like that, it's going to break, Mel. Mina reached over, yanking the tablet from my hands as we pulled up to the mansion. I didn't even wait for the car to come to a stop before I opened the door and raced up the stairs. Welcome. Our butler started to greet me, but he passed by in a flash as I ran, skipping every other stair as I made it first to Ethan's room. Ethan? I called, not caring if I woke him or not. He rolled over as I moved over to him. I noticed once again he had chosen to sleep naked. It made me smile because I remembered how he was when he first figured out how to take off his diaper. The moment he had a chance, he would take off his clothes and diaper, hold the diaper above his head, and run all over the halls. It was fucking hilarious. The whole family would try to catch him, even Evelyn, and none of us did. Correction, none of us wanted to. He would just keep laughing and laughing as if nothing else made him happier than being chased after. Mama? He rolled back over when I brushed his messy hair away from his eyes, tracing the mark on his eyebrow. Was he hurt? Mio bel leoncino. You're home. He turned back over, giving me a hug. I missed you. Swallowing slowly, I kissed his head and forehead. I missed you too. I'm sorry I'm late. It's okay. Daddy always says your job is important. Everybody knows you. The girls in my class think you're really pretty, too. He grinned, rubbing his eyes. He sat up, and the moment he noticed he was naked, he pulled the sheets up and fell back down. Who were you hiding from? I remember the times you used to run around the whole house naked. Mom! His muffled voice came from under the covers. Hugging him tightly, I kissed all over his sheets before I let him go. Get some sleep, okay? I'm not going to work tomorrow. Okay. Love ya. He still wouldn't look up from the covers. Love you more, I said softly, moving toward Donna and Wyatt's room. When I saw her rubbing her nose with one hand and gripping tightly onto that silly elephant, I took a deep breath once again, fixing her blanket. Mommy? Wyatt? I turned back and he was staring at me, smiling even though it looked like he wanted to cry. Why are you still awake? I was waiting for you. He patted the side of his bed. Lying down beside him, I touched the mark on his upper lip. What happened? He didn't answer, just covered his mouth behind his hand. Wyatt? Does Daddy hate me? What? Of all the things I'd imagined him ever asking me, that had never even crossed my mind. Wyatt, baby, how can you ever think that? He shrugged. I'm not like Ethan. Everybody talks about Ethan. At school, at home, even when we help on Sundays. He's smart and the teachers want to move him up a grade. He and Daddy go out all the time. Every time something happens, he always does the things Daddy would want him to do. He just knows. All the Irish people say he's just like Daddy was as a kid. Even Uncle Neil and Uncle Declan say it. I can't do anything right. I try and try, but I'm no good, Mommy. I heard the door squeak and instinctively turned. I saw Liam. He didn't enter, just opened the door no more than a creak. He stood there frozen, his head down. And I knew he'd heard him. Make me better, Mommy? Wyatt whispered, touching my cheek, not at all noticing his father. What? Aunt Cora and Uncle Declan always say you're super strong. I saw you fight Fidel, and you won. And what will you do when you know how to fight, Wyatt? He frowned, not sure what I meant, so I asked again. Who do you want to fight against, Wyatt? Your brother? No. I don't know. He answered honestly. He was always honest with me. Brushing the side of his face, I leaned in and kissed his head. Of course, we will train together. But remember, you are perfect to me. You aren't just Daddy's son, you are mine, and I'm head over heels in love with you. I know. I love you too, Mommy. He smiled, poking my upper lip. Good. Me, you, and Donna will train. Then you will learn who we're fighting against. Okay? He nodded. Good. Now, go to bed. Getting up out of the bed, I tucked him back in and kissed his forehead before going to our room. Liam sat on the edge of our bed trying to undo his cufflinks, but he was so annoyed he couldn't do it without tugging at his sleeves. I bought you that shirt, I said, standing in front of him and gripping his hair. I would prefer it if you didn't destroy it. How could he possibly think that? he hollered, looking up to me. His eyebrows were tensed, and worst of all, he was hurt.
I love him just as much as I love Ethan. I've never once compared him, ever. I take Ethan out because he's older, not because I love him more. I look forward to the time when they're old enough to come out together.
Liam? I tugged on his hair once again, forcing him still. Breathe for me. Cracking his jaw to the right, he did what I asked, resting his forehead on my stomach when I loosened my grip.
History never looks well on brothers. In the Ottoman Empire, the moment one son took the throne, he was forced to kill all his brothers. Shakespeare, Greek plays, the fucking Bible are filled with stories of brothers turning on each other. Hell, I don't even have to go back that far in history. My father and his brother fought. Neil and I fought. I don't want that to be the future for my sons, Mel. I want them to support each other, not shoot at each other. Yeah, Ethan will one day end up leading the family, but I want Wyatt standing right beside him.
He snapped angrily, his voice rising again with each sentence.
I don't know what to do. I didn't even think he felt that way.
Keep breathing.
Am I giving birth? Why do I have to keep breathing like this?
Smacking his arm as hard as I could, I tried to back away from him, muttering, "Ass." He smirked, grabbing onto my ass to pull me closer and squeezed tightly.
You do have a nice one.
How do you go from worrying about our sons to my ass in 0 seconds flat? I tried to shove him away, but he held on to me.
I'm upset. Your ass makes me feel better. It's not that big of a leap.
He explained, and I could feel him become serious again. I don't know.
What?
Ethan and Wyatt. I don't know what to say or do for that. I never had siblings. I don't understand what it means to be jealous like that. However, you do have siblings. Why not ask your brother? I'm sure he understands more than anyone else what Wyatt is feeling. He pouted.
I don't wanna.
Fine, you big baby. But before you worry about that, we need to worry about the motherfuckers who shot at them today. Right on time, there was a single knock on the door. Enter! I turned back.
Boss.
Fidel stepped inside.
Everyone is waiting in the study.
Taking off my coat, I threw it on the bed. Liam rose and we followed him out. We hadn't had much time to speak about this, but a family meeting was needed. The hallways were silent with expectation as my heels clicked on the marble floor. Neither Liam nor I stopped until I stood in front of a postmodern contemporary painting of a female nude done by none other than famed painter Leo Lemieux. It was covered in reds and pinks, with a hint of dark blue around her heart.
Boss.
Fidel said, holding open the door to the study for me. Liam was already inside. Turning from the painting, I walked into the study, once again annoyed at the sight of the place. Because Liam was such a nerd at heart, he had it modeled like some sophisticated hybrid of a comic book cave lair and his father's old office. There was even a glass case by the window filled with all his favorite comics. Every time I went in there, I wanted to roll my eyes so damn hard they would come out of my head. It looked like an overgrown man-child with far too much money decided to have a field day. Over the years, Liam had gotten much more serious about being the head of the family, but there were still some things he could not let go of, like his undying love for comics and superheroes. I feel like I have less and less dignity the more I come in here, I groaned, putting my hands over my mouth. The door shut behind me.
Woman, I added the mahogany desk and cabinets. What more do you want?
He also groaned, kicking up his foot on said 1930s prime mahogany desk I had bought for him. Man, I want to walk in here and not see that. I pointed to the stormtrooper in the corner. You're the head of the fucking mafia, not fucking Stan Lee.
What does Stan Lee have to do with Star Wars? Do you mean George Lucas?
He asked, so seriously I wanted to hit him. Are you fucking kidding me right now? That's what I want to know, Stanley or George Lucas. How do you not know the difference? He stopped at the sound of Caroline's laughter. It was so weird and unique that you couldn't help but stop. She sat comfortably in Declan's lap on the opposite side of the room, dressed in casual jeans and a white blouse. I'm sorry. She wiped her eyes. But really? I came here expecting the Liam and Melody let's burn 'em all speech, and instead you're fighting over stormtroopers and Stan Lee. Thank you for lightening the mood, really.
Is she done?
Liam asked Declan, who just leaned back, biting the corner of his lips to stop from smiling. He glanced up at Cora, who smiled brightly and nodded, saying with a perfect accent,
Done I am. Continue, may you.
Declan lost it, as did Neil, and even Mina looked like she was trying her best to keep her composure. I looked to Liam, but he smirked, shaking his head. Children. They are all bloody fucking children. I thought that even though I felt myself relax at the sight of them. All of them our family. Healthy and smiling at each other as if nothing in the world could ever prevent that.
I'm quite pleased y'all still find it possible to laugh.
Evelyn came in dressed in a pair of black pants and a black blouse with a bow tied at the neck.
That's what has always made us different from those who want to hurt us. We laugh together. We cry together. We fight together. I'm sure Cedric is laughing with y'all.
Evelyn, what are you doing here? I thought you went to rest. Caroline stood, reaching for her hand.
Someone took a shot at my grandbabies today. How can I rest?
She took a seat in front of Liam's desk.
Who are these ingrates?
I took a seat on the arm of Liam's chair while Fidel walked in front of us.
It's the Chinese mob, or triad, as they call it.
10. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. Jane Austen. Coraline.
The head of the Taiyang family is 67-year-old Zhu Long.
Fidel pointed to the man on the screen, which hung on the wooden wall beside the bookcase. Zhu Long was only 67, and yet he looked much older than that. His face was beyond wrinkled, and he must have been blinded in one eye because it was gray, a scar running from the tip of his white hairline to his cheekbone.
He has 2 children. The oldest, Ruo Jian, is 30 and the one whom the boss kicked out of the city last Saturday. He is an imbecile. His second child is his daughter, Li Ling, 28. There isn't much on her other than her love of clothing and American Hollywood stars.
It was almost impossible to tell Ruo Jian and Li Ling were siblings from the way they carried themselves. They were complete and utter opposites. Ruo Jian looked greasy, his black hair grown out and piercings in both his ears. It looked like he picked his clothes blind. He wore a 90s jean jacket with a gold dragon on the back of it, and his jeans looked 2 sizes too big, making me positive that his whole outfit was one horrendous throwback to the Dark Ages. Meanwhile, his younger sister stood with pride, her long dark hair in a side ponytail. She wore a long, embroidered red traditional cheongsam with a golden dragon on the neck cuff. Both of them had pale white skin, but that was the end of the similarities.
In a few days, Li Ling will be getting married to 36-year-old Emilio Esteban Cortez, here in Chicago. Something is wrong.
Declan cracked his jaw to the side as he looked to Liam and Melody, both sitting at the head of the table.
The triad has never married outside their own kind. Neither did the Irish, and yet here each of us sits. African-American, Korean, Italian.
I replied, "Adapt or die."
"Let's not pretend there wasn't a reason,"
Liam said, never looking away from the screen, his finger hovering over his lips.
"I married Melody for an alliance. Neil, you married Mina, well, because she was already on the inside. I married my wife, brother, because I love her."
Neil cut in, speaking up for the first time.
"That's nice. Don't interrupt me again."
Liam rolled his eyes and Neil clenched his fist. They always butted heads during times like these.
"The only person who married outside the family without reason was Declan, and the only reason why he could was because he wasn't going to be the next leader of this family. Li Ling, why is she marrying a Hispanic? A nobody Hispanic. Who is he?" "That's all we know, sir,"
Fidel answered. Emilio was now on the screen. He was attractive, with long curly black hair that stopped at his shoulders, big hazel eyes, and sun-kissed skin. He stood well over 6 feet and had broad shoulders. A swimmer, maybe? "He was born here in Chicago. Spent his whole life here doing nothing noteworthy other than some community organizing, and he graduated from the University of Chicago Law School a few years ago. Before that, he did teach English in Shanghai for 8 months. That is where we believe he first made contact with Li Ling. Other than that, he is a ghost." "He's a person. Bullets do not harm ghosts." "Something isn't right, Fidel, and I want to know what it is," Melody stated, speaking up for the first time since we'd started this conversation, which wouldn't have been so odd if it weren't for the fact that she could not look away from the man on the screen.
"Yes, boss. One of our people will be in Hong Kong by morning." "What of the sniper?"
Liam spoke, his voice dangerously lower than it had been only a second before. His green eyes seemed clearer, scarier.
"The police. I don't give a fuck about the police. I want the sniper, Fidel. I wanted him hours ago. Someone, somewhere saw something. It's your job to get them to speak."
He hollered, slamming his fist on the table. None of us spoke, and had it not been for my damn cell phone, it would have been silent. Buzz. Buzz. Reaching into my pocket, my shoulders dropped at yet another call from the hospital. The moment I ignored it, they just rang back once again. "Oh."
"Bib?"
"Huh?" I snapped up to find not only Declan staring at me, but everyone else.
"Is everything okay?"
Declan reached out to touch my hand, but I stood. I hated lying to him, and yet I still could. Smiling, I nodded. "Yeah, Darcy is just having a fit again. Mommy duty calls." I kissed his cheek and placed my hand on Evelyn's shoulder before leaving. Liam started to speak again, but I could feel Declan's eyes on me. Closing the door behind me, I leaned against it, inhaling through my nose.
"Mom, is everything all right?"
Our butler, O'Phelan, stopped beside me, giving me a short bow and a look over. "I'm fine. What of the 2 maids I fired this morning?" Pushing off the door and standing in front of me, he gave me a small card.
"The police were contacted as ye requested, and I was told their bank accounts were frozen."
"What is going on, O'Phelan?" I snapped. "Just days ago, a nanny burned my niece's ear. Now 2 were caught stealing. This is not how I run this house. Tomorrow, before dawn, I want them all in the kitchen. Let them know whoever is late will not only be fired, but dealt with. Am I clear?"
"Yes, ma'am. I set the dinner and lunch menus for the week on your vanity."
"Good. You're dismissed." I didn't wait for him to leave, brushing past him on the way to my bedroom. The Callahan Manor had a total of 16 maids, 5 nannies, 3 butlers, O'Phelan being the head butler, 6 cooks, and 9 men for the gardens, grass, and pool management. That was a total of 39 in-house staff, each one of them my responsibility. The house, our house, was my responsibility. Evelyn had done it for years, but after Cedric's death she just didn't have the energy. She had made it look easy. I wasn't just protecting our home. I was protecting our family. This house was the only place anyone could truly feel safe. I had personally sat down with each member of the staff. I had all their accounts, knew each of their names along with those of their families. I had to make sure their loyalty was cult-like. I took no chances. There were no excuses. Everything was either up to my standards or out, and when I said out, I meant they would either leave this house arrested, maimed, or dead. This wasn't a game. Walking past the elevator, I paused, then walked back, pressing the call button. The doors opened. Leaning against the glass, I didn't click the basement, but instead pressed the fake emergency button.
Ma'am?
2 guards turned to me, dropping the cards they were playing. Right under the basement of the house was the security cellar, as Declan liked to call it. It showed all the cameras of the house and doubled as a jail of sorts. Reaching down, I picked up the cards. "Slow night, boys." They rubbed the back of their necks.
We were just taking a short break.
During this short break, someone could have gotten on the property and you wouldn't have known. Am I right? I'm not sure how much you were paid, but I'm sure it covers breaks, does it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Walking over to the tallest of the 2, I put the joker onto his chest. My husband, my brothers-in-law, they don't like jokes, especially when the joke is with their family. They didn't say anything, and neither did I, leaving them and moving to the cells. There the maid, her clothes ripped, lips cracked, and skin dry, sat in the corner shaken. Sliding the door open, I almost gagged at the smell. "Tough 3 days, huh?" I asked with a hand over my nose. She didn't answer, just sobbed. "What happened, Teresa? I don't like scenes, and yet the whole house was turned upside down because you don't know how to hold a fucking curling iron." "I didn't mean to." "Tell me the truth." I am the only one who can save you, Teresa. You know that? I understand Wyatt is overprotective of his sister. Tell me, is this a mistake?" She brushed her eyes. "I don't know what happened. It was the anniversary of my sister's death. I felt a little edgy, but nothing major. Then Donna just wouldn't cooperate that morning. She hated everything I brought her to wear. She didn't want to get out of bed. I told her everyone couldn't wait on her. She said princesses need beauty sleep. I told her she wasn't a princess, and she said her daddy said it, so it was true. She was just being a spoiled brat, and the more I tried to talk to her, the angrier I got, and the next thing I know, I burned her ear. I didn't mean to." "But you did." I shook my head, stepping away from her. "Brat or no brat, your job was to take care of her. If you are unable to do so, you find me or her mother." "Please, Cora, that is Mrs. Callahan to you." I backed away before she could touch me. "There is nothing I can do to help you. Goodbye, Teresa." I stopped when I heard her snicker, muttering something under her breath. "What was that?" "You guys think you're gods, just because your name is Callahan. You're even the worst, Coraline. You know the whole staff detests you the most, right? The Irish hate you even more. The Negro who married up and couldn't even have a kid of her own, that's what they say. At least Mina does something. You make place settings and hire nannies. You're nothing but a glorified maid yourself. I really screwed up with this one. Are you really trying to tear me down while you are sitting in a pile of your own shit? I laughed, clapping for her. Congrats! I'm hurt. I'm gonna cry tonight in my bed next to my husband in my fucking house because you, a poor, ugly, ungrateful little racist bitch, called me a Negro. And as I cry, my husband will ask me what's wrong. When I tell him, he will hang you in ways that would put Khan's men to shame. And then he'll go after your brother, Thomas. Your poor Uncle Kevin and sweet, sweet Grandma Rose might just fall down the stairs. Oh, how messy it will be. All because I cried. That's the family I'm in. The people who walk around like gods, the ones who can end your lives like gods. But since neither you or your words matter to me at all, I won't cry. I'm going to have some wine and a steak, and you will be sitting in a pile of shit until someone puts you out of your misery. So like I said, goodbye, Teresa. The door slammed behind me.
Declan. She'd lied to me. She had been lying to me. I knew it. I felt it. I just hoped it would end, but it had been 3 weeks already and still nothing. Her phone buzzed at all hours of the night. When she looked at me with those beautiful brown eyes of hers, I saw guilt. For a split second, I thought she was cheating on me. It was only logical. But I knew Cora. I knew her better than I could ever know myself, and she was loyal to her core. The way we made love. The way she always stared at me in the morning when she thought I was still asleep and I just couldn't bring myself to open my eyes yet. She loved me. She loved me, and the only reason why she would keep a secret from me is if she didn't want to hurt me. It was the only thing that made sense.
Declan, wait!
Evelyn called out to me as we all left Liam and Melody alone. She wrapped her arm around my arm, walking with me down the hall. Ma, is everything okay? I asked, noticing she didn't want Mina and Neil to hear us. She didn't answer, just kept walking. Good night, Mother, Neil said, opening the door to his room.
Evelyn.
Mina nodded.
Night.
She waved to them. Neil gave me a strange look and I could only shrug.
Walk me back, Declan.
Of course. I nodded, not letting go of her. The moment they were out of hearing distance, she turned back to me, crossing her arms.
Tell me the truth now, son.
About what?
About Cora?
She hissed, leaning in.
Her cancer is back, right? Is it bad? What have the doctors said?
I froze. It was like she had stabbed me and I wasn't sure how to respond. The longer I stayed silent and the more she stared at me, the more she realised.
She didn't say anything.
What? Huh? How do you know? The cancer, how do you know? Ma, tell me! She tensed but nodded.
We were with Darcy outside in the yard, and he was a little fussy, so she went in to get him a bottle and left her phone. It went off, and not thinking I answered it. It was an automatic reminder for the start of chemo.
I kept backing away from her until my body hit the wall. Breathing was hard. Standing was harder.
Declan?
She grabbed my shoulders when I hunched over. She almost died. I whispered the first time she almost died 3 times. In between, she was in so much pain I couldn't do anything. I just stood there watching her almost die for months. I can't I can't watch her like that again. I can't see her suffer again.
Declan, would you rather her die?
I stared at her in shock. How was that even a question? I'd rather kill myself than ever let her die.
Then you can do this?
She smiled, rubbing my arms.
You can do this because she needs you to.
Releasing a deep breath, I stood back up. What did the message say? 11. Keep your ears pricked. Keep looking behind you. Because one day I'll find you, and then you'll be crow food. Aaron Hunter. Liam. She was silent. Her shoulders tensed up and her arms crossed. Her brown eyes focused solely on the series of photos in front of her. The more she lowered, the more she looked like a threatened cat, unsure but ready to strike and claw at anything that moved. Standing up, I placed my hands on her shoulders. What's going on? You said maybe 2 things tonight.
I don't like them,
she replied seriously, flipping to the next image of Li Ling and her soon-to-be husband once again, even though we'd all seen them at least twice already. Mel, give me a list of people you do like. I'm sure it's much shorter.
This isn't my usual disdain for people I'm feeling, Liam. I look at her and I see something similar to me, and I don't like it.
I looked back to the women again, then to Mel. Well, she is pretty. She glared at me, shrugging me off as she went back to sit in my chair. She's pretty, but you're stunningly beautiful.
Liam.
She crossed her legs as I leaned on the desk across from her.
Have I ever been the type of person who needs validation from you or anyone else? I know I'm beautiful. Do I enjoy the fact that your eyesight is good enough to notice? Yes. But whether she's pretty or not is none of my concern. What I care about is who she really is.
There were days I forgot I was married to a total bitch, and on such days, she made sure to remind me clearly.
Never mind her for a second. This Emilio, I think he might be the son of an enemy of my father's. I can tell he's a monster.
Said the most dangerous monster of them all. I reminded her. Of course, that was what she smiled about.
You aren't taking them seriously, are you?
Her glare turned to me, and all I could do was shrug. Li Ling doesn't seem to care at all about her family's business. This Emilio doesn't have the money or the means to get a sniper to shoot at our children, Mel. There's no proof either of them is anyone worth worrying about. For all we know, Li Ling could actually be in love with him and live in her own Hollywood fairy tale romance. Other than the fact that she is the daughter of Zhulong Taiyang, she is meaningless. He is the head of the family, and what really matters are him and his motherfucking sniper. We chose Pennington Academy because it was an Irish neighbourhood where we owned all the surrounding buildings and there were no clear lines of sight. Whoever made that shot did so with almost no visibility and poor weather conditions. If I wasn't going to skin him alive, I would hire him.
You aren't going to skin him.
She sat up in the chair. I knew what she was thinking, and I wasn't having it. Melody?
Liam, 9 kids got shot. I'm the fucking governor. The city needs this guy in.
Then he will be brought in, dead.
Liam, before they declared war, they knew we'd react. The sniper is no better than a dog. A suicidal dog, but a dog nonetheless. We do not concern ourselves with dogs. If you kill him personally, you belittle yourself. Let the city have him. They won't expect it. Besides, you still have people in jail, right? Let him be the public enemy.
I leaned in, cupping the sides of her face. When it comes to anyone who points a gun at my children, I don't care how little I seem, Melody.
Then what is your plan, husband?
I hurt him, he screams, he bleeds, he dies, the end. Grabbing my jacket from behind the chair, I moved to the door.
"So we aren't going to have a civilized conversation about this?"
she called out when I reached the door. Pausing, I turned back to her. She didn't bother getting up, she just rested her cheek in the palm of her hand. "I may wear a suit, I may go to church, but the last thing I am, wife, is civilized. I'm not going to play games with these people. If I have to drop bombs on all of China, then I will. There will be revenge for today." A wicked grin spread across her red lips.
"Now you're just trying to turn me on."
"Why were you off to begin with?" I winked before stepping out. "I'll be in our room in an hour. Be undressed by then." Before she could argue and before I got too tempted, I shut the door behind me, trying to ignore the growing hard-on I was sporting. Fuck. Tilting my head up, I tried to think, to calm myself down. I had things I needed to do that night. "Focus, Liam, focus!" I yelled at myself. But I couldn't get that grin of hers out of my head. Fuck! Pinching the bridge of my nose, I turned back, ripping the door open. Her head snapped up at me as my eyes wandered down the curve of her back. She stood still by my desk, dressed in the fitted cream-coloured dress she'd put on for work that morning, her heels discarded by her feet.
"I thought I had an hour."
Her eyebrow rose. I lied. I closed the door behind me and threw my jacket onto the couch before stalking up to her. She moved around to the front of the desk, crossing her arms.
"I thought you were going to talk to your brother."
Am I really that predictable? I asked when I stood in front of her, my dick twitching. It took all of my strength not to bend her over the desk and fuck her till morning.
"When it comes to our kids, yes."
She placed her hand on my chest and I put mine on her hip.
"Do you think I'm predictable?"
Yes, but only to me. I whispered when she leaned in closer, brushing a strand of her dark hair from her face. No one else understood her the way I did, and I never wanted that to change. Her lips hovered over mine, her eyes following mine.
"Then I have to keep you on your toes, don't I?"
she said, slowly dropping to her knees in front of me. With ease, she undid my belt and pants, proudly gripping my cock as it saluted her. Never looking away from me, her pink tongue licked the tip of me, and I shivered. Fuck! It was the only word that came to mind as she licked from the tip all the way to the base, then sucked my balls. Her tongue rolled over the veins, now throbbing painfully. Her hands stroked me. Mel fucking fuck! My jaw dropped when she took me into her mouth, her teeth gliding down my dick gently. She enjoyed it, watching me helpless, moan after moan coming from my lips as she tortured me slowly. There was only so much I could take. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, I held her still before thrusting into her throat. She accepted it willingly, grabbing onto the back of my legs to brace herself. The more she sucked, the faster I fucked her mouth. I was so goddamn excited my cock slipped right out of her mouth, slapping her face. I shouldn't have enjoyed the sight of it as much as I did, but I couldn't help it, taking my free hand and rubbing it against her lips. She kissed the side of me, pressing her lips onto me for so long her red lips left an imprint on me before I slid back into her warm, wet, sinful mouth. Oh, that's right, baby, I moaned, burying myself into her throat. I tried to go slower to savor every thrust, but I couldn't. Like a bloody animal, I fucked her mouth, thrusting harder and faster, tugging on her hair more firmly than before. Her body was heaven, but her mouth, it was a church, solely for my cock and me. Melody! I gasped out, coming in her, my heart racing in my ears, and she just drank all of me, even licking to the tip of me when she was done. Rising to her feet, she leaned back, wiping the corner of her mouth.
Any other excuse you have for not talking to your brother?
Ignoring her, I adjusted myself as she watched me, her nipples clearly poking out through her bra. This isn't over, wife.
I'm already wet, husband.
Fuck me. Cracking my jaw to the side, I nodded, walking back to the door without another word. Neil. I needed to focus on Neil.
Melody. The moment he left, Fidel stepped back into the study as I helped myself to Liam's brandy. The door creaked as it closed.
Boss.
I downed the first glass in my hand, the brandy burning like liquid fire down my throat. Oh, he's gonna kill himself with this shit, I stated, even as I poured a second glass.
The way he drinks it, I'm not sure if it has any effect on him anymore,
he replied, standing as if he were in the military, arms behind his back, chest puffed up proudly, eyes emotionless. When I had first come to this house, I had an army of my people, Monty, Ben, Jinx, and now it was just him. Jinx had died in the one place he thought of as home, in the sky. The FBI said it was an accident, that a bird flew into one of the wings of the plane, but that smelled like bullshit because it was bullshit. I was supposed to be on that plane. I was the one who was supposed to die, just like Monty, just like Ben. Now it was just Fidel.
Boss.
Emilio Esteban Cortez, I stated, lifting up his picture. Do you know who he looks like to me?
No, boss.
He stepped closer, shaking his head. Marcos Felipe Carrasco.
El Rojo. The Mexican drug lord.
He sounded far too shocked for the person who was supposed to be keeping his mind and eyes open for anything that could harm us.
Boss, with all due respect, El Rojo has been dead for well over a decade. You saw to that before marrying into the Callahan family.
And then it was your job to make sure his wife and children were also gone.
As I did. Every last member of the Carrasco family was taken care of, ma'am.
Pinching the bridge of my nose, a habit I could not drop thanks to Liam, I shook my head. There was a rumor back then that El Rojo had a bastard child with some dancer from America whom he hid with his sister.
Ma'am, a love child. You think he is the bastard son of one of the most notorious drug lords in Latin America, and he's come to Chicago to get revenge. Ma'am, before he could even get here, he would have to go through all his father's enemies, not to mention our spies down south.
Listen! Slamming my hand on the table, I stood up. I have been doing this for almost 2 fucking decades. My instincts have never once failed me. I look at this girl, Li Ling. She's the daughter of the most notorious man in China, and she goes and marries a no-name Mexican. A Mexican I see and automatically think of Marcos Felipe Carrasco. My mind isn't playing tricks on me. I'm not going insane. I am sharper than I have ever been in my life. You look at those photos, as my husband does, and see what? A lawyer? A love-struck Chinese girl with a powerful last name? Guess what? I was that girl. I can spot her anywhere else, and she marries up, not down. Find Emilio Fidel and put a bullet between his eyes before I get annoyed. The Carrasco family had almost destroyed my father. Right as he became ill, Marcos El Rojo stole more than half of his heroin and killed dozens of our people, beheading them and leaving them to rot just to prove a point, that the Giovannis can't do anything. And he was right. My father was struggling just to keep the Irish at bay, and the Russians were just as bad. He couldn't take the time to focus on Mexico. His pride wouldn't let him lose to Cedric. We almost lost everything. Our game, our fortune, our worth. All because some fucking Mexican named The Red dared to step into a ring that was never meant for him.
Boss, I will gladly kill him on sight. Have you spoken to Liam about this?
What I have and have not spoken to my husband about is none of your concern. What is my concern is breathing somewhere in this city. This is unfinished Giovanni business, Fidel. I don't care how you do it, just put him in the ground. Just saying his name puts a bad taste in my mouth. I said, drinking from the bottle.
Of course.
He nodded before leaving. It was only when he was gone that I sat back down. I had a bad feeling about this. All of this. And when it came to my work, when it came to family, I trusted bad feelings.
Liam. Who the fuck? He yelled, ripping the door and only freezing in his tracks when he saw me. He was shirtless and his jeans hung low. Glancing behind him, I saw Mina pull the sheets up around her. Busy, brother? I questioned. His eyebrow raised as he eyed me carefully. I was. Was is past tense. Let's have dinner. It's 1 in the morning, Liam. Fine. Breakfast, then.
He'd love to,
Mina yelled, the shirt she threw hitting him in the back of the head. He stared, not bothering to take it off his head before turning around to her. Apparently, I'd love to. He snapped at her before shutting the door. Taking the shirt off his head, he slid his arms into it. He didn't say a word until he noticed we were really going to the kitchen. We're really going to have breakfast. I make killer omelettes. I smirked, pushing the door open. And as I thought, everyone but the cleaning maid was gone. She was scrubbing the floors. You can leave us, I said, not bothering to look at her as I walked to the fridge. When you say killer omelettes, it doesn't actually involve dying, does it? He questioned, the stool dragging on the ground as he sat up at the kitchen island. Placing the eggs, onions, and bell peppers next to the stove, I searched for a frying pan. Do you really think I'd kill you, brother? That depends. On what exactly? Pan on the stove, I grabbed the knife and his eyes dropped to it. Then back up to my face. You tell me. Slicing through the onion, I didn't reply because I wasn't exactly sure how to respond or go about starting this conversation. The great thing about Neil was sometimes he didn't have patience. Liam, what the hell is going on? Why are you cooking me omelettes at 1 in the morning? My attempt at brotherly bonding. I grabbed the red pepper. Brotherly bonding? I didn't like the way he snorted at that. What? We are brothers. We can't bond. Nope. He fought back a laugh. Or at least not in a let's have omelettes sort of way. I've already cut the fucking onions. We're having omelettes. Sure. God damn it, Neil, can you just pretend for a second this is normal? That we bloody eat fucking omelettes together, Jesus Christ. He said nothing else as I chopped, slicing with ease through the tomatoes next, then grabbing a stick of butter. Where's the salt? He questioned, and I could feel him peering over my shoulder. I don't add salt, I add pepper. No salt? What? Yes, no salt. I have enough things giving me high blood pressure, thank you. I grumbled. Not a decent omelette without salt, he muttered under his breath. When I turned back to him, he pretended to whistle, as if this was some damn show tune. Luckily, that was his last comment as I prepared everything. I flipped the omelette once over in the pan and then onto his plate before I took the table salt and put it beside him. Thank you. He dumped far too much onto his plate before taking a mouthful. Not fucking bad. Can you even taste it? It looks like it's being vacuumed into your mouth. Watching him eat was always a sight. You'd think he was starving. Pulling up a chair next to him, I picked at my eggs. staring at our reflection in the stainless steel across the island for a second. As always, when it came to muscle, he had me outmatched. He was like a tank. I'd always hated how he towered over me growing up. Did you ever feel like Father hated you? I finally threw it out there, to which he coughed, his face turning red. Rolling my eyes, I handed him a glass of water. Is the question really that surprising? From you? Yeah. He rubbed his neck. Did you feel that way? I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about you. But no, never. I always knew Father loved me. Must be nice. He hunched over his plate. So you did. You felt like Father hated you. Liam, I ate your omelette. Will you clue me into what's going on now? Why it feels like I hate him, I admitted, sighing and not bothering to eat. He's jealous of Ethan, and worst of all, he thinks less of himself. Huh. That's all you have to say. Huh. He nodded. I'm not sure what else to say. It seems normal to me. How is thinking I hate him or being jealous normal? Maybe not for you. He snapped back. You are, Ethan. You were always naturally good at everything in front of you. Even when you were sick, you worked twice as hard and still proved you were better than me. It is normal for someone who struggles to be jealous of someone who doesn't. No matter how great Wyatt is, Ethan is going to outshine him. And that sucks for Wyatt because Ethan isn't doing it on purpose. He's just being himself. You, on the other hand, did it on purpose. Me? I was basically crippled. How long is that going to be your excuse, Liam? You went out of your way to prove to Father that you were better than me, and I did nothing but watch because I didn't want to screw up again as your brother. I made one mistake and you couldn't let it go. Fine, whatever. We were kids, I learned to live with it, but what about now? Are we much better than we were before? Yes, will I stand beside you even if you continue to berate me? Yes, your blood. You're my baby brother. I remember the day you were born. I'm proud of that. However, have you ever been proud to have me as your older brother? No, because it's the one title you can't have. No matter what you do or how great you are, you will still be the second son of Cedric Callahan. It's ironic to me, actually, but had you been born first, you'd be an amazing older brother because I'd be happy to follow you and you'd never worry if I was going to stab you in the back for the title that should go to the first son. I opened my mouth to speak, to say I didn't want to be first, that he was wrong. But once again, all my words failed me. He'd stated everything perfectly, as if he'd been waiting years to speak. Maybe he had been. We're going to need something a lot stronger than water if we're going to have this conversation. He got up and searched through the cabinets until he found the cooking wine. Good enough. Good enough. I nodded, finishing the water and outstretching my cup. One glass for you, the bottle for me. He grinned before taking a drink. The fact that he could still genuinely smile. I'm not sure if I've ever been proud. I whispered, staring at the red wine, like blood in a cup. However, I have been grateful. Grateful. Yeah, it was the truth. I thought about it a million times. You could have asked Grandfather for support. With Seamus on your side, you would have gotten the Irish support. You had the Irish wife, the birthright, the ability. They could have followed you. If they had, Olivia never would have gotten greedy. She'd have been happy to be the next head of the house, and that would have been that. The moment Father was gone, you could have killed me with ease. Huh. He drank. Say huh one more time. This is the reason why I could never be the leader. My mind doesn't work like that. You've thought of how I could be Cana Canerta a million times. Just a simple alliance here, murder your brother there, no biggie. You thought of that probably with ease too. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to keep myself alive and not embarrass our family. I'm the point and shoot guy. You don't make the point-and-shoot guy the king of Canerta. He said it like it was that clean cut. You were supposed to have all of this, Neil. The title, the power, everything. How could I not think you wanted this? We're different. All I've ever wanted was my family safe. A little respect and to live in more luxury than I could ever want. I have all that. Why, more. See, you don't think that way. You think I can have the world if I just clear a few bodies. I can't explain to you why I am this way. I am. That's it. We are a peacock and a raven. So what do I do if I have two sons who are the same? What do I do if both Wyatt and Ethan don't naturally sort it out like we did? He shrugged. You have two choices. Pray that you're dead before they choose to kill each other, or make it hard for them to live without one another while you're still alive. Easier said than done.
12. I sustain myself with the love of family. Maya Angelou. Cora. When my driver opened the door for me, the very last person I expected to see standing in front of Mary West Hospital with a tulip in hand was Declan, dressed in casual jeans and a dark blue button-down shirt along with his leather jacket. "What are you doing here?" He handed me the yellow and red tulip with one hand and reached up with the other, brushing my hair behind my ears. "I know," he stated. "You know? What?"
Cora, I love you.
The smile he was forcing slowly fell from his lips.
I love you more than I thought it was humanly possible to love anyone. Which is why when I realized you were hiding something from me, I was hurt and confused. But I realized you love me too. That's why you didn't tell me your cancer was back, and it's okay, I get it. I wish you had, but I understand why you didn't. However, that doesn't change the fact that I know, and it doesn't change anything except for the fact that I'm going to be right beside you. You and I are going to fight this and win, just like we did in the past.
I stared at him in amazement, and I was positive I fell in love with him all over again. I had no clue what I'd done to deserve him, but I would do it again. I would do anything for him. Reaching up, I placed my hand on his cheek. "I'm sorry."
Cora, it's fine.
"I'm sorry, because," I repeated again, cutting him off, "I made you worry when I don't have cancer." He was about to cut in when he paused, his eyebrows coming together in confusion as he gawked at me.
What?
"I'm as cancer-free as I was last year and the year before. I'm healthy and cancer-free," I repeated.
Wait. But Evelyn said the hospital called about you starting chemo tomorrow, and you're here today for blood work, and...
"Not me, my cousin." I hadn't wanted to tell him because I didn't want to talk about Imani ever again with him. Not after the hell she put us through. She has cancer. I'm paying for it and acting as her emergency contact. She's been calling me for weeks, and honestly, it's driving me insane. I kind of hoped I'd help her get better, and she'd just accept it without digging up the past. That's why I came tonight. He wrapped his arms around me and took a deep breath.
Thank fucking Jesus bloody Christ.
He laughed so hard I shook with him, wrapping my arms around his chest. "I still get to keep the tulip, right?" I asked against him.
"You can have whatever you want."
He broke away slightly.
"As long as you promise never to keep secrets from me again."
I held my pinky finger out. "I promise
to never keep big secrets from my devilishly handsome husband ever again, but reserve the right to have tiny secrets here and there for his own good. His eyebrow raised, and he grinned, locking his pinky with mine.
I can live with that.
Are you gonna come in with me? To see Imani, I mean. I asked, and he stiffened.
Sorry,
he said, even though he didn't mean it.
I know she is your family, and despite everything she has done, you will do what you think is right, but I'm not as forgiving as you, love. Those who cross you or me are never welcome back. It's just the way I am. But go. We can have dinner after you're done.
There was no point in arguing. That was just how Declan was. He didn't believe in forgiving outsiders. I'll be right back. I kissed his cheek before going around him. He stood there and waved until I could no longer see him. Then I focused on the hospital around me. I made it to the elevator as it was opening, and sure enough, there was Imani. Her brown hair was shaved, exposing her bald head, and even her eyebrows were gone. Cora! She smiled at me as if we were old friends, and for some reason, staring at her bothered me. Is this how I looked back then? Imani? Shocking, right? She rubbed her bald head as the nurse pushed her out of the elevator, and I backed up. I thought I'd just get it over with. I look horrible, don't I? No. You look like a fighter. I smiled, moving to take over from the nurse behind the wheelchair. Where are we headed? I just wanted to see the city lights. I figured I'd be too sick to get out of bed for a while, so I should enjoy it while I'm still feeling strong enough. I understood that feeling. We walked in silence until we reached the exit. I took off my coat and placed it on her lap before pushing her out. The city had been astonishingly windy that month. Isn't Chicago just beautiful? She asked when I moved her over to a bench. No place like it, I replied, sitting down. Silence. But then again, after all these years, what else could we be but silent? How is your family? She asked. I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Amazing. I have 2 kids, a baby boy and a 7-year-old girl. She's a chatterbox and always excited. Declan says she's just like me. Even though we adopted her, it really does feel like she's ours. They mean more than the world to me. I can tell you are happy. She didn't finish her statement. While I was in a mental institution, you were living the dream. I would hardly call my life a dream, Imani. Let's just leave the past in the past. I didn't want to talk about this. Whatever you say. After all, I'm supposed to be the grateful one. I have no money. My father's now dead, and my mother is God knows where with all of our money. My money. The money they'd lived off all their lives was the Wilson family money given to me by my father. It was theirs. I had said it 100 times, and yet they still didn't get it. We should head back inside. It's cold, I said, getting up. What's cold is ditching your family for a bunch of white people, she muttered under her breath. I again ignored her. You would think after all these years, after everything we had gone through, she'd just shut up by now. You sold out, Cora. No, I chose my happiness over yours. You think you were the first person to try to make me feel guilty? Why? Because I'm not living to the standard they want? Because you are unhappy? Sorry, I chose me, and it might not be perfect, it might not be a dream or a fairy tale, but my good days outweigh the bad. That's all we can hope for in life, isn't it?" She didn't answer, so I just pushed her back. That was enough Wilson family bonding to last us another decade. I'd make sure she got her treatments, and then I was done.
"Declan."
"Where are you?"
she said into the phone, and I watched her as she spun around searching for me. The tulip I had given her was now braided into her hair. "I'm kind of hard to miss, love," I said to her as I honked the horn. Her head whipped back as I stepped out.
Oh my God.
Her mouth dropped open, her brown eyes taking in every inch of the bright red 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air convertible in front of her.
"Hi, Mommy."
Helen popped her head out of the window like a groundhog, grinning from ear to ear.
"Hi, sweetie. What is going on here?"
"We're going to the movies,"
Helen cheered, lifting up the bag of kettle corn in her hands, which she had already started to eat. I was trying my hardest not to think of the crumbs that most definitely were on the floor of an honoured American classic. "You heard the lady," I smiled, holding the passenger side door open for her. "Come on, we'll miss the movies."
I'm coming.
She giggled, sliding into the red and white seat.
"You brought Darcy."
Sliding over the hood of the car, I could hear him laugh when I got in. "Of course I brought Darcy. It can't be a family movie night if the whole family isn't here."
"Daddy said we're celebrating."
Helen stuck her head right between us. Her hair, which was split into two big puffs, brushed up against my cheek.
"I got to pick the movie, too. We're watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit."
She was so excited she was bouncing. "Helen, seatbelt." She pouted, and I pouted back, turning around and pressing my face right up against hers until she broke out in a fit of giggles.
"Do classic cars even have seatbelts?"
Cora questioned, reaching back to check on Darcy, who sat comfortably in his car seat, happily sucking on his pacifier and gripping onto his own toes. They were added. "This car is 100% road safe." I winked, glancing back at Helen. I coughed before pretending to grab a speaker from the radio, holding the imaginary microphone to my lips. Last call for the Callahan family. Please check to make sure all members of your party are safely buckled in. Helen!"
"Check."
she cried, pulling on the top of the seatbelt. "Darcy!"
"Check."
Both her and Cora cried out, and Darcy laughed at the faces Helen made beside him. "Mommy!" I stretched forward as she rolled her eyes at me, though the smile on her face never once wavered as she pulled on the top of her belt.
"Check."
"All righty."
"Wait, you forgot to check you."
Helen leaned forward. Cora leaned over to me, pulling on the strap across my chest and even unbuckling my seatbelt before clicking it back in place again.
"Daddy, check."
She winked at me. "This is a reminder to all passengers to keep their hands, feet, and head inside the automobile at all times. Thank you for driving with Declan Callahan tonight, where your comfort and safety are my #1 priority. Tonight's movie, handpicked by none other than beautiful Helen Callahan herself, is Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Our estimated time of arrival is 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Cora couldn't take it anymore. She laughed so hard she snorted, which only made me laugh back at her.
"Mommy."
Helen sighed.
Sorry, I'll be a good passenger."
She threw her hands up as I started the engine and pulled onto the street. Helen hummed in the back seat, nodding her head back and forth, staring at the city while I tried not to notice Cora staring only at me, her hand burning a hole through my jeans and driving me completely crazy. Finally, when we got to the park, I slowed to a stop in front of the large white screen held up by 2 trees.
"Where's the movies?"
Helen frowned, glancing around. "The movies are coming to us, sweetheart. It's called a drive-in movie theatre." Reaching over Cora's lap, I took out her Twizzlers, along with a can of Sprite from the glove compartment.
"Cool."
She reached up, taking him from me.
What did you say?
Cora asked her as I slid her a mini bottle of wine, her eyes widening as if she were about to break out in tears. Funnily enough, when we'd first gotten married, she didn't drink.
Thank you,
Helen replied, leaning back into the seat when the lights came on. Cora said nothing, simply staring at me and drinking her white wine from a bendy straw. What? I finally asked her. She just shrugged, not answering. Cora.
I've fallen in love with you again twice today. You know that?
I wanted to kiss her. Damn it. You're finally catching up to me. I fell in love with her at least twice as often, every day. Neil. Holding the gun to her chest, she leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath before her eyes focused on me. Stretching my hand out, I told her to wait. Peeking around the mound, everything was silent, but I knew they were out there, just waiting to take the shot. If she got hit, then it was all over. No! I yelled, and she bolted as fast as she could toward me.
Fire!
Mina hollered from up above as she and Cedric took aim, paintballs flying everywhere, hitting her in the leg, arm, and back.
I'm hit!
She cried out as I ran toward her. They pummeled me with paintballs over and over again. Lifting my hands in defeat, she and Cedric came out of their hiding spots. Mina blew fake smoke off her gun while Cedric kept his pointed at us.
Do you give up?
He asked us. Before I could say anything, Nari shot him right in the chest. She was even quick enough to get Mina. Both the lights in their vests lit up, meaning she'd gotten the kill shots.
Hey, cheater!
He called out.
The war isn't over until we give up. Right, Dad?
Nari raised her hand to fist bump me. Absolutely. I fist bumped her before pulling her into a hug. It's not our fault you thought you won and came out early.
What? Mommy?
Cedric turned to her as if she was supposed to right this injustice. Both Nari and I stared at her, waiting as she sized us up.
Well played. We won't forgive you next time.
She finally spoke, and Cedric put his hand to his head, falling to his knees as he groaned.
No!
He was the most dramatic 6-year-old on the face of the planet.
Come on.
Mina laughed, putting her hand on his helmet.
Let's all get cleaned up before we eat. We have ribs?
Ribs? Cedric and I both said at the same time, wide grins on our faces. Cedric took off his helmet and made a run for the showers.
Ribs, Daddy! Come on!
You would think we don't feed him. I shook my head.
Daddy, you're making the same face, though.
Nari giggled. Bending down, I made a face at her, and she just pinched my cheeks. Whose side are you on, Peanut?
If it's between family and others, I'm on family's side. If it's between family and family, I'm on the winning side.
She answered proudly. She and Mina were one and the same. It was funny.
That girl.
Mina came over to us. Lifting my pinky up to her, I said, And who's always on the winning side between family and family?
You.
She smiled, linking fingers with me.
Well then,
Mina said dramatically.
I lose one time and...
I kissed her and she laughed. But before she could say anything else, Cedric came running back out, butt-ass naked with no shame whatsoever.
Daddy, come on!
He yelled at me.
Cedric, your clothes!
Mina yelled at him.
You said clean up!
He stretched his stomach. Snorting, she smacked me on the shoulder.
Stop laughing. This is why he thinks it's okay.
Come on, Cedric, before Mommy shoots you. I laughed, moving toward him. He jumped back, holding his arms out like he did for karate class.
I'm too fast. Not too fast for me.
Nari held out the gun and he went running.
Don't tell me you're scared of your big sister, Cedric. I teased him as I entered the locker room where all his clothes were scattered on the floor.
I'm not scared. You guys are tricky.
He crossed his arms at me. Tricky? Or smart? I asked him, taking off my vest and shirt.
Both.
He grumbled.
But it's okay. Nari is going to be on my team next time.
What? You're ditching Mommy? He shrugged.
Boys gotta do what boys gotta do.
Cedric. I didn't even know what to say. I just put my hand on his head, walking with him to the sauna. I adjusted the temperature before we both walked in. We grabbed towels and hopped onto the seats, laying back. I had bought the paintball center when he started walking as a place for him to train, but also have fun. It was open to the public Wednesday through Sunday, so most Mondays and Tuesdays we were all there. He was so used to it here, he even knew when to add water to the rocks without me saying anything. He just lay back and relaxed. Was he spoiled? A little bit. But I was glad. Life would get harder. At least he was still innocent now.
Is something on my face?
He frowned, wiping his nose. Yeah.
Really?
This time he rubbed all over his face.
Now?
Even worse.
Daddy!
He hollered as I laughed, crossing his arms again as he lied back down.
Why don't you make fun of Nari?
Because Nari's good at comebacks. She really was a fast thinker, just like her mother. But she was shy. Nina wasn't shy. She just preferred to only speak when she had something important to say. Other than that, she wore her emotions on her face.
I'm not good at comebacks,
he replied.
All the girls are. Helen is the best. She even got Nari.
Nari and Helen were fighting. Nari didn't fight with anyone.
Yeah. Nari thinks Kevin from Plain Owl is the cutest, and Helen thinks Ian is. They all look weird to me.
He yawned. Wait. Nari likes a boy.
Duh, Dad.
He frowned. She was kind of young for boys. Right? Do you like anyone?
Yes. Me.
He said seriously. Grabbing a small hand towel, I threw it at him. You are just like your uncle sometimes.
Uncle Declan or Uncle Liam?
Both. He grinned.
I want to be cool like Uncle Declan, be the best at video games like Uncle Liam, and as strong as you. Won't that be cool? I'll be Superman.
Good to know that the combination of the three of us is his version of Superman.
We get to eat ribs,
he sang happily. Then stopped, sitting back up.
Mommy eats a lot. She's gonna take the best ones.
I couldn't stop laughing. He was just too damn funny.
Daddy!
Relax. Girls take longer. I reminded him, and he relaxed, leaning back. It was true, though. For as tiny as Mina was, she could eat. He went back to singing,
We got to eat ribs, we got to eat ribs.
6 years. That's how long he'd been in my life. And I could not imagine not having a son. We get to eat ribs. I sang along with him.
13. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Sun Tzu. Melody. 4:59 a.m. I stood waiting, watching each second pass on my watch. I thought about it, how I would do this, how I would start over dozens of times and could come up with nothing. Nothing but my own past. I would start the same way my father had started with me. 57. 58. 59. Donna! I shook her shoulder. She tried to roll away, but I ripped the cover off of her. Donna, get up. Mommy? Now. She rubbed her eyes, slowly sitting up, clearly confused. Her dark hair was a complete mess around her, and she made it worse by scratching the side of her head. I wanted to brush it down for her, but instead I stepped back. Take her, I said to Fidel, who emotionlessly picked her up. Mommy? Donna panicked as he grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. Ignoring her, I held the door open for them, walking forward as I pulled my hair up into a ponytail. Fidel, you're holding on too tight. She squirmed, but he didn't say a word. Just kept walking, and I knew his grip wouldn't loosen. Mommy, what's wrong? Mommy? I could feel her starting to panic. It was probably because she was confused, but also because she was tired. Opening the door, Fidel walked quicker, shifting her into his arms before throwing her into the deep end of the pool. Mommy! She screamed, and a quiver went down my spine. But I ignored it. She was still better off than I was. No one woke me up with Orlando. I was grabbed while sleeping and thrown into the deep end. No explanation. Nothing. Swim, Donatella, I said as she flapped her arms around uselessly. She knew how to swim. I'd made sure of it. At the moment, she was just scared. Wrapping her arms around herself, she stared at me, her wet hair sticking to her face. She didn't move, just stared at me as I sat down on the pool chair. Why aren't you swimming? I asked her. She frowned. It's cold. You will live. She swam to the edge of the pool and got out. I don't want to swim. Fidel picked her up with ease and threw her right back in, more harshly this time. The sound of her face hitting the water made my throat dry. It took a second, but she swam back up, brushing her hair off her face, gasping out for air. I don't care if you want to swim, top to bottom. Mommy! Now! She took a deep breath, moving to the edge of the pool before taking off. I wanted to smile at how naturally good she was, but my face felt frozen. She swam smoothly from one side to the other. Happy? She snapped angrily at me, trying to get out again. But she paused the moment she saw Fidel hovering over her. Do it again. What? Do it again. Why? Because I said so. Mommy! Now, Donatella! She smacked her hand on the water, but did what I said this time. Faster. Faster than me at her age. But this wasn't about speed. She'd learned that the hard way. Again, I stated when she finished. How many? 100. Mom! Her mouth dropped open. You've done 2. Only 98 more to go, I stated. You stay in there however long it takes, Donatella. She bit her lip, her green eyes glaring at me as the water reflected in them. But she swam anyway. It wasn't possible for her to get to 100 yet, but that wasn't the point. It was to break her, to make her so weak she couldn't stand, so weak she felt sick. Swimming on an empty stomach with no prior training, with her furry pajamas weighing her down. This was going to hurt. A lot. And it was just a start. It took 10 laps before she had to stop, gasping out for breath. Again she looked to me, and there must have been something on my face because she looked hurt but didn't say anything. Just went back to swimming. She probably has another 10 laps in her before she sinks. Get ready to jump in. I told Fidel, and he just stepped out of his shoes. I was wrong. She was weaker than I thought. It wasn't 10, it was 6. She did 6 more laps before her legs cramped up, and she cried out. Mom! She tried to call out at me before her head dropped under the water. My heart dropped. I gripped the edge of my seat, but didn't move. Fidel dove in, and even though I knew she wasn't under for long and that he would easily get her, I still held my breath. She coughed when he brought her back up and pulled himself over to the side. She pushed off him, trying to stand even when she could barely breathe. She made it an inch before her legs gave out and she fell to the ground. She cried out, rolling into a ball. "Why are you crying?" I asked her, but she didn't reply. Kneeling next to her, I shoved her onto her back. Staring up at me, she grabbed her heart. "Does it hurt? Does it feel like your heart is about to explode and your legs are gone? You feel like you're going to die?" She nodded, her lip quivering, but she couldn't stop the tears from rolling down the sides of her face. "Well, let me tell you a secret my father told me. When you feel like you are dying, that's when you know you aren't really dying. You're growing. Get used to this feeling, Donatella, because you're going to be growing a lot from now on. Get up. We've just started." I stood as two maids walked in with a change of clothes and her breakfast. Bread and enriched milk. 8:27 a.m.
"Stop it!"
She yelled at me, throwing her hands in the air.
"I'm tired. My legs hurt. My hands hurt. Everything hurts."
"That's sad. Do you want me to kiss it and make it feel better?" I mocked, circling her in the ring.
"Our poor little princess. Her legs hurt. Her arms hurt. Oh, no."
Her face bunched up, and like a raging bull screaming, she ran to me blindly. All I did was step to the side, stretching out my fist and hitting her right in the mouth. Her head snapped to the side, her whole body went down, hard, and she didn't get back up.
What the fuck, Melody?
I knew that voice. I didn't even bother looking at him, and in a flash he was in the ring, kneeling down beside her as I untaped my hands.
"Donna! Sweetheart! Donna!"
he yelled, shaking her, but she was out cold. Rising from the ground, he wrapped his arms around her as he glared at me.
"Have you lost your motherfucking mind?"
"Good morning, Declan." I smiled.
"She's your daughter! Your daughter, and you just beat the shit out of her!"
"Now that's an exaggeration," I replied, grabbing my water bottle from the side of the ring. "That was the first time I hit her this whole match. It's hardly a beating. Besides, I slowed down right before I hit her jaw. It's going to be sore as fuck in the morning when she wakes up, but it wasn't too bad. She probably would have gotten up if it wasn't for the fact we've been training all morning." When I spit the water from my mouth, he stared at me, mouth open, completely at a loss for words.
"She's a child!"
"Everyone keeps telling me that as if I wasn't the one who gave birth to her."
"That might be because it's hard for us to tell if you know or not,"
he hollered back.
"I didn't say anything when you trained Cora because she wanted this, but Donna does not."
"If I gave Donna everything she wanted, she'd live off strawberry cakes and dye her hair pink. You don't give children what they want, you give them what they need."
"So you gave her a right hook?"
I nodded proudly. "Yup. The very first one of her life, and now she knows what it's like to be hit. She knows it's painful, but survivable. Today she learned her body is stronger than she thinks. All in all, it's a good day. So, will you let her sleep it off in her room, or will you keep bitching to me about how she's a delicate flower who needs to be protected from her evil mommy?" His jaw clenched. I could see him gritting his teeth.
"Liam is going to... What am I going to do?"
Right on cue, Liam walked in, dressed in black shorts and a sleeveless black shirt. Ethan to his right and Wyatt to his left. Both of them were confused until they saw Donatella.
"Donna!"
They both tried to run forward, but as expected, Liam grabbed the collars of their shirts, pulling them back so hard that when he let go they fell on their asses. Ethan jumped right up, glaring at him.
"Dad!"
"I told you to stand beside me. Where do you think you're going?"
"Donna is..."
"Done with her training for the day. You two are not, so stay still."
He glared at Wyatt.
"No!"
Wyatt yelled, turning away from him, and once again Liam pulled him back harder this time. When he let go, he smacked him so hard he was back on his ass. Ethan's eyes widened as he stared between them. Kneeling beside him, he grabbed his shirt.
When I give you an order, son, it is not optional. You listen or you get knocked on your ass. Are we clear?
Wyatt didn't speak.
I said, are we clear?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I said yes, sir!
Wyatt yelled at the top of his lungs.
Brilliant. Now get in the ring, both of you.
He stated as Declan got out, still holding Donna as if she were a piece of precious glass. "Daddy?" she muttered, waking up faster than I'd expected. Maybe I hit her a little too gently. "Ouch!" She spit blood from her mouth once again, earning me a cold look from Declan. "Never mind." "Daddy?" She reached out for him, and this time I glared at Liam. Emotionless, he stared back at her, and she dropped her hands slowly. "Daddy?"
Declan, get her ice,
he stated. And to everyone else he must have looked like a cold-hearted son of a bitch. But to me he looked like he was the one in the most pain. Stepping out of the ring, I also ignored Ethan and Wyatt. The fact that they looked to us so often for affection and were shocked to not get it proved two things to me. First, we were good parents, and second, we had babied all of them for far too long. When I had taken Donna that morning, Liam had been awake. He hadn't said a word as I changed and got ready. There was nothing left to say. The shooting had changed everything. We couldn't protect them every second of the day. It wasn't possible, no matter how badly we wished it was. We could, however, make them protect themselves, as best as children could, anyway. I took Donna first and early so that Ethan and Wyatt could see her in this state. They fought each other, but now Liam and I were the enemies, the ones hurting them and their sister. They'd have to work together to beat Liam, and I almost pitied them. Liam hated to lose, and was not going to go easily. We are going to need a lot of ice.
Liam, 11:45 a.m. Parenthood had taught me 3 things about myself. First, it is possible to unconditionally love 4 people at the same time. Second, despite loving my wife's strength, I was still a bit sexist. And third, I was far more sadistic than I'd thought. I should not have enjoyed beating the shit out of my sons as much as I did. "Damn it!" Ethan yelled when I sideswiped his leg, sending him to the mat once again. I'd lost count of how many times that was now.
Ugh!
Wyatt screamed like an ape as he ran towards me. He kicked and punched like a madman while I just laughed, putting my hand on his head to hold him back. Ethan got up behind me and tried to hit me, but I outstretched my leg and kicked him right in the nose before punching Wyatt in the gut. Gently, of course. Not to him, but for me, it was gentle. They groaned, cupping their wounds as they gasped for air on the ground. "I'm sorry, what was that?" I smiled, stretching. "It looks like I got 2 little pansies as sons. Maybe we should bring Donna in to help you two." I loved how their eyes glazed over with anger and frustration. Even though they were in pain, even though it was not possible for them to win, they got onto their feet anyway. They couldn't really move because of the aching in their legs, yet they were up and still willing to fight anyway. "What now?" I asked them, waiting. They yelled, again, grinning at me, again, only to get kicked back on their asses.
Stop it!
I didn't yell at them, but Donna did. Holding an ice pack to her face, she climbed into the ring. The first thing I noticed was how her legs twitched. I also saw that her mouth was swollen, and worst of all, her eyes were red. She stepped in front of me, glaring at me with so much anger I wasn't sure what to say to her. She looked like her mother. Instead of yelling at me, she turned around and faced Ethan and Wyatt.
Stop being stupid! Stop calling us stupid! You can't even spell it!
Wyatt hollered back at her, wiping the blood from his nose. Donna's fists bunched up and she pulled her leg back to kick him, but Ethan stopped her.
Why are we stupid now, Donna?
Ethan asked. Donna stopped, but before speaking, she turned to me.
Time out!
She said. Time out? Who said they get time outs?
Dad, time out!
She stated forcibly, moving to the corner with Ethan following her. Wyatt didn't get up from the floor, just lied there.
Wyatt!
She screamed again.
I'm coming! Jeez!
He grumbled. What the fuck? It was the only thing that came to mind as I stepped back into my corner, torn between wanting to laugh and staring in amazement.
She's a little boss, isn't she?
I turned to see Cora, her hair pulled into a ponytail, smiling at him.
She reminds me so much of Melody, it's remarkable. Today, her mother beat her into the ground. Declan came to me pissed off at how much Mel had pushed her, yelling not to let Helen get any ideas. Yet here Donna is holding an ice pack to her jaw, trying to help her brothers. She's a lot stronger than anyone gives her credit for. I am shocked, however, that you are allowing her to train. I thought she'd be as hard-headed as Declan.
Thanks, I replied, leaning on the ropes. Did Declan ever tell you about our aunts, Fiona and Abigail?
No. You know Declan has issues talking about all that. But Evelyn told me they were murdered.
They weren't just murdered. They were tortured. Fiona died before Declan's father, so I barely remember her. I just knew that it was the first time my father and uncle worked together, killing dozens. They raised the city in anger. Just like Ethan and Wyatt, my uncle and father were always fighting. When my father left home, it actually worsened. But Aunt Fiona's death had brought them together again.
Evelyn said that Declan's father died shortly after that.
She said softly.
The life of a mafia family.
It was true. My Aunt Abby was the wild child. She loved life. She spent her days travelling everywhere. Each time she came to see us, she brought us something new. For his 13th birthday, she got Declan the tooth of a baby tiger, and I was so jealous. She would put on plays for us in the backyard and force us to be her co-stars. She was amazing, and my father loved her to death. My mom would joke he loved Abby more than her. So the day they murdered her and sent him her head, he broke down. That was the first and last time I ever saw my father cry. No, weep. He told me he had failed as a brother, as a man, and as the leader of the family. He said he couldn't wait for the day I would take over. It scared me to see my father like that, defeated. Now, all these years later, I understand. The world is cruel, but it is especially cruel to women. When that woman isn't related to you, it's just a travesty. When she is, there is nothing worse. So, I took a deep breath, facing my own daughter as she grinned at her brothers. As always, my wife was right. I want Donna to put up a hell of a fight if she ever needs to. I want her to put the fear of God into anyone who comes her way. I just don't want to see her stumble to get to that point. Even so, there was nothing else I could do.
Time in!
Donna called out before sliding backward out of the ring. Cora walked around to meet her. I wasn't sure what she'd said to them, But for the first time in nearly 2 hours, they finally worked together. Wyatt tried to draw my attention to the left while Ethan came from the right. Slowly a grin spread across my cheeks. My children. I could see it in their eyes. This was the beginning. The darkness in their eyes and their potential was showing. They would surpass even my own greatness. Just not today.
Damn it!
Ethan hissed through his teeth when my fist collided with his stomach. You all really need to stop fucking cursing.
Melody. 11:49 a.m. I had just stepped out of my bathroom when I found Mina holding blue jeans and a simple white button-down shirt for me to wear. "We have a problem," Mina stated. "You mean other than the fact that you went into my closet?" "Much bigger than that. Are Liam, Ethan, Wyatt, or Donna in danger?" Her eyebrows came together, a frown on her lips. "No. Why?" "Then there is no bigger issue than you being in my closet." She sighed, rolling her eyes. "This sniper shot again. This time at another school, 4 more kids. Is that a big enough issue for you?" "Is it a copycat? Why would a sniper sent to deliver a message to Liam and me then go and shoot up another school?" "The police aren't sure." "When are they ever sure? Spend millions educating them and they still couldn't do their fucking job sometimes. Jesus Christ." "Well, this is all very sad." I shrugged, dropping the towel and putting on my underwear before grabbing lotion from my dresser. "Either way, we should wait before we see the parents. Melody, you need to call a state of emergency." "Locking down schools and setting a curfew. What good does that really do, Mina? The sniper is shooting in broad daylight. I'm not going to let one man hold my city hostage." Walking over to me, she pushed the outfit to me. "The public needs to see you, at least pretending to be concerned then." "Let me guess. You chose this outfit because it looks like I didn't have time to get dressed. I just rushed over at the call of the people. No heels either. I can run in heels. Melody, I can run in heels," I stated again, stepping into my jeans. Truth be told, I didn't care. Kids died, but I didn't care because they weren't my kids. They weren't family. They were just 4 random little faces. What I wanted to do, what I did care about, was staying at home with my family as I promised. However, I'd also promised not to make this city so goddamn bloody. But Chicago was apparently addicted to the violence. Dressed and pulling my hair into a messy bun, I grabbed the black heels I had left for my dress and followed her out the door. She was already on the phone, most likely with the office, which would undoubtedly be full of press. "Oh, Phelan, let Liam know I'll be out until dinner," I stated when the door opened. He bowed slightly.
Of course, Mom. Good morning, boss.
Murphy held the door for me. "It's hardly a good anything," I muttered to myself when Mina slid in beside me. Pulling out her tablet, she handed it to me. All over the news, just like the day before, were police, the media, and weeping parents. "I'm getting updates as we go, however, just like yesterday. They used some bullets from a Norma." I nodded. "It's a 6.5 Norma, but it's being fired from a Trevello sniper rifle. Whoever is shooting is a long-range professional. It is lightweight, depending on the barrel length, of course. It is compact enough to lug around, and its accuracy is 1 MOA at..." I stopped when I realized she had no idea what I was talking about, even though I hadn't even gotten into the actual details of the thing yet. "Funny. You don't ramble about anything else but guns." "I wasn't rambling. You just didn't know what I was talking about," I replied, leaning back into my seat. When I looked out, I noticed we weren't heading toward the office. "Murphy."
Yes, ma'am? Boss.
"Where are we going?" "The hospital." Mina answered for him. I fucking hated hospitals. "I thought we were not going to see the victims. We aren't, she stated, not looking up as she texted quickly. We are going to see the families who survived. Just do what you always do. Smile, pretend to cry and care. I glared at her. You know, you grow increasingly more bossy with each passing day. I don't like it. She paused, looking up from her phone. I didn't see fear. Instead, she smiled. I'm just looking out for you. We are family, after all. She and Cora both did this, pretending we were close enough to be friends. But I didn't have friends. They were necessary because they kept Declan and Neil happy, which in turn made Liam happy. His family was happy. Everybody was shitting unicorns and rainbows of happiness while I sat in the corner trying not to lose my mind. Smile. No, don't smile. She spoke quickly when the car came to a stop at the hospital, and sure enough, the press were there. Be solemn and don't get off topic. Just say we're sorry for the loss of more innocent lives, the police are on it, blah, blah, blah. Right now you want to pay respect to the families. Got it? Again, I glared. Got it, boss. She asked again, her voice going down an octave. Nodding, she tapped on the window and Murphy opened the door. Stepping out, I heard the same questions I'd heard the day before.
Governor Callahan, do you have any comments?
Governor, do you have a moment?
Did you not run on a platform of safer streets?
What do you have to say to the parents?
Are there any leads on the sandbox sniper?
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Had they already given this fucker a name? Pausing, I leaned in. Their disgusting microphones so close to my face you'd think they were trying to shove them down my goddamn throat. The sandbox sniper? I asked. One woman stepped up, her red hair cropped at the shoulders. Her eyes were green, scared and excited like a fledgling bird just starting to fly. Yes. She stood straighter. Due to the nature of these crimes, people have... 12:17 p.m. Bang. The shot was so loud it echoed in my ears. Like ants, they all started to run, tripping over one another as I fell backward. Murphy and the other guards grabbed hold of me, all of them pulling me into the safety of the hospital. I knew they were screaming. I could see their mouths moving, but I couldn't hear anything. Glancing down at my white Valentino shirt, I saw blood now soaked into the fabric, and only one thought came to my mind. Liam, I'm going first.
14. A reason for living is also an excellent reason for dying. Albert Camus. Neil. 12:24 p.m. You're out of mayo. I frowned, glaring at my very plain turkey and cheese sandwich. How am I supposed to eat this without mayo? He didn't answer. Well, he couldn't answer. Our police commissioner, former police commissioner, was too busy weeping naked and bloody on his living room floor, his legs and arms bound. He actually looked like a pig ready for slaughter. A pale pig, but a pig nonetheless. Opening the fridge, I searched high and low, but he was apparently one of those goddamn health nuts. Gluten-free shit. Fruit. Kale. How do people fucking live like this? Freaks. I grumbled, grabbing my humble sandwich and walking around the kitchen, eyeing the black granite countertops. I entered the living room, sat in the middle of the couch, and kicked my feet up on the glass coffee table. Nice house. I think high ceilings are always the best choice. It makes the house feel open and airy. Plus, all the extra natural sunlight really helps. I told him before taking a bite. I'm not sure if this actually tastes good or if I'm just really hungry. He grunted against the duct tape over his mouth. I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak English. Or Irish, if you know it, which I'd be pretty impressed at because not that many people speak it here anymore. It's more like pidgin. Used to drive my father crazy, I replied, taking another bite. I wasn't sure what I'd said, but he got riled up. screaming and twisting his body as if that would really help him get out of the zip ties or something. He grunted and scowled, his pale face turning pinker and then redder each passing second. Reaching over to the coffee table in front of me, I took the crystal coaster and threw it right at his head. Calm the fuck down, Jesus. You're going to give yourself a heart attack, you know. And where is the fun in that? He rolled over to his side. The blood. First 1 drop, then 2. Then far more than I could care to count slowly began to spill from his head. You still with me, Commissioner? I paused mid-bite. He didn't reply, or move, or even seem to breathe. Well, this is disappointing. I'll just make myself at home then until you come too. I wonder if you have milk. Reaching forward, I took the remote, turned on the television and got up, heading back to the kitchen. Of course, it was soy milk. Fucking shit. We go back to Andre Curry with our breaking news. Thanks, John. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just across the street from Mary West Hospital, the location in which just moments ago, current Illinois Governor Melody Callahan was shot. Everything in my hands fell and slipped to the ground. It all slowed down, everything. My heartbeat, my breathing, me turning back, the reporter on the screen. Everything was slow, with the exception of Mel. The video of her speaking 1 moment, then falling back, it all lasted 2, maybe 3 seconds, and they just had it on loop. Melody talking, Melody falling, Mina screaming, Melody being rushed inside, over and over and over again. Melody talking, Melody falling, Mina screaming, Melody being rushed inside. We have no current update from the hospital. However, John, there is a lot of blood in front of those hospital doors. Liam, he's going to kill everyone. Declan, 12:30 p.m. He was laughing. He looked beside himself with happiness. Every time he was with his kids, he couldn't help but smile, even now as he was teaching both Ethan and Wyatt how to bandage their own wounds. Donna sat beside him watching, and every once in a while he'd reach over and brush her hair back. They were in pain, all 3 of them, Ethan, Wyatt and Donna. But they still listened carefully, watching as he showed them how he wrapped his arm with 1 hand. Wyatt, you're a natural. Liam laughed.
Of course.
Wyatt puffed out his chest, wincing once, but still holding up his bandaged hand with pride.
Ethan, having trouble?
Ethan ignored him and tried to focus on wrapping neatly. Giving up, he sighed and held out his hand to Wyatt. Do it for me.
What? No.
Teamwork, remember? Right, Donna? Ethan grinned, and I could see the same look in his eyes that Liam had whenever he was up to something.
Right.
Donna threw her fist up.
Come on, Wyatt. Dad.
Liam just shrugged. Are you really going to let your brother suffer alone? He's useless without you. Hey, don't give him a big head, Ethan hollered. Wyatt grabbed his arm.
Ouch! You big baby,
he muttered to his brother, laughing. Finally, Liam glanced over to me. Kissing Donna's forehead, he got up, and I wished he hadn't. I wished he had just stayed in that moment with him for another second, another minute. The closer he came to me, the farther into hell he was. Ethan knows how to tie it. He muttered more to himself than to me, glancing over his shoulder. He knows, but he just wants Wyatt to feel good about himself. I think I overreacted to Wyatt. Ethan loves his brother, and I don't think anything can ever change that. I said nothing, just stared at him, my heart ringing in my ears. He was going to kill me for hesitating, but I I knew what would happen when I said the words. Finally, he turned back to me. His eyes looked me over once, his body tensing up as he saw my face.
Declan, what is it?
Fuck.
Declan?
Mel. The moment I said her name, his green eyes widened. She was shot. I don't know how bad, but Mina was screaming and she's in surgery. He took a step back from me, a small smile on his lips as he shook his head.
What are you talking about? Mel went to take a shower. We're all having lunch.
Liam?
Don't fucking play with me, Declan!
He grabbed my throat, slamming my back against the elevator doors.
Don't joke like this, Declan. I will kill you!
Liam! Cora screamed, running over to us. I wasn't sure how I had missed her standing there. Actually, that was a lie. For the first time since I'd met her, she wasn't important right then. Liam was. She's at Mary West, I whispered. He just stared at me for the longest time, his grip never loosening, not even once. Again, he shook his head.
Cora, kids, safe house.
It was the last thing he said before he let go of me. Getting into the elevator with his head down, I wasn't even sure if he was breathing.
Liam, I'll drive.
The look in his eyes when I spoke. It was blood-curdling. I never once thought he would actually kill me, but I had no doubt that if I'd gotten on that elevator with him, he'd slit my throat. He was homicidal.
Liam, 12:32 p.m. My wife. My Melody. She doesn't die. I had lost count of how many motherfucking times some fool had tried to take her from me. But each time she came back. It wasn't some miracle, and it wasn't even by the grace of God. She didn't die because Mel. She was a phoenix. It was that thought alone that made me go to our room. I stripped down and changed into the fitted dark navy suit and green tie she had gotten me. I'd never forget it. It was too perfect to forget. We had had a huge fight hours before, yet I couldn't remember what it was about. Just her at the door of my closet. Her dressed in nothing but panties and a robe. 8 years before.
I don't like your ties.
She frowned, leaning on the frame of my door, her red robe completely open, thus defeating the purpose of having one. Not that I cared at all. I'm sorry they offend you so much, I muttered, looking her over before polishing my shoes.
Yeah, well then stop being upset at me.
She blurted out. Of course, Your Highness. I'll just do whatever it is you ask of me without thinking on my own.
Really? You're mocking me now?
Mocking you? No, I'm mocking me. Because apparently I'm a fucking idiot. I snapped, throwing the shoe to the side.
And childish, too.
Rising from my chair, I grabbed her tiny neck. You keep using my love for you as an excuse to run your mouth, Melody. I will kill you. She drove me insane. She smiled as she wrapped a tie I hadn't realized she had around my neck, pulling me closer to her.
If you want to kill me, then go ahead. But remember the unspoken rule between us. You are mine, Liam. You belong to me. Your face, your body, your heart, your soul. You sold it to me and I sold mine to you. So if I die, you die. If you die, I die. As long as there is air in your lungs, there is air in mine. So don't pretend, Liam, you're not fooling anyone. Not even yourself. So either let me go and kiss me, or kill us all and be done with it.
I froze. All. The smile on her face broke out into a full grin and her hand slowly dropped to the small space between us, resting on her stomach.
All,
she repeated. The anger I'd had, everything was gone. And kissing her reminded me again that she was right. We were connected to each other. She was the air in my lungs, the blood in my veins. She was my whole life. 12:40 p.m. Placing my guns in the shoulder holsters at my side and another at my ankle, I opened the door to my room only to find Fidel dressed, black gloves and all, waiting. He didn't need any order, he just followed me. By now the house was already on lockdown. Silence permeated every corner until we stepped outside where a black Mercedes waited. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself, she was alive. She was alive because I was alive. Keys. I held my hand out already at the driver's door. The only people who were going to die were the ones who fucking dared to cross me this way. To insult me this way. My wife was alive, and they were the dead ones. Fidel, 1:03 p.m. Over the years I had watched over both of them, my bosses. With each passing year I watched as they became more and more like each other. When I had first met Liam, I had thought of him as nothing more than a rabid dog, and for the most part I was correct. He acted on pure instinct. He didn't wait and calculate. He killed not only to prove a point, but because he got off on the power of it. It was like he was pissing on his territory and wanted the world to know. Then he'd met Melody, who was the very definition of the word cold. She was sharp, emotionless, calculating. Out of nowhere it started. They finished each other's statements, had private conversations just with their eyes. But most importantly, Melody laughed. Openly, truly. She was happy, and even though she tried to hide it, everyone could see it. She still snapped at people and was horrible about comforting anyone she hadn't given birth to. But she was different. She even joked now. Liam's change was subtle. He still had some of the same childlike tendencies to him, until he got upset. Now, just like Melody, he would just stay calm, in an eerie sort of way. His eyes were murderous, but he never spoke unless he had to. And when he had to, blood came afterward. Mr. Callahan!
Mr. Callahan, do you have any comments? Is the governor alive? Have the police contacted you?
Are these shootings connected? Chicago and its people were ruthless. Here he was, a husband who just found out his wife had been shot on live television. And yet instead of giving him space, instead of letting him breathe, they crowded around like vultures. They didn't care. He and Mel were objects, to be gawked at. Not people anymore. Mr. Callahan! Murphy, Melody's bodyguard, ran forward when we finally entered the lobby of the hospital. The first thing I noticed was the blood. It had stained his hands, his blue tie, and his shirt. If I noticed, Liam definitely noticed. Yet still he remained calm. Where is she? Still in surgery, sir. He led us down the hallway. We have people searching throughout the area. The FBI is speaking to the other Mrs. Callahan now. They're... Why are you alive? Liam paused. staring at the double doors of the operating room. They read "Doctors Only" beyond this point in blue letters, as if that would stop him. "Sir, your job is to put your life on the line for my wife, is it not?" he asked, stepping closer to the doors. "Yes." "So why are you alive and my wife is in there? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" "Yes, sir, it should be." He nodded slowly, still staring. "But it's not, which means you failed at your job. I will not stop until I catch this son of a bitch." For some reason that was the thing that caught his attention. Ripping his eyes from the doors, he stared at the man. "You will catch him. I swear. Let's talk." He walked from the door to the stairwell. Murphy looked to me, and I wasn't sure what was going through his head. Holding the door for them, Murphy stepped in first, then Liam. "Sir!" Bang. Before the door had even fully closed, Liam had fired into the back of his head. Murphy's body fell forward, tumbling down the stairs. "Boss?" I turned back to find his gun. The mouth so hot smoke came from it directly into my eye. "When it comes to my family, I don't give second chances. You mess up, you die. Are we clear, Fidel?" I nodded. "Good. Have this cleaned up and find the shooter." He placed the gun back into its holster before leaving.
"Oh, my God!"
A female nurse screamed, rushing up the stairs, her eyes glued to the bloody body now at the platform under the stairs. She reached for a pulse before her eyes met mine. "You have horrible timing," I told her, pulling out my gun. Before she realized the danger, it was too late and I fired, her body falling beside his. So fucking messy. Already the body count was at 2. This city was going to be dripping with blood and tears by the time he was done. I reached into my pocket for my cell phone, and they answered on the first ring. "I'm going to need a cleanup. And fast."
Mina, 1:05 p.m. If you know anything else, please call us. The officer handed me his card, and I wondered how in the hell they could help, but took it anyway.
"Sir?"
Another one of them. Like rats, they all crowded around us, poked his head in the small conference room the hospital had allowed them to use.
"Mr. Callahan has arrived."
Don't speak with him. I rose from the chair, placing the card in my pocket.
"Mrs. Callahan, I understand your hesitation."
You understand nothing. If it was your wife, if you were the last person to find out your wife was shot, would you really be in the right frame of mind to speak to anyone? If you would like to question my brother-in-law about anything, we will have our lawyers present. We wouldn't want the Chicago PD to accidentally charge him with murder and throw him in jail. Again. They glanced at each other as if they had forgotten. But the Callahans forgot nothing, and forgave even less. The officer at the door stood back, allowing me to exit. I made 3 more steps before having to pause and stare down at my feet. I had lost a heel. I hadn't even realized until now. Everything had happened so quickly and kept replaying in my mind like a horror movie. 12:17 p.m. Bang. It was wet and warm. Her blood stung when it splattered across my face. Everything in the world seemed to slow, yet my throat burned as I screeched. "Melody!" I screamed as she fell back toward the car. Murphy grabbed onto her as I reached for her. "Melody!"
"Get her in, now! Johnston, the Eagle is down! Ronnie, cover us!"
Murphy yelled as I held her hand. Her blood rolled down her olive-skinned arm down onto my hands. My eyes followed the blood back up her arm to the splotch in the center of her chest. So much blood. I felt her squeeze my hand. For the first time since I had met her, since I had come into this family, I saw her cry. Her face was pressed up against Murphy's chest, the other men covering her while we ran into the hospital. Her brown eyes were focused on me and filled with tears, just coming down her face. The most haunting was the smile on her face.
GSW to the chest!
Someone, a doctor, I thought, yelled when they put her on a gurney. We got a lot of blood here! Another one jumped up on top of her, placing her hand on her chest.
Call the OR!
Ma'am! Ma'am! Jumping, I turned to the nurse beside me. Do you know her blood type? Huh? Her blood type! AB negative. She's AB negative. Nodding, she went off and I stared down at the trail of blood she left in her wake. She was going to bleed out. The moment I thought it, my vision blurred and burned from the tears in my eyes. This couldn't be the way Melody died. She was Melody. She'd come back from worse. The world revolved around her. She would go out in some epic sort of way, not like this. Not like Cedric. 1:06 p.m.
Mrs. Callahan. Mrs. Callahan.
Again I turned, and again it was a nurse staring at me. He looked me up and down, a small frown on his lips.
Would you like to change? We have some spare scrubs.
I'm fine, thank you, I replied, reaching down to take off my other heel, walking away from him and toward the OR doors again. Then I saw him. Liam. Perfectly dressed, standing right in front of the doors like he was some sort of gatekeeper. Liam! I called out, but he didn't move or speak. Walking beside him, I placed my hand on him, but he still didn't move. Didn't even blink, just kept staring at the door. Liam, she's going to be fine. She's Melody. Fucking Melody. No one can stop her. Let's not panic.
I'm not panicking, Mina,
he whispered. Finally, his eyes moved to me.
I'm dying. I can't feel her. So little by little I'm dying.
He meant it, and I believed him. Dear God, none of us deserve it. All of us are the worst of the worst of the worst. But save her anyway. Save her for the sake of all the people Liam will kill if she dies. If you take her from him, he will take as much as he can from you before he goes.
15. No state, no government exists. What does in fact exist is a man, or a few men, in power over many men. Rose Wilder Lane. Liam. 2:52 p.m. This felt different. Melody and I had a running joke that the hospital was her second home. Between the two of us, she was the one that always ended up there. First when she was stabbed and lost our child. Then after her car accident where her mother shot her. After that there was her pregnancy with Ethan, which led to her kidnapping. She also had issues with the birth of Donna and Wyatt. And now this. On her way to the hospital, she ended up in the hospital. I would have laughed if she were beside me. I would have laughed and said she had the worst luck in history. But she wasn't with me. And for some reason this time felt different from all those times. The more I thought about it, the further into a black hole I fell. My hearing seemed to be the first thing to go. Everything was silent. Then my vision seemed a tunnel, no matter how hard I tried to focus. I was dying. And that scared me because it meant she was dying. Our kids are fucked. Ethan would never smile again. Wyatt would just break down. He wouldn't make it. Donna, my princess. With us both gone, I couldn't even bring myself to imagine the person she'd become. Why is it so hard for me to protect them? Why am I always failing her? I should die. A man who cannot protect his family doesn't deserve them. I should die.
Liam!
Glancing up, my blurred vision cleared enough to see the doors opening. Mel? I whispered, but it wasn't her coming out. A doctor pulled off his scrub cap, exposing his red hair as he took a deep breath before his eyes locked with mine. My wife. She's stable. I took a deep breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Fighting back the tears, I nodded. When can I see her? Mr. Callahan, I'm Dr. Fortman. Your wife is stable, but she needs a heart. We have her in a medically induced coma right now, and she is being moved to the intensive care unit. Her condition is critical, but we've managed to stop the bleeding. However, if she doesn't get a new heart in the next day or so, get her a fucking heart then! She's the goddamn governor! I barked into his face. What was this? If she needed a heart, then give her a heart. What the fuck? I'd rip mine out right then. Mr. Callahan, it can't be just any heart. Rejection is high in critical cases such as these, and on top of that, her blood type is the rarest in the world. It will take time. She's at the very top of the list, but nothing. Fine, they needed a heart. I was going to get her a heart. The person needs to be AB negative. What else? Mr. Callahan, I'm not sure what you're thinking. What else? I was tempted to kill him right there. Stepping right in his face, making sure he saw me clearly, I asked simply, Do you know who I am? I know she is the governor, but I didn't ask if you knew who my wife was. I asked if you knew who I am, me, Liam Alec Callahan. He opened his mouth to speak and then closed it again, saying nothing at all. I can be your savior. I can cloak you in gold, or I can be your worst nightmare. I can destroy your life, your career. Everything can come crashing down around you. Chicago will become a place worse than hell because I get whatever I want when I want it. Those who get in my way never get back up after I knock them down. Nothing and no one is out of reach for me. So, doctor, when I ask you what else, speak, and when you speak, don't waste my time preaching ethics and morality to me. I have and want none. AB negative, a healthy woman in her late 20s or early 30s, preferably brain dead. Those are the best conditions for her not to reject the heart. He said quickly and softly under his breath. Backing away from him, I shot a look to Mina, who was already dialing. After the surgery. Will she be all right? I thought heart transplant recipients barely live 20 years after a new heart. Did a countdown of our lives just start? No, he said, thankfully. Heart transplants have come a long way in the last decade. She can live well into her 90s. We will give her everything she needs to make sure she doesn't reject the heart, but we need one that meets the standards. Take me to my wife. This way. He muttered, leading me away from the OR doors. I was torn between needing to see her and being terrified of what I might see. With each step I took, my heart pounded loudly and painfully against my rib cage until he finally opened the door. It took all of my strength not to keel over there. Get out. I murmured so softly I wasn't sure they'd heard me. Nor did I care. The nurse adjusting her IV dropped it and backed away as I came forward. Mel? It couldn't be her. The pale, sickly woman with tubes down her throat and wires sticking out from everywhere. It couldn't be my Mel. What did they do to you? My hand shook as I brushed her hair from the side of her face. Wife. It hurt. Breathing hurt, and soon I wasn't standing anymore. My legs went out from under me, and I held on to her as I wept. I cried as if someone had killed her, as if my world was on fire, because I just needed that moment. Like all moments, it came and went, as did my tears. Taking a deep breath, I got back on my feet, dragged the chair over to her bedside, and sat down. This will be the last time you go to the hospital, Mel. I squeezed her hand. You can't keep putting me through this shit. Declan, 3:37 p.m. It seems simple. Find a healthy female with a blood type AB negative between the ages of 25 and 35. Until you realise this was Chicago and the term healthy could only be applied loosely. Within the first 5 minutes, I was able to find 3 people. The first, a chain smoker, the second, already in the hospital going through labour, which made her impossible to get at the moment, and the third, well, she was ironically our own customer. This one's another bust. Any luck, Mina? I said, staring at the woman below me, who was half awake and had a needle sticking out of her left arm.
I showed the list to the doctor.
You did what?
It doesn't matter, Liam put the fear of God into him. He doesn't believe any of these women will do.
Have you ever thought he's lying?
I snapped the apartment door shut behind me as I exited the building, which smelled like piss and weed.
Just keep feeding me names and keep by the computer. The program I set up should keep producing names that fit the criteria.
I didn't wait for her to reply before hanging up. My Aston Martin was surrounded by wannabe gangsters and children alike. As I stepped out into the wind, I hoped the air would smell better, but it only smelled worse. I hated South Bend.
Move,
I said to them, and one by one their heads turned back to me.
This yours?
Dumbass question from dumbass people. Ignoring him, I walked around him toward the driver's seat when someone grabbed my arm.
Hey!
I stared at his old leather jacket before looking up at his grimy, scarred face. His front tooth was missing and his hair was overgrown and messy. He was most likely still a teenager, not even an adult.
We talking to...
My fist collided with his nose so quickly his head bucked back and his body fell to the ground. They stood there, stunned, before some of them pulled out knives and all pulled up their fists.
I'm in a bad mood and short on time. You really want to fuck with me today?
I questioned. Their answer was to charge at me, and my reply was my gun. It would always be my fucking gun. Without mercy, I managed to fire 3 times before the rest abandoned their friends, running for their lives. The boy stared at the bullet hole in his stomach, falling back, almost on my car, but missing by an inch and landing to the right. Thank fucking Christ.
Gun beats knife. If you live, you never forget.
If you don't, you don't. I got into the car, closed the door, reversed away from their bodies, and then drove around them. I got about 5 blocks before I realised I was being tailed. It wasn't the police, and it wasn't any of our people. The windows were tinted and, by my best guess, bulletproof. Turning onto the highway, they came in close behind me. Who the fuck? Hitting the Bluetooth, I waited for the signal beep before speaking.
I'm coming down the 47 with 2 tails.
We clearing the way, sir?
He questioned.
No.
I glanced into the rearview mirror.
If they wanted to attack, they would have already.
Spikes, then.
I'll be passing through in 2.
Pulling off the highway and down toward 47th Avenue, a.k.a. Little Italy. I sped up, pushing well past 100, knowing full well they would as well.
3, 2, 1. Slamming on the brakes and turning the wheel to the right, I spun the car around, the tyres screeching and smoke coming up as I faced the two black Lincoln Town cars, the tyres of which were now blown out thanks to the spike track they'd just crossed over. "You have two choices," I called out, gun in hand when I got out of the car. The door was the only thing shielding me from them. That, and of course, the people I had waiting as backup. Choice 1, get out of the car and beg. Choice 2, stay in the car and die. One by one, little red dots appeared all over each of the cars. No car or glass was 100% bulletproof, and I'd be happy to prove it to him. Instead, the back door of the second town car opened. All I saw were a pair of black snake leather shoes and brown cane as he got out. "You Callahans sure know how to welcome a man." "Zhu Long of the Taiyang," I whispered, gripping on tighter to the gun in my hand. His hair was slicked back and he wore an eye patch covering his blind eye. The scar running from the tip of his hairline to his cheekbone looked worse in person. "You were a long, long way from home, old man." "The current events of this city made it impossible to stay away." Closing the door, I walked forward. His one good eye dropped to the gun in my hand, his bodyguards each holding their weapons up to me. He lifted his gloved hand and they dropped their weapons. "Are you not going to tell your men to back down as well?" "I see no reason why I should do so. After all, our families aren't on the best of terms at the moment." He nodded, gripping his cane. "Exactly why I have tried to get in contact with you, but it seems my calls go unanswered." "Your letter was delivered loud and clear, though." "What letter?" "Son of a bitch. The letter delivered mere seconds after you took a shot at a local school my child, along with my nieces and nephews, attend. That letter." He frowned, leaning in closer to me. "Obviously, there is some sort of misunderstanding at play here." "There is no such thing as a misunderstood bullet, Zhu Long." The wind howled, blowing over us with such a force that it felt like knives were slicing across my face. And yet neither of us moved. Neither of us looked away. "I recognize that you and your family are in quite the dilemma. However, I hoped it would not cloud your judgment to such a degree." He reached into his jacket pocket and I lifted the gun to his head. He lazily stared at it before pulling out the cigar and placing it to his lips. One of his men came round with a light, burning the end of it before running back. He took a long drag of it and blew the smoke from his nose. "My family and our people have nothing to do with the current events of this city." "So you're telling me you've been framed?" "Quite excellently, I might add." He inhaled the smoke, the end of the cigar glowing red and ash falling slightly with each drag. "As such, I personally came to this God-forsaken city to speak with Liam. But like I said, my calls go unanswered." "And you knew where I was. How?" He snorted. "Let us not get hung up on the logistics." "I'm the one brother who cares a lot about the logistics. How did you know where I was?" His eyes narrowed and he paused, smoking, his grip on the cane so tight it looked uncomfortable. "Listen carefully to me, boy. I am not the same as the vermin who crawl on their backs for you people. Whoever is after the lot of you has nothing to do with my family.
and as such you should be thankful that I have cleared the air, or else your family would chase its own tail right into a trap."
"Excuse me if I don't believe you."
"Whether you do or not is not up to you. It is up to your boss. Or will you be making the executive decision by yourself? Maybe it is you who decided to betray your family and take over. Seems far more plausible. If so, call me when you are through, and we can make a new deal between us."
He placed his cigar back into his mouth, turning from me and heading back. However, he didn't get into either of the two now useless cars. Instead, an Escalade pulled up right behind them and escorted him back. I stood watching for a moment as the rest of his people poured gas all over the cars, then moved back to mine. "Sir." The Bluetooth connected. "I want eyes on Zhu Long at all times. However, no one, I mean no one, is to harm him until Liam gives the order. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir." Stepping on the pedal, I sped right past both cars as the flames engulfed them. None of this made sense. If it wasn't the Taiyang, then who? I didn't even need to search for a station to hear news on Mel. Everyone, everywhere, was talking about her. In a press conference, the surgeons at Mary West have confirmed that Governor Callahan is alive, though her condition is critical. The chief of surgery does say, however, they remain hopeful. "Liam, 4:07 p.m. "Mel?" I whispered, staring down at her hands in mine. She squeezed my hand. I glanced over to Dr. Fortman, who didn't even bother looking up from the chart. It was most likely her reflexes. With the drugs she's currently on, there's no way she can wake up. No sooner had he said the words than all the machines around us erupted into various beeps. "She's coding! I need a crash card in here!" He yelled as one by one an army of white coats and blue scrubs came running in, pushing me back as they huddled around her.
"Sir, you need to—"
"Get off me!" I hollered, ripping my arm from her grasp. Not even God himself was getting me out of that room.
"Charging!"
Is this hell? It had to be. Once again, everything went silent, even though I was sure they were screaming. I could see them screaming, and yet the only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heart drumming in my ears. Her chest rose off the bed each time they tried to jump-start her heart. Reaching up, I grabbed the side of my chest as if I felt it. Maybe I did. Maybe I was losing my mind. 7 years before.
"Liam. Liam?"
"I'm up!" I called out, my eyes snapping open to see a pair of brown eyes staring back into mine.
"You're exhausted. Go sleep, I got her."
Mel smiled, reaching into my arms and taking Donna from me. Getting up out of the rocking chair, I let her sit, stretching out my back. "What time is it?"
3 a.m. You said you would just check up on her, but that was 2 hours ago.
She made a face at me, rocking back and forth, slowly pressing her hand up against Donna's cheek. "I was worried. She's had a runny nose this morning." I pouted, leaning closer to them both.
"Oh, the horror."
She laughed mockingly at me.
"She's the one who ripped the blankets off Wyatt last night. If anyone should have a cold, it's him."
"Don't listen to her, princess. Mommy is just jealous I love you so much." I gave her my hand, and even in her sleep she grabbed on.
"Would you tell her the same thing if I got a runny nose?"
She teased me. I stood up just a little more so my face was level with hers. "If you got the flu, Mel, I'd lock us in a room together and be the best damn doctor you ever had. I'm a full-service husband, don't you know? Rolling her eyes, she leaned forward and placed her forehead on mine.
I'll just have to stand naked in the snow to test this full-service husband of mine out.
I don't like the thought of you sick. So why don't we just play doctor and nurse without any patients to get in the way? I kissed her lips quickly.
Only if I'm the doctor.
She kissed me back. Control freak. I whispered.
Everywhere but in bed.
Before I could reply, Donna got restless, tossing and turning between us. You and I are going to finish this later. In the meantime, come to Daddy. I sang, lifting Donna out of her arms and back into mine, bouncing her gently.
I'm so jealous right now.
She joked, kissing my shoulder before kissing the top of Donna's dark hair.
Obviously, she loves you more than me. Both Ethan and Donna are Team Liam.
And Liam only plays on Mommy's team, so it works out. I winked at her. She shook her head at me and headed back to our bedroom.
Try not to hold her all night. She's never going to get used to sleeping on her own.
Night, Mommy. I took Donna's hand and waved it at Mel. The look on her face as she walked away from us made me smile as the door closed. 4:11 p.m. Mr. Callahan. Mr. Callahan? What? Huh? I blinked my eyes, automatically refocusing on Mel. The doctors had all left, leaving only 2 nurses, Dr. Fortman and me in the room. Mel? Her heart is failing. This will happen more and more frequently without a transplant, and each time there may be brain damage. She needs a heart. I'm working on it. Is there anything else? I pinched the bridge of my nose, fighting back the pain echoing in my body. No. Leave us, then. I murmured, swallowing the bile in the back of my throat. It was only when they left that I rushed past her bed into the bathroom, where everything I had eaten in the last 24 hours came right back out. Hunched over the toilet, I couldn't stop my whole body aching.
Liam? Fuck! Liam!
Supporting myself on the edge of the toilet, I saw Cora, dressed in jeans and a black blouse, her brown eyes wide as she watched the most pitiful version of me crumble on the ground. You're supposed to be with the kids. I groaned, rolling over and reaching for a tissue to wipe my mouth.
Your mother, Neil, and an army of guards are with them at the safe house.
She frowned, reaching in her bag for mouthwash and a washcloth. She flushed the toilet for me and turned on the sink. I knew I was supposed to get up, but I just didn't have the energy to.
When Mel wakes up, she's going to kick your ass for falling apart like this. And she isn't even dead,
she stated, soaking the washcloth before squeezing the additional water out. Then why does it feel like she is?
Maybe because you're feeling guilty. It feels like it did with Cedric, and you never wanted to feel that way again.
She replied, crouching down beside me.
You'd rather be the one on the bed, right?
Apparently all those counselling sessions for her and Declan had rubbed off on her. Why are you here right now?
Because we're family, and because I know where to get Mel a heart.
What? She stuck the tiny bottle of mouthwash into my face. Grabbing it, I rose from the ground and threw it back before spitting it into the sink. You know where to get her a heart. She handed me the washcloth. Cora?
Yes, I do. So stop feeling sorry for yourself and let's go before she tries to leave us again.
Taking the cloth from her, I wiped my face as she grabbed her purse. Where are we going? She didn't answer, just walked out of the room. When she did, I noticed Mina hunched over a tablet and talking on the phone. Her head snapped up at us, and she pushed the glasses on her face up her nose. Fidel stood beside her, also on the phone. They both looked to us as Cora walked over.
"We have a heart. Just work on finding the shooter."
I wasn't sure if I was still dreaming, but I didn't say anything. Mar just nodded for Fidel to do what she said as we walked toward the elevators. "Cora, I'm not going to ask again. Where are we going?"
"The cancer ward,"
she stated, pressing the button for the elevators.
Cora, 4:15 p.m. There was a joke among the Irish that the Callahans became powerful by selling their souls to the devil. Whether they were born a Callahan or married into the family, the price was the same. Even though it was said over pints of beer and laughter, I didn't think it was a joke. Or at least it wasn't for me. When the elevator doors opened and I was once again back at the wretched cancer ward, watching as men, women, and children went by, their heads bald, their eyelashes the only hair on their heads, I knew I was going to pay for all the shit I had done or would do for the sake of this family. One day, if not today. "Room 591. I said to him, following him as he walked, almost ran, past each one of the doors down the hall. I didn't make eye contact with anyone, just kept walking until we stopped right in front of the window, allowing us to look in. He paused, his eyebrows coming together.
"Who is this?"
"Does it matter?" He didn't reply because it didn't matter to him, but he still wanted an answer. "Imani Wilson," I replied, watching her sleep.
"Your cousin."
He remembered finally meeting my gaze.
"I thought Declan had sent her to Northmount Psychiatric Hospital after she tried to—"
"Rub me?"
"Yeah."
It felt like a lifetime ago. Imani, her boyfriend Otis, who Declan had killed in my honor. The chaos that was my life right before I married Declan and realized the world was even more fucked up than I'd thought. She has ovarian cancer as well. Because of that, I had her moved to this hospital. She starts chemo in the morning. If she does, every cell in her body will be shot. The doctors say she is in perfect condition with the exception of her ovaries. She is AB negative, 30, and I have a say over medical decisions. It was part of the deal for me paying for her treatment. For the first time since I had come into the hospital, Liam stood straighter. A small but evil smirk on his lips, his expression cold.
"Which means should she die, you have a say on who gets her organs or not."
He said it more to himself than to me, already reaching for the doorknob when I stopped him.
"Cora."
"I've handled it already," I replied, nodding to the doctor behind the nurse's station. He didn't say a word to me, just came up to Imani's room and walked in.
"How?"
Liam questioned me, watching as the doctor changed her drip. How did I get him to break every oath he ever took? 2 million in gambling debts. That's how cold-blooded and ruthless people can be. I had no room to judge him, though.
"I love this city."
The smirk on his face grew to a full-blown, devilish grin. I wished I felt worse. I wished I cared more about Imani. But I didn't. If she died, the world would go on. No one would care. If Melody died, war would break out. And that didn't just put Declan in danger, but our kids. No one else meant more to me than them. So if I had to do this for them, I would. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I had sharpened my teeth a long time ago.
Liam, 4:23 p.m. It took 2 minutes for Imani to die. 10 minutes for Cora to fake grieving before consenting, and another minute for them to come for Melody. Once again I found myself in front of an operating room, staring at doors, barely breathing. "Boss." "Not now, Fidel," I replied. I couldn't think. "You have to see this." He handed me the tablet, but all I saw was a pixelated image of an alleyway, maybe a street corner. "What am I looking at?" "The shooter." He zoomed in and the pixels slowly came together until I was staring at none other than... "Is that Li Ling Tian?" He nodded, and I could see he was shaken, but whether it was from anger or excitement, I wasn't sure. "Yesterday the boss wanted me to look into her and Emilio. She thought there was no way she was just a dimwit heiress, nor would she marry down. No sooner had I put feelers out trying to get information on her and Emilio when she goes and shoots the boss. I don't think Emilio thought she'd catch on to who he was so quickly and panic trying to get rid of her." Mel was right. She was a monster parading around like everyone else.
"Liam."
We both looked up to find Mina still in her blood-stained clothes from that morning. "What is it now?" She didn't answer, instead lifting her phone to show a current press conference taking place on the news. A banner scrolled across the screen. "New mayor specially elected." "Ladies and gentlemen of Chicago, due to the tragic events that have taken place in our city in the last 48 hours, the district attorney and various associates across the city have chosen an interim mayor, as we cannot be a city without a working government. He may be young, but he is the best qualified person for this position. Please welcome Chicago's new mayor, Emilio Esteban Cortez." The little cunt. I hissed through my teeth. They had planned all of this. Li Ling hadn't just shot Mel out of fear. She'd done so to clear the table. Normally in these situations, the governor would appoint the mayor. "What do you want me to do?" Fidel questioned. "Declan was stopped by Julong and was told this was all some sort of misunderstanding." If this was a misunderstanding, I wondered what would happen when we finally started to understand each other.
16. Certain motherfuckers think they can fuck with my shit, but you can't kill the rooster. You might can fuck him up sometimes, but bitch, nobody kills the motherfucking rooster. You know what I'm saying? David Sedaris. Ethan. 10:08 p.m. I was good at Italian. When everybody spoke slowly, I could understand. I wanted to know because I hated when people spoke around me and I couldn't get what they were saying. When the adults did that, spoke in other languages, it was because they didn't want us to know what they were saying. And if we couldn't know, it was because it was about us. Cracking the window open, slowly, checking back to make sure Donna and Wyatt didn't wake up, I crawled out onto the roof, sliding on my stomach until I got to the edge of it, staying low so the men in the yard wouldn't see me. There were so many. All of them dressed in black, holding big guns, just walking back and forth across the lawn in front of the gate. The men at the gate stood there with dogs. It reminded me of those war movies I saw on the History Channel.
Achoo!
Someone sneezed under me.
Salute.
Another man with a much deeper voice replied.
Grazie.
He said back. And I wasn't sure, but I thought he said,
They say it's bad. Yeah, hard to believe the boss dying like that. She's one tough bitch.
I frowned, not sure who they were talking about. The boss? A bitch? What?
To think Melody Nietzsche Giovanni dies in the street like a dog.
Mommy? What? I tried to slide over farther when all of a sudden I was yanked back into the house, the grip on my ankles and the back of my shirt not letting up until I was flipped onto the bed.
Have you lost your goddamn mind?
Uncle Neil hollered right in my face. He was so angry he looked like the Hulk. A vein was even sticking out in his neck. The only time I had ever seen him like that was when someone had called Nari a bad name. He took a deep breath when I backed away from him.
You could have gotten yourself killed, Ethan.
No, I do it all the time. I frowned. I was good at climbing up stuff.
That's...
He started to yell again, but just shook his head at me instead, bending down in front of my bed.
That's not what I meant. You need to stay inside until we know it's safe, okay?
Safe from what? I asked, but he didn't answer. Uncle Neil, safe from what? Did something happen? Where is my mom? They said something happened to my mom. Uncle Neil was a good liar, but Uncle Declan and Dad were better liars, so I could tell when he was lying.
Your mom's fine. She's just working late.
That was his lie. And I didn't want to be a baby. I didn't want to get upset or angry, but that pain came back in my chest. It hurt. It hurt more than when Wyatt said he hated me.
Ethan.
You're lying! No, I don't want to cry. Big kids don't cry. Dad never cries. Wiping my face as fast as I could. It wouldn't stop. Damn it! My mom! What happened to my mom? Is she dead?
No.
Then let me call her! I said, reaching to my bedside table for the phone my dad had given me for emergencies only, but he took it from me. Ethan? Wyatt woke up, rubbing his eyes. What's going on?
Nothing's going on. Go back to bed, Wyatt.
Uncle Neil lied again, this time taking me by the hand and dragging me out of the room. Let go! Give it back! I tried to pull away. This is the first time you've acted like a little brat in a long time, Ethan. I'm disappointed. It wasn't Uncle Neil who said that. Turning back, I froze, staring up at my Nana, my nose running no matter how much I tried to suck it up. She crossed her arms, frowning at me. You're the oldest. So when your father isn't around, you're the one he counts on to take care of your siblings. If he saw you right now, he'd be disappointed. She added when Uncle Neil let go of my arms. I fell right in front of her. They said my mom was dead. It's not true, right? I whispered. No, she's not dead. But...
Ma, don't.
Uncle Neil cut her off, but she ignored him, brushing her hand on my face. Your mom is hurt, Ethan? She smiled sadly, and for some reason I couldn't move. I'm telling you this because your brother and sister will find out, and when they do, they're going to need their big brother to be strong. But is she okay? Nobody could hurt my mommy. Dad always said she was the strongest. No one was stronger than her. She's going to be. Your mother is Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. Do you know what her name means? I shook my head. It's just a name.
melody, to sing. Nietzsche, of victory. Giovanni, the one shown favour. Callahan, wise. It's not just a name. It's who she is. And you are, Ethan, strong and enduring. No one in our family makes a mistake when naming their children. Be strong when everyone can't be. Endure even when it feels like it's too painful, and you will never let your parents or yourself down. Wiping my face, I got up, coughing until my throat didn't feel shaky anymore. Sorry, Nana. My precious. You never have to tell me sorry for anything. She hugged me. Nana always smelled like vanilla, and it made me feel better. Now off to bed. Nodding, I walked back into the room to find Wyatt poking his head out of the same window I had. Wyatt, no! I ran over to him, pulling him back. He frowned. What's going on? Why are we here? Where are Mommy and Daddy? Why were you crying? I wasn't crying. He crossed his arms. You suck at lying. Shut up. I pushed him out of the way, closing the window and stepping on my bed to lock it at the top. Ethan, tell me! It's not fair, you know! I don't know! I jumped back onto the bed. I don't know what's going on! They said Mom got hurt! What? He yelled, and I clasped my hand over his mouth. You'll wake up Donna! I'm already awake! She rolled over, gripping her pet elephant to her chest. You guys are noisy. Sorry, Donna. Oof! I pulled my hand back when Wyatt licked it. That's what you get! He snapped at me. What's wrong with Mom? I don't know, but she's going to be fine. How do you know? Because it's Mom! I screamed back at him. He stopped for a moment, and I took a deep breath, just like Uncle Neil had. It's Mom! She's going to be okay, so stop yelling at me. I don't know anything else. Are you guys hurt? Donna asked, still not getting out of bed. I hurt all over. It was only when she said that I felt my legs start to wobble and my back was just painful. Wyatt lifted up his shirt and all over his skin were purple bruises. Aunt Cora said not to move around too much or it will hurt more. You guys don't listen. She shook her head at us, turning over. Thanks, Donna. Wyatt grumbled, stumbling back over to his bed. You are an amazing sister. I know. She giggled. Sarcasm. Ever heard of it? He threw a pillow at her. She took it and threw it right back. Nope. Guys, we need to go to bed. 2 pillows hit me square in the face, and they just laughed. Grabbing them both, I glared. Oh, this is war. Melody. 9:07 p.m.
Mrs. Callahan. Mrs. Callahan? Mrs. Callahan, can you hear me?
Yes, and your breath smells like stale hot dogs and bad coffee.
Mrs. Callahan?
Who is this? I tried to lift my eyelids, but they felt like they were taped shut. Why can't I move? What the fuck? What's going on? Where am I?
Mel, baby.
Liam? I relaxed when I felt him beside me, stroking the side of my head, his hand in mine.
Mel, I need you to open your eyes for me, all right? Just for a second.
When I tried again, my eyes snapped open and I had to shut them quickly, trying to turn away from the light blinding me. Oh, I tried to tell them to turn off the lights, but my throat felt like sandpaper on a cat's ass.
Thank fucking Christ.
Liam kissed the top of my head. What is this? Again, I opened my eyes. Everything blurred together as if I were drunk until I saw hot dog breath above me. His hair was red, his eyes were brown, and he was far too close for my comfort.
Mrs. Callahan, I'm Dr. Fortman. Do you remember what happened?
He asked, shining a light in my eyes. Stop it! I wanted to yell, but the only thing that came out of my mouth sounded like a grunt. Liam? I finally managed to get out, ignoring the pain in my throat.
Yeah?
Get him away. He laughed again, kissing my forehead.
Bear with him, okay? He's fought to bring you back from the brink of hell more than once in the last 24 hours.
Is that why I feel like shit? Closing my eyes, I tried to remember what happened. Bang. Melody? Melody! Shot. I was shot. I was fucking shot.
Can you feel this?
He asked, rubbing something cool under my feet. I jerked away. Yes.
That's good. There seems to be no initial long or short-term brain damage.
Dr. Hot Dog. Fortman, he saved my life. I should at least call him by his name.
However, she's going to be here for another 2 weeks, and we'll need at least 3 more months of monitoring once she goes home. Just to make sure there aren't any complications with the transplant.
My eyes widened, and beside me, the machine connected to my heart rate spiked as well. Liam squeezed my hand.
Mel, relax. Breathe. You're okay, wife. You're okay.
Transplant. I winced, and I didn't know what from. The pain in my chest, the pain in my throat, or the raging headache now forming.
I'll give you two some time.
The doctor said, and for the first time I noticed the team of doctors behind him clearing out one by one, until it was only Liam and me. He sat on the edge of the bed, his hand on mine, the corners of his lips turned up in a small smirk. But it didn't make it to his eyes. His tie, the green tie I'd gotten him because it brought out his eyes, hung loosely off his neck. The collar of his shirt was rumpled, the sleeves rolled up to his wrists. He looked like someone had run him over, and he had barely made it out alive. Liam? I squeezed his hand.
I almost lost you.
He whispered, biting the corner of his lip. Dropping his head, he just brought my hand up to his lips, and kissed it not once or twice, but 3 times.
I thought I lost you, Mel. I couldn't feel you. You were hurt badly, and we had to find you a new heart. Thankfully, Cora came through, but until then, you just lay there. You stopped breathing twice, and both times I was ready to join you. I died, too. Damn it, Mel, every time I let you out of my sight, I swear it's like you try to leave me.
When he finally looked me in the eye, all I saw was pain and tears he wouldn't let fall. Instead, the tears fell out of my eyes. I came back. I smiled, and I was far too tired to do anything else but squeeze his hand back. I always come back to you, don't I? He smiled too, shaking his head.
Yeah, you always come back. I just prefer you not leaving to begin with.
Duly noted. I nodded, relaxing into the pillows. Who did this?
Our newly inducted mayor, Emilio Esteban Cortez and his wife Li-Ling Tiang.
He sneered. Fucking cunts. I hissed through my teeth, the heart rate machine beside me going off again. 2 more doctors ran in. You need to take it easy, Mrs. Callahan. You can't put unnecessary stress on yourself. A woman said as she checked the machines and looked me over once again. Unnecessary stress? Being stressed about some fucktard and his bitch of a wife nearly killing me and ruining everything our family has built in this city seems pretty fucking necessary to me.
Wife.
Liam sternly whispered beside me, drawing my attention from her back to him. He placed his forehead on mine so I could look nowhere but in his eyes.
There is no expiration date on vengeance. It doesn't just last a lifetime, it spans generations. So let us rest tonight. It is not us who will die tomorrow.
Slowly a smile spread across my lips. Shakespeare's got nothing on you. He said something, but I didn't hear it. I was far too tired to keep my eyes open anymore. And falling back asleep was the one single thought that ran through my mind. When I get out of this bed, I'm coming for every fucking one who thought they could take me. I am Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. I won't die so easily, you stupid motherfuckers.
Liam. I waited an hour after she fell asleep before finally leaving her side. For the first time in 24 hours, I was finally able to think straight. Think beyond her and what would or could or might happen. Glancing back at her chest rising and falling as she slept comfortably, I closed the door behind me and stepped out into the hall where Fidel and Declan stood in wait for me. "Is he here?" I asked, adjusting my jacket and tie. I rolled my shoulders to crack my back and groaned, aching far more than I'd expected. I was going to need them to put better chairs in her room. Jesus, it was like resting on bricks. "Liam, I don't know what is going on here, but this could be a trap," Declan said, his whole body tense. "When he cornered me, he swore that he and his family had been set up. Next thing we know, his son-in-law is the fucking mayor." "Is he here?" I asked again, focusing on Fidel. "He just arrived and is now waiting for you in the cafeteria," he answered, stepping aside. "Perfect. I'm in the mood for Jell-O." I only made it a few steps before realizing Declan was following me. "You stay." "Liam, you can't go alone." "Why?" He stared at me as if he wasn't sure what the hell was wrong with me. And I wondered what the hell could make him so fearful to begin with. "Liam." Standing right beside him, I spoke low, only for him to hear. "Declan, I'm not an idiot. I also don't know what is going on right now. All I do know is my wife, the most important person to me, is resting behind that door, and the only person I completely and fully trust to protect her when I cannot is you. So, as I said, you will stay here at her door like Cerberus, the guard dog of hell. Am I clear?" He cracked his jaw to the side, but nodded. "Brilliant. To the cafeteria, then." I turned back around, Fidel shadowing me. As we got onto the elevator, I thought about a dozen ways this meeting could end, and each way all I saw was death. I didn't care if he was being framed. I didn't care if this was some misunderstanding. I knew 2 things. His daughter shot my wife, and his son-in-law was now mayor of my city. They had gone against my rules. They had broken our unspoken treaty, and they would die. Ding. "Cafeteria, floor," the automatic voice stated as the doors opened. Fidel tensed, and I knew he already had his hand on the trigger. "A shootout in a hospital. I did it. He's not breathing! I need an AED! You've got to be fucking kidding me. I muttered to myself, watching as doctors rushed to the care of none other than Zhu Long. He lay on the ground, his cane and hat tossed to the side. The tea he had been drinking pouring off the top of the square table onto the floor beside his head. One doctor was above him, pumping his chest, and another held a pump to his mouth. He's gone. It was a simple statement, and yet the ramifications of his death were endless. I was more than positive a man like Zhu Long Taiyang didn't just keel over and die the moment he was supposed to have a meeting with me. Which meant two things. First, he had told Declan the truth and in no way had anything to do with the attacks on my family. Second, this was probably one of the smoothest coups d'etat I had ever witnessed. His daughter and her husband had not only managed to get a foothold in Chicago overnight, but also get rid of the head of the Chinese triad, making it look like it was something I did out of retaliation. Time of death, 10:14 a.m. They finally said what had been clear from the start. Well played, you fuckers. Well played.
17. To the ancient Greeks, the word dikaiosine, justice, was often synonymous with execution, vengeance. Sidney Sheldon. Melody.
Today, Mayor Cortez, the city's first mayor of Hispanic descent, announced that the manhunt for Luke Charlton, the shooter behind the murder of 9 children at Pennington Academy, and 4 more young lives at Lincoln Elementary just 2 weeks ago, has come to an end. Charlton, who died via suicide, confessed to the murders to a family friend who tipped off police. The Chicago PD have confiscated his rifles, along with bullets they say all match the scenes of the crimes. However, the chief detective on the case says the investigation on what led up to these tragic days may take weeks. At this time, Charlton has not been linked to or ruled out of the attempted assassination of Governor Callahan, whom doctors say is recovering well and is due to go home today. This...
Hey! I snapped at Liam when he turned the television off and moved to make himself comfortable in the tiniest spot on the bed beside me. Resting his hand over his eyes, he yawned.
It's all lies. Forget it and rest.
I've been resting for almost 2 weeks now, Liam.
Rest more.
I wanted to push him off the bed so damn badly, but instead I just lay back next to him. Liam, if I stay in this goddamn hospital for 1 more day, I'm going to lose my mind. Every second I'm in here is a second they are fucking with our city. He didn't open his eyes, just took a deep breath and said,
Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, and you... Ouch! Fuck, Mel!
He cried out when he rolled off the bed. He didn't fall, but he did sit up and glare down at me. Taking his advice, I took a deep, annoying breath through my nose and out through my mouth. Happy? Now spring me from this joint. He snorted before laughing. A grin plastered all over his face, and he got up and kissed my forehead.
Are we going to drive off into the sunset like Bonnie and Clyde?
Bonnie and Clyde lost. We're going to ride off like Melody and Liam.
Liam and Melody.
Go! Again he laughed at me, but moved to the door as I reached for my phone. It rang once before Cora answered. Her hair was pulled up into a ponytail, and for the first time since she'd joined the family, she was wearing sweatpants in front of me. You look like shit, she ironically said to me. I was shot. What's your excuse? I'm taking care of 7 children. Touché. 3 of which ask me every hour on the hour when their mom is coming back home. I couldn't help but smile at that. Where are they? "Musketeers!" she yelled out while pacing. "What are you calling my children?" She looked back into the phone. "Don't look at me like that. It was your daughter who came up with it. Ethan and Wyatt don't like it but don't want to get on her bad side." Atta girl. Donna, no matter what, always had everyone wrapped around her fingers. It was a talent, really. "Annie Cora, stop calling us that!" I heard Wyatt say grumpily. "Wyatt?" I called out. "Mom!" The phone twisted upside down and then back around as he held it right up to his face. "Mom! When are you coming back?" "Today, sweetheart, and no one is stopping me, I promise." Neither Liam nor I wanted them to leave the safe house until we could be with them. So over the last week, the best I could do was video call them. It was fine at first. I was too tired to actually move anyway. But now I missed them, and the longer I was away, the less comfortable I felt. "Wyatt, is that Mom?" Ethan's voice came from the background. "Yes?" "Hi, Mommy." Donna had somehow managed to grab the phone and was waving it at me. "Are you better now?" "Yes, I'm all better. How are you?" She frowned. "Annie Cora keeps making me swim and run, even though Uncle Declan said I didn't have to. I'm so tired, and Ethan and Wyatt keep fighting. Uncle Neil eats all my favorite snacks. He puts 6 Oreos in his mouth, Mommy. 6! What else? Oh, Nana and Auntie Mina make us do all this schoolwork every day. Donna, that's enough. Share!" Wyatt took the phone, then Ethan took the phone, and it looked like he went into another room and closed the door behind him. "Hey!" both Donna and Wyatt yelled on the other side. "Hi, Mommy." He smiled, pretending not to hear them. His eyes looked so green. "Mio bel leoncino. How are you?" He shrugged. "I'm okay. Are you okay? I saw the video." "The video?" He nodded. "The one where you got shot? It was all over the internet. Everyone's been trying to hide it from us, though. Donna and Wyatt didn't see it, I made sure." "Thank you. I'm glad they didn't see it. I don't want any of you to worry. I'm perfectly fine. I'll be home today, too." He didn't speak for what felt like forever. "Ethan, what's wrong?" "Who did it?" he questioned angrily. And for a split second he looked exactly like Liam. Not funny, carefree, and nerdy Liam, but willing to kill anyone at any time Liam. "Some very stupid people," I answered. "You and Dad are going to do something, right? They aren't going to hurt you again, right?" I could tell he was hurt. These weren't conversations to be had over the phone. I needed to be there and hold him and tell him to his face this would never happen again. "Mel?" I glanced up as Liam came back into the room, a frown on his face as he looked to me and then back over to the phone. He came over and took it from me, but relaxed when he saw Ethan. "Minnie-me, what are you and your mother talking about?" he asked, sitting back beside me. "None of your business. Now give it back." "Oh, now I really want to know. Son?" he said with a stern face. "Nothing. I was asking when Mom's coming back." He lied. And even I was shocked by that. He never ever lied to Liam. Liam's eyes looked to me for a quick second. He'd caught it too. But he didn't press. "Well, we will be back for dinner, so make sure your Uncle Neil is nowhere near the kitchen, all right?" "Yep. Bye. See ya." He waved and hung up. Liam then gave me his full attention, and I rolled my eyes. He wanted to make sure this would never happen again. He wanted to know what we were going to do, but he's far too young to be worrying about what to do. He should just trust us.
No.
He shook his head, placing the phone into his pocket.
His mother was shot. He should be worried. He should want to know. It means he wants vengeance and won't be satisfied by just trusting it'll come.
Does this mean you're on board with my going back to work? I sat up.
Don't push it. I had to promise to have a nurse.
You didn't! I didn't want some nurse checking up on me in my own damn house. It reminded me too much of Orlando, and I was not at that point.
She will come to make sure you're recovering fine and then leave. In and out in less than an hour. It's either that or another few days here.
I said nothing, which was just as good as agreeing. I needed to get back to work. I needed them, the world, to know I wasn't on life support. Or even scared. We should leak to the press what time I'm leaving so they can catch up to us, I stated. And the look on his face.
No.
Why? Because this bitch is going to take another shot? If I hide now, it means I'm scared, that I crawled back home defeated. If the people of this city think I'm unfit to lead, they will pressure me to resign. I worked too hard and for too goddamn long to be pushed out. I know you want me to rest, but I can't. Not completely. We have jobs to do.
We are doing it my way,
he finally said. And I knew there was no fighting him on it. Fine. Just as long as my face was back out there. And the last thing people remembered wasn't me being shot.
Liam. We got sloppy. It was the effect of our own hubris. Who would ever take a shot at us? How could we let ourselves think like that? We'd been on the top for so long, our enemies were so beaten and broken that not once did we stop to think that maybe, just maybe, someone was looking down through a scope at us. Never once did I think about it. I was too wrapped up in enjoying my life. I didn't even take Mel's warning seriously about Li Ling and Emilio. And like always when it came to these things, her instincts were right. I'd fucked up. And that could never happen again.
She doesn't want the wheelchair,
Mina stated, coming out of the room. Of course not. I scoffed at myself. That would be too fucking easy, and my wife didn't do easy. Everything was either hard as fuck or borderline insane. She had no simple setting. I'd be fighting her to the end of fucking time. But I prefer that than a life without her. I've got it. Make sure everything and everyone is ready, I said as I opened the door. When she turned back around to face me, her red lips in a hard line, nose flared, and arms crossed under her breasts, I thought my heart stopped. She looked beautiful. She was always beautiful, but that day she looked especially so. She wore a casual white dress with a white blazer and tan hat. It looked like a stunning outfit, but in reality, every article of clothing she wore was bulletproof, as were mine.
No to the wheelchair. It defeats the point,
she said to me. Pity you got all dolled up and we aren't going anywhere. After all, we agreed to do this my way. When I reminded her, she lifted her hands as if she was going to strangle me, before taking a deep breath. Walking slower than usual, but as gracefully as normal. Apparently wearing heels was like riding a bike. She sat down in the wheelchair.
You frustrate the bloody hell out of me, Mr. Callahan.
It's a two-way street, Mrs. Callahan, I said, moving to push her from behind. I know you enjoy your speeches, but skip 'em today. Let them know you're alive and well.
Who is my advisor, you or Mina?
She glanced up at me. Husband, advisor, sex toy. I'm a package deal. I winked, forcing another smile, even though I wanted to get her home as fast as possible. Things had been quiet after Zhu Long's death. Too quiet, which meant they were up to something. Everything had happened smoothly, so who was the mastermind? Emilio or Li Ling? Or did they work together like Mel and me? I had spent the last 2 weeks reading and researching everything Fidel had been able to gather on Emilio, but the man was clean. There was nothing. Just community service, teaching, law, more community service. Now, all of a sudden, he was married to the Chinese triad and appointed as the interim mayor. He wasn't just patient. He was maniacal.
"I can feel you thinking,"
she whispered as I pushed us toward the front of the hospital. Fidel walked up ahead with Mina to the right of Melody, texting only God knew who. "It's nothing."
"Nothing. I know you're lying. I've let you do it for the last 2 weeks, but the moment I step outside, everything starts again,"
she reminded me, leaning back in the chair. I said nothing. We're getting far too old for this shit, man.
"Here we go,"
Mina said, placing her phone back into her purse as the glass doors opened for us. Fidel and 2 of our men stepped forward. "Governor! Governor!
"Mrs. Callahan, are you all right?
Do you have any words for the people of Chicago?
Has the shooter been—"
They stopped when a black Lincoln town car pulled up right behind the Mercedes, waiting for us. Fidel even had the door open. We were so close. "It's Mayor Cortez!" They both came out of the car. Emilio with his dark hair in a cut more appropriate for the mayor, but still unruly, dressed in a grey suit and black tie with an American flag on the panel. Li Ling was in a clear lace cocktail dress, her hair pulled to the side, a bouquet of lilies in her small hands. Were they fucking with us? Really? Were they really so fearless, or were they just that stupid? Li Ling bent over, a soft smile on her face as she handed Mel the flares, like she was looking down on her.
"We are so pleased about your recovery."
Melody rose out of the chair, completely ignoring her and the flowers, outstretching her hand to Emilio.
"Mayor Cortez, thank you for stepping up for this city when I was unable to. No matter what, we always need a functioning government."
"Of course." He shook her hand and they both turned toward the cameras, holding the pose. "I truly hope you recover well enough to return to your job. After all, what would Chicago, hell, this state, be without you? Sly snake-talking son of a bitch. My wife brought you flowers." He nodded to Li Ling, who was tightly clenching the bouquet, but managed to compose herself again.
"Thank you so much."
Melody smiled brightly. Fakely, but still didn't take him.
"However, I'm sorry, I'm allergic to lilies."
In Chinese culture, it was a huge insult not to accept gifts. And she had done it not once, but twice.
"Really? I'm so sorry."
Li Ling said through her teeth.
"I was sure you're—"
Melody turned away from them and back toward the cameras.
"Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your love and support at this time. It has meant so much to my family and me. I want you to assure the people of Chicago and this state that I am not only healthy, but inspired to do more."
"Governor Callahan, Mayor Cortez, have the police given either of you any clues as to who might have been the shooter or if the sandbox sniper was connected to this case?" a reporter asked. "At this time?"
"At this time, it is still a pending investigation."
She cut Emilio off before he could get ahead of himself.
"I trust the Chicago PD to do a thorough investigation of the matter. If the shooter is still out there, believe me when I say I will stop at nothing until they feel the full brunt and force of this city around their necks. Acts of terrorism can never be accepted nor tolerated, and must be stomped out in any way possible. Chicago has come a long way in the last decade. We have all worked hard to make this city not only safe for our children, but also for their children to come. This disgusting, immoral, ugly coward thinks that one shot will somehow destroy everything we have built. That one shot makes them a big shot, which goes to show you how little this person knows about this state and me. If you shoot and we don't go down, we come back hard, stronger than ever before. So just wait. Justice is coming.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna steal my wife back. I took her hand, leading her to the car. She slid in first, and I paused, turning back to the mayor. The bastard had the nerve to grin at me, his hand wrapped around his fuming little disgusting, immoral, ugly coward of a wife. After I took a seat inside, Fidel shut the door. The moment we pulled off, Melody punched the seat in front of her, her chest rising and falling hard.
I want them dead,
she snapped.
Fucking bitch will have lilies coming out of her ass when I'm through with her. How dare she? How?
I grabbed her hand as it shook with rage. I understood her feelings. I felt them rushing through me. I wanted them gone just as much as she did. But right then, what mattered was her being calm. If that was possible. Patience, I told her, even though I didn't have any of my own.
Screw patience, Liam. I want vengeance.
She turned to me. I thought for a moment. Then vengeance you will have. Fidel's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, starting with Li Ling's brother, Ruo Jian. She paused, glancing at me.
You have him.
In a box. Made in China, ironically.
Melody. She tried to give me flowers. She nearly killed me, and she tried to give me flowers? Not any flowers, but the flowers most commonly associated with funeral services. It was as if she was spitting in my face. It took everything in me not to strangle her. In that one moment, I thought of at least 24 ways to kill her while staring at her beady black eyes. Oh! I winced at the pain in my chest. My stitches had been taken out the day before, and I still felt the ache. Trying to hide it from my face, I leaned back in the chair and closed my eyes.
Mel? Mel?
When I opened my eyes, the car had stopped right outside the house. He cupped the side of my face as I blinked twice, then 3 times before sitting up. That was fast.
We were in traffic for 40 minutes.
He replied.
Come on, you're tired.
I'm fine.
You were in pain earlier, don't argue.
Ruo Jian.
You're arguing.
His eyebrows rose.
Trust me, you won't miss anything. Now come.
Effortlessly, he lifted me out of the car. I didn't know if it was the painkillers or just my own exhaustion that made me give in, but I allowed him to carry me back into the house. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I skipped through time. One moment we were at the door, the next he was setting me on the bed. Sitting up by myself, I took off the stupid hat he'd made me wear and threw it to the side as he took off my heels. Mommy! I heard their little feet before I actually saw them. Donna! I laughed when she bounced onto the bed.
You guys be careful.
Liam panicked, his eyes shooting not only to Donna, but to all of them. Wyatt, Ethan, Helen, Cedric, and Nari all surrounded me, climbing onto the bed, making themselves completely comfortable. Hi, Auntie. You not sick now? Cedric asked, tilting his head to the side with a lollipop in his mouth. No, I'm not sick now. I placed my hand on his head. Donna and I made you this. Helen slid a beaded bracelet onto my hand before I even got a chance to move. It's good luck. Thank you. I'll always wear it. It was a mixture of pink, blue, and green beads with my name spelled out in the middle. Well, it actually said Melody, but it was close enough. "Welcome back," Nari said softly. She didn't climb on the bed, instead standing off to the side next to Ethan, both of them being the more mature ones.
"Come on, little ones. Auntie Melody needs to rest."
Evelyn came in, walked over to me and gave me a hug, kissing the side of my head. I was so shocked that I just stared at her before looking to Liam. But he just took a picture with his cell phone before winking at me.
"Nana, I want to stay,"
Wyatt said, sliding in under the covers to the left of me and curling up into a ball.
"Me too."
Donna raised her hand.
"Me 3."
Cedric replied.
"Oh, me 4."
Helen giggled, and one by one they all got under the covers.
Guys!
Liam started to say, but stopped when Ethan sat down on the small edge of the bed right beside me. He didn't say anything, but his cheeks turned just a bit red. Laughing, I wrapped my arms around him and kissed his cheek. "Mom," he muttered under his breath, but hugged me back.
"Apparently we have a little revolt happening."
Evelyn crossed her arms. "Just one movie, and then we will go. You said you would watch a movie with us before, Mom, but you didn't." Ethan replied. I had forgotten about that.
Fine. One movie.
Liam agreed and took the remote from the bedside table. The flat screen came out of the wall.
Then it's your job, Ethan, to make sure everyone leaves.
Got it. He puffed out his chest. For some reason, I didn't think I could fight this. This family. My family. This wasn't the first time I had been shot, nor did I think it would be the last. However, it was the first time I was surrounded by so many people. I knew they were my family. I was there for all their birthdays and Christmases. But this was the first time I actually saw them being there for me. I felt overwhelmed by it.
"Mommy!"
Wyatt called out, and when I glanced to him, he had somehow gotten the remote in his hands. Yes?
"The movie. Which one?"
Anything is fine. The moment I said it, they all started to call out movie titles as I just sat there leaning against my headboard. Cora, the child whisperer, somehow came in time, holding baby Darcy in one hand and calming the rest of them with the other. They settled on something called Spy Kids. The moment it came on, they stopped talking, their eyes focused on the screen like little zombies. Creepy as fuck. Even so, I was so mesmerized by them I didn't notice when Liam snuck out of the room. Declan was the one who tiptoed around to me and handed me a cell phone. He didn't say anything. The screen came on. There in our basement was Rougeon. He gave me an earpiece, and petting Helen's head, he left just as quietly as he had come in. Apparently I was going to be watching another movie.
Liam. Mel, she was shot. I don't know how bad, but there is a lot of blood in front of those hospital doors. Her condition is critical, but we managed to stop the bleeding. However, if she doesn't get a new heart in the next day or so... She's coding! I need a crash cart in here!
Her heart is failing!
Like a horror show, the events of the last 2 weeks replayed in my mind over and over again. It haunted me to the point where I felt like I was losing my mind. For Mel's sake, for our children's sake, I had to push past it. I had to act as if I was above it. All the smiling, all the laughing was taking a toll on me. I didn't want to laugh or smile. I wanted blood.
"Who's there? You don't know who you're messing with!"
Rougeon foolishly cried out, his head whipping in every direction when I stepped into the room. "Untie him and take off his blindfold," I said to Neil, who did so as I took off my jacket and handed it to Fidel. "It's you!" he gasped out as I lifted the tie from my neck. Slowly I undid the buttons of my sleeves and rolled them up. "Leave us." Fidel, Neil, and the 2 other guards in the room walked out, leaving me alone with the only person I could take my aggression out on right then. Sliding off my wedding ring and placing it in my jacket pocket, I put on the brass knuckles. His eyes widened. "I left your city! I left! His head snapped back the moment I connected with his nose. Blood poured down into his mouth, his nose cut open, and he stumbled back. He held onto his face with one hand and held the other up to me. "Whatever you want, I'll give!" I didn't wait, I couldn't stop myself. Over and over again I punched him, blood splattering into my face, covering my hands. When he fell to the ground, I lifted him by the collar and beat into his flesh more. Bones cracked, teeth fell from his mouth, and still I could not stop. My vision was completely red. How dare they? "How fucking dare you!" I screamed. His body limply slumped over. "No, you don't get to die. Not until I hang you up by your balls and you beg. Until you and your little bitch of a sister are begging me to die. Then I will cut off your heads. Do you hear me? You don't get to die. You haven't suffered nearly enough."
"Liam."
When I glanced up, Melody stood at the doorway. She didn't say anything, just stared at me. And the more she did, the more my mind cleared up. When I looked back down at him, I couldn't even see his face anymore. Just blood, flesh, and drool. I let him go and he fell back onto the ground like a broken doll. Rising to my feet, I stepped back, wiping the side of my face as I took a deep breath.
"Your hands."
She finally spoke again, lifting my hands up between us. The brass knuckles had dug into my own so badly that when she slid them off, a bit of my skin went with it. "I'm fine. You should—"
"If you tell me to rest one more time, you will look worse than our guest here,"
she grumbled, taking the second pair off my hands.
"I knew you were holding back, but if you don't control yourself, he'll die and we won't get answers."
Part of me didn't want the answers. I just wanted them dead.
"Declan!"
she called out, and he, along with a doctor, I wasn't sure how he was already there, came in. Declan handed her a first aid kit as the doctor moved over to the pile of shit bleeding on my floor.
"Sit."
Melody snapped at me, reaching up and tilting my head to the side so I could and would only focus on her.
"Now, Liam."
Sighing, I followed her direction, moving to sit back on the chair I had left my jacket and coat on. Kneeling in front of me, she took out the cotton balls, drenching them in alcohol before placing them on my knuckles. "Ouch!" I hissed at her.
"Oh, boo-hoo, you big baby."
She muttered under her breath, but dabbed lighter on the second knuckle. There was nothing either of us could say, so I just sat there, letting her treat me as we waited for the fucker to come back. And waited. And waited. And motherfucking waited until I was ready to smack him back to life. 2 hours we waited until he was drugged up on so much morphine he was able to sit up and talk. Somewhat.
"Give us the room,"
she said to me. And the look in her eyes was the only reason why I didn't argue, stepping out to join Declan and Neil watching through the mirror.
"Tell me everything about your sister and Emilio,"
Melody said to him, calmly. He could only open one of his eyes. He swayed side to side, almost imperceptibly, trying to stay alert. She placed her hand on his shoulder,
I'm sorry this happened to you,
she added, and I almost had a fucking heart attack. What? Neil gasped in shock, the rest of us far too stunned to speak. Mel, my wife, the woman with not a single apologetic bone in her body, had said she was sorry. Either I was dead or she was on some hell of a drug.
Liam Callahan is dangerous. He will keep you alive to torture you for as long as possible.
What is she doing?
Why do you care?
He managed to say.
I care because I know this isn't your fault,
she whispered.
And you had nothing to do with any of this. You are just as much a victim as I am. I don't know what you heard about me, but it's not true. And I don't want to see any more people hurt.
Li Ling says...
He took a deep breath.
My sister, she says you're a monster. A liar.
Your sister killed children. Innocent children. I may not be a saint, but I'm not a monster or a liar.
She was lying. She was both of those things.
Liam listens to me because I'm smart, and he loves me.
She couldn't pass up the opportunity to flatter herself. I rolled my eyes, and both Declan and Neil snickered.
If I tell you, he's going to kill my sister.
Ruojian?
She took a towel to wipe the drool coming from his mouth.
Your sister didn't just kill children. She killed your father. She and Emilio don't care about anyone but themselves. How did you think you got here? They didn't protect you because they didn't care. It's time for you to take care of yourself. Join hands with Liam. I'll make sure he hears you out. You should be the head of your family. You should be the leader of the Taiyang Triad, not your sister, not some outsider. You. Liam can make that happen. You just have to tell him what you know.
She was fucking brilliant. She meant none of the words coming out of her mouth, and yet said them so passionately you had to believe. And he did.
Li Ling always wanted to be the head of the family.
He sang like a canary in a coal mine.
Father kept denying her. Half of the triad supports her, the other doesn't. She's trying to prove herself. I don't know where she met Emilio or anything else other than he was the son of some powerful man. He's smart and invented this new drug, Bliffine, and it spread all over China, so Father welcomed him. However, he didn't tell us that those who take Bliffine will be dead in a year. Father asked him to lower the dose, but it wouldn't be as effective. So he took it and brought it here, and Li Ling followed. I know nothing else about him, other than...
Other than?
He coughed and she held on to him.
Are you okay? Sorry, dumb question.
Oh, God, Melody. Don't you think you're taking the kindness rise just a bit far?
No, it's just... he's obsessed with you.
What?
What?
She had read my mind.
Emilio,
he repeated.
He's obsessed. Li Ling complained once that he had a whole room filled with photos of you. She's jealous. She wasn't supposed to shoot to kill you. He almost killed her when he found out. That's all I know. I swear, whatever it is, he wants you.
Melody glanced over at the mirror, and before he or I could even blink, she pulled out a gun, held it to his head, and pulled the trigger.
18. Never chase people down and beg for their loyalty and respect. It's either they're with you, or they're not. Unknown. Cora. Thank you, Father. Your sermon was beautiful. I reached out and shook his hand. He placed his hand on top of mine.
Of course, my dear. I'm quite sorry for your loss. May your cousin rest in peace.
Nodding, he let go as other members of the congregation approached, leaving me standing at the church doors. Turning back, I walked toward the altar, a photo of Imani surrounded by her favorite anemone flowers.
Rest in peace.
I didn't even need to turn back to know who it was. She reeked of Chanel No. 5 and an inflated sense of self-importance. When I did turn around, I saw she was dressed in a huge, horrible black church hat, suit, gloves, and even a black handkerchief.
How can my daughter rest knowing her murderer is walking around free?
My aunt asked coolly.
When the murderer dares to even show up at her funeral?
I'm sorry, Auntie. I don't know who you are talking about. Imani died of an air embolism. I'm sure it must be very tragic for you. After all, you visited her about a dozen times in the last decade. Turning to her, I saw her brown eyes glaring back at me. Please accept my condolences. Slap. For a woman in her 60s, I had to hand it to her. She could smack the hell out of a person. My cheek burned so badly I had to flex my jaw and rub the side of my face.
Do you think I'm a fool?
She snapped, stepping into my face.
One moment my daughter is fine, then the next your sister-in-law needs a heart and my daughter is dead. She trusted you, and you served her up on a platter. Do you have no shame, Caroline? Do you have no heart or soul or anything in you anymore that makes you a human being? She was family, our family, my family. You weren't always like this. How corrupt, how low have you become?
I smiled at that. Our family? We were never family. I was your ATM, your emotional punching bag, and when I finally punch back, now I'm the corrupt one, the heartless one. Where was your speech after your daughter murdered a man and tried to blame me? Where was your heart when she found out she was sick or when she was in the hospital? Where were you? What were you doing? Oh, right, you were jumping from one rich man. I saw her lift her hand to slap me again, and I prepared for it, but before she could, Declan grabbed her wrist.
Ma'am, I understand you're grieving, but no one hits my wife for any reason, at least not without a fight from me. Whatever it is, I'm sure we can talk it out,
he said calmly. In all honesty, I didn't want him there right then.
One day, Caroline, one day all of this will come back to you and you will suffer for it. But don't worry, I'll still come to your funeral and offer my condolences.
She turned around to leave. Declan moved to take my hand, but I weaved around him, saying nothing as we stepped back outside. The sun so bright I had to put my sunglasses on again. I didn't have the energy to talk to anyone, and luckily I didn't have to as the car pulled up right in front of the church at that moment. Declan held the door open for me to slide in first, and when I did, the noise of the outside world muffled. I closed my eyes, breathing in calmly.
You were going to let her hit you.
he said, and I didn't reply or bother to look at him.
You were going to let her slap you because you think you deserve to be slapped. You want to be punished for it.
We went to a few couples therapy sessions, and now he thinks he can always just read my mind.
I'm not going to say you did nothing wrong,
he replied. And at that I did open my eyes to stare at him through actual rose-colored glasses.
I'm not going to say you did a good thing or even the right thing. It's not as simple as that. You did the best you could for us and our family. Everyone else in the world may judge you, but to us and our family, it means everything. Thank you, Cora, for everything.
He kissed the back of my hand. Was it possible to feel guilty without regretting what you had done? If so, that was how I felt. Leaning toward him, I didn't speak because I didn't know what to say. Instead, I just laid my head on his shoulder. Life would be a lot easier without guilt.
Fidel.
You should have seen these idiots half days. They was just walking around like motherfucking zombies. Had half a mind to go out there and beat some sense into 'em. Their poor mothers must have lost their minds. All of 'em running around screaming, "Potresti aiutarmi? Ho bisogno di un dottore."
Big Tony spoke to the whole barber shop as he leaned in close to the back of the man's head, sitting in the chair across from me, using a comb and scissors to cut closer. Despite his name, Big Tony was actually no taller than 5'7", and weighed less than 160. But what he lacked in appearance, he made up for in personality. He had moved to Chicago from Jersey at 8 years old, and now, at 54, his shop was where all the Italians came for their cut, or a good bullshit story. Hey, Fidel, what the boss is saying about this new drug and shit? Is it really making people into zombies like Big Tony says, or is he blowing hot air again? Giulio, the man in the chair, snickered. Yeah. I lifted my chin for Dino, my barber, to spread the shaving cream. It's the apocalypse, Giulio. We got people eating faces and shit. I got a few laughs from everyone around the shop, even Big Tony. No, but this bliffing, it ain't safe, and will kill you faster than taking smack and crystal back to back. What I tell you, boys, things made in China. Big Tony replied, and even I snickered at that. Probably sniffing smog, plastic, and dog bones. You racist as shit, Big Tony. Someone yelled, and he just flipped them off. Vai fortiti, grassone bastardo! He snapped back, which got the man on his feet. 3 seconds. That's how long it took for us to get into an argument. Jesus, our people. I swore they lived for that shit. What's all this bitching about, you little babies? Uncle Vinny hollered, coming out of the bathroom, still adjusting his belt. Always clean-shaven with a top hat, sweater, and tie. Vincent Buccieri, or Uncle Vinny, as everyone called him, because he really was like that odd old uncle no one really knew at the wedding, but somehow everyone was talking to anyway. Was the oldest of us all, pushing 87 next month. When I was your age, we were kicking them Irish dogs out the city, not fighting our own damn selves. How many times we gotta tell you, we ain't at war with the Irish anymore, Uncle Vinny? Big Tony reminded him. We always at war. He pointed his cane back at him.
You pussies have forgotten that since you've been following a pussy.
One by one, their eyes all shifted to me. It wasn't a secret that I was the right hand of Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. It was part of the reason so many of them also came here, to get a word or a favor or a job in through me. They never made the mistake of insulting her in front of me. "Oh yeah, Uncle Vinny," I said, sitting up in the chair. "The boss wanted me to thank you and your wife for the bottle of 1990 Massetto."
"Non c'è problema,"
he said, moving to take a seat in an empty barber chair. "She asked if your wife enjoyed the 1961 Barolo Riserva she sent over," I added.
Perfetto."
He kissed his fingertips.
"I've always said no one can pick a bottle of wine like a Giovanni. When Orlando was young, they used to say if wine wasn't flowing in the streets of Bossa, he was either sleeping or fucking."
I snickered at that. The last time I'd gone back to Bossa was right after Wyatt and Donatella's 4th birthday.
"Pharrell, how many more free haircuts until I'm upgraded to bottle service?"
Big Tony asked me.
"When have I ever gotten a free anything?"
He frowned at my clippers, then at me.
"See this, my friends? Straight up stingy, complaining about free haircuts when he can afford 'em."
"Let's not get sidetracked. Uncle Vinny, when did you start giving and getting $1,000 bottles?" Giulio gasped out like the rest of the men there. Uncle Vinny pulled out his newspaper, proudly stating,
"Il Buccieri e Giovanni sono famiglia."
"If you two are family, what are the rest of us?" Giulio questioned. Everyone turned to Uncle Vinny, who looked over the corner of his paper.
"I don't know about them, but sei uno stronzo."
We all laughed so hard at how matter-of-factly he said it.
"What's so funny?"
asked a small boy who looked around the same age as Ethan and had short brown hair and hazel eyes.
"I don't understand."
"Oh, no." Big Tony sighed, turning Julio to face the mirror.
"Poor kid."
Dino muttered as he shaved above my lip. I almost felt bad for him when Uncle Vinny started his rant.
"You don't understand? Why don't you understand?"
In the corner of my eye, I saw the kid shrug.
"I don't understand Italian."
"Then you're a freak."
Uncle Vinny rolled the newspaper up, pointing at him. Dino had to stop for a moment. He was trying so hard not to laugh.
"What do you mean you don't understand Italian? Does a fish not understand how to swim? Does a bird not understand how to fly? If you cannot understand your own people, then you are a freak of nature. You will die out in the cold. You don't understand Italian. Fine, I don't understand English. Learn."
He didn't stop there, but switched over to Italian, asking him if he knew where he was from, and then beginning to complain about this generation.
"Fidel!"
he called out to me. "Si." I tilted my head to the side, allowing Dino to pat the sides of my neck.
"Melody's children, they understand our language, correct? Or do those Irish bastards got them wearing skirts already?"
All of us laughed. Even I did, though I was pretty sure kilts were a Scottish thing. "No skirts yet, sir, and the oldest, Ethan, understands but is still struggling to speak back. He'll get there. The boss is making sure of it." He nodded to himself before glaring at the boy in disgust.
You don't understand Italian, huh? Marmocchio!
Poor kid. But I was sure he'd try learning it now. Thank you, Dino, I said to him, handing him the bill as I rose from the chair.
You leaving us already?
Big Tony questioned.
I didn't even get my bottle of wine yet.
Next time. I'll see you all next week. And kid, I put my hand on the head of the poor kid Vinny had destroyed. Try to learn a few words by then. Take your time. You won't be a freak forever.
Thanks,
he grumbled as I walked out, adjusting the collar of my jacket. Fidel Morris. He said my name like the devil, claiming a soul. When I faced him, he stood shoulder to shoulder with me in a black suit and dark green tie. In his hands was an umbrella, the handle of which was a silver wolf. Mayor Cortez, I replied, scanning around the buildings in front of me. Now, Fidel. He stepped in front of me with a sly smile. If I were going to kill you, I wouldn't make the trip down here personally. So what does a mayor of Chicago have to do with a nobody bodyguard? A nobody? He frowned and looked truly confused. How can you, the Callahan family's right-hand man, be a nobody? Everyone on this street knows who you are. That, to me, means you're a real important somebody. Mayor, I'm very busy at the... Right, of course, the dog must return to his master. He nodded, placing the umbrella up to his shoulder. If he was expecting a reaction, he wouldn't get one from me. Come work for me, Fidel. Come again. My eyes widened. Of all the things I figured he'd say, that was not on the list. I'm offering you a job. Change is coming to this city. And when it does, I'd like you to be working at my side. Whatever you're being paid. You think I decided to dedicate my life to one family because of the pay? Of course not. If you had, I wouldn't be here personally to give you this opportunity. This smug, arrogant little bitch was starting to piss me off. Let me use this opportunity to let you know that you will lose this fight. I've seen men much stronger and much more ruthless try to stand in front of Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. None of them are alive to tell the tale. She wins. She always wins. The world, the sun, the moon revolve around her. And if you've been stalking her, then you should know this. So my answer is no. I don't work for dead men. Walking around him, I made a move to walk to my car further up the road, but instead pulled out my phone and dialed. It took less than 10 seconds for another car to come around the corner. "Tell me, Fidel!" he called out. When I moved to get in, he turned back, his face emotionless and impossible to read. "Why does everyone call Mallory by her full name? It's a mouthful, don't you think? Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. When you earn a name, people respect it no matter how long it is." I shut the door. Only when he was far enough away did I start the engine with the key. Nothing happened. "You thought it was rigged?" asked Frankie, the driver who was only 22 and had just started to work under me after being a drug runner on the streets. "I keep saying you're too paranoid. What happened to those stone instincts?" Boom. My head whipped back to see my car now in black flames. "Holy fucking shit! Did that really just happen? Shit! Holy shit!" Frankie screamed, about to jump out of his skin. "Emilio, you son of a bitch. Shut up and drive. It's not the first car bomb in Chicago, and it won't be the last." Taking out my phone, I stopped the recording, sending the file over to Melody, as always. I didn't go shave or get a haircut at Big Tony's barber shop just for the hell of it. I sat in place of the boss, as her ears. Everything that was ever said, she heard it straight from them, through me, because she knew she'd never be able to sit with them in the same way. I wasn't the dog. I was the fly on the wall, and I didn't mind. 19. The lion cannot protect himself from traps, and the fox cannot defend himself from wolves. One must, therefore, be a fox to recognize traps, and a lion to frighten wolves. Niccolo Machiavelli. Liam. I do not like malls, or boutiques, or grocery stores. In all honesty, restaurants, church, and our charity were the only places you could ever find me spending time with other citizens. If I ever needed to go shop for any reason, I called ahead and made sure they were closed to all other customers. My suits were tailor-made, and the tailor came to my house. The rest of my clothes Melody had gotten for me, and I knew she also did not frequent malls. I suppose it was the byproduct of being raised rich, or maybe just our own ego. Either way, it was how we were. Why did it matter? Because I was hunting, and like all hunters, I needed to understand my prey in order to trap it.
"And this is the necklace he ordered, correct?"
she asked, lifting the yellow-green heart-shaped diamond double halo pendant up to her face. "Yes, this is the custom necklace Mr. Callahan ordered. He picked out the diamond himself," the seller replied, moving to take it back from her. However, she pulled back, a wicked grin spreading across her face. She wore a casual-fitted white dress, and her black hair, which was always up in all the pictures I had seen of her, was now down and in loose waves.
"Whatever the price, I'll double it."
She had already moved to place it around her neck. "And I'll just double my bid on top of that." I finally stepped into the front of the Ocean Mile jewelry store, popping the jelly beans I had in my hands into my mouth. Her black eyes widened as she stared at me before turning back to her guards. "Gentlemen, the lady no longer needs your assistance. You are free to take your leave." Not only did her guards leave, but the jeweler did as well, locking up behind the counter before rushing back behind me and into the back room. Just so you know, my wife prefers pear-cut diamonds. She'd never be caught dead with hearts around her neck. I leaned on the showcase, popping another jelly bean in my mouth. But you don't really care. You just want to upstage her in any way you can, and since Emilio won't let you shoot at her again, you think a diamond necklace will work in annoying her, Li Ling. Pity, my wife assumed you were smarter. I, on the other hand, was positive you were just a wannabe mafia princess. Her nose flared at me, and within a second she lifted a gun, pointing it right into my face.
"You honestly think I wouldn't have a weapon? Pity. I thought you were smarter than that. Emilio, on the other hand, thinks you are useless."
I glanced down at the gun still in my face. "You gonna point that thing in my face all day, or are you gonna shoot?"
"You don't think I would?"
She pulled the trigger, and of course nothing happened. "You truly are an epic idiot, aren't you?" I stared at her in pure awe before laughing. Jesus, no wonder Julong didn't want to step down. Both his children are imbeciles.
You son of a bitch!
She charged at me, but before she could do anything but make animal noises with her mouth, I smacked her arm away and grabbed a fistful of her hair before slamming her head right through the glass case. I didn't really hear her screams as I dragged her face along the glass edges, cutting into her porcelain skin before throwing her on the floor, my shoes on top of her chest. You're a disappointment, I spoke down to her. But you've also explained so much. All of this, all of the planning. You really have no idea what is going on. You are just a mindless puppet who's jealous of my wife. All I had to do is let it slip to a few people that I was getting my wife a necklace, and here you come crawling like a rat to a cage. You try to dress like her, change your hair, your walk, your makeup. All to be a woman you can never be. How sad is your fucking life? Did your father not love you enough, is that it? I took out my gun and shot her in the wrist.
Ah!
On second thought, I really don't give a fuck about your daddy issues. Hell, I don't give a fuck about any of your issues. As I pressed my foot harder into her chest, she gasped out. I'm sorry, did that hurt? I questioned, firing again into her other arm. You're gonna have to forgive me, it's been a rough few weeks.
Melody couldn't find me, so she sent you. Ah!
She screamed out when I simply moved my hand back and shot into her legs. When I took my foot off her chest, she rolled onto her side, curling into a ball when I crouched next to her. You shot my wife, I sneered, the anger I'd been trying to hold back bubbling to the surface. That right there is the difference between you two. My wife would have killed you with her own bare hands. However, I believe that is a waste of time for the governor, don't you?
Emilio?
Bang! It was a yes or no question, Li Ling. Who the fuck do you think you are to shoot my wife? The mother of my children, the head of the Italian mob.
For now!
She spat at me. As you know, this gun is loaded, I stated, pressing the gun to her skull. If you don't answer my questions, I will unload in your skull.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're going to kill me anyway!
Li Ling, you will find out there are worse things than dying. Just like your brother did. I promise you.
Melody. The moment I stepped through the doors, all I heard was applause. It came from the security team, the staff on the ground, and even a few guests on a tour of the State Building.
Welcome back, Governor!
We missed you, Governor.
Mina stepped right up beside me as we walked, and I waved politely as we made our way back to my office. The office I hadn't returned to in almost a month now. My doctor and Liam were telling me to take it easy, but I couldn't wait any longer. I had too much to do. Mostly figuring out who the fuck had voted Mayor Cortez into office. And why.
Welcome back, ma'am.
Bruce, my secretary, stood up from his desk, a cup of coffee already in his hands. Thank you, Bruce, but no coffee.
It's herbal tea. It's the best for the heart.
He nodded to me, and I took it but didn't drink.
You have about 30 calls from various other mayors and officials. I had the fruit baskets and gifts sent to the car since I know you hate your office being cluttered. No one but the cleaning crew has gone in there since you, left. If anything is out of place, let me know, and...
He sighed.
I'm just glad you're back. This place was like a graveyard.
He leaned in closer.
We even had a few people trying to jump ship and buddy up to some people. I have their names highlighted.
He handed me a piece of paper as if to let them all know he was snitching on their asses proudly. As always, good work, Bruce. I nodded to him, taking the list and walking back into my office. Just like he'd said, nothing was out of place as I walked across the blue carpet, moving behind my Babinga desk and sitting back into the chair. "Missed it?" Mina asked, taking a seat across from me. "It's just a chair." She tilted her head, a smile on her lips. "This is just a chair." She pointed to her seat before pointing back to mine. "That is a throne. You sit there. You control this state." "When are they coming?" I changed the subject, even though she was right and I loved this fucking chair. Beep.
"Ma'am?"
Bruce said over the phone.
"We have the city council members here. They say they have a meeting, but I have nothing on the books."
"Let them through," I replied. Mina rose from the chair and walked around the desk to stand beside me. One by one, 12 members of the city council all stepped inside my office, none of them looking happy to be there. It was like children having to come to the principal's office after getting caught cheating. "Please sit." "They can stand." I cut Mina off. At least until someone explains to me how a nobody from nowhere suddenly became the mayor of the largest city in Illinois overnight. It seems impossible. In fact, I can see no way this could have happened unless you all are hiding something. I know you, Stephen, have been gunning for the job yourself, and you, Diane, you even plan to support him. The rest of you all swore to me that you would never cast that vote unless I approved, so is this your way of telling me that you no longer stand behind me? If so, I'm hurt. But you're going to hurt much, much more.
"The son of a bitch is blackmailing us."
Stephen sighed. "No shit, but with what?" I snapped. "The Duncan case." One of them spoke up and I had to close my eyes and inhale deeply, my nails digging into the arm of the chair. "And how does a nobody know about a case that should no longer exist because your lives depended on making it go away? Idiots. Fucking idiots."
"We don't?" "She's in a meeting,"
Bruce yelled when the door opened, and like the devil himself, Emilio, pain-in-my-fucking-ass Cortez, walked in, with a large smile on his face.
"Am I late? I figured since I was most likely going to be the topic of discussion on your first day back, Governor, why not come over in person?"
He walked right up to my desk, sat in one of the chairs across from me, and kicked his feet up. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a stick of gum.
"Now, where were we?"
"Bruce, it's fine." I nodded to the door, my eyes on the snakeskin shoes he had on my desk. "We were on the Duncan case." He gave a long whistle before speaking.
"Oh, man, you all fucked up on that one. Burying toxic waste near homes will definitely get the people riled up. And you, Governor, knowing about it and covering it up? It might not have happened under you, but still, come on, aren't you supposed to be better than that? Isn't that why the people of this city elected you into that pretty chair? I'm sorry, throne."
He winked at Mina. So apparently my office was also fucking bugged.
"If you run for president, I'm sure it will come up and be all kinds of bad press."
"You all may leave," I said to my city council, and they didn't need to be told twice. All of them rushed to leave as quickly as possible. "Mina, you too." "Mel, go." "I'll be right outside," she said, grabbing a file off my desk before walking off. It was only when the door shut softly that I stood up and pushed his feet off my desk. "It's Babinga wood."
"What the fuck is that?"
He made a face, and I didn't understand at all. "Who are you, Emilio, and what the fuck do you want with me? You won't say anything about the Duncan case because you used it as leverage for the privilege of being worth a damn."
"That's where you are wrong. I really don't give a fuck about being mayor anyway."
He shrugged, blowing a bubble with his gum before rising from his seat and moving to my window.
"Who wants to be the mayor of this goddamn city anyway? It's been trying to ruin itself for decades. Then some doe-eyed idealistic comes along thinking he or she can clean the streets they've had a hand in making dirty to begin with.
Do you have a Spark Notes version of your speech? It may come as a shock to you, but I actually have work to do. I replied. Turning back, he smiled like he was truly happy. Maybe he was insane.
This is why everyone loves you, right? Your witty one-liners, your tough girl act. What was it like hearing that someone shot at your kids? I mean, you were all raised with silver spoons in your mouths. It must have been shocking to realize you weren't invincible.
First, I'm a woman, not a girl. Second, it's not an act. And third, I don't feed my children with silver spoons. Silver is for second place. They use gold. My eyes narrowed on him. He nodded to himself, and for the first time since he had walked in, his stance and posture were upright and serious. His eyes sharp and his voice deeper as he said,
I hope they kept the spoons then, because when I'm through with you, they are going to need something to live on.
Are you threatening me in my office right now? I asked when he came closer to me. He didn't stop until he was far too close to my face for comfort and my self-control. Any closer and I would kill him.
I'm saying I hope we have a good, indecent, and bloody fight, Melody. Don't hold back, because I won't, and I play dirty as hell. You have so much to lose now. A husband, 3 children, nieces and nephews, your reputation. The list keeps going and going. I'm going to have fun. God and I are the only ones who know what I have in store for you.
So this is a game to you? Or is it revenge for the fact that your father, Marcos, was taken out like a bitch, and you had to crawl and beg for someone to notice you? Did you have a hard-knock life? I can have someone come and play the violin while you tell me your sob story. I replied as he glared, but didn't say anything, backing away toward the door.
Tell your husband I said thanks. Li Ling was getting far too clingy for my liking, and now the triad has no one else to look to but me.
He closed the door behind him, and it only took a second for Mina to come back in. The son of a fucking bitch! Ah! I hissed, reaching up to my chest as it burned. Melody, you need to relax. Mina rushed to me, but I pushed her away. God damn it! Ah! We need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. Mel? Damn it! I was going to kill him. I didn't care what he had, that night wherever he was. I was going to kill him and deal with whatever happened next.
Liam. Again. I watched as she lit up like a Christmas tree. Electricity flowing through her, her hair rising away from her body. Stop! I ordered, and when they left her, she slumped in her chair. Do you know there was a study where they asked regular people to electrify other regular people with different voltage strengths? They started off with the weakest voltage, and the person being electrified would give a quick groan or grunt, but seemed okay. Then they told them to raise the voltage, and it seemed like those people were in real pain. Yet out of dozens of people involved in the experiment, only a handful refused to increase the voltage. Most of them just kept doing what they were told. I waited for a second before nodding to Fidel. Again. She shook for only a second before I said, Stop! Again. Stop! You see, there's something in people that makes them innately susceptible to commands. Some people are just followers, while other people, a rare few, are born to lead. You weren't born to lead, Li Ling. You thought you were, but you just aren't the same. Is that why Emilio was able to get you so wrapped around his fingers? She cursed me in Chinese, not bothering to lift her head up. 2 hours of this, and she still wouldn't speak. Either she didn't know anything, or she would rather die than say anything. Liam. Neil came into the room, turning his body away from her and holding the tablet out in front of him. This was just published online. What the fuck am I looking at? I could clearly see Melody and Emilio. In her office. Their faces so close together it looked like they were about to kiss.
He's starting,
Li Ling said, laughing behind us. The press is going to hound her. If this is all he can do, then we're far too worried about him. I muttered as I glared at the image.
Melody. So the interview will be in one of the conference rooms of the hospital, and after that you have the Teachers' Association meeting at 1, then the city board at 3. I thought I was taking it easy, coming in, shaking a few hands, pretending to actually be working. I shifted in the back seat, Mina scrolling through the schedule in front of her. We can reschedule the Teachers' Association meeting if you would like, but you need the interview. You haven't done one in almost a year. Rubbing the side of my head, I nodded and lay back. For some reason, I had the feeling someone was watching me. I knew it was all in my head. I understood it was just a product of learning about Emilio bugging my office. But that still didn't make me feel better. What the fuck was wrong with him? If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it. If he wanted revenge, he could have taken it in that one moment. There was some giant piece of the puzzle I was missing. It was like staring at the Mona Lisa with her smile gone. You know what's supposed to be there and how it's supposed to look. And yet it just looks off. We're here, Mina stated when the car pulled to a stop in front of the building. And luckily the press weren't there that day. I said nothing as the doors opened, and I stood in the exact same spot where I'd been shot down only a month before. I felt a lot of things. I just wasn't able to express what they were. The air was far too hot for April, and heat waves rippled through the sky. A dramatic change from the weak weather and rain we normally had that time of year. Mel? I'm fine, I stated, walking forward. When I entered the hospital, I noticed that nothing had changed since I'd left. Nothing but a banner that now said, Chicago Strong, at the entrance.
Governor Callahan, we're glad to finally see you up and about. How are you feeling?
Dr. Fortman came over to me with a team of doctors, outstretching his arm. I'm feeling like my old self again, thanks to you. I shook his hand, looking at the rest of them. Thanks to all of you. How are the children?
Follow me.
He led the way as we walked down the halls.
4 of the children are still here, and we have kept them in the same room, so they don't feel isolated. Luckily, they're recovering well, physically, but mentally they still jump at any loud noises. 1 of the 4 tore open his stitches one night after a nightmare.
And their parents? I asked, stopping at the door with him. Through the window I saw them, all sitting at their children's sides. They looked exhausted, but that didn't stop them from laughing and playing with them. I thought you said there were 4 families. I only counted 3.
The Valentinos.
He moved across the hall to another room, looking through the glass at a couple with brunette hair.
They were the ones that lost their son and daughter. Their second son, Toby, survived. The kids were all together when the shooting happened. They haven't left the hospital since. We've set up beds and even allowed them to use the showers here. At first, we tried to keep Toby with the rest of the kids, but his condition... He's the one who ripped his stitches. Of all the kids, he's recovered the best physically. But between his nightmares and refusing to eat, sleep, or even speak, he's making himself sick. He won't speak to the child psychotherapist either.
He was the only one not playing or laughing. He just sat on his bed staring out the window. His parents talked, but they looked like they were talking for the sake of talking and weren't really saying anything. How old is he?
He will be 10 in July.
I want to speak with his family first. I looked at the doctor toward Mina, who knocked on the door. His parents walked up to her, and it only took a few moments before they stepped out of the room, looking at me.
"Governor, thank you so much for coming,"
the father said. His eyes were so red it looked as if he had tried to claw them out. His handshake was weak and his smile fake. "I'm so sorry about your loss."
Yeah.
His wife tried to say something, but nothing worked.
"And thank you for coming. I'm sure you have
I have nothing more important." I smiled, opening my arms and giving her a hug. God, I fucking hate hugging people. No, please, no, don't cry on me. Damn it. I had to force myself not to cringe, slowly peeling away from her as she blew into a napkin. "If neither of you mind, do you think I can talk to your son?" I questioned, glancing back at him.
"Huh? Our son? Why?"
His father tensed up.
"He's not feeling—"
My children were also involved in the other school shooting. My son also has had a hard time adjusting, but we finally managed to break through. I don't know if I could just come by and say hello without at least reaching out to him. They glanced at each other, and his mother crossed her arms over herself like she was trying to keep herself upright.
If you can do anything, okay."
Her husband nodded, and with that, Mina held the door open for me. When they moved to follow, I stopped. He might not want to talk if he feels you standing next to him. Is it possible to just watch us from a distance? Luckily, they didn't fight me on it. Maybe because they were just too tired to. Taking the white rolling chair, I moved it over to his bedside. He didn't bother looking over, so I sat between his bed and the window. His eyes were hazel. His brown hair messy, a few strands fell on his face, and he didn't brush them back. For a quick second, he focused on me, somewhat confused as to who I was, but didn't say anything. "I'm Melody. I was shot too." I outstretched my hand to shake his, but he didn't move. So I took his hand and made him shake mine anyway. At that, he pulled back and shifted to face the other direction. Leaning back in my chair, I said, "I have a son your age. When he's upset, he either blows up or gets real silent. It scares the shit out of me some days." The boy's head snapped back, eyes wide. "What?" He didn't answer. "Shit," I said again, and he made a face. "Fuck. Damn it, bloody hell, fuck, 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 fuck." The corner of his mouth turned up just a little. "What? You've never heard a curse word before? Say it. I won't tell your parents." He opened his mouth but then stopped, making me realize he had stopped talking because he was sad, but continued to not talk because he felt like everyone was trying to make him talk. He was being stubborn, and kids were allowed to be stubborn sometimes, especially when they were upset. "Come on. I know you wanna." I leaned closer. "This could be the one and only chance you get to say it to an adult and not get in trouble." Again, he opened his mouth. "Fuck." High five. He left me hanging, making a face as if to say, "Not cool." "Are you going to ask me to talk about it? Because I don't want to talk. Kevin and Lizzie are dead, and they aren't coming back!" He screamed at me, on the verge of tears. "I know. Dead people can't come back. I'm not here to make you feel better, because the truth is you aren't going to. You are always going to feel bad. So cry, get angry, but don't just sit here and look out the window doing nothing. It's not fair to your brother and sister. I don't know them, but you giving up doesn't really seem like something a brother and sister would want for their brother. I can't promise you anything other than that the person who did this will hurt more than you.
Can you?
He frowned, finally turning all the way around.
Can you hurt him?
I smiled. Absolutely. It's kind of my specialty. I just need you to do a job for me.
What is it?
My son, Ethan. He's going to need a friend like you.
You want me to be his friend? But what if I don't like him?
He frowned. Smiling, I shrugged. You can use him for all his toys and leave.
You're weird,
he replied. He was okay as a child in his situation could be. He just wanted someone to talk to him, not down to him, I could tell. Yeah, I know. But it's the weird people who rule the world, I said, rising from the chair.
You're going?
He frowned, looking back down at his hands.
My mom and dad keep crying and fighting. The doctors keep asking me how I'm feeling. I don't know. I don't want to be here, but I don't want to be there either.
He nodded to the city outside his window. I have to. I'm one of the weird people who rule the world. You need to remember, Toby, your parents will always be sad too. The doctors will not leave you alone until you leave their hospital, and no one wants to go out there. You just kind of have to. It sucks, but that's what we grown-ups do all the time.
I'll do it,
he said when I moved to the door.
I'll be your kid's friend.
I grinned. Great. I'll talk to your parents. But you should try getting out of bed and cleaning up. You kind of look sick.
I was shot.
He made a face at me. So was I. You don't see me with a booger in my nose, I exclaimed, and his eyes widened as he put his hands over his nose. Laughing, I walked out of the room. The moment I did, his mother latched onto my arm.
What did you say to him?
She begged.
He hasn't said a word to us.
In the corner of my eye, I saw Mina give me a look. He just needed someone who wasn't grieving. I asked him to come over and play with my sons. I hope we can work something out.
Thank you.
His father shook my hand more energetically this time.
Thank you.
Nodding to them, Mina came over to me. When they walked back into the room, she lifted her phone for me to see the photo that was now trending online. I walked into this one. Was that what he meant by ruining my reputation? By claiming we were having an affair? How childish.
He's releasing a statement already?
Mina asked, moving the phone to herself, clicking on the video. What in the hell was wrong with this man?
Melody?
Her eyes widened as she turned the screen back to me.
What?
I snapped. Jesus Christ.
I do not have time for this. Listen to what he's saying.
She stuffed the earbud into my ear, replaying the video. He stood in front of the camera, his whole body serious.
Just a few minutes ago, I, along with many of you, saw a photo taken out of context by the media. My advisors and staff tell me it is better not to comment on this. However, due to the double standard in our media coverage of females in power, I felt it would not be right to stand by as one of the strongest and finest governors this state has ever had is forced to comment on such a torrid photo. Not only is it not true, it is not possible, because Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan is my half-sister.
I wasn't a fainting type of person. Nothing shocked me. But all of a sudden, I couldn't breathe anymore.
20. All her young life she has tried to please her father, never quite realizing that, As a girl, she never could. Alice Walker. Liam.
She's not all right.
Mina whispered to me when I got to the door of her office.
I tried to tell her to stay in the hospital, but she wouldn't.
I got it. Go home, I said, opening the door. She sat on the floor of her office, her heels off to the side, the blinds closed, a bottle of red wine in her hands.
He's lying,
she said as she drank from the bottle. The wine spilled over the corner of her mouth, but she didn't care. She drank until she needed to breathe and then wiped the side of her mouth before adding,
That's what I first told myself. He was lying, or he has to be insane. But then I thought to myself, Melody, why were you so shaken when you looked at him? What was wrong? I realized it's because he looks like Orlando. His eyes. He has my father's eyes. And when I realized that, I thought to myself, how stupid am I? Of course my father could have another kid. It wasn't like he was celibate. I clearly remember women coming in and out of his room. I forgot that men like to fuck multiple women because everyone in the Callahan clan is so passionately in love with their spouses. How did I forget that? It's the number one thing you learn as a female. And just as I am kicking myself, I start to laugh. Liam, I'm laughing my ass off because, guess what?
I said nothing as she lifted the bottle to drink again.
I have a brother, and he's trying to kill me.
She snorted, laughing again.
Think about it. First, my mother, who should have been dead, came out of nowhere and tried to kill me. Then my grandfather, who was the head of the FBI, tried to kill me. Now I have a half-brother, who is mayor, also trying to kill me. Liam, I'm a living, breathing telenovela.
She laughed harder.
I've even come up with a name for my life. Las Pasiones de Melody. I am currently casting for the next season where we're going to introduce you to my evil twin sister who's going to murder me and try to live my life. But
she held her hands up.
I won't be dead. I'll come back in some dramatic way to kill her, but oh no, she's pregnant. And even though you feel betrayed by evil twin Melody, you can't let me kill your child. It's soap opera gold.
Are you done? I asked, hoping we could fast forward through her crazy talk. She had an imagination, no doubt, and it only came out when she was either far too drunk or pregnant. She took a deep breath and relaxed against her desk, lifting up a piece of paper.
He sent me this letter. Orlando apparently gave him years ago. The handwriting is my father's. That is for sure.
Walking over to her, I took it. Once again proud that I had taken the time to learn how to read and write in Italian.
Emilio, if you are reading this letter, it means your mother has told you who you are. È Giovanni, the son of Orlando Giovanni, a man who came to this country from the small town of Bossa with nothing except my grandfather's pocket watch and a new pair of shoes I stole from my neighbor's son. Of all the questions you have for me, the most important one to you would be why I am not in your life. It's very simple. Our name is Giovanni, the one shown favor. But it is actually a lie. Nothing ever comes easy for us. Nothing is given. We must take everything we want and defend it until there is no air in our lungs. My whole life I fought for my name. I will not just give it to you. You will fight, and only if you survive can you stand as my son. Can you rule as I have ruled, as the head of the Italians? With our people, respect is earned. So, earn your name. Fight for your name. Until you do that, you can never be my son. This is the lesson, the training I'm giving you. One day, maybe, if I'm lucky, I'll get to see you. Get to see my legacy and the family name continue. Orlando Giovanni.
It was a lie,
she whispered when I was done reading.
All the times he pushed me and tortured me. He said it was so no one would doubt me when I took over. It was a lie. He wasn't counting on me. He was bored. Or maybe he just set me up as the final obstacle for his son. Either way, the only person I thought was always proud of me, always saw the best in me, is the same person who planned to backstab me. My own father. I can feel the knife in my spine, Liam. I got played.
Melody, get up.
Liam, I'm not in the mood.
Get your ass off the ground. I snapped at her. Sighing, she pushed herself off the floor, wobbling slightly as she stood in front of me. Grabbing her, I spun her around. I'm not sure who this woman standing in front of me right now is, but I do know she is not my wife. Pushing her hair to the side, I zipped down the back of her dress.
Liam.
Shh. I kissed the back of her neck, my hand slipping into her dress. I'm taking the knife out. I could feel myself getting harder as she relaxed against my chest, breathing in slowly. I wanted her badly, but I couldn't. Not yet. She was already pushing herself. The last thing I needed to do was add any more stress on her heart, whether it was positive or not. Instead, I just held her close to me, leaving kisses up and down her neck and shoulder. You aren't just a Giovanni. You are a Callahan. I am proud of you. I see the best in you. That's all that matters to me. When your father died, he entrusted you to me. I don't give a fuck what the piece of paper says, and you shouldn't either. So have you returned from crazy land, or am I going to have to keep listening to the plot of Le Passiones de Melody? I smirked.
I'm telling you, we'd make a killing on that show.
A smile spread across her face.
But yes, I'm back. A little tipsy, but back.
We are gonna have to kill Emilio. You know this, right? I knew she knew it, but it needed to be said.
I've killed everyone else in my family already. Why not him?
She muttered. When she tried to move away, I held her tighter to me. It is not the same. He started this. The whole reason he became mayor was just so he could publicly announce he was your brother, and in doing so getting the Italians' attention. You are gonna have to go personally remind them who you are. She didn't reply. We just stood there quietly until her phone rang and I let her go. Walking around her desk, she put her phone on speaker.
What is it?
They are throwing him a get-together. He's here now with most of the families.
Fidel replied as she sat in her chair. "What do you want me to do?"
"Nothing,"
she said, spinning around.
"Do nothing but watch and listen. That's all."
"Yes, ma'am." With that he hung up and she slowly spun around. "Mel?"
"Liam, what do you think I should do?"
She paused, asking me honestly. She seemed like a different person right then, and I hoped to God it was still the wine talking.
"Should we kill him now and be done with it? Or should we wait and see who's going to follow him and cut them all down together?"
Thank God she's still herself. Reaching to the floor, I grabbed her bottle of wine. This could be another Italian-Irish war, which could lead to blood feuds and more death down the road.
So,
we are going to see what happens tonight. You don't know for sure if anyone really will follow him.
and if they bite the hand that feeds them?
She asked. We are going to send the kids away in the morning, I stated before drinking. And not just to a safe house in the city, because it will be a bloodbath. She wanted to argue, but I was glad she didn't. She just placed her hand over her mouth.
Okay.
Okay. Fidel. The traitors. They couldn't even wait 24 hours before sucking up to this clown. In true Italian fashion, a full spread was out and wine was flowing from bottle to glass over and over again as we all stood in the backyard of Uncle Vinny's home. I had been there for an hour, one full fucking hour, and still all this motherfucker did was drink and listen as Uncle Vinny and everyone told him about Orlando and his glory days.
Your father was one of the strongest men I ever knew.
Uncle Vinny placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking in Italian.
He put the fear in men, even though he had no idea what fear was. There is no man better than an Italian man. There are no people like the Italian people. We took over the world. In every country you can find us. There is always a little Italy somewhere, he would say.
It is true, Emilio replied, drinking.
So, I don't understand.
Big Tony stepped into the yard, cigar in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other.
You knew all this time you were a Giovanni, and stayed away. Orlando knew about you and left you with some Mexican woman.
My mother was the sister of Marcos Felipe Carrasco, the drug lord known as El Rojo. He probably figured if anything could harden me fastest, it would be a Latina with nothing and a bounty on her head. He smiled about it, but I had worked for Melody long enough to know it was a fake sort of smile. He was bitter and pissed off, but masking it with grins, nods, and booze.
What are you gonna do now?
Big Tony pushed. Uncle Vinny glared at him as if he were about to smack him.
Tony!
No, it's fine. Honestly, I'm just here to get to know my roots. Let me just call bullshit now.
See, nothing wrong here.
Vinny nodded.
But this Chinese, you are married?
We aren't married. She was just a very special friend. He winked at them and they laughed. The joke must have gone over my head. I was about to say something when Big Tony spoke up again.
Let's not pretend we don't know what's going on here. After all, his friend shot Orlando's daughter and his grandchildren.
Quite honestly, I don't give a fuck who he is. I just don't want to see him. He isn't one of us. Miserabile pezze de merda! Uncle Vinny hollered, facing him. Must there be anything wrong? You are speaking to the one and only son of Orlando Giovanni. He is one of us, more so than that bitch spawning Irish babies with Irish names. This is a dangerous road you are walking down, my old friend. The devil we know is Melody. She has worked for us all. She has provided for us all. Not once have I heard of an issue she has not addressed on our behalf. No Irishman is better off than us. We have peace. I'm not watching children get half their faces blown off all because you and everyone else here wants more.
The devil you know doesn't care about you. Emilio handed his glass to someone else and everything was now silent. The devil you know only wants power for herself. Everyone wants power for themselves. I finally spoke up, and for the first time since I'd arrived, it seemed like they noticed me. That isn't the issue. What is the problem is what happens when said people get that power. As we have stated, the boss has never once used that power to tear down her own. The boss? He snickered at that. The boss of what? She's the governor. And mommy. She handed over everything to Liam Callahan years ago. You know that. Isn't it him you meet with now? She has you crawling to a man whose family nearly destroyed all of yours. A man whose only loyalty is to his own. If you want the truth, fine. Have it. Melody Callahan will either step away from us peacefully, or I'm going to take the power from her, piece by piece. How many good people are gonna die in that process? Big Tony asked him. Right now, just one. He turned to face me, and before I could move, he had already pulled out his gun. Bang!
Melody. Oh, I've missed you all. I wrapped my arms around my children, all of them now in bed with me. Liam leaned on the bedpost, his arms crossed, but a small grin on his face as he watched us.
Mommy, they said we're leaving. Why?
Donna played with my hair, twisting it.
I don't want to go again.
Me either,
Wyatt grumbled, crossing his hands.
I'm gonna stay right here with you.
But Mommy and Daddy have work to do. I poked his nose.
You guys always have work. Why is this different?
Ethan asked, of course looking between Liam and me. Liam put his hand on his head before sitting down beside me.
It's very complicated, Ethan. But right now, it's not safe.
You said we were always safe in the city.
He pushed back, annoyed.
Is it the person that hurt Mom? I want to stay, Dad. Send Donna and Wyatt away.
Hey!
Donna and Wyatt yelled at him.
If you stay, I'm really staying.
Wyatt pushed his arm.
You're a kid.
Ethan pushed him back.
So are you.
Donna frowned. He shook his head.
I'm a preteen.
At that, I rolled my eyes, laughing as I kissed his forehead. You are also a kid, Ethan. A kid who has to go and look out for his siblings.
I want to stay,
Ethan said again.
Ethan.
Liam spoke in his dad voice. He got up.
Whatever.
Excuse you. I snapped at him and he froze. I know you are upset, but you do not disrespect us. Am I clear? We said you are leaving for a while. That means you are leaving. This is not a democracy. You don't get a vote. Sit down. They were all silent when there was a knock at the door. Liam rose to open it, and I kissed their cheeks one by one. Go to bed. "I'll be in later," I said when Liam glanced back at me. Quickly they jumped off our bed and left through the second door. I rose from the bed and saw that neither Declan nor Liam had wanted to fill me in on whatever it was. Instead, I walked to the front of the house, and it seemed every maid and butler was inside. Cora stood at the door, rocking baby Darcy in her hands. "What is going on?" I asked Liam. He didn't say anything, and he didn't have to. Once we got outside, I saw him. Fidel. His body was right outside the family gates, a bullet right between his eyes. He wasn't even pale yet.
Melody.
Liam stepped beside me, and yet I didn't move or speak. I was frozen. He was just there. Dead. Gone like that. Killed by the very people he protected. My people. Our people. They'd murdered him. They'd never stood behind me, either. All right, then.
This is the boy that brought him?
Neil stated. I glanced up to the 20-something-year-old with short hair and glasses. He was so skinny he looked like the wind could blow him away at any second. "Who are you?" I wanted to ask. But I couldn't speak, so Liam asked for me.
"Frankie, sir. Frankie Severino. Fidel, he, was training me. I mean, I was his backup driver, but he was training me in other stuff, too. He said I could come in handy someday."
Him? Come in handy? For what? Comic-Con?
"I'm the best biochemist on this coast. Anything you want, I can make. I guess this isn't the time. Yeah, that's what I do. And you should know not all the Italians are with this new guy, ma'am. A lot of people are shocked and confused, but mostly everyone is split. I know all the people who are still loyal. He shot Big Tony, too, but he's still alive. Some other guy took him to the hospital. But...
I finally spoke. He lifted up a bloody phone.
"Fidel's last recording. Emilio left a message for you, ma'am."
Taking the phone from his hands, I pressed play.
"Little sis!"
he yelled.
"God, you have no idea how long I've waited to call you that. Anyway, sorry about your dog. I let his puppy live. He looks like a real chihuahua, though. Remember that conversation we had earlier? I hope you take it a lot more seriously now. Who knew so many of our people hated your guts?"
I didn't want to hear any more, so I just let it slip from my hand and turned around. "Liam, looks like we got our answer," I said to him. The Irish and the Italians were out for blood again. There was nothing left to say, no words to describe this. For the moment, I would focus on my children. I knew Emilio well enough to know he would be after them, that he would try to take them from me, and I wouldn't give him a chance. "Mel?" Cora started to speak to me, but I walked right past her. I had nothing to say to her. When I got to Ethan's room, I paused, realizing my hands were shaking. From anger or grief, I wasn't sure. "Fidel?" No. I couldn't. Not now. "Knock, knock." I poked my head inside, knowing he was still upset with me, and of course he flipped onto his side, playing with his video games. Sighing deeply and loudly as I walked toward him, I sat down on the edge of his bed. He bounced, but still didn't look at me. "Mio bel leoncino." Falling back onto his pillows, I glanced up at the canopy of his bed. "Are you upset with me?" No answer. Instead, I heard the engine of the race car in the game speed up. It's okay if you are. I'm not changing my mind. You can't stay.
Mom!
He groaned, sitting up and glaring at me. Yes, I asked softly, trying not to smile.
Why? I'm older.
Because I love you, I said. He froze, a frown on his lips.
You can't just say that. It's not fair.
He pouted, lying back down next to me, and I brushed my hands through his soft hair. I can say it because it's true, I whispered, my heart hurting again. I love you so much, Ethan. Even I can't put it into words. You are my son, my first child, and the thought of anything happening to you. It scares me so much, Ethan, that I sometimes can't sleep at night. You know Mom and Dad do things other people think are bad, right? He nodded, his head beside me as he wrapped his arms around me. But Dad says sometimes we need to do bad things to get good results. If he doesn't do it, someone else would, and we could get hurt. Sounds like a completely Liam answer. He's right. I would have told him the same thing. And for the most part, Dad and I have things under control. But sometimes people hate us for it, and they want to hurt us the only way they can, and that is to hurt the people we love the most. People like you. So you're sending us away? I nodded. I'm sending you away so Dad and I can do what we need to do and not worry that you aren't safe. Grow older and be stronger, and no one will make you hide again.
Fine, but when I'm older, I'm going to fight them for doing this to you.
He jumped up, happily staring me down. Deal. I extended my hand, rising from the bed. He shook it tightly before crawling under the sheets. Do you want me to tuck you in?
No, Mom,
he said, and it felt like he was going to add duh to the end of it. Leaning over, I kissed his forehead. Love you, mio bel leoncino. Love you too. He yawned, rolling onto his side and forgetting about his video game. Reaching over, I grabbed it, turned it off, and put it on his bedside table. Leaving his room, I entered Donatella and Wyatt's. Donna was fighting sleep as their nanny brushed her hair. Her head bobbed back and forth. I got her. I told the maid, who said nothing, just placed the brush down and left the room.
Mommy!
Donna grinned, reaching up for me. She was so cute sometimes. When I picked her up, her legs and arms wrapped around me as I carried her to the bed. I noticed how heavy she was now in my arms. I remembered when she was so tiny, much smaller than both Ethan and Wyatt, and I was worried I was going to hurt her.
Mommy, I can swim more now,
she whispered. That a girl? I whispered as Wyatt lifted her sheets for her before I laid her down. So you will be faster than me. She giggled.
Not possible, Mommy. You're like a fish. Daddy says you drink the water as you go.
Not true, and don't try it, you'll get sick. I brushed the side of her face. Do you want anything? She yawned, rubbing her nose.
For Ethan and Wyatt to stop fighting.
Hey! Wyatt grumbled behind me. I twisted my hands in front of her face over and over before blowing into her eyes. There. I'm giving you the power to step in and stop them any way you can.
I'm going to kick them.
She grinned and I laughed, kissing her head. Do what you gotta do.
Mommy, no! She really will kick us!
Wyatt groaned as I moved to his bed. Or you and your brother won't fight and she won't have to. He didn't say anything, just crossed his arms and lay on his back.
It's not my fault.
Oh, really? He twisted his lip to the side. Wyatt?
It's kinda both our faults,
he conceded. Leaning in close to him, I whispered, I'm going to tell you a secret, and you can never tell your sister or brother. His eyes went wide, and he flipped over to stare me in the eyes.
What?
Of all my children, you, Wyatt, are my favorite. His mouth opened and then closed again before a slow smile spread across his lips.
Really?
You want to know why? I asked, and he nodded, moving closer. Because of all my children, I understand you the most. Ethan is very much like your dad, and has everyone backing him. Donna is surrounded by people who always defend her. But you, Wyatt, are like me. You see everything and ask, where do I fit? When you figure it out, there is going to be no stopping you. He didn't seem to understand, but was just proud that he was my favorite. It was true. I loved him because he was so much like me. Soon his breathing relaxed, and so did mine. Before I realized it, I was falling asleep too.
Liam. By the time I got back to our bedroom, Fidel's body had been removed. Declan and Neil wanted to personally handle everything else. None of us had ever said it because we had never felt the need to. Until now. But Fidel was his closest family. Never once had he taken a sick day, never once had he not been there when we needed him. His loyalty was unquestionable, and he'd paid the price for it with a bullet. If we were upset, I had no idea how Melody must have felt. Every last person she'd come into this house with had left in a coffin. Mel? I called out when I got to our room, but the lights were off and she wasn't back. I checked the bathroom before moving to Donna and Wyatt's room. Mel. My voice trailed off when I saw her asleep next to Wyatt, who was curled up next to her. I would have left them, but I was selfish. Moving over to her, I tucked my arm under her back before tilting her to me and lifting her up.
Liam,
she said softly, her eyes opening slightly. Shh, I got you, I said when her head rested on my chest.
If I have a plan that would guarantee no one would ever mess with us again, would you forgive me for the pain it would cause?
Melody. Asking for forgiveness. I knew all of this was hurting her. She would never admit it, but her father, Emilio Fidel, it hurt her. We'll talk in the morning, I replied, laying her down. She shook her head.
Answer me.
Melody, you have always said not to ask you questions I know the answer to. Now I'm going to say the same.
Just this once, then.
She smiled, though it didn't reflect in her eyes. Lying beside her, I kissed her hands. I'm obsessed with you, Melody. No matter what you do, I'll always forgive you. Even if you were to kill me, I'd forgive you. She didn't reply, just closed her eyes.
Fidel. He was more than a soldier. He was like my only brother.
I know. 21. Funerals aren't for the dead. They're for the living. Gavin Extons. Liam. It was pouring like God planned to flood the earth again. Each raindrop beating down heavily on our umbrellas as we stood and walked away from the funeral home to our cars. 5 black Chevy Tahoes were parked out front, each of the windows tinted so dark I could see my reflection. I said nothing. The 2 new men who had been promoted since Fidel's death. Rowan, who was Irish and heavily built with blonde hair and brown eyes, and Lucian, a slim man with curly brown hair and a birthmark on his cheek, now stood in his place. They had worked under Fidel from the beginning. It was like looking at dogs without their leash. Hopefully they last long. Sir, ma'am. Lucian nodded to us, opening the car door. But Melody walked toward the kids with Rowan holding the umbrella over her. The black veil she wore covered the top portion of her face. She hugged all 3 of them before they got inside the car in front of us, which would take them to the airport. Declan hopped into the back with them. They will be fine, I said to her when she came back after the car pulled off. She didn't say anything. She hadn't said anything since the night before. What was her grand plan? I had no idea. If she didn't tell me, it meant me not knowing was crucial for it to work. It still pissed me off to no end, though. Follow them, I instructed, pulling my tie down. The silence is fucking killing me. We took the back roads toward the airfield, the route completely covered by woods. How long do you think it'll take him? Shit! Rowan hollered as the kid's car was hit head-on by another Tahoe. He swerved the car to the left, the tires locking and rubber burning against the road. Down! I yelled as men poured out from the car, rifles ready as they shot not only at us but at the kids. Bullets hit metal, sparking off the bulletproof glass. Melody reached under the seat, pulling out a gun just as I did. She glanced up at me and I could only wink. For the first time in 24 hours, she truly smiled at me, shaking her head. After you, wife.
With pleasure.
She reached behind and opened the car door, as did I, the rain soaking us both when we stepped out. I could feel every drop beat against my face, drenching my suit and even my socks. The only thing between them and us were our doors. It wasn't just Mel and me. All of our men in the cars behind us stepped out, marching up the line and shooting. Move back! One of them yelled, trying to make it to their car, but Melody shot the tires out. Fuck this! Take this, bitch! Another yelled, but instead of aiming at her, they shot at the kid's car, now on its side in a ditch next to a tree. Kill 'em all! I shouted, watching as one by one they fell like flies.
Stop!
Melody yelled once the last one fell to his knees and crawled behind his Tahoe, blood pouring from his leg onto the street, only to be washed away by the rain.
You're outnumbered,
Melody yelled at him. Die! Fuck you! He poked his gun around to shoot her, but she shot at his thumb. His screams meant nothing to her as she walked toward him. Taken off her hat, the rain dripped off her chin. Back her up, I told Lucian before rushing toward the children, smoke now coming out of the engine of the car. Declan? Ugh! He groaned, kicking open the door. His legs hung out as he pulled up his shirt as if he were Superman, exposing his bulletproof vest where 3 rounds were embedded. Next time you guys play fucking decoy car, I vote to not be it. Stop your bitching and move. I pulled him aside and saw the kids behind him. They weren't ours, but orphans, all of whom were holding on tightly to each other and trying their best not to scream, though the girl was crying. Did we do okay? The eldest, who was supposed to be Ethan, asked, swallowing the lump in his throat. Yes, you did. So, I'm going to keep my promise. Now, get out, this thing is going to blow. I told them as Declan helped me get them one by one. He told them to head to the other car before looking over to Mel, who stood above a broken man leaning against the car tire. Is she all right? She will be, I replied, moving to her. We knew Emilio wouldn't wait. The moment he'd sent Fidel's body, he was calling for battle. The best chance for that was to get to the kids. I had sent them out while they were still sleeping. No one knew where they were except my mother and Neil. Cora and Mina had taken the rest of the kids and gone elsewhere. The only ones left in Chicago were Melody, Declan, and me. This was going to come to an end one way or another. If Emilio thought to be the mayor and to have a few families on his side meant he'd won, he was dead fucking wrong.
I'm not going to ask you again. Where is he?
She stepped into the wound on his leg, grinding her heel into his skin. He grinned. He was right. He's always right. One step ahead, he knew this was too easy. She asked you a question, I snapped at him. And I'll ask one too. He laughed before biting down on his lip. What's the weather like in Boston?
Liam.
Melody's eyes widened, our hearts dropping into our stomachs. I was already dialing. Ring. Ring. Ring, come on! Liam? Neil, get my kids out of there now! What? Boom. Just like that, the line went dead and I froze as Melody grabbed the phone from my hands.
Neil? Neil!
I grabbed Lucian by the throat, pulling him to me. Get me a jet now! Neil. I shifted the groceries in my arms as I searched for the key to the townhouse.
Uncle Neil, can we get burgers?
Wyatt asked beside me, adjusting the cap and wig on his head. No, we'll be eating in for a while, I muttered. Where is this damn key?
Uncle Neil?
Wyatt, I sighed, pausing. Go help Nana clean things out of the car, all right? And stop messing with your hat.
But it's itchy.
Go, I ordered. He grumbled, crossing his arms and stomping his light-up shoes as he went. Shaking my head, I focused on my keys as my phone rang. The only person who had the number was not calling until it was over. I answered. Liam! Neil, get my kids out of there now! What? I heard the door click, and before I could do more than take a step away. Boom. I felt myself fly back into one of the parked cars on the side of the street. My whole body felt like it was on fire. It might have actually been.
Uncle Neil!
Ethan screamed.
Neil!
My mother hollered, and I rolled over in time to see the black shoes of the men as they grabbed Ethan, Wyatt, and Donna, all of them struggling in their arms.
Let them go!
My mother reached for him, but one of the men slapped her so hard she fell to the sidewalk. Move! Come on, move! Fuck! Move, Neil! Get the fuck up! I mentally screamed at myself as I saw them being stuffed into the trunk of the car. The best I could do was bring my wrist to my mouth. With my tongue, I pushed the crown of my watch, forcing the case tube in and signalling the light on for backup.
Neil!
My mother ran to me. I'm okay. I felt fine, but I knew that was bad. This isn't Chicago. The Irish run Boston. They won't get...
Stop talking! I know you, idiot! We need to get you to the hospital!
She replied, blood all over her hands. Is she hurt? I wanted to ask, but keeping my eyes open took far more strength than it should have. The last thing I saw was men coming up behind her. I wanted to tell her to run, but she just kept her eyes on me. sobbing. Liam is gonna be pissed.
Wyatt. Let me go! Donna bit one of them, and he slapped her in the face, causing her to fall beside us. Leave her alone! I tried kicking them, only to get hit. They pushed all of our heads down before slamming the hood over us. Everything went dark. Let us out! Let us out! I kicked and kicked. Stop! Ethan yelled at me. I couldn't see him, but I could feel his hair. No, we need to go! If you keep yelling, we won't be able to breathe, he said, rolling onto his back. Ouch, my hair! Donna winced. Sorry. He lifted up for her to pull away. You okay? Aren't you scared? She whispered, her breath right at my ear. No. Liar, I muttered. He was always doing that, trying to pretend he was always so strong. Why do you always fight me? Ouch! We both yelled when our hands smacked us. Mommy said I can hit you if you fight. No, she didn't, Ethan replied. Yeah, Mommy said so. I wish she hadn't. We didn't talk. We need to get out of here. Ethan put his hands up above us. How? Donna did the same. He felt around and finally said, I know how. I think I know how. Mommy made me do this. I just needed to remember. What do you mean? Ethan questioned. Shh. I closed my eyes, trying to think. 2 weeks before. Mommy? I yawned as I woke up. Everything was dark. Where am I? I felt her carry me. Sitting up, my head hit the roof. What is this? Mommy? I banged on it. Mommy? Where am I? Am I in a box? Mommy! My hands started to shake and my eyes felt like they were zooming in close. Mommy, help! Someone help! Wyatt? I heard her voice. Mommy, help me! I can't see! I reached up above me, feeling the top again. She was right over me. Wyatt, you are in the trunk of a car. Why? I screamed, and it sounded like she was laughing at me. Because you asked me to help you get stronger. Remember? I frowned. Not like this. I know you hate the dark, Wyatt. And I know you hate being alone. I'm fine. I crossed my arms. So I should just leave you then. No! Again, she laughed. Mommy, I want to come out now. Then come out. I pushed and pushed, but it didn't work. Mommy, I can't. I'll teach you how. Mommy, I'm scared. I couldn't see. I know, but we have to do the things that scare us to become strong. Okay? I couldn't stop shaking. Wyatt? Okay, I said softly. Good. Now move around. Do you feel anything? I did so and felt something hard and heavy. Yeah? Now roll over to your side. Okay? I did. Now feel the side. Do you feel anything like panels? What are panels? Like curtains, or something covering something else. I felt along the wall, but found nothing but carpet. No! Roll over on the other side and try again. I did. Wiping the sweat from my face, I felt again. I think I got it. Good. Pull on it as hard as you can. When I did, light came in really bright, and I could see outside, but it was red and blurry. I did it! Now use the heavy thing to break the red thing. When I did, the first person I saw was Uncle Fidel.
Hey, kiddo.
He smiled. Good job. Now you have light. Less scary, right? I'm hot. Mommy, can I come out now? I asked. Soon, sweetheart. Now, look around. Do you see another panel? I mean, thing covering the floor? I looked and saw it. Yeah. Lift it up, and you will see a cable, like the one Daddy uses for his video games. The old games? Yes, Wyatt, the old games. She laughed again. I liked it when she laughed. I see it, Mommy. It's yellow. Okay. Pull the cable. I did, and heard a click. Now push. Slowly. When the roof came up, I sat up. Mommy was right there, smiling down at me. You were amazing, Wyatt. She hugged me. Tomorrow, we will try with other cars. I don't like this, Mommy. I started to cry, and I felt even more bad because my pants were wet. I know. She hugged me. I don't like it either. But you are safe when you are strong. We will work on everything, one by one. I'll be there the whole time. Wyatt! Ethan yelled at me, and I jumped. You said not to yell, I reminded him. Sorry, he said again. I got worried. You weren't saying anything. I thought you were hurt. I frowned. I'm fine. Okay, so what is your idea? He asked me. I felt the walls of the car to find panels, but I couldn't. I need to be where you are, Ethan. What? I need to switch. Come on. Okay. Wyatt, sit up as far as you can. Donna, slide under him, and Wyatt, roll over us. Ugh. I rolled over Donna, who groaned, and then Ethan until I was in his place. I felt the walls again. I hoped it was like the first car. The other cars Mommy had put me in were hard. Do you know what you're doing? Ethan asked when I pulled. Just like the first car, I saw the red glow. I need something heavy, like a screwdriver or something. I told him. I have a knife. He put it in my hand. Why do you have a knife? Why don't you? Rule 103, always have a knife. Don't you know all the rules? I didn't say anything.
No one knows all the rules, Ethan, not even you,
Donna said, and I felt better, using the knife to hit the red thing. What can you see? Ah! Donna screamed. We all screamed when the car hit the brakes hard before hitting something. My back hit Ethan, and the knife cut my hand. We stopped. Ethan said, and I flinched hearing the gunshots. Can you get it open? Yeah. I bit my lip, trying not to cry, pulled up the carpet, and then tugged the yellow cable. Push up, I said, pushing with one hand. Wyatt, you're a fucking genius! Ethan hugged me, lifting the hood only a little bit so he could see. We need to run.
To where?
Donna asked. Doesn't matter. Just jump out and run. Okay. It was getting hard to breathe in here. 1. He counted, lifting the top more. The gunshots got louder. 2. 3! We pushed the hood up and the sun was right above us. We saw men coming out of cars with guns. Run! Ethan jumped out, helping Donna. I hugged my hand to my chest and ran.
What the fuck are you doing? Go after them! Fuck!
Someone yelled, but Ethan kept saying not to look back and to run, and so that's what we did. Pushing people away from us and running past shops and stores. Everything was happening so fast. I was so tired, but I didn't stop running. Until Donna tripped once, we turned the corner into an alley. It smelled like poop and pee everywhere. Donna! I almost fell over when I tried to stop running. One of the men dressed in all black came up right behind her and took her. Let go! I rushed to him and bit his arm.
You stupid little fuck!
I put my hand over my head to stop him from hitting me, but he never did. Bang! It was a loud shot. It echoed in the alley. The man dropped down to the ground and then fell to his knees. When Donna and I looked up, it was Ethan. He had the gun the man had dropped, and he had shot it at him. He walked over to him.
Leave my brother and sister alone,
he said, and he fired again. The blood hit his face, and it was like everything went quiet again.
We got him!
We all turned to see 3 guys at the end of the alley. Ethan held the gun up to them, and they lifted their hands in the air.
Leave us alone!
He screamed, standing in front of us.
Ethan?
The first big guy said. He was bald, but he had writing on the sides of his head and a big beard.
Your father sent us. We're Irish. We're here.
I don't believe you! Stay back or I will shoot! Ethan said, holding the gun up again. One of the other guys moved his hand to his waist.
I said don't move!
Ethan screamed.
We just want to prove it, okay?
Another one said, lifting his shirt. I saw a giant C on the side of his stomach.
You know what this is, right? I work for the Callahans, and that means we also work for you.
Ethan didn't put down the gun.
If you work for me, put down your guns.
Huh?
Your guns, put them down,
he said again.
Fine, kid.
They slowly put them down.
Wyatt, go get it.
Before I could, Donna went and got the guns and picked them up, handing them back to the men.
Donna!
Ethan yelled.
I saw them shoot the guys that took us. They aren't lying,
she replied before turning back to them.
Right?
They smiled.
No, ma'am, we aren't. Now, come. We need to get you all somewhere safe.
Ethan didn't want to move, so I pulled on his shirt. Ethan, come on. We don't know where we are or where we can go. Donna is sure. He nodded, putting down the gun. He looked over his shoulder at the man behind us, but didn't say anything as we followed them out of the alley and toward the cars. When the doors closed, we all sat close together. One of them reached for my arm, but Ethan grabbed his first.
What are you doing?
The man held up a few bandages.
You, Wyatt, have one hell of a protective brother. I know the feeling. I'm Max.
I wasn't sure what to say, so I just held out my hand.
How is Uncle Neil?
Donna asked. No one answered. It was scary when people didn't answer. It meant they couldn't even lie. And that was bad.
Liam. 15 minutes. That's how long it took for us to get to the airfield and for them to get the jet ready for us. We were just about to board when my phone went off.
It's them.
Mel turned to me, her face so close to mine I could see her breathing. Nodding, I answered, holding the phone out between us and putting it on speaker. Boss, we got him. She exhaled, reaching out to grab my arm, her nails digging into my skin. They are fine. Wyatt has a cut on his arm,
but he's all right. Ethan,
Ethan what?
Mel yelled. He shot down one of the men who chased after them. I think he's shaken up a bit. He won't let go of the gun or relax. He probably won't until someone he knows comes. Put him on the line, I said, knowing what was going on in his head.
Dad?
Son, I smirked. You did well. I'm proud of you.
Where are you?
I'm still in Chicago, but I'll be there soon. The family you're with, you can trust them.
Dad?
He cut in, but then his voice trailed off. Mel bit her lip and dropped her head. Ethan, I want you to sit with your brother and sister. Watch TV or play some games. I don't even care if y'all argue. Just remember, while you are with your siblings, if you hadn't done what you did, they wouldn't be there. You did not only the right thing, but the best thing. You protected your family.
It wasn't just me. Wyatt got us out of the trunk,
he said, a little more upbeat. I saw Melody grin so wide and so proud it was hard not to grin back. Your mom and I love you guys. Now give the phone back to Max, I said.
Okay.
There was static on the phone before he came back. Sir? My mother and Neil? His voice was sad when he answered. Neil was taken into surgery at Boston General. I don't know much more, other than the state he was in. He's most definitely lost his left leg. Your mother is with him now. We have people with her. I'll be there. Sir, with all due respect. What? We don't really need you here right now. Excuse me. What I'm saying is kill this cockfucker you got in Chicago. Boston is fine and loyal to you. There is no way anyone is getting through the army we got here. It's been peaceful for so long here, we got our grandparents strapping happy that finally Chicago isn't the only city getting action. Show 'em what happens when they mess with us, boss. Damn Italians ain't good for shit. Melody rolled her eyes. I want updates on my children every goddamn hour, I replied, hanging up before he could say another word. When he did, I leaned back against the car and Melody stood in front of me. It had stopped raining, but the sky was still turbulent. You think he's still in the city? I asked her.
He wants to run us out. To say he made the Callahans leave their kingdom. It's just another ego trip for the son of a bitch.
She cracked her jaw to the side.
He got us on this one, Liam. If something happened to them, if I lost them...
Shh. I kissed the side of her head. They're safe now. Everyone else's children, not so much. I lifted a full magazine of bullets for her.
Let's flush out the rats. 22. On that same night I will pass through Egypt and strike down every firstborn of both man and beast. I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. Exodus, chapter 12, verse 12. Melody.
Honey, I'm back. The storm is really picking up,
he said as he closed the door behind him and hung up his jacket.
Honey!
His wet shoes squeaked on the floorboards as he came farther into the house. I heard him reach into the drawer and pull out what was most likely the revolver my father had given him years ago. When he finally came around the corner, he saw her, slumped over the couch.
Violet!
He rushed towards her. She didn't suffer, I said to him as his head snapped up to me as I drank the wine. In fact, we had a perfectly nice chat. I brought the wine, of course, Uncle Vinny. A 1961 Barolo Riserva. You told Fidel you loved it. Did you not?" Reaching over for the bottle on the coffee table, I poured him some in the empty glass I had left out for him before refilling my own. "It truly is magnificent. You can tell they put effort into every one of the grapes. My father took me to his vineyard home in Tuscany. It was beautiful. The rolling hills, the smell. I loved it. Far more than I loved Bossa. The town was so boring. But Father told me he could never escape the place he was from. The people there were the most loyal and true he'd ever met. I believed him, too. After all, he had friends like you, Uncle Vinny. You swore never to betray my family, and yet here I sit across from your dead wife, drinking wine, talking about Tuscany and my father, when all I want to do is put a bullet in your skull." I savored the taste of the wine on my lips.
"I never betrayed the Giovannis. Emilio is—"
"Don't you dare!" I hissed, my grip on the glass tightening. "You point to some mutt on the street and think he compares to me. That he is better than me because, what, he has a penis? You know nothing about him or what he believes or if he even gives a damn at all. My father chose me, and you disrespected that choice." He stood taller, stepping away from his wife and facing me directly.
"If you're going to kill me, do it now. I'm sure you've taken the bullets out of this anyway."
He threw the revolver at my feet. Reaching down, I grabbed it and held it back up, handing it to him. "I'm not going to kill you, Uncle Vinny."
"Well, you're a damn fool if you think I'm going to tell you anything."
I fucking hated it when people interrupted me. It drove me in-fucking-sane. Taking a deep breath, once again I held the gun up at him. He took the gun, and I told him, "You are going to kill yourself."
"Why would I do that?"
I shrugged. "Because you know you aren't getting out alive either way, so why bother? At least you can say you left on your own choice." He paused for a moment, holding the gun to himself.
"You are evil,"
says the man who killed dozens of men alongside my father. I replied, and before I could blink, he turned the gun to me, but another gun went off first, the bullet striking his chest. Bang. 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 3 shots total, and he fell down as I sipped more wine and Liam stepped up right behind me. Holding the glass up to him, he handed me the gun so he could take a drink.
"I don't see what all the fuss is about,"
he said, even though he had finished the glass off.
"In fact, I think it could be stronger."
"You have a horrible taste for wine." I took the glass back. "The last of that was completely wasted on you."
"However will you live?"
he replied, rolling his eyes at me when I moved over to Uncle Vinny. His body convulsed on the ground, blood pooling in his mouth as he stared up at me. "It didn't have to be this way. You all made me do this," I whispered, Liam already waiting by the door. The main street of what I like to call New Italy was eerily silent. In rows across the streets, all the houses looked exactly the same. Inside, I could see families in living rooms, watching television, others in their kitchens or upstairs in their bedrooms. I had built this community for them. My money. My sacrifice. I had taken a rundown cul-de-sac and built a new, urban neighborhood. What I give, I can take away.
"Melody?"
Liam stated when the car pulled up. I nodded, and he dialed as Lucian held open the door for me. When the door shut, Liam hung up, and we pulled out. As we passed by, I couldn't help but look over the homes whose red flags weren't up on their mailboxes. The people against me.
"They have an heir,"
Liam told me, adjusting his suit vest and leaning back. Carbon monoxide. Tasteless, colorless, odorless. and highly toxic. Each breath they took was killing them slowly.
Are you all right?
I looked over at him, eyebrow raised. And why wouldn't I be? It was my plan, wasn't it?
No, your plan was to blow him up. You're a pyromaniac.
He smirked. I felt my eyes narrow at that. It sounded like I was the one who was more likely to blow shit up when I had actually learned that from him. Coming from the man whose first choice is always to light these motherfuckers up. Funny. Let's just say it was a team effort.
Let's not fight over credit. It's beneath us.
Beneath you, maybe, but I'm a greedy wife. It's one of my many sins. I couldn't help the grin spreading across my lips. He leaned over, lifted my chin up, and held it in front of him. His lips hovered over mine.
I'm very acquainted with your sins, wife. They are what makes you uniquely qualified to be mine.
He didn't kiss me, but he didn't back away. The more he stared me down, the more I wanted him. Finally, his lips brushed against mine.
Say it.
He demanded, his free hand gripping my breast. I moaned into him as he began to trail kisses down my neck, pulling down the top of my blouse. "Stop the car and get out," I managed to say as I grabbed a fistful of his hair. Liam didn't seem to give a fuck. I bit his finger, turning my head away from him as he kissed up and down my neck, grabbing a handful of my breast before taking my nipple into his mouth, the buttons of my shirt popping off. "Liam," I moaned when I heard the car doors open and close. Slowly, I fell onto my back.
You still haven't said it.
He grinned above me, pulling off his tie. I laid there, my tits exposed, nipples hardening at the tension growing in the air. His green eyes bored holes into me, demanding I give it to him, to beg him to fuck me. Raising my hand, I reached up and placed my finger on his lips. "You have to earn it, baby." I traced his lips, and he took my finger into his mouth, biting it softly.
And how do I do that, Mrs. Callahan?
He questioned. Smiling to myself, I spread my legs for him. "I'm sure you will figure it out." Like a lion, he hovered over me, his body directly over mine. Again he kissed me, his tongue brushing over mine, over and over again. I was so distracted that when his hand slipped between my legs, I jumped slightly, moaning into his mouth.
"As you wish,"
he replied, going down on me. "Fuck!" I hissed out, grabbing the seat beside me when he spread the lips of my pussy with his tongue. "Fuck!" Shamelessly, I rocked against his lips, grabbing my own breast, my heart racing, my mouth ajar as my eyes rolled back. He didn't stop sliding his fingers into me. I couldn't breathe, sweat forming on my face and rolling down my neck, past the valley of my breasts. "Liam!" I moaned out when he licked my clit, my body trembling. "Ah!" He drank all of me, rising back up, wiping the corner of his mouth with a wicked smirk on his lips.
"That was fast, baby."
"It's the wine," I lied, grabbing the tie around his neck to pull him to me.
"Or I could be that good,"
he whispered before kissing me, and I shivered at the taste of myself on his tongue. I wanted more of him. My hands moved around his neck, then he grabbed them with one hand. Breaking away from me, he yanked me forward until I sat up. He took a deep breath. His nose flared, and I could feel myself getting excited, my mouth going dry. "Do it!" I provoked him, and he squeezed my hands harder. "I know you want me, baby. Don't hold back on me now." He cut me off, pulling me into his lap. I could feel his huge cock throbbing against my stomach as he pulled up my skirt, exposing my bare ass.
"You push me too much, Melody."
His voice was low as he grabbed a handful of my ass. "Not enough, apparently." "Ah!" My hands closed into fists as he smacked me so hard my mouth dropped open. Again! Smack! Fuck me! Smack! I could feel myself getting wetter as I stared at my own reflection in the dark window of the glass. I loved when he brought this out of me. Smack!
Jesus, baby.
Smack! My ass was on fire, and yet I couldn't bring myself to stop him. Smack! 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 Liam, I can't! Smack! I want him. Smack! I fucking need him. Smack! Fuck! Please! Fuck me! God damn it! I gave in. Those 3 words were my undoing. He rolled over and I stared up at him. The pride in his face more than clear.
Then let's fuck, baby,
he replied. When I sat up, his cock was already standing tall and proud for me. I didn't wait, positioning my legs over his lap, feeling the tip of him rubbing against me, making me moan. His hands went to my waist, sinfully, slowly lowering me onto him. Reaching out to him, I unbuttoned his shirt until I could see his abs. Feeling him throb in me drove me crazy.
There's my girl,
he whispered, lifting my chin up, which was exactly how I'd gotten myself into this fucking position to begin with. He watched me, lust coating his eyes as I lifted myself up, then lowered back down on him. My breathing was heavy, my whole body hot. You're enjoying this, you bastard. He was putting in no effort at all, just getting off on me riding him.
Only a madman wouldn't,
he replied, kissing the scar on my chest. Says the Mad Hatter. He didn't reply. Instead, he grabbed a fistful of my hair and lifted my neck up. Before he could speak, I kissed him, and when I did, he slid to the edge of the seat, his grip on me tightening. He thrust forward so hard I had to wrap my arm around him, my other hand pressed up against the ceiling. He fucked me without mercy, the whole car shaking along with us, and it still wasn't enough for him. He flipped me onto my back and buried himself deeper into me, our skin slapping together, the sweat on him dropping onto me as he grunted. I bloody loved it. Every fuck, every moan, his tight grip on my thigh, everything was my personal heaven. Liam! I cried out, my back arching up to him. He took my hands and held them above my head as he sped up. I wasn't sure what he was thinking, but the look on his face when he came, it was for my eyes only. He didn't say anything, just relaxed on top of me as I wrapped my arms around him. You're one hell of a screw, Mr. Callahan.
It's a gift.
This smug bastard. That is your cue to tell me how amazing I am, husband. He lifted his head, staring at me lazily, then mumbling,
You were all right.
You! Before my hand could smack him, he grabbed it and kissed it. Shifting, he pulled out of me before sitting up.
Now that I've eaten and worked out,
he winked at me.
We can get rid of the annoyance plaguing the city. I'm tired of this, Melody. He needs to be.
He paused when my cell phone rang. Sitting up, I reached for it on the floor. What is it? I answered, trying to see if there was any way to save my shirt.
Ma'am, it's Frankie.
Who the fuck?
Fidel brought me.
Sighing, I shifted the phone to my other ear. How do you have this number?
Fidel had it, and he thought if anything happened to him, I should have it too. But he told me to never use it unless it was important. Well, important to you, not to me. He said he didn't even care if I was dying.
What is it? I yelled. Jesus Christ. He had the attention span of a mouse.
Some information Fidel was looking for just came through. He was looking into Emilio and his mother. She's currently here in Chicago at some hospital care facility. She has Huntington's disease. The pictures look pretty bad. The lady's gonna need a miracle.
As my father used to say, "Aiutate che Dio t'aiuta," I said into the phone as Liam stared in confusion, carefully retying his tie. God helps those who help themselves. Everyone else is just weak.
Liam. The fact that I had to personally drag myself to the hospital just to meet this son of a bitch's mother at 8 a.m., when I had family of my own to deal with, was the bane of my existence at that moment. He had hit her right in plain sight, no more than 5 miles from the mayor's office. The clinic was in a small building. When the glass door slid open and I walked in, the only thing I could smell was disinfectant and old people. "Can I help you?" A short, pudgy, balding man asked, tucking a pen behind his ear. "I'm looking for Gabriel Becerra." I gave the fake name Emilio had used. "Who are you?" He wasn't serious. "Liam Callahan. Gabriel Becerra is Emilio, the mayor's mother, and my wife, the governor, and I wanted to say hello." I lifted the flowers in my hand for him to see. The man frowned, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, man. She passed this morning. I didn't think Emilio told anyone about her. Just tragic. Just when he's moving up in the world, he goes and loses her. Wait, ain't your wife his sister?" "Define sister. If you meant the woman currently polishing a pistol she picked out exclusively for her brother, then sure, sister was the right word." "Hello." "I'm sorry, what were you saying?" He leaned closer over the counter. "Since you all are family, you should know this. Emilio, he's a little bit off. He's done everything for his mother. With her gone, he must be real broken up. Tell the governor to, I don't know, reach out or something. It might help him ease up, knowing he's not alone. The poor man is just one short step from a breakdown, if you ask me." For some reason my mouth went dry and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Slowly, my mind put together everything Emilio had done since he'd come to town. He hadn't wanted Melody to die straight away because he'd wanted to torture her, by making the city unstable again, going after our children, promising the Italians protection. But he didn't follow through. The night before, we'd figured he didn't think we would strike back at the Italians so soon, or at the very least without being sure of who the traitors were. Melody had even suggested he couldn't have enough men following him to protect them all. But what if he never meant to protect him? Maybe pushed them to turn away from Melody because he knew she would get vengeance. But why kill the people that support you? The moment I thought it was the same moment the answer came to me. He didn't want their fucking support. He wanted to destroy them. "Orlando," I whispered to myself. "What?" the pig asked me. I was about to turn away, but asked, "Did Emilio ever talk about his father?" The man flinched. I didn't even think he'd realized he'd done it. "What is it?" "Nothing. Just ease up on the father talk when you're around him. He's a good guy, but whatever his father did really effed him up." I nodded, leaving the flowers as I walked away and reached into my jacket for my phone. That was it. He wasn't trying to destroy Melody. The fucker was trying to get back at Orlando for whatever reason, and he had been planning this for a long fucking time. He had created the drug Bliffing to get in with the Chinese. He had used the Chinese to lift his profile and become mayor. To even be deemed fit to be mayor, he was already a lawyer. Once he'd become mayor, he'd use that platform to announce he was a Giovanni, knowing full well he'd get everyone's attention. Bit by bit, he was stepping closer and closer, all for the sake of destroying the two things Orlando had taken pride in: his people, and his daughter.
23. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a burn for a burn, a life for a life. That's how all this got started. And that's how it's going to end. Jenny Han. Melody. I rolled my shoulders back, taking a deep breath before stepping up to the podium of the state floor. The press once again like hounds on leashes, waiting to take a bite at me. All of them leaned in as I opened my mouth, as if the microphone in front of me was only some sort of prop. It is with great sorrow that I stand here before you all once again, in the wake of a tragedy in Terni. Last night, unexpectedly due to faulty, improperly installed furnaces, carbon monoxide seeped into over a dozen homes, killing residents inside as they slept. The governor's office, along with local police, is looking into this matter. As of now, it is known that these furnaces were installed by the now closed B&B Heat and Cooling. As governor, I'm requesting that all citizens within the state check their furnaces. If you find that yours came from this company, please leave your homes and call poison control. Faulty furnaces. It wasn't the best story, but it was possible. And partially true. I will now hand over any further questions to... Murder! A woman yelled, gripping a photo of someone I could only assume was a late family member. The guards rushed up to her as she pointed at me. You did this! You monster! You bitch! You killed them! I know it was you! You evil bitch! They began to drag her out as she fought them, still screaming at me, saying in Italian, May God have mercy on your soul, for I will have none! Who are you that I should ask for mercy? I wanted to ask her, and if it weren't for the damn cameras, I would have. Instead, I smiled and waved. Those who bring hell upon themselves and then bitch about the pain have no excuse.
There will be no further questions, thank you.
Bruce, my secretary, was filling in for Mina since she had left with the kids.
Was the governor's office aware of the faulty furnaces?
Why did they fail now?
Governor Callahan, after all of the effort you've put in to reshape the city, these recent events proved to be the worst of your career. Will you still make a run for president?
Do the events of the last couple weeks once again put a cloud over Chicago?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the wake of a tragedy. Please show some restraint. As I said, no further questions.
Bruce calmly berated them. It was no secret he wanted Mina's job, and though he knew he couldn't have it, he still did his best to stand with his head tall. Walking away from the podium, I headed out the side door entering the hall. Fucking annoyance, I hissed out when we stepped into the hall.
This will pass. You've gotten through worse, ma'am. Everyone knows the city was on the brink of chaos before you stepped in.
Bruce stepped in front of me, reaching into his ugly-ass sweater vest for his phone. Ignoring him, I walked right past him and toward my office, my heels clicking against the marble floor. I couldn't even think of them, now. The most important thing was finding Emilio.
Your husband, ma'am.
Bruce handed me the phone as I headed into my office. Did you get her?
She's dead, and I think Emilio is going to...
Ah! I gasped out, dropping the phone as my body jerked backwards and I fell to the ground. I reached up for the wire around my neck, which was cutting off the air to my lungs.
You are a damn fine governor, ma'am, and it's been a pleasure working for you. But I just got orders, and Emilio isn't the type of man you let down.
Bruce sneered, spit coming from his mouth. My nails broke against my own skin and neck as I tried to pull the wire off. I reached for the lamp, but only managed to grab the edge of the wooden table. My whole body relaxed as my vision blurred. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dying at the hands of this prick? No. When he removed the wire from my neck, I didn't breathe or move.
"It's done,"
he said into the phone.
"What do you mean, am I sure? I'm looking at her."
Grabbing him by the bow tie, I pulled him down as I brought my head up and slammed it into his nose. Spinning onto my knees, I took the lamp and smashed it into his head.
"God!"
Screaming, I charged at him as he stumbled away from me. I rammed his body into the grandfather clock and grabbed a piece of glass, then shoved it into his eyes.
"Fuck!"
Moving back, I grabbed the wire he had dropped and pulled it around his neck. "This is how you choke someone out, you little cunt!" He elbowed me a few times, trying to roll over, but I pulled harder, the wire digging into my palms. "It's a shame. You're a damn good kiss-ass. But I'm alpha here. Have been since day fucking one, and alphas don't get fucked over by bitches." I pulled hard, and the wire dug into his Adam's apple, blood pouring from his neck and onto my hands. When he fell to my feet, I took a few deep breaths, closing my eyes and backing up to my desk as I reached up to my neck. I stood there for a few seconds before moving to pull out my favorite gun, a stainless Beretta M9. Checking the chamber.
"Melody!"
I held the gun straight up as he came in. Liam's eyes widened as he stared at the gun in my hands, the bruises around my neck, and the dead secretary on the government seal between us.
"Motherfucker!"
He spat at him. Putting the gun down, I leaned forward. "There isn't anyone out there, is there?" I nodded to the door behind him.
"Your office is empty, but there's still some security,"
he replied. I reached for my bottom drawer to pull out a bottle of my favorite red wine. "Looks like my dear older brother is bringing the fight to me." I lifted the bottle to him before taking a long drink. He walked over to me and I handed him the bottle. He didn't drink, just lifted my chin to see my neck. "I'm fine."
"That's for me to decide,"
he said seriously. "Since when?"
"Since I married you. Now hold still."
He pulled out a napkin from his jacket pocket, wiping off the blood from my neck. "We don't have time for this." Bang! The first shot seemed to echo throughout the whole building, followed by screams and even more gunshots. "Called it." I sighed, lifting up one of my guns for him. He pulled out his instead, a standard black edition. A grin played on his lips as he said,
"Drinks and cigars on the rooftop when we finished."
"On account of my recent surgery, I think we should find a new tradition." I smiled. He struggled.
"Smoothies, then. We'll be like those annoying girls at the mall and ask for extra kale."
Before I could reply, both our heads snapped at the door when we heard a gun cock. We dove under the desk as the bullets came flying in. "You don't go to the mall. How do you know about these girls?" I yelled over the bullets. He looked at me, stunned.
"Really? You're gonna argue with my joke right now?"
When the bullets stopped, we both turned back around the desk and fired. I hit one of them in the chest and Liam hit the head of the other before we turned back inward. It was a simple question. Why are you so defensive? He cracked his jaw to the side, about to say something when we heard one of them step on the broken glass. Liam looked through one of the bullet holes in the desk before nodding to me. Distracting him with a shot at his feet, I rose up, gun in both hands, firing back. When they all dropped, Liam rushed to their bodies and picked up the rifles.
"I'm getting too old for this shit,"
he grumbled, throwing me one as I rushed to the door. "Stay then, babe. Have a tea party while you're at it."
"Melody, baby, do me a favor and cock it."
He snapped at me, and I licked my lips for him, slowly stepping out of the door. "Whenever you want."
"Melody!"
He screamed, rushing me just as I heard the soft beep. It was odd. I felt nothing for a good second before our bodies crashed into the wall. The painting of Abraham Lincoln shattering and falling on top of Liam's back. Liam pushed it off, hovering over me. "Are you okay?" I asked him.
"Fuck! I think my leg's broke. But I'll live." Declan's taking his sweet-ass time.
That's good.
Mel.
He sat up, looking me over, his eyes widening at the shard of glass lodged in my stomach like a fashion accessory.
Melody?
I'm fine, I lied, putting my hands around it. Honest Abe here. I got nothing. Sorry.
Melody, breathe. Baby, it's okay. It's not nothing. Just a flesh wound.
He was lying, too. I know. I forced a smile. Which is why it's good you're not hurt. Oh, because...
Melody!
He shook me.
Melody, keep your eyes open, okay?
Liam, I'm fine. Just sore. Liar, liar, liar. I need you to kick my brother's ass, okay? I'm gonna wait for you here.
Melody?
He'll kill us, and I really want my smoothie on the roof. He froze. He just kept staring at me, not even blinking. And I was sure that was why a tear came out of his left eye. They must have been burning with how long he kept them open. Liam, you looking at me like that is freaking me out. Still nothing. Go! He kissed me hard, and I didn't like it. Not at all, but I kissed him back.
If you die, I will never forgive you, wife. Never.
He said when he broke away, pulling off his suit jacket and placing it over me. I didn't answer, just nodded. But I hoped to God he would forgive me. I waited until I saw him leave before I broke out into tears, sobbing for the first time in so long. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I whispered over and over again. Ethan, Donna, and Wyatt on my mind.
Liam. 9:17 a.m. I was on fire. Or at least that's what it felt like. My whole body ached, but not as badly as my leg did. I was now 100% sure I had broken it, but that was nothing in comparison to the excruciating pain in my chest with each step. Limping forward, I saw Melody, saw the piece of glass, and I saw the relaxed expression on her face like she knew. No, she wasn't going to... Bang! Ugh! I hissed, falling onto my back as the bullet went through my shoulder. Shit! I had taken off my jacket, which had also doubled as my bulletproof vest. You know, Callahan, this was all a little too easy for my liking, he said, bending down over me. But then again, everyone who you've faced so far wanted power. They wanted what you had. I, on the other hand, don't give a damn. I'm here to watch it all burn. Every moment I wasted with this cocker was a moment away from her. My father spent his life building this. Melody spent her life building it, and for what? This city will move on when you die. The people you've protected will find new bosses. What is the point? Ugh! I hissed, my teeth clenched together as he pressed down on my leg. Those are a few of the questions I wanted to ask my father, but the old man just had to die. All that talk of me being strong, and he croaks. Damn hypocrite. I don't give a fuck. I pulled out the knife at my side and reached over, stabbing him in the shoulder before rolling away, lifting the gun up and shooting into his chest. He flew back and I knew I had hit his vest. Twisted onto my elbows, I pushed myself up on the ground. You got daddy issues. Get in line. He laughed, pushing himself off the floor, pulling the knife out of his shoulder and dropping it. Turning to me, he also dropped the gun in his hands before raising him. Let's fight it out, man to man. I can see it in your eyes. You want to beat the shit out of me, right? Let's see if you really can with that golden spoon hanging out of your mouth. Has Daddy's favorite ever been in a real fight? Do you even know what it is like? No, the Callahan fucking happy-go-lucky fam. You know that part in the movie where the villain makes his grand speech about why the hell he's so fucked up and does bad things? I cut in before lifting the gun. I hate that part the most. Bang! The bullet hit his neck and he fell to his knees. Turning from him, I tried to move back toward her, but I couldn't. Everything blurred together, and before I could stop myself or brace for the impact, I was on my stomach. Chicago PD! Of course, now they come. There were very few things you could count on in this Chicago. The Cubs always won the opening game, the city was always windy, and the police could never get their asses anywhere on time. 9:24 a.m. I could hear them over me, but I couldn't open my eyes. They felt so heavy. He's losing a lot of blood here, Jerry. ETA 4 minutes. How's his leg looking? My wife. What about Melody?
Mina. 11:57 a.m. Talk to me, please. I whispered, reaching out for his hand. But he pulled away from me, turning his head. Since he had woken up, he hadn't said a word or even opened his eyes. He just sat there in silent, agonizing rage, and I wasn't sure what to say to him. I didn't know how to fix this. Neil? Again, I reached out to touch his thigh, but he grabbed my arm, gripping tightly.
Just go.
His voice was stern and stiff. Nothing at all like the man I had married.
Take the kids and go.
No. I pulled my arm away.
God damn it, Mina. Go! Leave!
He screamed, his chest puffing up and down like a bull.
I can barely look at myself, and I can't stand for you to look at me too.
Why wouldn't I look at you, Neil? You are my husband, aren't you? He didn't answer, just turned his head from me.
Mina, please.
I wanted to argue. I wanted to beg him. But instead I got up, kissed the side of his head, and walked out. Shutting the door behind me, I took a breath and leaned against the door. Just as I was about to slide down, I felt Cedric's tiny little hand tug on my shirt.
Mommy?
Hey, buddy. I bent down in front of him, cupping his cheeks.
Can we see Dad now?
He asked. I glanced over at Nari, who kept staring at the door. Reaching over, I pulled them both into a hug. Not yet, buddy. He's very tired.
But he said I could talk to him whenever.
He tried to push away.
Cedric!
We all jumped when we saw Helen, grinning widely and running toward us. Behind her was Cora with baby Darcy.
Cedric, I missed you.
Helen wrapped her arms around him, but Cedric tried to pull away.
Why? Are you going to put makeup on me again?
He frowned.
No, we're going to paint your nails. Come on, Nari.
She linked arms with both of them and pulled them away. Nari dragged her feet. But my dad...
Nana says a girl should always have her nails done. It says she takes care of herself. You don't want Uncle Neil to think you aren't taking care of yourself, do you?
She replied, totally defeating Nari. Your daughter is smart, I said tiredly to Cora, who smiled proudly. "I know, and I take all the credit." We both laughed, but it was short-lived. She looked over my shoulder. "How is he?" "In shock," as anyone who loses a limb would be. "Give it time. He might lash out and push you away, but it's honestly the last thing he wants. Take it from me. The more we say, 'Leave me alone,' the more we mean, 'Don't let go.'" The image of her undergoing cancer treatments flooded my mind. I hadn't been a part of the family then, but I had seen how much she and Declan had suffered. "Cara! Maina!" Evelyn came toward us, her eyes red. God only knew how painful the situation must have been for her. "Evelyn, he's going to—" I started to say, but she cut in, taking a step back and trying to remain composed. "I've gotten a jet ready. We need to have everyone back in Chicago as soon as possible. I've already spoken to the hospital about Neil." "Is it over?" Cora asked. Evelyn opened and closed her mouth before saying, "Brace yourself, ladies. I'm not... just..." "Evelyn, you're starting to scare me. What's going on?" "Please just get ready to leave and make sure the children don't see or hear any news. I'm going to get Ethan, Wyatt, and Donatella." Both of our instincts were the same. We pulled out our cell phones. The moment we did, we wished we hadn't, because it was like the ground had opened up beneath our feet. It couldn't be true. I wouldn't believe it. Never.
24. Sticking with your family is what makes it a family. Mitch Album. Liam. "Mr. Callahan. Mr. Callahan, can you hear me?" I muttered something, my eyes snapping open only to snap shut again. "Mr. Callahan." "Yes." "Fuck, that burns." "Yes." "Yes, I can hear you," I managed to say. "That's good." The lights above me were doubled before finally blending together as the room stopped spinning. Turning to the right of me and then to the left, all I saw were doctors and nurses. "Do you remember what happened, Mr. Callahan?" "Emilio. Bullets. Explosion. Glass." "Whoa, Mr. Callahan, lay down." "My wife. Where's my wife?" I asked, trying to push against him, ignoring the pain in my shoulder. "Mr. Callahan, right now we want to focus on..." Grabbing him by the collar, I pulled him close to me. "Where is my wife?" None of them answered me, and I struggled to get back up, but everything became dizzy again. Glancing to the left of me, I saw them. They were drugging me. "Stop!" "Mr. Callahan, we need you to relax right now. Just breathe." My wife..." My speech slurred and I fell back. 5:55 p.m. "Oh," I groaned. Shifting around, I opened my eyes, but closed them again when faced with a bright light in my face. Where the hell am I? Beep. 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 Glancing to the left, I stared at the heart monitor staring right back at me. My heart rate slowly rose as I remembered what had happened to me. To us. I tried to sit up but couldn't with the weight on my right side.
"Don't move."
"Mel!" She sat in a wheelchair. Her face so pale I wasn't even sure if it was her or a ghost. She laid her head in my lap and just stared up at me, her brown eyes like daggers to the heart. Good daggers. A grin spread across my face. Hi.
We got the shit kicked out of us, Liam.
She just had to go and ruin the mood. You should see the other guy. I muttered, reaching out to hold her hand. She squeezed mine tightly, but she was right. It had been close. Too fucking close, and for what? We had almost lost our lives for absolutely nothing but a grudge.
I'm not running for president,
she whispered. What? She didn't repeat herself, just held my hand and closed her eyes. No?
I'm fine. Just tired.
Liam! Both of us turned to the door. There, Declan, a team of doctors, Cora, Evelyn and Mina, all stared at us, wide-eyed.
Jesus fucking Christ, Melody!
Cora screamed at her, and I was completely confused.
The news is reporting that you died. We got to your room and no one knows where you are or has seen you, which is odd because you're supposed to be on bed rest. You had a heart attack. Not to mention the numerous other wounds all over you. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
Breathe, baby, breathe. Declan held onto her shoulders, pulling her back. But she looked ready to beat the shit out of her. Wait. You had what? I stared down at her again, now really seeing how pale she was and noticing the sweat covering her forehead.
I'm fine.
Take her where she needs to go. I snapped at the doctors, ignoring the ache in my shoulder. She squeezed my hand again and I squeezed back. The doctor came behind her, grabbing her wheelchair, and she didn't even fight, which proved how badly she must be hurting. Jesus Christ.
Mommy!
I heard them before I saw them. They came in like a tornado and rushed her chair. She was truly a masochist because she just opened her arms and hugged him all to her. She kissed Wyatt's cheek and then moved over to do the same to Ethan and Donna.
Mommy, I did what you showed me. I got us out of the car. Ethan couldn't do it. He didn't think I could do it, but I did.
Wyatt grinned proudly.
I'm so proud, baby.
She brushed his hair back.
Hi, Mommy.
Donna whispered, kissing her cheek. She looked on the verge of crying, and it broke my heart.
Hi, Donna. How are you? I missed you.
Melody kissed her forehead.
I'm sorry, Mommy.
She hugged her stuffed elephant, Mr. Missmore.
You're sorry? For what? I didn't do anything,
she said softly.
Ethan and Wyatt did everything.
That's not true, Donna. You were really calm and made us calm,
Ethan said quickly, hugging his sister, who didn't seem to believe him or like her contribution.
Well, we are going to work on some things, too,
Melody said, noticeably not praising her, but then again it didn't seem Donna wanted to be praised.
But I'm still glad you're safe.
Are you okay, Mommy? You look sick.
Ethan put his palm on her face. Turning to the side, she kissed it.
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. I'm so proud of you and your brother. Guys, your mom needs to go and rest.
Cora stepped forward to him.
Besides, did you forget about your dad over there?
All of them looked up to me as if they had just noticed I was there. Thanks, guys. I see how it is. I guess you don't love me. I frowned, nodding goodbye to Melody when they took her away.
Daddy, don't be silly.
Donna skipped over to me and climbed onto my bed. I put my hand on her waist to make sure she didn't fall off.
I brought Mr. Missmore. He always makes me feel better.
Why, thank you. But it's my princess that makes me feel better. I hugged her to me.
What about us?
Wyatt asked, coming up to my side. I looked at them both standing shoulder to shoulder. Sometimes.
Dad, you can't have favorites.
Ethan frowned at me. Lean closer, Ethan, I said seriously, and he leaned in. I messed up his hair, and he groaned backing away.
Dad!
Laughing, I focused on Wyatt, who glanced behind him as if searching for his mother again. Am I boring, Wyatt? I asked him.
Huh?
You seem to miss your mom more than me, I said. His face went red.
No, I miss everyone. But Mommy's a girl, and you have to watch out for girls.
Not forever. Mommy said I'm going to be able to watch out for myself.
Yeah, but that is going to take a long time, Donna,
Ethan explained. And I leaned back, enjoying watching them fight like this. They were all perfectly stubborn, and amusing, and beautiful. They continued talking and talking, and I could only listen.
Melody.
Mrs. Callahan, if you need to go anywhere again, please let someone know,
the first doctor said to me as they helped me back in the bed. How were you able to get past the nurses? Another asked me, but I didn't bother answering, just lying back down. My body felt like it was on fire. I didn't pay much attention to any of them. It felt hours had gone by before they left me and Mina came inside. She looked just as bad as I did, reminding me just how much the family had been through. How's Neil? I asked softly, not wanting to answer that question again. Her shoulders stiffened as she dropped her head, looking at her heels.
He's in pretty bad shape. Emotionally.
I nodded. Don't let him off.
What?
A bad thing happened to him. Don't coddle him. Don't let him feel like he deserves to be pitied. Give him time, but if he doesn't start to pull himself together, it's your job to bring him back to reality. He lost a limb. He's still your husband, a father, a son, and brother. He doesn't get to check out. All that said, he was going to need time to accept it. Yeah. Thanks. I think. She made a face, and I smiled. Okay. Now, we need to get to work.
Melody, you need to rest.
I'll rest when I'm dead. I need you to set up a conference with both Liam and me in here. The last thing we need is the people thinking we are dead. Also, do you have a cover-up for what happened?
In the confusion, I didn't think of one. Besides, the police busted in. It's kind of hard to cover up killing people in...
First, get me on the phone with Chief Detective Bo Brooks. I didn't have time to listen to excuses. Then you are going out and repeating what I say, word for word. The longer this stews, the worse it sticks later.
Yes, ma'am.
Mina.
The woman almost died. She'd gone through hell and back, and yet she still managed to think of everything. How? I wasn't sure. There was no one else like her, which is why I was disappointed in her decision. But either way, it made me proud to have the same last name as her.
They're all here, ma'am.
The security guards stood around me as if I was covered in millions of dollars worth of jewels. But, then again, when you were a Callahan, You were a jewel to this city. The lights flashed over and over again, almost blinding me as I stepped out in front of the podium. Placing my notes in front of me, I stared directly into the camera. Ladies and gentlemen of Chicago, and all viewers across the state, I'd like to correct the rumor now circulating online about the governor. Mrs. Callahan is not dead, nor does she appreciate the media insinuating that she is every time an incident happens during her term. As you know, our governor is much tougher than that. But that does not mean she herself does not have to deal with many of the same personal issues that you do. This morning, the governor's brother, Emilio, came into her office with the intent to kill her. Unbeknownst to the citizens of Chicago and even the men and women who specially elected him into office without her knowledge or consent, Mayor Cortez suffered from mental illness, which he was struggling to control. Newly appointed Police Commissioner Bo Brooks has informed us that what spurred this attack was the death of his mother, leaving him in an unbalanced state. Yes, this is shocking. The people of this city have gone through a lot in the past couple of weeks. Our security and way of life have been tested. It is for this reason that Governor Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan wanted me to make it clear. She will not be running for president. Her exact words were, "Chicago is our home. This state is our home. I do not feel comfortable leaving it for any other city or state's aid. I'm far too biased to be the president. I want Chicago to be the city everyone comes to. I want Illinois to be the state that leads other states. I will dedicate myself to this state until the people decide they wish me to step down. Besides, I can always paint my house white." I smiled at that last bit, pausing as they started to ask questions and holding out my hand to indicate that I was not finished. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Further questions will be answered by the commissioner. Folding the paper, I turned back, walking into the hospital and taking a deep breath. My heels clicked across the floor. "Mommy!" Cedric broke away from Nari and ran to me. He stood right in front of me, arms folded. "I want to see Dad." "Cedric?" "Ethan told me his leg is gone, so he is sad." "Thank you, Ethan. Brilliant." "But I still want to see him." "Cedric?" "Please, Mommy?" Nari asked softly. Melody's voice came into my mind. "Don't coddle him." Bending down, I picked him up and reached out for her hand. "Okay, let's go. But he might be tired from the trip, okay?" They nodded. Cedric wrapped his arm around my neck, holding on to me like a little monkey as we walked. I didn't say much. There wasn't anything to say, and I grew more nervous with every step we took, until it felt like I was about to vomit out my own heart when we finally made it to the door. The guard opened it, and Neil just lay there, staring up at the ceiling, his eyes red. "Daddy!" Cedric wiggled out of my arms, sliding down me and onto the ground. Neil's head shot up, and he stared at me angrily. "Hi!" They both rushed him. Nari broke out and cried, "I missed you, Daddy. I was scared." "I wasn't scared. I knew you'd be okay." Cedric sat up on the side of the bed. "Ethan and Wyatt said you were really cool. I knew it. Can we play when you get better?" "Me too." Nari raised her hand. "Daddy's on my team." "Not fair. You were on his team last time." Cedric frowned. Neil just stared at the both of them, his eyes welling up with tears.
"We can play 2 rounds. I'll play with both of you,"
he finally managed to say. though it sounded like his throat was closing up. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Nari poked his cheek.
Nothing.
He shook his head, then looked at me and smiled.
I've got you, Al. How can anything be wrong?
"That's what I'm saying."
Cedric raised his hands up, the little smarty, and we all just laughed. Walking over to him, I leaned in to kiss his cheek, but he turned, kissing my lips.
I love you.
He swallowed the lump in his throat.
I love you.
He repeated, "I love you too." Evelyn.
My heart can't take this shit. Cara gasped out, pacing back and forth. Her whole body was shaking as we stood outside Melody's room. And you made it worse with your whole "you better prepare yourself" speech.
Baby, why don't we get some horrible food at the cafeteria with the kids?
Declan came over, placing baby Darcy's car seat down on the chair beside Helen, who was also nodding off. Cara took a deep breath, her chest falling slowly as she faced me. "I feel like you're hiding something, Evelyn." I smiled. "Yes, a raging headache, dear. Go spend time with your family and be happy. We won. Not without wounds, though." She made a face at me before coming over and hugging me. Cara wasn't a hugger, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed her, and looking to Declan, I could see that he was still so in love. "Okay already, go." I pulled away. She nodded, reaching for the car seat for Darcy while Declan picked up Helen. She opened her eyes sleepily, and seeing me, she waved. Waving back, I watched as they went into the elevator.
Ma'am.
The guards nodded to me, opening the door to Melody's room. She sat up, looking better than she had an hour before, but not by much. "You're angry with me, aren't you?" She whispered softly. I had a lot of feelings going through me, but I just sat down beside her, letting her express what I already knew she was feeling. "I couldn't do it, Evelyn. Not yet. I can't. I tried. It would have been the perfect chance, but I'm not ready. It hurts." Reaching for her hand, I squeezed, blinking the tears from my eyes. I know. If anyone in this world understands Melody, it's me. But this was close. Far too close. You don't have much time. There's a price to pay for having this life. You have to make tough choices. Luckily, you're good at those. She nodded, blinking her tears away before getting fed up and using her other hand to wipe them away. "Damn family of yours has made me so bloody soft." I snickered. "Family of mine? Or family of ours? And after being so damn strong, Mel, I think being soft for a little bit is a good thing. Don't you? Ask me tomorrow. You might not be soft tomorrow." At that, she snickered. "Women, we can have it all, just not all at the same time." I nodded. "When you're ready, you'll know it's time." "Okay." She nodded. "Can you do me a favor?" I thought I was. My eyebrows rose, even though I was just teasing her. "What is it?" A true smile spread across her face. Our bloody Melody had come a long way.
Liam. Ma, where are we going? I asked, watching the elevator. She'd had the kids go with Cara and then kidnapped me from my room. There was something about being dressed in a hospital gown while being pushed around by my mother that didn't sit right with me.
Why are you so worried? You think I'm a double agent or something?
I snorted at that. There were two people I trusted completely. My mother and my wife. You were just acting a little odd.
My sons are alive. It's a beautiful day. Aren't I allowed to celebrate?
On second thought, maybe she was trying to kill me. Ouch! What was that for? I rubbed my arm.
I don't like whatever you were thinking.
She said matter-of-factly as she wheeled me out of the elevator and toward the doors. So I'm not allowed to think.
Melody, can I just drop him off here? He's driving me mad.
My mother yelled out when we got to the roof. Melody sat in a wheelchair of her own right beside a table. I turned back to my mother, who only winked at me as the doors closed.
Hey,
she said casually to me as I wheeled myself over to the other side of the table. Mel, you should be in bed.
I brought a doctor.
She pointed to the man taking a smoke break behind me. I wasn't sure how I felt about a doctor who was slowly giving himself lung cancer being her failsafe.
And I brought our smoothies.
She placed the drink in front of me. Did I die? I asked slowly, trying to think.
Shut up and let me be nice, Jesus, you annoying fuck.
She snapped at me and I laughed, grabbing the cup and taking a sip. Mango.
It's good for you, drink.
She muttered, looking out at the city. I couldn't look away from her. Are you being romantic right now? Are we on a date?
Don't make a big deal about it, Liam. Besides, you know I hate hospitals.
She didn't look at me, just took a sip of her drink. I don't know if I can not make a big deal out of this. Mel, it's kind of a...
Look, the fireworks are about to start.
She cut in as a firecracker shot into the sky. Fireworks! Melody, now I'm melting on the inside. I gasped my hand over my heart. Do I get a ring?
Oh my God, you are so bloody damn annoying.
She screamed at me. I laughed, getting up out of my chair and leaning over to kiss her. Sitting back in my chair, I took my drink and glanced over the city. I would have liked kiwi, but mango is good too. She was too damn cute.
Once again, Liam, we won.
25. Some are born mad, some achieve madness, and some have madness thrust upon them. Emily Autumn. 4 years later. Liam. Day 1. 11:57 p.m. If we have to do another one of these damn police dinners next year, I'm gonna lose my mind, I grumbled, pulling off my tie as the driver pulled away from the hotel. Melody rested her head against my arm, but didn't reply. Mel? Melody?
Huh?
She sat up, looking at me. She'd been out of it for days now. Are you all right? I reached over, brushing her hair over to the side.
Yeah, just tired.
She nodded, moving to sit back in her seat. I didn't say stop leaning on me. I frowned and she rolled her eyes at me.
I'm going to...
I saw the headlights coming right behind her head. Melody! I screamed, but before she or I or even our driver could do anything, the glass around us exploded and she flew toward me as we tossed and turned. Metal crunched all around us. Then darkness. 5:04 a.m. Liam. I heard his voice. Declan? I looked over to where he sat at my bedside, looking an absolute mess. You look like shit. He didn't say anything back, just nodded his head. What is it, and what the hell did that doctor give me? I feel like I have cotton mouth. I stretched out my mouth, sticking out my tongue.
A mild sedative.
Why? I asked angrily. I couldn't remember anything.
You were ready to strangle the doctor.
I shrugged at that. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh! I groaned as I pushed myself up and he moved to help. I got it. How bad are my wounds?
A broken leg and shoulder, along with a ruptured eardrum and a few bruised ribs.
He replied as if he were reading it from my damn chart or something. And Melody. I stretched my neck. She was on the side of the car when it was hit. How is she? They should have put us in the same room. She is gonna bitch at me. He didn't say anything. Why isn't he saying anything? I asked you a question, brother. How is my wife? He just stared at his fucking feet. My heart started to race and whatever daze I was in completely disappeared. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Please don't, brother. He took a deep breath, his chest shaking when he exhaled. Please don't make me say it. Say what? What don't you want to say? I asked you, how is my wife? Your reply should be a little banged up but healing. She's with the kids or asleep. You can see her later. Those are not hard things to say, Declan, so fucking say it! He opened his mouth and then shook his head. Melody is... Liam, I'm so... Her heart couldn't take it. What? What I did not understand. Declan, what are you saying to me right now? It was so silent I could hear that neither of us was breathing. The only noise coming from the machine attached to my arm.
Liam, we lost her. Melody died at 1:09 a.m. this morning.
I sat there, my mind blank for the longest time. Melody was dead. My wife was dead. The woman who ruled Chicago. The mother of my children. The one person who kept my heart beating was dead. I laughed. I laughed so hard my ribs hurt. You're insane, I said to him, unable to stop laughing. Do you know who my wife is? She doesn't die. My wife doesn't die, Declan, so try again with a story, I believe.
She was rushed in with a massive bleed like you were, but her heart couldn't take the stress and gave out.
Bullshit! I hollered, pulling the IV from my arm and getting out of bed. Bullshit! Where is she, Declan?
Liam,
do not touch me! I smacked his hand away. I said, where is she? Melody, this joke is not funny. I'm done listening to you, so get the fuck out of my way. The cast on my leg made it impossible to walk straight, but I didn't care. I grabbed the IV drip pole for balance as I limped toward the door. They were all there. Everyone but Neil and the children, Mina, Cora and my mother all sat outside.
Liam, you should be resting.
I stared her in the eye. Ma, for some reason Declan wants to fuck with me today, so if I kill him now you know why.
Liam, I'm so...
Shut up! I snapped at Mina as she reached out to me. Who the fuck did she think she was? Where is Melody? I looked at each of their faces, and they all looked at Declan. Fine! I'll find someone with a medical degree to answer the fucking question since it is so goddamn hard for you all. Limping down the hall toward the nurse's station, I ran into a doctor. Well, actually, the woman nearly ran me over. I'm so sorry. I'm looking for my wife. Melody Callahan, 5'9", black hair, brown eyes, Italian. Where do I go? She just stared at me like a baby deer. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I took a deep breath. She also happens to be the governor. We know who she was. Another doctor came up beside her. Was. That is past tense. How long have I been asleep? Did I miss an election? Silence. Somebody speak! Liam, I'll take you to her. Declan came up beside me. You need to rest. Declan, I swear to God, I'm going to kill you if you don't stop this shit. Either take me to her or stop putting in. They all looked at each other before he nodded to him.
Right this way, Mr. Callahan.
Dr. Baby Dear led me to the elevators and I still couldn't think when I got on. My mind was blank, just empty. The more silent they were, the more I could hear my own heart beating, screaming. The door opened and the first thing I noticed was that the floor was dimly lit. Just like when I'd gone to see my... Liam? Declan called to me when I didn't get off. I shook my head. I know this floor. I've been to this floor before. She isn't here. Let's go.
Liam.
She is not on this floor! Okay, he said. He got back on the elevator alone, the other doctors disappearing. The doors closed and we went up, just the two of us. Take the next one, he said to a group of people when the doors opened. We waited for them to close again. Tell me you're lying, I whispered, gripping the pole beside me. Tell me I'm having a nightmare. Tell me anything but what you told me before. He didn't reply, and bit by bit I felt myself crumble. We will ride this elevator as long as it takes. We get off only when you are ready to see her. Never. If it was the same place I last saw my father, then never. 8:11 a.m. 3 hours. It had taken us 3 hours to get back to that floor. My legs had given out at some point and he had gotten me a wheelchair. I hated those things. They reminded me of when I was a kid. I would rather walk on a broken foot, but I couldn't find the strength, so he just wheeled me down the hall. When we got to the room, I felt sick. So sick my chest started to rise and fall again. Liam, show me! I wouldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. They were going to open it and she wouldn't be there. I knew it. The coroner pulled out the drawer, and I stood up when she slid out on the silver bed. I gasped out. I'm so sorry. Declan held on to me as I sobbed. Melody. It was her. Just lying there. That was it. She didn't die this way. No, we had plans and I hadn't gotten to say goodbye or even... I hadn't said anything to her. Melody! This couldn't be real. It was a nightmare. No, get off me! Get off! I shoved him and moved to her, grabbing her cold shoulders. Melody, get your ass off this table! Get up! Wake up! Wake up! You don't die! Remember, you said that! You said it! So get the fuck up! Nothing. Me. Her. Everything. It equaled nothing. 26. So it's true, when all is said and done. Grief is the price we pay for love. E.A. Bucchianeri. Liam. Day 3. Knock. Knock.
Liam, I brought you some food.
Grabbing the lamp at the side of my bed, I threw it at the door before shifting back onto the ground, lifting the bottle back up to my lips and pressing play for the video on my tablet to start again.
Liam, get that out of my face. I swear I'm going to hurt you.
She pushed the camera aside. How can you hurt a man with a face like mine? I said, in sync with my recorded self. She paused to think.
With a hammer, a blowtorch, or safety scissors if I'm feeling creative.
Let's put that mind to better use.
Liam, don't. Liam!
I tackled her to the ground, holding the camera to her face. Say it.
Say what?
Say you love me.
Liam, we need to finish.
I'm not letting you up until you say it. She made a face into the camera.
Does it count if you're forcing me?
Yes, because I know you mean it anyway.
You are so...
Say it.
Oh my God, fine. I love you, Liam. I, Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan, love you. Are you happy now?
I smiled just as hard as I had back then. Yeah, I'm over the moon because I love you too. The video cut. And I drank. Day 5.
Liam.
Mel? I whispered, turning around. But instead it was my mother kneeling beside me. She put her hand on my head and I just turned back over, coming face to face with too many bottles to count.
Liam, we can't hold out on the funeral any longer. It's in 2 days.
Go then. I'll stay here. I whispered, reaching over to find a bottle with anything left in it.
Liam, your children.
Can you lock the door behind you, Ma? I'm tired. She brushed my hair back, kissing my forehead.
No one else on the planet understands this pain like I do. I know you feel like you're being burned alive, but you have too much to do. Your kids need you. I need you too. You wouldn't let me leave when your father left, and I won't let you do it now either.
My tears rolled over my nose and onto the ground beside me. That's because I'm selfish, Ma. I had nothing more to say. Again she kissed my forehead.
I swear, after the funeral, it will be different.
How? Why? What was the point? Day 6. It has been 6 days since the death of beloved Illinois Governor Melody Callahan, and the world is mourning. Some of our viewers may not remember this, but I was in the UK after the death of Princess Diana, and the cloud that hung over that country is very present here today. Outside the Callahan mansion, people of all walks of life, and not only from Illinois, have come to pay tribute, leaving flowers, candles, and teddy bears, some even leaving Cubs jerseys, Melody Callahan's favorite team, outside the family gates. Her funeral tomorrow has drawn not only politicians, but also the likes of Amelia London and Noah Sloan, long-time family friends of the Callahans who have both commented on this tragic loss. Many are coming from all over to pay respect to this great woman. The news had been saying the same thing all day. I hadn't meant to turn it on, but I couldn't find the damn remote. None of that mattered. None of it did. Placing the billets in the revolver, I held it up to the side of my head. I could feel myself shaking. It was almost over. The pain. Everything would be over. All I needed to do was pull the trigger. Closing my eyes, the last thought in my head was, "It's Donatella, Melody Callahan's daughter. She's running out of the house." A chill went up my spine as I turned back around to the television. Rising up to stare at my daughter as she ran to the gates, I watched one by one as she ripped everything down, tearing the posters and pulling off the teddy bears. Her face was so red it looked like she was sick.
"My mother isn't dead! Go away! Go away!"
she cried out. Cora ran after her, pulling her into her arms, but Donna just fought harder, cried harder. Declan came out a second later, trying to get her to calm down, but she just pushed him away and ran. "Damn it!" The gun fell from my hand. I stood there watching my daughter sob on the screen for so long that my eyes started to burn. I didn't have much energy to do anything other than hop into our bathroom, turn on the shower, not caring if it was cold or warm, and get a cover for my cast. I sat down, clothes still on, the water drenching me in seconds. With my hand over my mouth, I sobbed, rocking back and forth over and over again. I thought that wanting to die but not being able to must be the worst form of punishment any man could go through. 1 hour I sat in there before coming out. When I came out, I saw the hairs that had grown around my chin, the dark shadows around my eyes. I saw it clearly, I just couldn't be tasked with dealing with it. A shower and a change of clothes were enough. Just jeans and a white pullover. Grabbing one of the crutches I had been given but hadn't thought of using, I took a deep breath and unlocked the door to Donna and Wyatt's room.
"Donna, you shouldn't have gone outside."
But none of them were there.
"You're not my mom! Go away!"
I heard their voices from Ethan's room.
"Donna?"
"I hate you! I hate all of you! Go away!"
She screamed before something broke. Rubbing my chest, I wanted to walk away from her. I couldn't deal with her pain, too. I just couldn't. And yet I opened the door. Each one of their heads snapped to me: Declan, Cora, Mina, Ethan, Wyatt, my mother, and Donna. Ethan sat by the window. Wyatt laid on his bed next to Donna, and everyone else stood by the door. "I got it," I said to the rest of my family. They didn't say anything, just left us alone, the door clicking softly when it closed. None of them came to me. Instead, they just stared for a moment before Ethan turned away and looked back out the window. Donna buried her face in her pillow, and Wyatt lay still, staring up at the ceiling. Moving to the end of the bed, I sat down, not sure what to say to him, how to even go about speaking. "Have you guys eaten?" I asked.
"Do you even care?"
Ethan shot back, not looking at me. It was the first time in his life he had ever spoken so disrespectfully.
"It's fine, Dad. Go back to bed. I'll take care of Donna and Wyatt."
"And who's going to take care of you?" My eyebrows rose. "After all, you are still a kid, Ethan."
"I'm not a kid anymore, Dad!"
he yelled at me. When I looked in his eyes, all I saw was pain and rage.
"We aren't kids! All of us here are old enough. I've been with Wyatt and Donna all this time. I'm not a kid!"
Getting up, I moved to him, but he backed away. Tugging him toward me, I pulled him into a hug.
"Let go! Let go! Just go back to drinking!
They said you were gonna kill yourself. You're gonna leave too, so just go already.
He hit and pushed me, but I held him tighter, wrapping my arms around him and kissing the top of his head. "I'm sorry I left you guys alone," I whispered. "And thank you for taking care of things, little man." A sob ripped through him and I held on tightly. "Thank you for being so much stronger than me."
"Please, Dad, don't go,"
he cried. And as he did, he wrapped his arms around my waist.
"Not you too. Please. Please."
Sitting beside him, I blinked a few times before forcing him to look at me. "I'm not going anywhere. Not for a long while. Your uncles and aunts will mess up the training we've done. Wyatt, Donna, come here." Donna rushed to me, crying out when I kissed her face as she hugged me. "Thank you, Princess. I saw you on TV. It helped me. It had saved and killed me at the same time." "Wyatt?" I looked up, but he didn't come to me. Just lay there.
"He doesn't want to speak anymore,"
Ethan whispered to me. I didn't want to force him because I understood that it wasn't that he didn't want to speak. It was that he couldn't. He didn't have anything to say. "Come on. I'm still sore. Let's lie down," I said, shifting on the bed. I pulled Wyatt in close to me and kissed the side of his head. Donna and Ethan lay down on the opposite side, and for the first time, Ethan's giant bed didn't feel so big anymore. They had grown up. In the next few years, Ethan would be just as tall as me.
"Daddy, can I have ice cream? My voice hurts."
Donna hugged onto me. "Sure," I said, reaching for the phone. Wyatt reached over and handed it to me, but didn't say anything. "Thank you." We ate. We talked. We cried. And then they fell asleep around me. I could do nothing but lay there listening to him breathe. It gave me peace. They were each little parts of her. For the first time in 6 days, I didn't need a drink to fall asleep. Day 7.
"Dad, do you need help?"
I glanced up at her as she stepped up beside me. I hadn't gone back to our melodies in my room. Instead, I had just spent the morning with Ethan, helping him get dressed in the new suit my mother had bought for him. "Could you, please? I'm down a hand." I smiled and turned to face her, not expecting her to know how to tie my tie. However, she reached up and flipped it perfectly, even pulling it up to my neck. "Who taught you how to do this?" The smile on her face dropped, and I wished I hadn't asked. She had grown up so much. Such a beautiful young woman now. "Thank you, Princess." I kissed the top of her head. I grabbed my crutch and we walked out of the bathroom. Ethan was helping Wyatt put on his coat. We still hadn't heard him speak. He was the first one up that morning, taking a shower by himself and even waking the rest of us up. "You boys ready?" I asked.
"Yes."
Ethan muttered softly, and Wyatt just looked at me. It sounded like they were really saying no, and I didn't blame him. Donna went over to him and wrapped her arms around his. Knock, knock. "Come in." I looked to the door. Cora came in dressed in a black dress similar to Donna's. She didn't say anything, just came over to me and hugged me. I stood there for a second before hugging her back. "Thank you for taking care of everything," I whispered, knowing she and my mother wouldn't let one thing go out of place.
"Of course."
She swallowed and turned back to the kids. She put a white jasmine on the boys' coats and a bracelet around their wrist. Reaching into her bag, she also handed each one of them sunglasses.
"Once we get outside, keep them on until we get to... until you want to take them off."
"Thank you, Aunt Cora," Ethan replied. I expected her to move, but she didn't. She hung her head and then pulled them into hugs.
"Your mother loved you all so much, okay? So much,"
she said, and I felt my throat close. I didn't want to go. I couldn't do this. But I stepped out into the hall with him. "Brother." Neil reached out to me, gripping my hand and standing tall. It had taken him a while to get used to the prosthetic leg, but now you couldn't even tell.
"All of you, go on ahead. We will be right behind you."
My mother stepped up beside me, her hand on my shoulder. Donna looked as if she was about to panic. "I promise I'll be right behind you," I said to her.
"Come on, Donna."
Helen walked over to her, taking her hand. And it was then that I noticed all of the females were dressed in the different variations of Melody's favourite black dress. One by one they walked off before leaving me with my mother. She placed her hands on my face.
"Just get through today,"
she whispered to me.
"There is blood in there and the sharks are circling round. You cannot forget that you are the King of Canerta. They need to see us standing strong."
The irony. I glanced down at my busted arm and leg, but she lifted my head up.
"If Melody heard you talking like this, would she be proud to have you as a husband? Melody always loved you for your strength. Now is the most important time to show the Callahan family is just as ruthless, no, even more so now. If not, they will try to strike while you are down."
I knew I was supposed to compose myself differently than everyone else, but I felt like I was on autopilot.
"O'Phelan?"
She called our butler and he came over to me, handed me a cane and taking the crutches away. It hurt like a bitch, but part of me welcomed the pain. It kept me up. Taking my arm out of the sling as well, I readjusted myself.
"Better."
She attempted to fix my hair.
"Hold on to me and we'll be fine."
How did she do this? After Father? How did she go on for days, months, years laughing and smiling? How did she keep living?
"Dad?"
Donna ran over to me and I bit my lip to fight back the groan.
"Donna, be careful."
Ethan pulled her back, her eyes wide.
"Sorry."
"I'm fine. Come on. Let's get in the car." Wyatt was already seated and waiting. He rested his head on the window as the gates opened. All of the gifts and notes had been taken down. When, I wasn't sure, but I was grateful. There were police cars waiting to escort us to the church. The irony. In all honesty, I had no idea what the world believed had happened a week before, nor what the Irish or Italians were saying. I didn't really care. The long drive went by so much quicker than usual, since the police had cleared the way. It only took 10 minutes.
"I don't want to go,"
Ethan whispered. Me either. The broken man in me wanted to say. We have to do things we don't like, Ethan. It's part of being a leader. I spat out that bullshit with ease, fixing my cufflinks when the cars pulled to a stop. At the very same church we had been married in. Who would have thought this was how it would end? Like always, our family went to the very front pews, only a few feet from her casket.
"No,"
Donna said when she saw Melody closing her eyes. "Cora," I whispered. They didn't need to see her like this. Pale. Cold. She understood and she signalled 2 men to come over and close it. Donna tucked her head into my coat and I let her. I didn't wince. Didn't hide my face from all the eyes that were on me. I am the King of Canerta. I am Liam Alec motherfucking Callahan. And if I needed to remind them, I would. The priest moved to the podium.
"We are here to celebrate the life and mourn the death of Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan, a mother, a wife, and a hero."
Declan. He had insisted on carrying her coffin into the hearse. He put the cane to the side and lifted her outside the church with us. He looked like a man made out of stone, every part of him hardened. But I knew his physical pain was nothing in comparison to the emotional one. The only thing tying his feet to the floor was his kids. But for a split second, when they began to lower her down, I saw it in his eyes. He wanted to jump in too.
"Stop! Please stop!"
Wyatt screamed, trying to run to the casket, but Liam held him firm as if he had already known Wyatt planned on doing it.
"Oh, God!"
Cora gasped beside me, tears pouring down her face as she squeezed my arm.
How can this be happening?"
My eyes shifted over to Cedric's black tombstone just 3 spaces over. Then my father's right beside his. Next to my father, my mother's, and my aunt's. How? How was this happening? The same way it had always happened. The same way it would continue to happen. We didn't lose the targets on our backs when we fell in love or had a family. Love means shit to those in the mafia. This wasn't a fairy tale. Bad shit happens. It's life, it's horrible. It's tragic. But shit happens. I was younger than they were when I lost both my parents. There is a price for love. There is a price for power. And at some point, we all have to pay it. That's how it goes. I wanted to tell her this, explain the darkness. But instead I did what all mafia husbands had done before me. I lied and made a promise. I don't know how it could have happened, but I will protect you until my last breath. It was all I could do. 27. The song is ended, but the melody lingers on. Irving Berlin. Liam. D7. It was dark out by the time we came home, and my mother walked in with Wyatt because of my shoulder. He was awake, but all the screaming and crying he had done at the burial had tired him out. He could barely walk straight on his own. We all walked into Ethan's room, and he just lay on the bed.
"I have something to tell you, Al,"
my mother said, sitting down beside Wyatt as Donna crawled into the middle. It was funny. They were almost teenagers, but whenever any of them were upset, they all stayed together.
"Before your mother passed, she asked me to read you a letter."
She reached into her purse and pulled out a piece of paper. My heart started to race. All of 'em sat up.
Can I read it now?
She looked at each of 'em, but they didn't answer. Please, I whispered, desperately wanting to hear it. The paper crackled as she unfolded it, and she took a deep breath before reading.
Le mie piccoli leoni.
She paused.
Did I say that right?
It means my little lions. Ethan smiled. No, you didn't, Nana, but it's okay. Keep reading.
Yes, sir.
She tapped his nose.
La mie piccoli leoni. I am so sorry I'm not with you. I can only imagine the pain in your hearts right now, how angry and confused, but most of all, sad you are. I'm sad too, because if I was a better mom, I could be with you all forever. I'd watch Donna grow and date and laugh as you boys and your father became protective. I'd get to see your father try and calm me down if a woman ever tried to replace me in your hearts, Ethan and Wyatt. In my mind, there are so many happy dreams I wish were memories. I want to be with you all so badly. I never knew I could love anyone as much as I love the three of you. You all are my heart. The only moments of my life that I regret are the days I didn't spend with you. I gave Nana many letters I learned from your grandfather Cedric to write. I have a couple for each of you, and when the time is right, she'll pass 'em along. No, Ethan, you can't read 'em now, and Wyatt and Donna, you won't be able to find 'em by yourself.
My mother paused to stare at their stunned faces. Those would be their reactions. If anyone knew them well, it would be Melody.
Ethan, my first treasure. Remember, even on your worst days, that you are my son, and that means nothing is impossible for you. Yes, taking care of your siblings is important, even if Wyatt annoys you. Hey, he's the one that annoys me.
He sulked, sounding like himself for the first time in days.
Let her finish.
Ethan snapped back at him.
Yes, taking care of your siblings is important, even if Wyatt annoys you. But you also need to take care of yourself. Your happiness is important too. And yes, you should be happy. I don't want you all moping around. That will only make me sad. Wyatt, my precious, remember you are just as good as your brother and sister. Your father has no favourites and you are important. Ethan needs his little brother. Who else will watch his back? You always say Ethan's a know-it-all. I am not.
Ethan cut in this time and Wyatt grinned, sticking his tongue out.
Know-it-alls sometimes can't see the smaller picture. So help him see, Wyatt. Lastly, my Dan, the new queen of the castle. You have the most important job there, because boys are idiots. Hey!
Both Wyatt and Ethan called out as I laughed. Of course, Mel.
They fight because it's easier than taking the time to talk it out, and often say what they don't mean. It will be hard, but if anyone can keep Ethan and Wyatt in check, it is you. You, Donatella, have Italian and Irish blood in your veins. Prove it to him the next time they make you angry. You may even become green.
Donna giggled, wrapping her arms around her brothers who were both still sulking.
Also, Dan, give your father a hug as often as you can. He lives for those precious seconds. Don't forget it. When you're a teenager and he's fighting you over makeup. Okay.
Okay. She replied as if Melody were sitting in front of him. In a way, she kind of was.
I love you, Al, so much. Growing up, tall, powerful and beautiful shouldn't be a problem for you, Al. It's in your genes. So, stay healthy. And remember, I will always watch out for you.
That was it. The vision we all saw of Mel in the moment drifted off, and when it did, so did the smiles on their faces. Not completely, but it was like they realized all over again she wasn't really there. They were better than before, but this would never heal. "Let's go to bed," I said to them, lifting the sheets up for them to crawl under.
Dad, we don't need to be tucked in.
Ethan made a face, grabbing a book off his side of the table to read.
Speak for yourself.
Donna grinned proudly, lifting her arms like she was 5 again.
Good night, Dad.
Wyatt muttered, lifting his arms too, his cheeks red. "I'll be back later. Now sleep." I kissed Donna's forehead, placing my hands on their foreheads. Limping around the bed, the pain in my leg getting much worse, I moved to the front of the room with my mother.
Mel had a note for you too. I put it in your room, along with stronger meds.
She kissed my cheek.
I love you, sweetheart.
Love you too, Ma. Closing the door behind her, I put my head against it, debating whether or not to go. My heart couldn't take much more today. I was barely hanging on. But I walked toward the doors anyway and passed through Donna and Wyatt's room. Wyatt wanted her gone now, but Donna still liked sharing a room. I gave it another year before they drove each other insane. Entering our room, the pain hit me like a wave when I opened the door. It felt different there. I saw the white envelope on my desk and my throat went dry. What could she possibly have to say? When had she even written this goddamn letter? Reaching for it, my hands shook as I ripped it open. "I'm sorry." That was it. Damn you, Melody! Damn you! I turned around and chucked the paper across the room. "That's it! Really, Mel!" I screamed up at the sky.
As hard as it is for me to say sorry, that's saying a lot, isn't it?
I froze. I stopped breathing. I wasn't sure if I was about to be sick or just going crazy.
I'm not going to disappear if you turn around. I'm not a ghost,
she said. I couldn't turn around. I just stood there. I'm going insane. I've lost my fucking mind. Just fucking brilliant. My kids are going to lock me up in an asylum.
Liam, it's me. I'm really here.
You can't really be here, I whispered, shaking my head. I saw you, dead. Cold and very dead. I looked into your coffin before they buried you, so I'm losing my mind.
It was me. Just, we made it seem like I was really dead.
I turned around. The ache in my chest from what I was sure was either a heart attack, stroke, or just plain rage was the only thing keeping me from speaking. There she stood in jeans and a casual shirt. Her brown eyes were puffy from what I could only guess was crying. Why? I had no goddamn clue because I was the one who had supposedly lost a spouse. We was the only word that came from my mouth.
Evelyn, Frankie, and me. The biochemist Fidel found. He turned out to be real useful.
I couldn't think straight. I grabbed her by the neck and slammed her body into the wall. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
Liam, hear me out.
No! I backed away from her, my whole body trembling. I couldn't believe this shit. No, you don't get the right to speak. Dead people do not speak. 7 days, Melody. 7 fucking days, and you come in here and say, hear me out. Are you fucking with me? Either I wake up or one of us is really gonna die tonight.
I'm obsessed with you, Melody. No matter what you do, I'll always forgive you. Even if you were to kill me, I'll always forgive you.
She repeated my words back to me, and I nearly lost it. Oh, my God. Those were the only words I could say. My hands were in the air, ready to strike her down, but I couldn't bring myself to do it.
I did this for us. For all of us.
She leaned against the wall. You dropped a nuclear bomb on our family for us! How so? Please explain, because maybe I'm too goddamn stupid to understand how you faking your death could be a good thing, you bitch! She hung her head. Come on, you are master of the universe, Melody. Explain your grand plan for us little folk here on Earth.
I almost died,
she whispered, finally looking up at me.
4 years ago, when Li Ling shot me, I honestly thought in that moment I was dead. I said goodbye to you in my head, and the moment I did, I realized I didn't want to. There are 1,000,001 things I want to do with you. Things I had never even thought of popped into my head, Liam. I want to eat gnocchi in Italy with you. I want to ride our motorcycles down the Trafigura-Shan highway in Romania. I want to stay in a really shitty motel somewhere in the red light district of Amsterdam. It all flashed through my head in that 1 second, and I remember thinking, when? We would never get the chance. We would spend the rest of our lives fighting and fighting and fighting. God knows if Orlando has any other bastard children out to kill me or us or our children. So what if I became the president? If we left this city for 8 years and came back, we'd have to start fighting all over again. My own people proved that to me when they weren't all loyal. Why the fuck am I fighting for those people? I don't want to be the president. I had power, and I just wanted gnocchi.
She broke down and started laughing, tears falling from her eyes. I didn't even know what to say.
You can't believe it. Have I let you down? I know I'm supposed to be Bloody Melody, power before everything else. And a decade ago I would never have believed this would be me. But I was happy, Liam. With us and our family. I was happy, but I could never enjoy it because I kept seeing the traps, the dangers. My father told me I would never rest until I was dead. Well, I'm dead. At least to the rest of the world.
Sitting on the couch in front of our bed, I took a deep breath. And what about our kids? Huh? Melody, you've abandoned them. Maybe you didn't see the news in whatever hole you were hiding in, but the world saw our daughter break down.
I saw. And before that, I saw you with a gun.
She cut me off, slowly falling to the ground.
I almost called back then. But Donna went out and she got you to stop. It was the scariest moment of my life. And seeing Donna, it almost broke me.
And because you wanted gnocchi, you let our children mourn a mother who's alive.
I'm not cold, Liam. Not heartless.
She sneered at me. Are you sure? Because it's hard for me to tell, Melody. You've broken them. You've done exactly what your mother did to you. For years I've tried to save you from yourself. All for what? To prove you've learned nothing.
Tell me, Liam, how many mafia bosses do you know that came from happy, stable homes?
I couldn't answer.
Exactly. Your family was the closest I ever saw, and you still had a fucked up childhood. Our kids. Every second of every day we showed them how much we loved them. Even when we trained them, we couldn't bring ourselves to be as cold as our parents were. They are Giovanni Callaghan's, They can't be soft. In 5 years, Ethan will be a legal adult. If we were gone, people would kill them just to make a statement. I love my children. I love them to the point that this, me sitting here and knowing that they are 2 rooms over and I can't touch them, is hell. But I will do that if it means they grow to be the most ruthless and powerful people this city has ever seen. You don't become ruthless with hugs and kisses. It is pain that makes us. They are going to be great. They will rise above this. And I will smile every time someone doubts them and they prove them wrong.
She smiled at me, and yet all I saw were the tears in her eyes. Melody, this is too much. I just kept seeing Donna's face in my mind as I tried to think of any way to undo this. How could you even think of this? How could you abandon them?
Stop saying that.
Newsflash, Melody, you did! You threw them out of a plane without a parachute! What were you going to do? Watch them grow up from afar the rest of their lives? How can you?
We'll call this a punishment.
She snickered bitterly.
Karma for everything we've done. For the rest of my life, I'll feel pain for the blood I spilled by not being able to be near my own children. Tell me how else this would have worked out. I thought of faking all our deaths, us all going together. But no one would believe that, and even if they did, our children would have to hide the rest of their lives. They'd never be able to come back to Chicago. I thought I'd wait until they were teenagers. But by then they would already be stuck in their ways, used to never having to fight.
Fighting Emilio changed everything. They understood the dangers. They were kidnapped.
They weren't even gone for half an hour. Yes, it was scary, and yes, Ethan proved he would do what was necessary when the time came. But with us by his side in a few years, it would fade into the background. I also thought of telling them I was still alive, but that defeats the purpose, and I'm back at square one. So tell me, Liam, how do we make sure our children are ruthless enough to handle the shitstorms that will come when we are gone? How do you make anyone strong without breaking them? Who in this family isn't broken? Cora killed her cousin and gave me her heart. Mina waited years for revenge. Declan lost both his parents at a young age, both of them, and he was much younger than they were. You were sick. Neil was ignored and overlooked. This is the Mafia. The person who is the most broken is the one who wins at the end of the day.
I understood the words coming out of her mouth. I just didn't like him. Why? We have always talked through our plans together. Why didn't you tell me?
Because you love me too much. And you love our children just as much as I do. If I told you, shared this, you would have told me to wait until they were older. Or worse, you would have agreed and not been able to fake the pain. I saw you when Cedric died. You could barely function. I didn't go through all of this just for there to be doubts. Not just with the city, but with our family. Declan would have caught on within a day. He would have spoken to Cora. Cora would be relaxed and Neil and Mina would understand. I needed you to sell it. Yes, I used you, and I'm sorry. This wasn't a nuclear bomb. It was a drone strike. I even had to kill Frankie. It's just me, you and Evelyn who know.
I rubbed my face, my brain feeling like it was going to explode. So what am I supposed to do? Fake my death too, and we run away together?
I said I'm cold, not heartless. You can't leave our kids now. They are still too young, plus people would suspect something was off.
Yes, my dead/alive wife was insane. I was now positive. So you want me to stay with our kids until they are ready? And where will you be? Eating gnocchi while I play single dad? She made a face at me.
You are really taking the fun out of my gnocchi.
Melody!
Yes,
She snapped back.
I'm going to be in the shadows, watching you and our kids grow up, but never there. And when you think Ethan's ready, we will leave. I won't leave you unless you ask me to. I hope you don't. You are looking at the small things. I'm looking at the big picture. The only way we get out happily is if we get out early.
Melody, you're talking about years.
I can wait for you, Liam, because I plan on living a very long life. With no one searching for me, I can watch over all of you.
I need air, I whispered, getting up and moving toward the door. Like a vampire hiding from the sun, she moved toward the corner.
No one can see me,
she said again. Rolling my eyes, I opened the door and closed it behind me.
Perfect timing. I made your favourite snack,
my mother said to me, holding up the red Jell-O in a glass jar. Mother, the world has just shifted under my feet.
Let's talk privately.
She linked arms with me, taking me toward her room. She whispered,
Pretend to still look sad.
Dear God, help me, I'm surrounded by mad women. When I walked into her room, the first thing I noticed were all the photos she had pinned up on her wall. Every family event and school portrait were up there, a lot of them with my father. I hadn't gone into her room and I couldn't remember.
I look at this every morning to get me through the day,
she said, taking a spoonful of Jell-O.
It works on most days now, but other days it's just as bad as the day your father left me. You understand that pain now, correct?
I took the bowl from her. She lied. You both lied, however, for her to come up with something like this. It's the most selfish thing she has ever done. It negates all the good she has ever done as a mother. No good mother could do this. It's cruel.
Don't speak for mothers until you carry a child for 9 months and go through hours of labour just to pierce their fat heads out,
she snapped before taking a deep breath.
It's hard to see now when you look at Ethan, Wyatt and Dana. Their pain trumps everything. They're still young. I ache for them, and just when I feel like I cannot bear to look at their faces, I remember your father. He didn't become the King of Canerta without almost losing everything. You suffered as a child, were hunted so many times.
What are you talking about? Was I hunted?
Your father wanted you all to go to school. Do you know how many times he stepped in to stop snipers, kidnappers, people who hated us so badly they just wanted to spill Callahan blood? The world is cold, dirty, painful and bloody. Your kids need to know that or else they will die. And I refuse to put anyone else from this family in a grave before I go. My guilt over your father keeps me up sometimes.
Guilt? She nodded, reaching out to touch his photo.
Remember when I said your father gave me the best gift?
Yeah. You never said what it was, though.
Control,
she answered.
What Melody did, he planned to do years ago. Just tell me when you're ready to say goodbye and we will disappear. He said that from the very beginning, and he would have left everything. We would make it out of this life when no one else in the family could. Each time he was ready to leave. Your 16th birthday, after you got better. Your 18th birthday when you were an adult. Your 21st birthday, even the week after your marriage to Melody. He said we should go. But I couldn't bring myself to leave you all yet. Not after missing so much of you as children. I told myself just a little bit more time. Let's wait another day, which became another year. The next thing I know, your father's blood is all over me and he's gone. No more days of anything. Every last child of Seamus and Margaret Callahan murdered. And if your father came back to me after all these years, told me he did it for me, I'd slap him
Yeah, and then I'd kiss him and never let go. For the first time in my life, I'm jealous of my own son. Because if I could choose, it wouldn't be Melody who came back.
She bit her bottom lip and blinked back her tears, placing her head on the wall over his picture. I said nothing. There was nothing I could see. Placing the jello on her dresser, I hugged her. I wasn't sure if it was her or me who had lost weight, but I didn't like how tiny she felt.
Go, Liam. Please. It's been a long day.
Ma. Okay. I didn't know what else to say to her, so I just kissed her head and gripped my cane as we limped to the door. When I stepped out, Declan was waiting for me, leaning against the wall with a bottle of brandy in his hand and Irish cakes. When my parents died, I remembered ye brought me these. He forced a smile. I remember bringing fruit punch, not brandy, I whispered. He shrugged. I figured you'd want something stronger. For the first time, I didn't want to drink. My mind was too hazy as it was. I knew he wanted to comfort me, but I couldn't accept it right then. Later, Declan. That was all I could say before turning from him. You turned the cameras off in your room? He stated. I hadn't done that, but I had a feeling I knew who had. Don't do anything. Don't make us bury you too. I tried to think of the right words. Liam, I promised my kids I'm going to be here in the morning. Just go, I said. But I was the one that wandered back into my room. Locking the door behind me, I glanced around, but she wasn't there. Part of me believed I had lost my mind, that she had pushed me too far. This hurt too much. And yet I still searched for her. She was an obsession. We were both insane. The way we lived our lives, the way we took others' lives, the way we loved. None of it was normal.
How did you know I would be in here?
She whispered, sitting in the corner of her closet, a bottle of wine in front of her, though she wasn't drinking it. God knows you love your shoes, I replied. You aren't going to drink? Tell me the new plot of Las Pasiones de Melody. She smiled, brushing her hair behind her ears.
I want to, but if I get drunk, I'm going to go to the kids. I'm barely holding on. It isn't like when I disappeared last time, Liam. There is no hope. I deleted myself.
At least you went out at the top of your game, I muttered, staring down at her. The whole city loved her even more now than they had while she was alive. People were cruel like that.
The first day, I almost gave in and came back.
She confessed. Why didn't you?
Your mother stopped me.
Thanks for that, Ma. I huffed, gripping the cane beside me tighter.
If you're against this, Liam, I'm not going to make it.
So you figured you'd force me? Like always. Just act first and he'll forgive me. Is that what you thought? Everything we had, you destroyed it. You destroyed me. Every time I look back, I see myself chasing after you. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of chasing you, Melody.
Okay.
she whispered, getting up and walking past me.
"I'll be out of the city."
Grabbing her arm, I wanted to smack her. How is it possible for you to keep walking away from me so easily, goddammit?
"Easy?"
She ripped her arm away.
"Nothing is easy for me, Liam. Nothing. You—"
Kissing her was like coming up for air. Feeling her body pressed up against mine jump-started my heart, and in that moment nothing was important because she was there. She was alive.
Melody. Day 8. Throughout my life, I had been called a lot of things. Bitch, whore, cunt, monster, devil, witch, heartless. The list went on. Since childhood, I pushed myself. For my father, for the family business, for everyone. I hardened myself to the point that I wasn't even sure if I had a heart anymore. Then I met him. And bit by bit, the stone surrounding me cracked. I fought it. I fought him because I need to be strong. The world was not meant for women. The last thing I ever wanted to be was one of those women in romance novels that needed to be rescued or who ruined themselves for men. There is no riding off into the sunset. There are no happily ever afters. Life was pain, and you had to deal with it. Those were the lessons my father had taught me, and I'd never once questioned them until the day I met him. It was disgusting and horrible. After all the fighting and blood and training, I was a woman just like everyone else, and I wanted my happily ever after. I wanted him.
How am I supposed to hide you away?
He whispered, as his head rested on my bare chest. I ran my hands through his hair. We'll figure it out. Eventually, everyone will think you've just gotten a mistress, I replied. He laughed.
You've been claiming to be my wife and mistress since we got married.
That's because I knew I would stress you out more than having both. Melody Callahan. I'm like a box of chocolates. You never know what type of woman I'll be next.
Yeah, I do.
How can you know when I don't even know? He sat up, looking down at me.
No matter what happens, you are still my woman. That is a very special, single-edition box of chocolates.
Placing my hand over his chest, I bit my lip. It's okay. We're going to make it. I love you, Liam. I'm sorry I made you suffer. I love you. I really love you. I couldn't stop saying it. He kissed my head and then my nose, eyes and cheeks before his lips hovered over mine.
I love you too, my beautiful mistress.
Epilogue. There once was a woman from the state of Gold, whose heart was far too cold. She met a man, joined his clan, so the story is told. They fought and bled, ruled and fooled, yet all things must come to an end. Her heart she gave, and went to the grave, ending their ruthless crime wave. J.J. McAvoy. A few years, 3 months, and 14 days later. Melody. The helicopter touched down on the landing pad as I leaned against the side of my motorcycle, arms crossed as he came out dressed in jeans and a black V-neck shirt, carrying only a duffel bag over his shoulder. His hair had a little gray at the temples, and he had a few wrinkles here and there, but he was just as... no, even sexier than when I first met him. "You're late," I glared. "A couple days late."
You haven't been standing here this whole time, have you, babe?
He grinned, dropping the bag at my feet before gripping my waist. I have, in fact. I think I've even put down roots, I said, wrapping my arm around his neck. I've missed you, Mr. Callahan.
Just Liam. Mr. Callahan is our son now.
He smiled, kissing my lips softly. It had been a month since I'd seen him last, but it had felt like years. He must have felt it too, because he cupped my breast through my shirt and squeezed tightly. "Down, boy," I said softly when I broke away.
No.
He smirked, grabbing my ass and pushing me up against him.
I've waited far too long to hold back now.
Can you at least make it back to my place? I reached back and handed him a helmet. He groaned, but took the helmet.
If I must.
You must. Now, come on. We have a long life to start living, I replied happily.
Ye promise?
I swear.
Then I guess there's no preventing it now. Lead the way, love.
He walked over to where his bike was parked and, waiting for him, kicked his leg over and sat down. Try to keep up, baby. I pushed off the kickstand.
Always!
He yelled, and we were off. Would we be back? No. Where were we going? I had no idea. But we'd be there together. My father had been right. As long as I was alive, I'd never have peace. So, now that the world thought we were dead... Hey! I screamed when he passed me.
You ride like a grandma! Keep up!
He hollered back at me. It might not have been a happily ever after for everyone, but it was everything I had ever wanted.